Welcome to the European International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their prize cards, leveling up Pokemon, and diving into exhilarating side events. But let's not forget the main attraction, the fierce and thrilling battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are here, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokemon International Champion. The stage is set, excitement fills the air, and history is unfolding right before our eyes. Since 2017, the International Championships have served as a global arena where the world's best competitors converge, showcasing the ultimate in Pokemon match play. This weekend, we're all part of that same story. Get ready to see amazing skills and strong will in the upcoming Pokemon battles. Last year at the Excel in London, a beloved favorite from France left his mark in the world of Pokemon Go.
This win means a lot for me, for representing France into international, because until now there is 0 French player qualified for World.
A blast burn on a low health Nemesis for the 3-0 sweep.
Over on the VG stage,
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion!
Being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good.
last season, Talibobo believers etched their name in history as the inaugural winners of UNITE at EUIC, proudly claiming the EU Aeos Cup title.
In the end, we just pulled through and we were all so happy. It means the world to us.
This season, the Aeos Cup is welcoming competitors from all regions. Hailing from the USA, Alex Szymanski made an impact in Pokemon TCG, triumphing over Tord Reklev and winning the EUIC Champion Trophy.
I never really doubted my strategy this weekend, just expected things to happen that happened, and it worked out for me.
Who emerges victorious in this clash of trainers is a thrilling uncertainty, as each competes with determination and skill, aiming to rise up and seize the title of International Champion.
Stomping Tantrum in response doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane as it does get caught with the freeze strike. Risk 2-0. Straight away.
Oh, wow, straight away.
Does he get to it in time? Yes, he does! This is huge!
Can they get somebody's points in? They get it! That goes in! Day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships. Yeah. We are so happy to have all of you here for an exciting weekend of competitive Pokemon. I am Jake.
And I'm Charlie, and we are coming to you live from London, UK, here at the Excel Centre, where we have trainers battling it out to see who will be crowned an international champion.
That's right, across all of our titles, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game, our trainers are giving their all to make it deep into this tournament, and it's anyone's guess who will persevere to the very end.
Tell you what, Jake, in Pokemon Go, Dunebug, Scaffo99, and Ventuski had incredible battles yesterday, but a double elimination bracket today means a huge amount can still happen in the coming matches.
Well, Charlie, my friend, let me tell you a little bit about Pokemon Unite, where Fusion, Nouns Esports, and Rework Respawn are poised to take those top 3 spots as we head towards our finals later this evening. But with so many amazing teams from around the world, it's anyone's guess who could change that story.
Now, I know what you're thinking, Jake. What about Pokemon TCG?
Exactly.
Well, let me tell you, Tord Reklev, Alessandro Cremascoli, and Yuho Kalama are at the top of the TCG standings from day one and have a solid chance of making it through top 8 and into Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Well, Charlie, my sweet prince, I know you're wondering about the Pokemon video game.
I sure am.
Many trainers are vying for those top 2 spots. Victor Medina, Aurelian Sula, and Arash Omadi have a clear path to victory unless someone is able to stand in their way.
All of our games will be in their most crucial stages of the competition today, so all of you watching, are in for an absolute treat.
That's right. At this point, nothing is guaranteed, so make sure you stay tuned to see who comes out on top.
We, of course, have Worlds 2024 coming up later this year in Honolulu, Hawaii, and trainers are still fighting for enough championship points to secure their invite.
That's right. Make sure that you are here on Championship Sunday live at the end of our broadcast for more new information about Worlds 2024 in Honolulu.
Jake and I also wanted to say a massive thank you to all of our staff, judges, and production crew for their phenomenal work. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't want to one-up you, but I want to give an even bigger thank you than Charlie to all of the unsung heroes that make an event like this such a massive success. Thank you to everyone here live. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Charlie, I think it's time that we figure out who is going to be our 2024 EUIC champions.
I'm on board with that.
All right. Trainers, are you ready? You know what, Charlie? I think they're ready.
I think they might be.
I think they might be ready. Casters, take it away.
Welcome back to the Aeos Cup at EUIC for Pokemon Unite. My name is Zoinks. This is, of course, Wonder Chef, and we have an incredible day 2 for you. It's Championship Saturday here at the Excel Center.
That's right. It's time to close this thing out. I mean, we're only halfway through, but we're going to see who our champion is. Of course, if you missed what happened yesterday, there was so much, and you can see how it's going to lead into today with the format.
Pokemon UNITE Aeos Cup at the 2024 European International Championships has been showcasing exhilarating team matches all weekend long from London, United Kingdom. Teams have traveled far and wide to compete in this mid-season showdown for a piece of the $100,000 prize pool and the ultimate prize of a Worlds 2024 invite in Honolulu. Yesterday featured many close and intense battles in the open bracket and group stage. After all was said and done, we have determined our top 8 teams. Today, these trainers will battle through a double elimination bracket to determine your Aeos Cup champion. Which teams will display ultimate teamwork, take that Aeos Cup, and represent their region at Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out.
Yesterday, the Swiss bracket earned ourselves 8 teams into the group stage where those teams were able to compete against one another. And of course, we are now at our final 8 teams. These were the final Swiss rankings after all was said and done yesterday. So many incredible teams showed up to play. And in the end, these are your 8 top teams.
Right, which we are going to be seeing some of them here today. Some of them were not even making it through the second part of the bracket. But of course, if you want to see how any of this turned out, StartGG is always the place to go for the results, the full standings, especially when it gets to Swiss. I know there can be quite a few teams and quite a few matches going on in there.
Exactly. That's always the best place to see results and know where the tournament is at any point. But we want to take a look back at some of the crazy moments that happened yesterday because day 1 was a gauntlet of incredible Pokemon Unite, and the games were absolutely fantastic. Buzzwole, I think there was a lot of questions around this Pokemon. Is the East right about it? Is the West right about it? I feel like Buzzwole really came to play yesterday.
It did. I mean, such a huge meeting of just all of these regional metas for all of these teams. I mean, just even within the first 2 matches that we're seeing here on these replays, we had 4 different regions, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but we've still got plenty of regions in our top 8.
Yeah, in this first showcase, we had Antic and Alter Ego, and then we went into Unite Holic versus Rework Respawn. Rework Respawn, a team that a lot of people have been very excited about, but of course, Unite Holic, a team coming from Japan, there's a lot of unknowns, but Rework Respawn having such a good performance and moving on to the top 8 is so exciting.
Yeah, a lot of these other teams as well we will be seeing a little bit later. Fusion definitely making it through quite well. Legacy unfortunately going out just a little bit short because the competition, even outside of these first group invited matches, was so ridiculous. We got a chance to see kind of how the end of the Swiss rounds played out, which of course leads to those results that we saw a little bit earlier. Shin and Rode, we can see them right there. One of the biggest upsets of the tournament, making it all the way through from the open bracket to the winner's side.
Oh, I love the energy that team brings to the stage as well. well. They are so excited, like you just mentioned, on the winner's side of the bracket. We're going to be seeing a lot from Shin and Rude today, and this moment may have been the most exciting moment of the entire day. The Elder God moment from Adesu, using their Unite move twice, one to secure Ray, and one to win the game. So, yeah, definitely some sick moments. If you're going to go back and watch anything from day number 1, definitely check out Nouns Esports.
Yeah, that was certainly the moment. A lot of other teams, though, we got a chance to see them put in a great showing, GT one of them, but not make it to our final 8 teams. The competition was ridiculous. Here's another one. I mean, Legacy, we really, truly expected to go very far just against teams like Nemesis, another one of the teams to make it out of the open bracket all the way into our top 8. It's just, there's no free wins.
Yeah, Nemesis is on fire right now, too, able to immediately dispatch Team YouTube as well, with so many sick moments throughout their tournament. Loved watching this team. We're going to get to see them in the top 8 bracket as well. Speaking of which, how did these teams get there? Alter Ego and Nouns Esports able to make it through that Group A into qualification.
Yeah, Nouns making it out is gigantic. Yeah, I mean, this is really just so much about the open bracket.
Yeah.
But Nouns was going to be, I think, the team that maybe we're going to hear the most cheering from the crowd today. Alter Ego, of course, one of the few representatives left from North America.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at Group B, where we had Rework, Respawn, and the tournament surprise, I think for everybody, is Koby Babas. Also, not only being a little bit more of an unknown EU team, even coming into this event with a roster change as well. Not Dodo, one of the most historic players on this team, not playing today, but still making it to the top 8.
And in Group C, which was considered potentially the scariest group by many of the teams, we actually had a chance to hear Shin and Rode ice the player in an interview saying, I really hope when we get out of group stage, we're not in this group. And they were, but guess what? They eliminated, well, I wouldn't say eliminated, they knocked down Koby Chons, the potential favorite to win the entire tournament, making it into winners. Koby Chons did eventually double eliminate for free and make it out in losers.
Unbelievable. And then, of course, in our final group, Team Fusion, not losing a single map up until this point, taking down Legacy 2-0 and Team YouTube. They're going to be on your winner's side. And then it was Nemesis through the loser side, getting their run-back chance against Team YouTube and able to take them down 2-0. And that sets us up for today in our Day 2 bracket. Nouns Esports vs. Fusion, Rework, Respawn against Shin and Rude on your winner's side.
Right. It's so cool. I mean, there's so many different things to talk about this bracket. We've got in the winner's side 2 teams that came out of the open bracket and 2 teams that did not come out of the open bracket. I should say the invited teams. Down on the bottom, we've got a North America versus North America match off the bat. Koby Babas versus Koby Chons, which again, very similar name. That's going to be very confusing. You know, we'll definitely not mix them up at all.
Yeah, a lot of Koby at the beginning of that word, huh? Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, is there any particular match out of that list that you are most excited to see?
Ooh, I mean, I am pretty interested for what our first match of the day is going to be, which is going to be Alter Ego up against Nemesis. Just seeing the North American matches continue. Nemesis, of course, like we saw, just eliminating YouTube right before that, and then having to go up against another top NA team is really interesting because we're not in NA right now.
Man, well, if you want to let us know who your favorite match is going to be or what team you're cheering for, you got to do it on the socials. So make sure you're following at Pokémon UNITE on Twitter and, of course, on YouTube and on Twitch to follow along with all the action, because you are not going to want to miss any of it. We have so many good matches. We're going to be watching every single match from the top 8 on broadcast today, which is going to be so exciting. I can't wait. I don't want to miss any of it, and I'm really glad we don't have to.
Yes, yes. I mean, already these teams have fought so hard to get here. I mean, another thing to mention, by the way, when we were just talking about the bracket, our region split in this top 8 bracket is so incredibly good. 2 teams from Europe, 1 team from APAC East, 1 team from Japan, 1 from LATAM North, 1 from LATAM South, and then 2 from Europe. Wait, did I say 2? 2 from
North America.
2 from North America. Yeah, I said Europe twice, which is, you know, it's fair. We're here, it's their hometown. But we've got our first team sitting down.
Yeah, we're, of course, going to be covering the Battle of North America for our first round. This is in a loser's bracket match, which means this is an elimination game between these 2 teams, Alter Ego versus Nemesis, and we're already in a draft, baby. Let's get Aeos Cup kicked off.
First game of the day, first game of our top 8. All of these teams have already earned some money, but now it's time for them to choose their first bands towards their path towards the total of $30,000 first place.
And interesting, Alter Ego actually forced into a Leafeon ban in this lineup because of Nemesis's tendency to not ban that Pokemon even on orange side, because they really like getting Trainer to be able to play that Pokemon in the Aerial Ace and that and the Razor Leaf build on that Pokemon.
Ooh, and the JL taking away the Hoopa very, very early. Hoopa has been a kind of a contested Pokemon. Sometimes people just do not care about it, but when you've got those specialists, it's big.
Ooh, we got the double defender pick on the side of Nemesis, which might mean we are looking at a Sableye support a little bit later on in the field. It's not the Umbreon, which we have seen in the past be kind of that pseudo support, but this still is leaving the opportunity available for Nemesis to grab that Pokemon. Response from Alter Ego, though, currently hovering that Espeon, a Pokemon that we saw picked the most out of the entirety of day one.
I love this. They chose their front line, and they're like, well, we're going to choose what's going to try to melt that front line. So immediately going for the Espeon, going for the Inteleon, two of the Pokemon that we saw on that list, I believe, just immediately saying, okay, well, you're not even going to be able to reach us with that very scary Crustle Blastoise front line.
I really like the Glaceon response, and interesting, we're not going to go with that Sableye angle. We are going to be playing Clefable, a Pokemon that has not seen very much play in our tournament whatsoever. I believe we saw GT play it, Espo, yesterday, and they did have success on it, so at the very least, it's got a good track record headed into day 2.
Yeah, Clefable, I still think it's quite powerful. It's really good against Poke as well, just because that sustain can be really, really strong for kind of everybody. You don't need to focus out if multiple people get hit by a beam or just kind of get clipped by some special damage. And that's exactly what we're seeing against it. Of course, we've got to expect it. We saw it earlier, the Machamp.
Of course, yeah. At this point, no one should be surprised. Maybe the one thing that we could see as a surprise, though, is this Lapras pick. Look at the draft that Nemesis has built up. Trevenant as their second ban, and with their first 2 picks, they grabbed 2 defenders. Just really forcing Joey into a strange spot. But speaking of strange, let's take a look at it. We got Cramorant locked in.
Yeah, Cramorant, a really interesting pick. Obviously, my favorite Pokemon, so I'm very excited to see it here. Somehow we've seen it pretty much every tournament for quite a while, but even if it's only maybe one singular time, it's got some great space control with that Unite, just being able to prevent people from kind of being where they want to be, and it can kind of challenge the range of some of these snipers like Inteleon, only when you're using that Unite. Also able to kind of be annoying to try to lock down if you're going for dive.
And they both have, their 2 damage dealers are really their attackers. Obviously, Metallic is going to be playing a top path version of Blastoise, which will be a brawler. But Glaceon and Cramorant are both going to be great burst damage targets. Burst damage is everything against a Pokemon like Hoopa. You could do all the chip damage in the world and play it slow front to back, but with the portals resetting these Pokemon so frequently, they're going to be topped up to full HP every single time. And it's going to make that just really fall short. But when you have that burst damage, it's your only option to KO the enemy Pokemon before they recall through that portal.
Yeah, that, I mean, so many different strategies are specifically how you're dealing with Hoopa, how you're dealing with the Hoopa portal, or how are you going to get back to the Hoopa portal if you're on that team. We can take a look at Alter Ego here, of course, one of our great representatives for North America. But let's get into the game number 1 here of the day, as we're going to have a great match between 2 North American teams.
One North America team will be remaining in the tournament after this one. The other will be eliminated, and currently we are just starting into this best of 3. I can't wait. I can't believe we're starting with the Battle of North America. I'm so excited.
I know, they want to get rid of our region. It's very mean. I do not like it. But that does mean one of them will advance at least. And currently, we're going to have, as expected, a little bit of aggressive paths when you do have those evolutions. Glaceon going to be a little bit slower, needs to get a little bit higher level before it fully becomes a powerhouse.
Yeah, and basically both these EVs showing face to each other in that top path is enough for both of them to go, okay, we have vision on them, we can retreat, we can move to a different path if we need to in that moment. And we currently have a 2016 fan, aka Yeet fan, in the bottom path, dueling against rolling it down on the Inteleon. We're going to have basically a sniper versus a diver. Going to be a very, very interesting matchup to watch play out.
And of course, you know, I've got to give the shout out to the chef outfit for Cramorant, my favorite overall. We're going to see a fight up top, and I'll tell you one of the things that were getting burned down was that Clefairy off the bat. We are going to see the evolution to the War Turtle, which was able to give it a little bit more invincibility, get away from some of that damage, and that's a nice little boon to be able to kind of challenge this path, because when you've already got, you know, a pretty scary path with any attacker plus a Hoopa, it is tough to deal with.
Ooh, JL gonna be on this invade angle now for a little bit. If they can steal away this red buff, would be absolutely massive, and they do take it. We're using both the Astonish and the Portal. Felt like the Portal was just for insurance at some point because I do think the Astonish was able to secure it. So taking away that red buff, if anybody doesn't know what it does, every auto attack will be slowing any enemy hit by it, and of course, all that experience being stolen away by the Glaceon is very, very impactful.
And now we're going to be starting to gather for the 8-minute spawns in center. This experience is going to be gigantic, but there's so many members of Alter Ego here, so immediately we're going to see Cramorant melted down. Both members here from Nemesis just absolutely taken off the face of this planet. This is a nice opportunity to push down this tier 1 goal zone. It looks like Alter Ego is going to go for it. They are going to at least get some points in, but the Crustle is going to be great at defending, at least for the moment. Cramorant coming back as well can help push these players back.
Oh, wow. What a response by Nemesis. That could have been catastrophic. Alter Ego has a great team fight in the central area and actually has a good macro call towards those goal zones to get some scores in, but that perfect response by Nemesis pushes them away, and the entire time this was happening, Alter Ego plays this as a risk. They leave the top path empty to make that push happen. It's unsuccessful, and Metallic has got to Blastoise and is probably fully stacked at this point.
Yeah, I would have to assume so, too. It's kind of chilling up there at the enemy Tier 1 goal zone, and they are currently sitting at level 8, which is going to be very, very strong for later. Of course, our first spawn is going to be here, the Reg Ice, and immediately we're going to see Nemesis burn it down. There's an opportunity to steal here, especially with the Inteleon. They've got to body block it. They're not going to get the opportunity, though. It's going to be Glaceon getting that final hit, trading off the Clefable for it, but actually, maybe we can be trading off a lot more than that, as 2 members are going to go down. They're looking for a third of the Glaceon. Not sure if they're going to be able to find it in the speed zone here, but they've got a ton of energy that they can dunk it.
Rolling in a Chaos Ring of 4 now. If they can knock out this Blastoise, but a Hydro Typhoon response from Metallic is going to be all the defense they need. They're going to defend this bottom tier goal zone again. That's on a KO streak of 4 from Roland, and it still does not result in a score. In fact, we actually have scores coming in from Rex on the other side on the Clefable. This Nemesis team is having great defenses so far.
They are. I mean, we have seen a lot of opportunities, I think, to push down that Tier 1 goal zone, and it seems like none of them have really been able to hold. We are going to see Machisel back up top, challenging that top half a little bit more, just because they were behind a decent amount from having to rotate back down. Obviously, the rotations are quick with the Hoopa, but anytime you're not there, it's very easy for another top path stacker to take advantage of.
Yeah, Machisel finally is online at that level 9, so taking some time to just kind of solo push for a little bit has gotten them to the point where they have their Unite move before that 5-minute mark. A very good benchmark, and well, Machamp Unite move is definitely one of the most impactful if it can successfully land.
Big if.
Exactly.
Another potentially big Unite move here is the Cramorant one coming out for the first time, which is actually going to be taking down Machisel. That's one of the greatest things about that Unite, is that you can just control so much space around a lot of these objectives. That's going to be able to take down Machisel, push in the Regieleki, and a great timing to be able to get it just a little bit more time. And we're going to get another objective, actually. They're staggering them pretty evenly.
Yeah, Nemesis having a great fight win there, which is going to give them even more map pressure, able to take out one of those top tier goal zones, and now they're going to have a good option for this bottom side path. Joey still does not have the Lapras Unite move, that Lapras Express, so that huge, oh, well, they finally do get it, just as I say it, and they are going to be using it. They're going to be grabbing Roland and taking him for a ride. Roland going to be going for the wild ride of their life, but they're picked up with a serve. Metallic with a response, going to actually Unite move and full combo to the Inteleon. I don't care if you're on that ride, we're going to knock you right off.
That was an EXP delivery system to the Blastoise. They were like, here, would you like some free EXP from our Inteleon? Looks like we saw the confirm maybe Unite from the Clefable. I wasn't sure exactly what it was, but it was on the Registeel. And now that Tier 1 goal zone completely gone, this score lead is starting to build pretty ridiculously for Nemesis. They can't really push this down, I think, with who they've got available, but it's also going to be really hard for all that poke damage to matter, which is, I think, why they chose that Clefable.
Okay, one of the X factors for Alter Ego, though, even if they are losing these fights, even if they are behind, it's going to be Machisel's Machamp. And every single time I see them hiding up in the tall grass, waiting for an ambush, you gotta know it could be a turning point of the match. They have 4 minutes to find an opportunity, and they're gonna start by trying to push on this first tier goal zone. A siege begins with the Inteleon, and the Crustle is able to buy some time. Big push in from the Clefable. They rolled block on the Unite move. It's gonna work out for a little bit, but Alter Ego is taking names. 3 Pokemon knocked out now, but Metallic finally roaming down towards the bottom path. The lone defender has another Unite move, sends everybody sky high. Hydro Pump is able to knock out Machisel before they can get through the portal. A surf attempt, but they finally bought enough time for Astrobal to retreat. Nemesis' defense is unbelievable.
That is the third full push. Oh my goodness, finally getting the catch too. That is the third full committal push from Alter Ego onto that tier 1 goal zone on bottom. And the thing is, I think only has 10 points put in it. It is the most well-defended goal zone that I've ever seen. They are choosing not to give that up at all. If I was Alter Ego, I'd be like, can we just go for the top tier 1, please? Let's just go for something different. There is another big objective up top. Of course, this Regieleki, the later that you can take it down, the better it will be, especially because the tier 1 goal zone is gone on Alter Ego's side. We'll see if we get a little bit of a delay from Nemesis or if they're just going to burn it off the bat.
Team play, yeah, if they are going to rip it down, yeah, that is interesting. They could have definitely held it until later on in the game, but with that bottom side Reggie spawning in, they're going to take this timing advantage that they have. They know a couple of members from Ultimate Ego will have to deal with the Regieleki, and that'll give all the positioning over to the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, I like that a lot. We've seen so many times the buff from the Reggies mean so much in the final fights, and that could certainly be the case here as well. Currently, though, we are going to see Metallic, I don't want to say caught out, but definitely split up from the rest of the team. They've got to make sure they don't end up getting caught out, and there is a chance here for a back cap. Actually, Machisel going for some points up in the top tier 1. Not sure if they're going to actually defend it. They let that go in before 3 seconds, actually, before the double scoring.
Yeah, Metallic just wanting to play with the team and save their resources, but that is going to put Alter Ego up to a scoreline of 120, down by under 100 points, which is a very, very big deal in Pokemon Unite. With a full pocket of 50, you can circumvent that lead and take it for yourself. All the positioning for Alter Ego is going to be around the top side of this map, whereas Nemesis actually spread out defending both of their goal zones, Cramorant on the rear one, and of course Glaceon defending the bot side.
I mean, this is the case for most fights, but the Unite usage here is going to be so important. There's so many Unites that can completely whiff on these teams, and so many that can be extremely high impact. The Cramorant, the Machamp, and so far, no full engagements. They are going to try to get the reset. I love the attempt to surf to prevent that, but now Metallic is the one that is in the middle of the entire enemy team. The Hydro Strafe not hitting as many targets as it really wants to. Crustle popping the Unite as well to just try and continue this pressure, but everybody going back through that Hoopa portal, and there's a lot of Unites used for no true damage so far.
Oh, great discipline by Machisel to jump in and bait out that Unite move and immediately retreat. Asphal's taking so much damage. We're going to have the Unite move from Espeon, but Asphal's able to turn and knock out that Pokemon. Roland is KO'd as well. This Cramorant Unite move, the Gulping Gatling Missile, is good for at least one, as Blastoise takes credit for it, but Chisel's still up and running in this fight, but 2 members are down. Kratos and Roland are not here for this fight. Joey coming back from a spawn. They will not be able to defend Rex against Rex scoring this 50 points in. Hundo Burger will be here. Lapras not in time to defend. Bubble Beam comes up short.
The only chance here is we do have the Unite from the Hoopa just being popped to pull everybody back in towards this Ray. There's only 25 seconds, not a whole lot of damage. Everybody's being chased. Trainer getting chased down, but finally getting the return KO. And so there are the members of Alter Ego still here available, slowly getting KO'd. The 1-by-1, losing the Chisel, losing Espeon. Their damage is so low. Rayquaza with only 8 seconds left. Is anybody even going to be in position? We do manage to take it on the side of Nemesis, but I don't know if anybody is going to be able to score. Not that it's going to matter.
Yeah, Nemesis, hold on. Metallic's Blastoise, absolutely unbelievable in that fight. But I have to admit, Wonder Chef, I feel like that game was won in that draft screen when Joey was forced onto a Lapras. Not having any kind of defender that has enough pushing power to make these goal zone score sieges work out. I felt like the Lapras was just pushed off every single time. No Trevenant, no Crustle available, and it felt like we just came up a little short.
Yeah, just specifically targeting certain members and what they really like to play is so smart, and that's exactly what we saw coming out of Nemesis. I mean, of course, Crustle, just in general, you're always going to want, but obviously anytime you're really seeing Joey, you just got to assume Tree, right? You just make that connection, and a lot of times people might say, oh, well, you know, maybe we'll go for Machamp, which, man, note, again, Machisel, absolutely incredible this match. That still worked out 100% like they wanted it to, but altogether, I love taking out support line, defender line, because that is really the glue that holds these teams together.
Yeah, we gotta take another look at this one because, yeah, early game actually had some big moments for Alter Ego. These pushes with 4 members into the middle area, and then, of course, trying to push towards these goal zones. But this is one of those moments where Nemesis, despite losing an early skirmish, are still able to kind of push off Alter Ego again and again.
right? This is, I mean, how many times, this tier 1 goal zone, look at it, 70 out of 80, it stayed there pretty much the entire game.
Exactly.
I actually don't know if it even got broken at the end. I need to see all the way towards the end of the replays, maybe, because that thing, they did manage to break the tier 1 goal zone on top of eventually with Machizzle pushing it, but I truly cannot believe how many times they full committed to that.
I know, it was unbelievable, but Nemesis able to stop every single push in its tracks. A very creative draft. I mean, honestly, Metallic's Blastoise was having some hero moments again and again. Finally, Alter Ego would find a way to crack the defense and make it through, and then a Blastoise would roll up and stop everything. A nice combo.
I mean, another thing to talk about was that moment where it was like a full committal, oh my goodness, from Alter Ego on the bottom path, while we saw that Blastoise just sitting up top, just stacking, just leveling, and getting strong to the point where it became such a problem. And here we go, Metallic, new on this team for this tournament, is looking great.
Oh yeah, they look fantastic. They were running that special attack specs build of the Blastoise, but they still had the experience share equipped. Very, very interesting. Of that. But all right, they were running that 44,000 damage Blastoise game with 5 knockouts in total, but it really did feel like every one of those knockouts was impactful.
It was. There were some great, I mean, surfs as well that really knocked people into some very specific positions. Just everything about it was very, very good, obviously. But that was not a match that I feel was, I mean, definitely the score was one-sided, right? But it didn't seem like it was a completely unwinnable match.
Yeah.
You could just really tell kind of a lot of, the draft was really what decided this one. It wasn't necessarily how they executed what they were trying to do. But you could see in those moments that I keep talking about, the Alter Ego trying to push down those tier 1 gold zones, they really needed something else. Like you mentioned, maybe something that's better as far as initiation, or maybe some sort of like damage that helps them break through that type of wall that they had to run into. But unfortunately, with what they had, even though they had quite a bit of damage on their team, they just weren't able to kind of craft that comp they needed.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate something like a Snorlax as an option, to have more of a heavy slam, yawn kind of initiation tool, rather than what Lapras was trying to do with that Bubble Beam. You know, Lapras definitely has some options. The Unite move itself is incredibly powerful at doing just what I was kind of thinking needed to be done, but it felt like we just didn't have it as impactful, and, well, Metallic's response to the one Unite move was catastrophic, right? And Teleon getting KO'd in that exchange was a bit of nightmare fuel for Alter Ego to have to deal with.
Yeah, well, Lapras Unite can be, I mean, that's another one, right? I was talking about how there was a lot of Unite moves in this game that were very much hit or miss, very literally a lot of the time. Machamps is one of those, can be one of, if not the most like impactful Unite in the entire games in certain situations, but then can also completely whiff, very Talonflamey.
Yeah.
We can see a little comp here of, or comparison of JL versus Rex.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, obviously both playing support for the team. I like that the captains are the support players. A 50% win rate on this Hoopa for JL, so kind of a hit or miss option, but Rex's Blissey was actually sitting at 71% win rate. Not a huge surprise when Nemesis was able to go undefeated throughout that Swiss stage of the tournament.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised it's not higher, all things considered, with their record day one. I wonder if YouTube put a real damper on some of those numbers just from at least defeating them once. Their only loss, I mean, we talked about that earlier. Ooh, I love this. Look at this, the little items here. But, I mean, we saw Nemesis go undefeated, lose to a team, and then beat them. So nobody in this top 8 has defeated them. They've just basically eliminated their only tournament demon, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. So, oh my word, I can't wait to get into game number 2. I know these teams are getting all set up and excited about this one because, well, Alter Ego does not want to be going home already. Reminder for everybody, we are starting with 4 teams in the losers bracket. If you were defeated at all within your group stage, the only way you are getting in the top 8 is through that loser side. So this is an elimination match between Nemesis and Alter Ego. Currently, Nemesis up 1-0. If Alter Ego lose one more game, well, they are going to be eliminated from our tournament at that 7th spot.
Yeah, and this is a really cool storyline, not only necessarily about this tournament in general, but about this entire season. Of course, you know, we're out here in London seeing 2 North American teams play against each other, so it is natural that something like that would be interesting. But, I mean, this is our clash of our 2 monthly champions so far, which is very cool to see. We got to see Alter Ego winning the February Cup. I forget the order of the months, you know? Getting a little tired.
The Aeos Cup play-ins.
Yeah, it was the Aeos Cup play-ins, which obviously is the reason why they're here, invited, and then winners of the March Cup being Nemesis. So now they get a chance to kind of see the tiebreaker.
Yeah, okay, and we are going to be jumping into draft here, everybody, and taking another look at this one. It will be Alter Ego choosing that first pick position again, and it looks like they will be banning away that Leafeon. So again, this ban strategy is going to be sticking out throughout this tournament. Now, Alter Ego is going to ban the Blissey. I feel like this might be indicative of them grabbing a Hoopa first pick again.
I think that would be a fair choice. I mean, again, you really have to fight for these supports currently, though it looks like we might be seeing some sort of shit. Okay, Crustle. Actually, I think the Crustle is a super, super smart choice. Obviously, you do have to fight a lot for supports, especially with the support ban, but the Crustle is clearly a really, really big key part to kind of why Nemesis was able to shut down Alter Ego.
Right, but now because of that, you get that crazy good defender in Crustle, but you gave away the Hoopa. So now Rex has access to that, and Metallic still gets that Blastoise. Probably the best in-class top path Pokemon outside of Buzzwole, definitely in this region. And I mean, we're looking at this region. We're gonna have repeat picks for Alter Ego again this time. The Inteleon and Espeon, an incredible attacker core. It'll be the Cramorant emerging yet again for Ife. Cramorant enjoyers are blessed by Nemesis.
Yeah, you know, every once in a while, like, I mean, obviously Nemesis is a really good example of it, but I think Nemesis on broadcast for official UCS tournaments has had like a 100% win rate with Cramorant over the past like month and a half, which is not that many matches, but that's still very impressive.
Right.
And being able to control space was also really gigantic to kind of stopping a lot of those sieges. However, interesting pick over here. The Eldegoss we've seen very impactful, but Garchomp.
Yeah, we're going to see the Garchomp instead of the Machamp in this game. So I think liking that matchup into the Blastoise a little bit better with the Garchomp. And the final selection for the side of Nemesis is going to be that Slowbro. Slow Beam, of course, we talk about how that Unite move basically makes this Pokemon in competitive play. Extremely, extremely strong. It's going to be chasing down that Garchomp particularly. Garchomp's Unite move is unbelievably powerful when you're able to get in the backline, especially when you have a Cramorant or a Glaceon within your range. However, Asmonville's going to play that very, very carefully, make sure they're locking down that target and protecting their backline.
Yeah, I also really like Trainer on the Glaceon. It's going to have some really nice juicy targets, specifically, I mean, well, really both their frontliners. Pretty much any frontliner in the game is not going to want to deal with Glaceon, but I do like it a lot.
Yeah, and we actually see Joey making an item adaptation on that Crustle. It's still popular, but still equipping that Assault Vest into a team with Glaceon and Cramorant and even Blastoise. All three extremely, I believe actually the whole roster, all 5 of them are special attackers. So adding that Assault Vest, which increases your special defense, is a very, very good option. It'll essentially be able to ignore the first instance of Icy Wind. It's going to be the most common use of this Assault Vest for the Crustle.
That's true. You can basically just throw Assault Vest on everybody. You're true. It's an entirely special attacker team. But here we go. Game number 2. Nemesis needs one more win to continue on in the bracket, but Alter Ego need to stay in this by taking it back to game 3.
Yeah, I believe JL also equipping it onto their Eldegoss, which will be really, really interesting. Normally we see some attack speed items there instead. We're going to have Rex taking the red buff, wanting to make sure that it's tough for Machizzle to stack early game. So if Machizzle is going to try to make it to the enemy goal zone, that red buff slowing effect on both the Eldegoss and the Hoopa is going to make it tough for either of these top path brawlers to make a presence on these goal zones.
Yeah, this I would have to assume this is going to be a little bit more of a slower top path game than we're seeing a lot more recently.
Yeah.
Neither of these two wants to be extremely aggressive. Obviously, there's an opportunity for either one too, but I feel like they just want to be able to get to their power spikes above all else. We are going to see a lot of just kind of backing up, playing it safer here.
We only saw it for a moment there, but watching a trainer play this Cramorant in the early game is really interesting to see just the little Cramorant mechanics emerge. They're often just auto-attacking into nothing to try to equip their beak with a wild Pokemon. If they can get the Pikachu in that random chance, that's awesome, but most of the time you're going to see Trainer enter into a team fight with a fish in his mouth.
Yeah, just gotta, you know, you gotta make sure you're not hungry. But Altaria gonna be now going down very quickly. Actually, kind of a lot of focus up top from Nemesis when Alter Ego was missing one. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it was a lot. Normal amount for Nemesis, less amount for Alter Ego, as the Garchomp kind of snuck backwards and maybe didn't get some of that EXP.
Yeah, not going to get it. Otherwise, JL would have evolved with that one. I believe that final ball toy or bundle B will be enough to get the Eldegoss, and they will be evolving. So JL now at that level 4 is obviously going to be going the Pollen Pop, the very, very popular healing option the Eldegoss has access to. I miss Leaf Tornado, but Pollen Pop's just a little too good.
Hey, you know, you gotta love going fast. It's a whole lot of fun, but Pollen Puff certainly is too good. Unless you're on Red Ping, and then it just misses all the time. Or me on Green Ping.
Here we go. The first 8 minutes spawns of the burst. Both teams showing up in numbers. Alter Ego a little bit later, but that's all right because Nemesis was not able to wipe out those wild Pokemon quickly enough, meaning that the Alter Ego is able to capitalize. JL takes a lot of damage. Cramorant's getting the first stages of that combo with that dive air slash. Dive already here, and will be a ton of burst damage for Cramorant to have.
Yeah, now it's really fully online, and not only even just the burst damage, but of course just the sneakiness. It's very hard to lock it down, especially if you're trying to hit something with Snipe Shot. If you ever fought a good Cramorant, good dive Cramorant with Snipe Shot, it is the most annoying thing in the world. Sometimes they're invincible, sometimes they move forward, sometimes they move backwards. You gotta figure out where they're landing. It's all very, very tough to lock down.
Or Rock Tomb, right? We've seen this now a couple of times. So we've seen Joey try to lock down Yeetfan, but every single time they're just popping onto the other side of the wall. A very, very cool mobility option that Cramorant has access to. You can just avoid the rocks entirely. Asnable, on the other hand, Slowbro has not learned dive yet, so not going to have that option available to them. Trainer going to launch the Glacial stage. Snowcloak passive is gone, thanks Regirock, and now Joey is going to be trying to chase down that target. Snipe Shot goes wide, but we have a really slow engage from Nemesis so far, despite already using that Glaceon Unite.
Yeah, both top pathers still just up there chilling, so this is not going to be a full commit from either of these teams like Alter Ego had last game, but they're pretty close to full committing. However, the rocks, as usual, trolling. We're going to set up some rocks from the side of Joey as well. That's going to allow them to take down Hoopa, at least to start this off. There is some damage, but the Secure is not super gigantic. Trainer is really the only thing they have to worry about. Locking down both members into that Rock Tomb, and the X-Scissor is going to be a great way to start this off, but Cramorant with the Unite popping in. However, it's going to be focused very, very quickly, immediately going down. Trainer going down as well, and now only this Regirock and the Hoopa are there for Alter Ego to try to take down.
Yeah, it's not technically over. Regirock is going to be leashing back his HP. Alter Ego definitely getting the most of the KOs, but this fight is still close. Asmonable is going to be returning as well. It comes close, but the Inteleon is going to secure it. There was definitely a chance of Surf stealing that one away, but not going to be happening this time. Rex does return through the portal, takes a Snipe Shot for their trouble as well, but Phantom Force going to give them the opportunity to escape and retreat back towards their goal zone.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Rex just ran in, just directly point blank to try and steal that, then managed to get out, then got in, then almost had to get out again, just managing to stay very healthy, all things considered. A little bit more fight for the experience here. The Regieleki up top still not going fully contested. We do have a fully online Garchomp though, hitting level 10, that could be burning that down very quickly. However, in the meantime, Nemesis have to defend this tier 1 goal zone. They do have the mobility of the Hoopa. If they want to bring anybody down, it looks like they decided that 3-on-3 was probably going to be enough to at least hold them off. The Hydro Typhoon going to catch 2, as we're going to see Roland manage to get away with the Fell Stinger. However, finally the reinforcements are coming from the side of Nemesis, and maybe it's their turn to take a tier 1.
Hey, Alter Ego's adaptation here is actually pretty good. We're going to leave Machisel on the top side, where normally in the past, we were watching Alter Ego just kind of force 5 members at this goal zone again and again. And instead, we're going to have more of a split push strategy and into a Hoopa composition. Usually that's quite good. However, Machisel will be knocked out in the back line, so Nemesis is going to again showcase that incredible defense and block both of their goal zones from being taken down.
Now, most of Nemesis are up here. Not a huge challenge. JL could steal it, as we know. Best secure in the game. Random auto attack from a support, but not going to happen at least yet. And it looks like quite a few KOs just trading off here. It looks like it was the Glaceon in the end that managed to secure that Regieleki. But they're going to get one of those situations where you lose the objective and you win the fight. So realistically, who's winning here? Regieleki actually going in the background. There's going to be a chance to score there. Right now, the slow beam just to stay alive, which does give you so so much kind of self-sustain during it, and Astable's just staying up forever. Jeez.
Yeah, Astabel at this point just kind of using all their resources to see if they can stay up. I mean, that Surf is going to try to get them out, and they do. They get to the Amnesia cooldown, and while that blue HP bar is there, you're going to heal that more rapidly with that Amnesia, and they stay up the entire time. That is criminal. No slow beam Unite move for this next team fight, though, as Steel is already brought down to half HP. Hydro Typhoon to ensure that no one can get within range of KOing that Red Steel, and Nemesis going to secure another objective and earn themselves an attack buff.
Wow, it looks like we're going to continue to go. The Unite coming out from Machisel on the Garchomp is going to be able to get at least one KO. This is a little bit more of a defensive one. The Unite's going to come out from Cramorant, just trying to slow down Joey a little bit more. It doesn't look like there's maybe quite enough damage, though, to continue to support that. The Unite alone usually is not going to be the thing that finishes people off, and with only a defender and a support here to kind of assist, it looks like we may have to retreat for Nemesis.
And we're already seeing Machisel kind of learn how this Slowbro Garchomp matchup is going, right? We saw that slow beam earlier on the Inteleon on the top side. Obviously, Alter Ego is going to communicate to that to the entire team, and Machisel knows that they are much safer to use that Garchomp Unite move. And it was good enough to KO that Glaceon and have a kind of a pseudo team fight win. Despite them losing the objective, this match definitely feels way closer, and the scoreline is reflecting that as well. 138 to 135. These teams are in lockstep right now. This next EUIC could be massive.
If there, this is a scary choice, right? You have to decide whether you want to commit to this. Like you said, it could be massive, but also it could leave you in a terrible situation. JL just barely getting out, just by the like 1 HP that he has left.
Assault Vest diff?
It's literally an Assault Vest diff, yes.
I know. All right, well, the proof is in the pudding, I suppose, or maybe the HP pool, whatever you want to describe it as. And honestly, all that space has been earned. EUIC will now be entirely going over to Alter Ego. No one within range to take it out, as Nemesis have elected to instead take the positioning in this top elbow. They do not want to give Machisel a free flank around to their backside without having vision on it. So I actually like this choice. However, Yifan has taken a lot of damage. Eventually is able to dive across those rocks and escape back to the portal. But Machisel has now earned that space on the top right side.
In the meantime, though, Rayquaza is actually taking quite a bit of damage. They're playing a scary game of chicken, and immediately we're going to go in with the Unite from the Cramorant. Slow beam just slightly outside of the range of that Cramorant Unite. That's gigantic. The Hydro Typhoon is going to catch several while everybody's getting launched up, and it's the Cramorant to take the final hit on the Rayquaza.
Oh man, Yifan just kind of untouched in the middle, even despite its Unite move, and they're going to take down all 5 members of Alter Ego. Nemesis with a full team wipe as they get the ace. Yifan going to dunk in their own Hundo Burger. No Ray Shield, but not needed, as Asnable is going to wander towards that home goal zone. But Nemesis now in perfect position with 1 minute left on the clock to be taking down Alter Ego 2-0.
It's not fully over yet, though. You can see there's so much Aeos energy in this center area, and they're going to realize that they're getting vision on that, at least, you know, from JL. So they've got an opportunity to kind of grab that. You can see their pockets are starting to fill up, and there's plenty of points. They just need to get a ridiculously good team fight. The Unite, the Psychic Solaire is there, the only one on board for the entire map, and this is a good start. They're now down by less than 100 points.
Less than 100 points. Rex is making their way across the map to try to score on the enemy home goal zone. So Alter Ego now has to take this fight 5v4. Hydro Typhoon from Metallic is absolutely perfect. It is going to be sending everybody out. Great coverage by Asnable to stop JL from scoring as well. Joey can take down Trainer. That's one more target down, but Machisel just doesn't have the HP. Roland is able to throw in 12. The Hoopa Unite move is at the enemy home goal zone. Rex is bringing in the squad. We're going to have even more scores from Nemesis. Nemesis, just impossible to take down. Who can stop this team?
Nobody that's left in this tournament, I'll tell you that much. YouTube tried, but now another team from North America going down to our month 2 champions. They're going to be continuing to move forward in this top 8. An incredibly close ending, but it all came down to just how that final defense went.
Nemesis defending their goal zone so unbelievably well in the early games, making sure that they have a great presence in those Rayquaza fights. We looked at their positioning, and it was perfect. They don't give Alter Ego an inch at any point in time. You can see here as they're giving the good games, of course, North America, loving North America, definitely showing the respect to each other in such an incredibly close set. what a great series to start our day 2.
It is, and it really is truly unfortunate that North America did eliminate so much of North America within this bracket so far, but at least we can continue to see one from the region move on. And I mean, this was well fought.
Yeah.
Tough group overall from both of them, but the continuing of the run, I mean, this is essentially kind of the longest run that we've seen so far from Nemesis. I mean, from any team, right? Nemesis is that run, going all the way from open bracket, having to lose, having to continue to go on, and they are just going on and on.
Right, from Swiss bracket to group stage, and now in our double elimination bracket, they still seem untouchable. Taking a look at the statistics, Trainer, of course, one of the most consistent performing players that we have seen in the UNITE Championship Series. 6 KOs on their Glaceon. Such an impactful central area player.
Yes, and of course, you know, I cannot not say it, but the Cramorant is extremely key for both of these games, and I mean, really, there's not too many players out there who are still using a strong Cramorant, but Yeetfan, certainly, like you said, one for the birds, is an extremely top-level player at this Pokemon. I mean, being able to secure that final Ray was huge.
Yeah, Unite moves, and in the key times, it felt like they never lost an early pathing phase ever. And obviously, in the end, they were the one able to secure Rayquaza and have a very, very strong Unite move in the midst of that fight as well. Taking a look at this scoreline, you could just see how close this match was, really. Rayquaza was KO'd, and then, of course, we have that final push by Rex, knowing they almost had their Unite move up to bring the entire squad into the home goal zone. Even if they let a few go in from Alter Ego's push, they will be set on the other side. And Nemesis going to be moving on in our tournament that much closer to being a potential EUIC Aeos Cup champion, and that much closer to qualifying for the World Championships as well. It's what all these teams are fighting for, is the most prized possession. And oh my word, I mean, they're doing it well so far. Let's take another look at that game.
Yeah, and of course, I want to give a shout out as well to Alter Ego, of course, a great showing this entire weekend. And I do have to say, their draft in game number 2 was so much better. They made some really great adaptations. You can see right here, this is game 1, where they did seem to have a little bit of a struggle trying to find their aggression and how they can actually make their pushes work. And so, unfortunately, this one, I would say, a little bit more of a wash as far as how things went. Nemesis really taking control with their extremely smart draft. But once we got to game 2, things were very different.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the new look from them in that second game, especially with that Crustle first pick, was very, very impactful. I liked that choice, but of course, Nemesis proven to be just a little too strong at that moment in time.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know if we're going to see it again or not, but you pointed out that Hydro Typhoon in the final defense here in game number 2 was ridiculous. That hit every single member of the opposing team, but we've seen some really great stuff from Metallic in general, just being able to hold on to a lot of really good opportunities to use that Hydro Typhoon. I mean, the Unite usage in this game is ridiculous, but especially with a lot of these Pokemon, and this one was a considerably closer game, which you do truly love to see, but not quite close enough to get to game 3.
It's interesting, right? Because so far we've seen a lot of teams target, when you're targeting Nemesis in the bans, you're targeting Trainer or you're potentially targeting Rex on the support picks. We have not seen very much showing towards the top path Pokemon and try to force Metallic onto some strange stuff. Problem is, they do play a host of great Pokemon. Obviously, their Blastoise has been the most impressive that we have seen, but their Blaziken has also been an incredibly powerful comfort pick for them. So it's a really tough time when you're trying to lock down a specific player in the banning phase.
Yeah, it might just be a thing too where you have so much like video and knowledge of a lot of the other members playing together, but with Metallic, you know, you're not going to have as much to be able to really truly counter. But you definitely can now for the past few days. Metallic's been putting in a lot of work. I know the Duke Snack specifically has been saying it's definitely a player to look out for.
Oh yeah, I know. They called it out yesterday. Was the only caster on our team to delve into the open bracket for a player to watch, and well, they're getting it down now. Awesome to see. It was really good to hear from Metallic yesterday, too, on that stage interview. Seeing that they got their family here supporting them. It was fantastic. But we're going to hear from a new member of Team Nemesis now as we have an interview with Trainer on stage. So, take it away.
All right, here we are on the big stage with Trainer from Nemesis. The Aeos Cup trophy is so close you can almost taste it, but I've been told I'm not allowed to. Trainer, what an incredible match right there. What are you looking forward to in this tournament? What do you think is going to be the big thing that will get you guys to win?
When we face Kabi-chan, I really want to beat that team because I heard they're one of the best Japanese teams in the world.
Who do you think is the best team in the world right now, excluding your team and my team? That is just me.
Personally, I think Nouns because they can adapt to many type of Mons and they have a bigger Mon pool than most teams.
Awesome. And before I let you go, trainer, I want to know, if a Pokemon was a horse, any Pokemon, what one would you like to ride the most?
I would ride Bulbasaur.
I like that he had a good answer to that question. That was not a good question. Thank you very much. Do you have anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, I would like to shout out my friends and family and my team Nemesis.
Give it up for trainer, everybody. I'm going to send it back to the booth. I'm being told I have to after that question. Take it away.
All right, is he gone? Okay, great. We're back on just us, thank goodness. No. We love Spraggles. And I love, honestly, shout out to Trainer for being just a champ answering those questions because, oh boy. But great work.
You didn't really have a good answer. That was like very surprising. Yeah. I didn't even understand the question at first. It didn't even make sense to me.
And
so
no one did.
That's top player adaptation right there. You know, that's the
absolutely. I love that they're calling out Nouns in the future. And of course, our Player of the Game award is actually going to be going over to 2016 fan on that Cramorant. Such an incredibly powerful pick. So cool to see. Honestly, mostly because they're the only player really playing it in this tournament at the time.
Yeah, we've had a few players on and off really be using Cramorant, but
yeah.
I mean, especially I think we saw a little bit more in Japan for a little bit, but they kind of fallen off of that. So realistically, it is just 2016 fan, aka Yeet fan, who is really using it quite a bit. You know, used it in, I believe it was in the Grand Finals of the March Cup, using it now, obviously, with a still 100% win rate somehow. So, you know, I'm pretty happy about that.
And I personally think this Pokemon is incredible into that Crustle. We were talking about it a little bit in that game number 2, but just having that natural move of dive to get around those rock tombs feels so strong, especially because your early game, you'll most likely be pathing against that Crustle in the early game in the bottom path. So just having that extra opportunity to outplay your opponent feels so good. I'm honestly surprised we're not seeing more Cramorant.
It's tough, right? It's and it can definitely be a little inconsistent, but I mean, I think it's really good against a lot of what we see. Like I was mentioning before, it's really hard to lock down with Snipe Shot. I mean, if you hit with Snipe Shot, obviously it's going to do a ton of damage, but it's hard to lock down with Snipe Shot. A lot of the auto hits that we see from some of the evolutions, sometimes Dive has some of that invincibility. You can avoid some of it. Very difficult to do, but it just makes it hard to deal with a lot of the meta Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can even kind of get away somewhat from Buzzwole sometimes when it's trying to like chase you down and catch you. There's so many different ways to just move away, get away, and then having to have any of these meta like brawlers trying to get through that Unite, it's tough.
Yeah, it is extremely strong, and obviously 2016 fan makes it look even better. Looks top tier whenever they are playing that Pokemon specifically. And so, everyone, Nemesis is going to be moving on in our bracket now. Of course, Alter Ego will be the first team to be eliminated. But North America, obviously, in this battle, will still be remaining in our top 8 bracket. We have a lot of teams going forward to be looking forward to watching in our broadcast, though. I'm excited to see these rosters play out. Koby Chons now awaiting on that loser side of the bracket. We're going to get to see some more of them. We got to cast them yesterday, and it was a great game.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for everybody out there, of course, just remembering the stakes of what this tournament is. Obviously, we're going to see our first team qualified for Worlds at the end of today, which is awesome. Already, they're basically fighting through Worlds to get to Worlds, right? And then we're going to have $100,000 on the line. These teams have already made it into the money, even if you get eliminated right now. But we'll see what other teams can make it further into the money. We're going to take a short break as we set up our next match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Aeos Cup after this.
On 2023 NAIC game against TTV and Amaterasu, I think I was playing Sableye. There was this game where I spun as Sableye in tier 1 after using ult instead of immediately scoring, and that score not making it made us lose the game. Actually, my jungler punched me after that. Yeah, in my shoulder. Here.
I'm trying to think if I have something hype, like, or something funny to put in, but I don't think so. I think my most embarrassing moment is when we lost March, because it was the only, up to now, it was the only regional tournament that we lost. Like, out of the 12 Brazilian tournaments that there were, we won 11. Like, so the one we lost is like kind of annoying, because it's really like, it makes the record like not perfect. It's like, oh, okay, we have like a 93% win rate. Okay, it's not 100. It's really annoying. It's not 100 because like we could have won. Like, it was so close. Yeah, that's the most. I wouldn't say embarrassing, but like the most annoying moment.
I have a lot, honestly. Okay, I have a good one for this actually. So, over 3 years of Pokemon Unite, I've had a lot of experiences where people have probably made a lot of fun of me, and that's just how it is. You just gotta learn to go with the blows. I would say number one is probably what has stayed with me from season 1 when I used to play jungle role or central role, and that was the Cinderace Corphish ult. It's the final game of the regional finals against 1620 Kings, and my Cinder ult auto aims onto a Corphish, costing us the game. Very fun way to go out. I mean, look, it's been clipped, it's been watched 1,000 times or whatever. It's fun. It happens. I guess, like, it can happen to anyone, guys. Don't aim your Cinder ults on Corphish. Swiss.
I'm French, so camembert.
Asadero.
Mozzarella.
I like cheese. I want to be cheddar.
I don't eat cheese.
Sería Tempo, porque sabe defenderse muy bien y sabe en qué momento entrar para poder seguir peleando.
The best player on my team is Joey because he's the best defender in NA.
Mechanically Fall.
Reggie 195 porque es muy confiable y aparte es muy bueno.
Charvin because he looks like Erling Haaland.
Robbie because he never gives up.
Zera Ora.
If my team would let me, I would play Zoroark because I like playing Zoroark.
Galscoradok. Cinderace because it's my favorite mon from the beginning.
Yo jugaría a Lucario porque me gusta mucho. Desde chico me gustan las películas de Pokémon y desde ahí me gustó Lucario.
Pikachu top lane because it's really annoying and I can throw Electro Balls all day.
Ese jugador sin duda Sherlock porque hace muchas cosas muy locas.
Wolf because he will literally throw himself in the middle of the enemy team.
Me.
El más troll sería Draken.
Probably me.
I would say everyone. Everyone is the most troll.
Cramorant, because yes.
Greninja.
Gudra es un excelente Pokémon. Yo siempre he creído que tiene muy buenas mecánicas Gudra, pero mi equipo no lo creo.
Talonflame.
I'm telling you that Slowbro is just the best Pokemon in this game ever.
I still think it's Super. It doesn't correlate that it's my main, but it's very overpowered.
It's 15 degrees Celsius, which is really cool.
Between 0 and 20 degrees.
19 degrees.
Mi temperatura fría.
I'm not good with temperatures. I'd say.
Welcome back to the Aeos Cup here at EUIC. We're here in London where it is a lot of those ideal temperatures. Seems like a lot of those players really liked the cool temperature, and I definitely enjoy it as well. But things are definitely heating up inside the venue with the matches that we are starting to get going through our top 8 bracket.
Yeah, we already have one team eliminated. We're going to be jumping over to another elimination match up next. Koby Babas versus Koby Chons. And honestly, I am so excited to get Koby Chons back on the broadcast. I'm so excited to get Koby Babas on the official broadcast for the first time. I feel like this team has been taking names, taking down teams all day long. It's going to be so exciting. But before we get into that match, we have a really cool look back at Nemesis's Game 2 win from their perspective. We're going to hear from Nemesis. Take a look at this video.
I'm Kremoto. Alright.
Just flip it, bro.
Flip it.
Just flip it.
Go, go, go.
I stopped the LD.
What?
Hurry up.
Flip.
And I take.
Look at secure. Nice. Go score.
Kill.
Kill.
Look at Intel.
Time, baby.
Yeah, look at Intel. Please help me. Thank you. Thank you.
One more.
Thank you, E.
Let's go.
Let's go. E, score your 50. I got you. Hurry up. We got 2 seconds before this guy comes.
Yeah, we won, bro. Yeah, cut.
I'm getting my 100 too. No, I'm out.
AZ was trying to sell this game, bro. Just chill. Yo, lock in. Lock in. Don't die.
Don't chasing me.
Lock in. Yeah, just keep running. Keep playing the game. Just serve.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh my word, I love this team. Let's just flip it. Please look at Intel, please. There's a lot of good calls there. That's good. If that keeps up, we're definitely going to have some good stuff from Nemesis throughout the day. I cannot wait. But Nemesis now at this point is going to be awaiting their next opponents, whoever is going to take a first loss on that winner's side. But the next matchup, like we mentioned before, is going to be Koby Babas versus Koby Chons. I cannot wait, Wonder Chef.
I know I'm going to keep saying it, but I'm definitely going to mix up these two names. They're not similar in idea, but they start off the same phonetically.
Koby, a bit of a toss-up.
It's okay. I love capybaras, so I'll remember it very easily. But yeah, capybaras, I'm so excited to see for the first time. Obviously, Koby Chons, we've had a chance to see on broadcast, and obviously quite a bit beforehand. But Koby Baba's a team that nobody expected to get quite this far, and they have taken down a list of names to get here, just really representing their home region very well.
Yeah, they got that EU buff, right? We are going to be playing within your hometown for a few of these players. Of course, young Leon just dripped down. On stage always. I love that jacket. They got the beanie on as well. This team is fantastic. Fabao, Nils, Ock, Leon, and Toast. What a roster.
Yeah, extremely strong roster, but we just really haven't seen them. I mean, they did make top 8s in the monthly cup so far this season, but very similar to Nouns, they haven't really kind of made that super top showing as far as a team together. However, from seeing previous UCS seasons, I mean, these names are extremely good, and we've seen so many of them in regional championships, monthly broadcasts, etc., etc. So this is the moment where it's like, okay, hold on a minute. Is you just need a live tournament every single time to really pop off?
Yeah. Lanimals, every single one of them, all right? They are locked in, but they might have to go up against the toughest opponents they have had to face yet. Koby Chons, we've talked a lot about them at the beginning of this tournament, are one of these favorites to take this entire one. One of our 2 invited Japanese teams here are the champions of the Asia Champions League, which happened recently. You can see the jerseys they are wearing. They did have a little bit of a stumble in the most recent World's Qualification Preliminary for Japan, the biggest tournament as of recently. They did come in 4th place, so not making it into their big regional qualifier quite yet in the first preliminary. But here at this event, they have been playing out of their mind, able to take down 4-3 twice yesterday to qualify for this event. It was through the loser's side, though.
That's true, losing to Shin and Rode, who I mentioned before actually defeated them in the ACL group stage, and apparently maybe just has their number, but that's not a team that we're going to see them fight again quite yet. That Shin and Rode is going to be up in the winner's bracket, so now they're down here in losers, the only remaining team from Japan. And again, I'm not trying to say this in a negative way, but I think if I had to talk to everybody that I talked to before this tournament, the majority overall, it was pretty split, but the majority chose Koby Chons as the winner for the entire tournament. So to see them in losers in our top 8 immediately, huge surprise to kind of everybody. And also, to see 4-3 not make it out of that group, having to fight Koby Chons twice, that was another one of those teams. So already this is, I would say, kind of the favorite in the losers bracket.
Yeah, one of the most terrifying groups for sure. But let's take a look at these 2 team members. Defender on both sides, Kokada on that Blastoise. I think oftentimes we see Kokada playing out of the top side with that Blastoise for the most part, but Fabao loving that Slowbro. A win rate of 50%, but let's face it, Koby Babas has had to play so many games overall in this tournament. Slowbro getting a lot of statistics in the mix.
Yes, that is true. We did just get a chance to hear in that break from from Zulu saying that Slowbro was the secret broken Pokemon of the game, although I do think quite a few people consider Slowbro quite good. I don't know if that's a secret. But, you know, we've seen it quite a bit today. There's so many defenders that you don't necessarily always go down that route, but especially if there tends to be some star players, some great attackers on the other side, it's a great Pokemon.
Yeah, another player that's going to be playing a lot of defenders on Koby-chan's side is going to be I Am Tomato. Now, Tomato's defender play has been phenomenal for months now. In the Asia Champions League, in this event, it feels like they just really haven't slowed down at all. But reminder to everyone, there's a lot of good press around Koby-chan's, right? A lot of people very excited about this team and how strong they are, but they're also a young team. I think the average age of this team is 17 years old, just entering into the tournament. But we have our draft phase beginning for our game number 1 between Capybaras and Koby-chan's. EU versus Japan in an elimination match.
And already we're getting some pretty classic bans from both sides here. Kind of surprising to see the Buzzwole ban come out from Capybaras, as Koby-chan's has proven that they don't really care about that Pokemon very much.
Yeah, exactly. And Koby-chan's going with a double evolution banning strategy, both the Leafeon and the Sylveon. So very interesting. Koby-chan's actually notably have been teams to do a lot of research on what the enemy team has been playing and target ban that happened against For Free, both in matches. So definitely having a lot of intel on these teams gained from watching some of these Swiss bracket games, making sure they're keeping an eye on all of their competition.
Yeah, and Slowbro first pick, we've just talking about Slowbro quite so much, but seeing what the attackers that are chosen is going to be a pretty big deal. Again, the metas are very different based on regions, and I would say Japan to Europe specifically, very, very different metas, more so than maybe most of even just comparing the other ones. Yeah. We'll see if we see any cool surprises. Obviously, we saw the Japanese team choose Serena yesterday. I don't think we're going to see it again. So far, staying pretty close to the path.
Yeah, we're going to be locking in that Trevenant again. It feels like that is I Am Tomato's strongest pick. However, they're, don't forget about their Lapras, actually. Incredibly strong player on that specific Pokemon. The Mew attacker definitely makes sense. They have loved playing this Pokemon in the tournament so far. This Pokemon getting a lot of playtime on Koby-chan's. Last 2 picks for the side of Capybaras. Very interesting. We're currently hovering that Gyarados with the 3rd damage dealer on the roster. Meowscarada or Talonflame, both interesting options. Now a attacker in this final slot is a really tough choice to make with the Talonflame, who can really take out that Pokemon. But the Dragonite has been Koby-chan's strategy they've gone back to again and again and again.
Yeah, Japan in particular has a pretty long history, I would say, of using Dragonite even in the most recent meta, and it is a very strong Pokemon still. I think that they've really proven that there's a reason why that is part of their core group. And yeah, choosing it as a final one I think is a great choice. It's not going to be as vulnerable to the Talonflame as maybe some other attackers that you could choose in that situation. It's going to be able to give them extremely strong Secure, which is really important, I think, because they're going to have to challenge some of the Secure from having potentially Fly. The Espeon can be quite strong Secure, so they've got to be able to challenge it. Yeah, Gyarados,
bounce Secure too, right? I think the counterplay on the side of Capybaras is going to be actually really difficult into the Dragonite. When For Free had success against the Dragonite from Koby-chan's yesterday, it was all on the back of just really good isolation play. Before the Dragonite can even get in position to Hyper Beam, we are constantly pushing them out again and again. Now, basically, our only option is going to be the Slow Beam out of Slowbro, or potentially a very early use of that Psychic Solaire of Espeon. But those are really expensive resources to be using just to stop a Hyper Beam Secure. So I honestly think this Dragonite is looking fantastic for Koby-chan's here.
Yeah, the slow beam target is going to be really, really important as far as kind of how the situation goes, because if you're not looking for the secure, Dragonite might not always be the best answer for the slow beam, but if you're looking for the secure, obviously you just want to get rid of that. But I mean, there's some questions before we even get to that point as we're getting into game one here, and my big question is, are we going to see this Magikarp pop off?
I love just watching them pop around, you know? This Pokemon is so funny. I'm so happy that Magikarp is a part of our game. Bottom path clear is going to be very interesting. I believe the Dratini will be just taking the blue buff. We do have a pause one player just having an issue on stage. We'll get that sorted out as soon as possible, but I believe it shouldn't be anything too major. We'll have more Pokemon UNITE action coming up really, really quick one, Jeff.
Yeah, I did see everybody kind of get out of the gate, but we'll make sure with our shout-outs to our translators, by the way. We can see them up there. They've been helping out a lot with all of the teams, of course, where there is quite a bit of a language barrier.
Right.
We're a lot more used to that at Worlds, you know, where it's literally called Worlds, but when you really think about it, there are so many different teams from so many different regions here that it is great to have the help of them. We've been hanging out with them quite a bit this weekend.
Yeah, it's true. An international tournament thing we got going on. And oh, look at that. We got the Tandem Mouse on the end on the stage for Copy Babas. I would love to see Tandem Mouse and Mousehold in the game of Pokemon Unite. That would be an awesome addition. I would love those two.
Oh, yeah, that's my pick. We may or may not have done a media piece where you did not get that correctly, but we don't need to talk about that later.
Well,
I don't actually
sounds like we did talk about
that.
that.
A little bit of a spoiler.
Yeah, all right.
Maybe that counts as talking about it. Hopefully they can figure out whatever this issue is. But again, you know, for people who are maybe not as used to watching Pokemon Unite, the big kind of cool thing about Magikarp is, of course, one of the most new Pokemon to the game. And technically, we usually call it Gyarados because it does eventually end up as Gyarados unless something really bad happens, which is pretty much not going to happen. There is a unique mechanic as far as being able to evolve. Now, most Pokemon in this game evolve at levels, but specifically Magikarp evolves, well, it does evolve at a level, but that's not really how you want to evolve it. If you get it that way, you're probably in trouble.
Exactly, yeah, really trying to showcase its nature from the video game, taking quite a while to evolve. Magikarp has an effort gauge. It takes damage, if it deals damage, if it gets KOs, if it assists in KOs, or if it scores, any of those elements will actually increase that effort gauge, and if you fill it up, you immediately evolve into Gyarados, and maybe one of the most interesting things about that evolution is you get access to both of Gyarados' moves at that moment, which is absolutely huge. So, having that available for your Pokemon is going to be awesome, and you don't want to be Magikarp because you don't have access to either of those moves until you evolve to Gyarados. You will always evolve at level 7. That is the minimum moment, but that is a long time to wait.
Yes, that is not at all what you want to actually do. But we are going to be restarting this, so we've got a video for you. Check it out.
And here we are watching this winners match in our top 8, Doob Snacks, Fusion versus Nouns.
In the field action here, we just had Nouns tied up against Fusion. It is 1-1. They're going to a Game 3 in this winner's round.
What an exciting time for Pokemon Unite, and what an exciting time to pop in and out of frame.
Wow, good to know. We have that match happening on the B stage right now. I know a lot of people were attending that one live in person. Folks, you gotta come and see these events live. Pokemon Unite at these in-person events is so, so cool. We're part of a giant Pokemon celebration, of course, but the fact that we are seeing Unite here is fantastic.
Yeah, I didn't even know exactly what we were going to be looking at right there, and I'm still not 100% sure what we were looking at. No, I'm just kidding. We were seeing some magicians, I believe, messing with the camera. But no, I'm really excited for all the matches. I'm sorry, illusionists. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, no, I mean, there are so many high-profile matches today. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, especially just seeing how many of these teams have had to fight so hard to get here. I feel like this is something that's completely new to, you know, kind of our scene where we're a little bit more used to things going kind of starting off like normal, but not having to start with such a ridiculous open bracket.
Exactly, yeah. And folks, for the official broadcast, we wanted to just give you that update. We will not be missing any of the elimination matches whatsoever. We will be covering every single one of those on our broadcast. But yeah, right now, apparently Nouns Esports and Fusion tied up 1-1. Going to be very interesting to see who is going to continue on to that winner's bracket. Nouns Esports on a bit of that miracle run, or trying to make it so. Had to play in that Swiss Open bracket, and then they made it out and made it through the winner's side out of their group stage.
Yeah, and then Fusion, I mean, one of those teams that realistically has not lost, I think, in the tournament so far.
Single game.
Yeah, they have not lost a single game.
2-0'd every single match.
Nouns, for the first team to actually take a singular game on them, which is a pretty impressive thing to begin with, but again, the only team that really has repeated this this season so far, and there's none of those aside from that.
Well, let's take a look at some stats for the tournament so far. Our most picked Pokemon out of our day one. We looked at this before, but Espeon at 60 picks in total, 73% of games are looking like an Espeon game.
And Eldegoss, which we've even seen already, is just such an impactful support at the moment. It can do so many different things. Speaking of nouns, of course, we always got to look back to that moment from yesterday. If you haven't seen it, check out the Unite Esports Twitter. They did a great job of posting that. But we see a lot of these other ones that have been banned quite a bit. I would say the biggest ones here, Eldegoss and Sylveon, certainly never banned, which is why we see them. Even Espeon doesn't really get hit by that. But Crustle, Koopa, those getting down there, we've seen a lot more.
Yeah, if we included bans, they would all have like triple digits, right?
Yeah,
with the 52 picks, 50-some bans, like those Pokemon definitely receiving treatment on either direction. We actually had some predictions about Pokemon that we thought were going to be the most impactful throughout the weekend. Like I mentioned, every single time this graphic comes up, I really believed in Blaziken. I was told a lot by players about how this Pokemon has just been taking over scrims, falling a little short, but my Eldegoss Crustle Espeon picks, I feel like they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're definitely looking really good. I mean, you could definitely see those Pokemon on that list previously, even though some of them have received some bans. The Blaziken, when we see it, it has done quite strong. My first pick was Buzzwole, and in my opinion, it's pretty true. You know, we've seen a lot of Buzzwoles do really well. We ended up seeing some teams decide that they wanted to ban it when they didn't ban it. Inteleon, I can't believe none of you chose Inteleon except for me. It's such an important Pokemon.
It is pretty good. I do feel like Espeon is kind of outclassing it from time to time now, so depending on the role that we see it in at this point in time. But yeah, Inteleon has seen some big impact. Didn't work out in that last series though, falling a little short time after time, so maybe it shouldn't have been on the list, who knows. Let's take a look at some players to watch that we've each chosen. I put Xingdi from Shin and Rude after their performance yesterday. I just had to get them on my list. They are unbelievable. They make Scyther look like it is literally the best Pokemon in the game.
Yeah, you know, another player. I also chose a Scyther player from this weekend, so I think we are actually, we should talk about Scyther later, but Reggie is my pick from Rework Respawn, and both Xingdi and Reggie both doing incredibly well with not just Scyther, but basically all of their picks, and both of those teams are not only actually in the winner's bracket, but they're going to play against each other, which is a very cool thing to potentially see. But well, let's talk about the other picks from our friends. We talked about Metallic earlier, actually, so I feel like we could skip Doob Snacks, but what do we think about Toon Slim? What can we say about Toon Slim?
I mean, Toon is a player that if you have watched any amount of Pokemon Unite at any point in time, you know this player. They've played in North America for a time. Of course, they're going back to their home region of EU to play last season and this one as well. And they have now formed onto this Nouns esports roster, but they were such a pivotal part of that Talibobo roster, just the dominant EU team from last year. And now this year, they are trying to make a new squad out of that. And yeah, we currently have Koby Babas on screen, but I know a lot of them have played against and with Toon in the past.
Yes, certainly. I mean, most of the teams from, you know, every region have kind of had some pretty good experience playing with everybody else from their own region, whether it's, you know, on their team or against. But, you know, we're this far into Pokemon Unite, and the scenes really have kind of collected, you know, like they've kind of like a lot of people are friends within the scenes. A lot of people have been teammates. There's been, let's be honest, there's been a lot of team shuffling in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, of course. So, yeah, due to the nature of our event, you want to just play with people who you think you're going to be the most successful with. Of course, you want to try to qualify for that World Championships and have the most championship points within your region to guarantee your spot. It's a very, very competitive setup for our game. Provides some great matches, but definitely players are doing everything they possibly can to win.
Yeah, you've got to do everything you can. We've gotten more and more competitive as time has gone on, especially not just, you know, amongst your own region, which is something that we are seeing, but also amongst basically every region.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we have a player to watch on Koby Babas. You just saw a moment ago on camera is going to be Toast. Has played a lot of Mew, has played a lot of Talonflame, so a bit of a mixture of Pokemon that we see. I have to imagine going to be mostly playing out of that central area. And Mew, definitely a Pokemon that can exist there. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, Wonder Chef. A Pokemon that we normally see in that attacker spot, having great secure options, usually means you play out of that bottom path. But Mew can do well with a little bit of an abundance of experience. That's normally why you go to that central area in the first place, to level up as quickly as possible.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much flexibility as far as what you can actually do with it, and we really are seeing Mew every single time it's there be very, very important. Of course, I want to talk about Talonflame because I am greedy and love talking about I guess I like a lot of the bird Pokemon too. That's pretty funny. Yeah. But Talonflame currently, which we see very impactful, is just so good. Fly is such a good move at dealing with a lot of the sure hits from a lot of the evolutions. It's so good at dealing with a lot of the current special attackers that don't really get it, or I should say attackers in general that don't have a lot of mobility to get out of the way.
Yeah.
It's great at dealing with Hoopa in a few different ways.
Yeah, that's interesting. Talonflame, interesting. The Glaceon matchup is back and forth, right? Because you can dodge the Icicle Spears, but also if you Talonflame and you fly and you land on a target who still has Snow Cloak, then it falls a little bit short. Well, let's talk about ROM on the other side, Mew and Inteleon. I think if we're going to be talking about good Inteleon players, ROM absolutely has to be in the conversation. In the Asia Champions League in particular, they were unbelievable, but it looks like as of this tournament, it's all about their Mew.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty surprising because Mew has had a really interesting kind of up and down over being banned, or sorry, not banned. Mew's not banned. Over being nerfed and buffed. I'm sorry. Where it was, I would say Mew was kind of the dominant special attack for quite a while, right, last year. And then now that we're in a situation where some Pokemon have come out that have been a lot stronger than it, and then those Pokemon have been nerfed a little bit, it's kind of coming back, but only every once in a while.
Yeah, it's true. And you see the stats on that Mew, 110,000 damage on that Pokemon. Absolutely absurd. And okay, Wartortle as well. Hopefully not a sign of a Blastoise that can't fully evolve. We would love for them. Or maybe it is, because I believe it's Koby Chons who has drafted the Blastoise. So maybe Koby Baba's playing the mind game and be like, look how cute Wartortle is. You guys should just stay as Wartortle instead.
You should get like a little piece of cardboard and like put the little level marker above it, and just have it not quite be enough to evolve, just as like a 6. That would be pretty good. But yeah, we've seen that. It's kind of funny, I love Wartortle. We were talking about our favorite kind of second evolution starters Pokemon, but we do kind of see it as like this is not a good thing to be, right?
Yeah. And just an update for everybody watching, we do have the lobby remade. The draft is already finishing up, so the game is just moments away between Koby Babas and Koby Chons kicking off. We're currently at 0-0, of course. It's a best-of-3 set. Whatever team can get to 2 wins first will be moving on in our tournament. The other will be eliminated. And I think we're all asking ourselves, how far can this Koby Babas team take it? I mean, we were doubting them so much after just not a lot of teams, our players or analysts had them predicted to make it out of the Swiss stage. And what do you know? They are now here sitting in top 8, representing their region while playing in it.
Yeah, and of course, we've been so busy on this broadcast, we haven't had a chance to see them very much. I'm not sure if they were on the Unite Battle Hub stream yesterday, but I feel like, again, they kind of just like snuck through while people were not expecting them to continue to go on and on and on. But if there's one opponent that they've got to defeat to truly make a statement, it's this one. I mean, they certainly already have, but we'll see if they can do it here. Our first game of Koby Babas versus Koby Chons in losers.
All right, let's get into it. We're already here in the crowd supporting. I have to assume that's for Koby Babas. They got that home crowd advantage, right? So you're going to see that extra little bit of love. We're going to see that Dratini moving into the central area again, slowly clearing as Kikata has a really nice early rollout, is able to steal away that contestable ball toy and push it onto their side.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, we were talking about it before, but seeing how this top path goes, specifically with this Magikarp, is going to be a huge indicator of how the rest of this game could go. It's one of those Pokemon that you're really committing to making it work, and if it, I mean, it's kind of the center of your team in its own weird way.
Yes, it is. Of course, Gyarados having a lot of great options once it evolves. That bounce move, really, really powerful. The longer you channel it, the farther you can jump, but it also gives you unstoppable while doing so. You could play around Tomato's Wood Hammers in that moment, channel that move, and then of course don't get hit. Or a Blastoise Unite move is a great use of that. Don't get hit by the Hydro Typhoon, just charge your bounce.
Yeah, especially if we're seeing a Hydro Typhoon to try and stop a secure. Yep. It's such a good way to just kind of say like, I really don't care what you do, all I gotta do is time to move correctly. But so far, no KOs up on the top path, as we're gonna see all of the kind of center error Pokemon gather up there. In fact, most of the experience is gonna go to Koby Chons. Koby Baba's realizing that with just the Magikarp, they do not have the aggression to be able to kind of fight their way for that.
Yeah, Capybara is playing their Espeon into the central path for a little bit to try to get the most experience, but they are not going to be alone for long. Koby Chons actually sending 3 members of their team into the central area to try and stop them, and they are going to take not just the blue buff, but some ball toy experience as well. Feibao is just going to have to grab that ball toy in the central to even keep pace.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been worth it to try and run down that Magikarp to get a little bit closer, but it was pretty far away. Magikarp is not the fastest little dude, but you just want to think of every little thing you can do. Right now, no points scored for Capybaras, which is not the greatest in the world, but they do have the Gyarados popping off now.
Yeah, the Capybaras does have Gyarados, so finally a bit of an answer, so maybe they can chase down Tomato, who is able to take a lot of that damage. Their passive procs and a little bit of healing starts going in their direction. Gonna try to make a dash with the Citrus Berry, but great cutoff. Young Leon gonna be stopping that and earning themselves the KO.
In the meantime, we're just kind of rotating. Looks like we're going to have a few members heading up top for Koby Chons to try and defend against this push. Now they've got a little bit more, or a lot more aggression from Nils on the Gyarados, who is going to be going down pretty quickly. And we are no longer in a situation where pushing is viable. This Dragonite, finally a Dragonite, the Blastoise a Blastoise. So all of these power spikes finally hit, which is really enabling a great opportunity that Koby Chons is taking perfect advantage of, as they're going to get even one more KO before they maybe break this.
Yeah, Capybaras with a really slow rotation. I mean, Gyarados and Espeon are both just clearing wild Pokemon, and this Talonflame, which has been bottom half Talonflame, by the way, for this whole matchup, have just been remaining down here with Feibao and Toast. So not rotating whatsoever. A lot of presence on this bottom path of trying to play with priority around that objective, which is already spawned in, and Dragonite is already within range to secure, I am sure. Hyper Beam, and of course they have all the positioning in the world. Tomato misses that Woodhammer stun, not gonna find it. Nah, we do got a pause on stage.
Oh, interesting. We'll see what actually happened. It looked like everything was going quite well, but at the moment we are definitely paused. Now, we are just about to head to the kind of basement Reggie there. We're just getting to these objective timers, which is going to be a really big deal. And I do want to talk about exactly what you were talking about how we had the bottom Talonflame, the bottom path Talonflame. And I'm pretty surprised about that. I kind of expected, or I should say normally a lot of the time when we do see a Gyarados, a Magikarp attempt, we see some sort of speedster, some sort of like assassin that can really jump up there, help them try to get some of those KOs. So I expected maybe we're going to see the Talonflame. Of course, the early aggression of having an Espeon up there is just as good, but we could have seen something where it was like Talonflame starts bottom, grabs like the second half of the center area, and then they 4-stack top, some sort of big aggressive move, but instead it's been kind of just a chill Talonflame.
Yeah, Toast is pretty comfortable playing that bottom path matchup and just earning as much experience as they can, even despite not having access to as much as possible. So playing it a little safer on that Talonflame. Of course, is one of the best, like you were mentioning, burst damage options. You have Gyarados to kind of initiate some of these moments, have some big splashes of damage, and have Talonflame crash down, which is what we're going to be jumping right back into, as Talonflame does land on Tomato, but the stun was still there. Makes it really tough to re-engage. Feibao going to eject button away from the Hyper Beam, but can't make it out of the way of the Ultra Ball, and Tomato lines up an absolutely perfect Trevenant play. Eject button, Woodhammer, Horn Leeches, everything in Trevenant's kit makes that impossible for Capybaras to deal with.
Yeah, Toast even landed directly into that, getting hit perfectly as they fell. Great choice of timing, and now they're going to be rotating up top where this Regieleki has still not been fully taken care of, and actually getting down a little bit lower means that they've got a better opportunity to be able to set up an overdunk if they so choose. They are going to be able to push it in. Nils getting extremely low, getting KO'd by that Mew with the enhanced auto attack, and now they've only got 5 seconds left. They've got to put in their points. There's not as much time because of how low it was, and they're actually not going to be able to get the full break, but setting up low for a gigantic overdunk is huge, and actually they're just going to be a very tiny overdunk, make sure they're able to break it.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking so tough for Capybaras at the moment. Koby Chons putting together basically a 2-pronged offense and executes it perfectly. They are going to retreat back on time. I think they only gave up 1 KO in that entire moment, and Mew was able to steal away the blue buff after retreating into the enemy central area. So the catch-up options for Capybaras at this point in time are just so few and far between because of how holistic Koby Chons is playing.
And it's playing a little bit sneaky right now. Oh no, you got caught. Very nice little read right there where Nils was going to be. So this top path being really controlled. I love this. They're sitting for vision almost like it's about to be a Ray fight, but it's about to be a Regieleki fight. But just making sure that not a single angle is uncontested here. They know 100% of the information that the enemy team is going to give them. Right now, we are going to have to run away a little bit as this Mew, the Unite coming out to get away from that solar beam, but the Unite to counter it as well. I like that a lot. We are going to see the KO on the Eldegoss. Psychic Slayer is going to come out to give a second over to Toast.
Wow, Koby is having a really successful team fight, and they're going to immediately pivot towards that bottom side, but the final boss of Chons is going to be Tomato. Telekinesis picks up the Trevenant and pulls them away, but it only locks them down for so long as Woodhammer and the Hornleech pulls them all together again. 10 points go in for Koby, but that is the only moment of success on that top side, as currently a Regieleki was given up for that push, and that is going to be walking all the way towards their home goal zone.
And this is only the 4-minute mark. That's something we're used to seeing a little bit later in the game, but this is looking so good. And look at how much pressure is being applied, both on the bottom path from Chons and the top from the Regieleki. You can see all of the wild Pokemon that have spawned on the side of Capybaba's, and they just cannot get as much as they want because they have to deal with so many different things. In fact, who's going to be getting all the wild Pokemon on Capybaba's side? Chons.
Yeah, exactly. Chons is just unrelenting at this moment. Blastoise going to get in for a KO as well. We're actually going to Unite move onto the Slowbro. We have a Hoops Unbound Unite in our own central area. Any bit of comeback experience here seems like they are going to find it worth it. Blastoise is able to ignore so much of that damage thanks to the Rapid Spin defense and the Pollen Puff. Hydro Typhoon going to defend themselves as well. Talonflame with a late sweep in. Psychic Solaire picks up a couple of targets. Flame Sweep through as well, but still, Chons has not lost a single member.
And they are going for more. Okay, maybe not. They're deciding to back up just a little bit. They could have scored something in that center gold zone, but maybe they were just afraid of giving a little bit too much reverse EXP, making sure they don't fully overextend, as they do have a significant level lead, and especially getting something like this level 14 Dragonite KO'd is going to give like full levels basically to the other team. So they want to make sure that does not happen at any cost.
This game is not over, but that moment felt like that was one of the most sealing moments I have seen in Pokemon Unite. Capybaba's threw everything at Chons just in a desperate attempt to earn some comeback experience and defend their own central area, and it comes up extremely short. We have Chons just answering every single time. Another objective will be spawning into the map for about 20 seconds before the final stretch, in which it will despawn, and Rayquaza will be the only objective to fight over. We'll have to see if either team can secure this Regieleki. Currently, the level 14 Dragonite is the #1 in that list, but Leon is going to drop the Unite move. Triple stun with that Hyperspace Fury, but it will be, and Regieleki goes towards the right-hand side. Capybaba takes it. Leon with an absolutely clutch secure.
But there's so many, resources being used, the Hoop Unbound being gone, and now we're going to keep them possibly KO'd. No, it's actually not going to. A little bit more of an opportunity from Capybaba's. It's not over yet. They've got a minute 50, but this Rayquaza is getting burned down. The secure is so good on the side of Chons. They need to stop it, but they've got nothing. The Dragonite coming in clutch once again. We talked about how the slow beam had to target that, but it was just nowhere close. There was nobody else who could even steal it. A huge attempt at a fight from Capybaba's up at the top Regieleki, but they just could not make it work.
I like the play call there. The Gyarados Unite in specifically as well, I thought was the correct decision, but in the end, this game just a foregone conclusion. Chons too strong in our first game of the day.
Yeah, this is, I would say, pretty much guaranteed for them. We do see Toast up in the top path, going for a little bit of a back cap, but unless they somehow have the ability to hold onto 300 Aeos energy, actually they're going to need more than that after all this scoring. Unless they have the ability to hold 450 Aeos energy in their pockets, it's not going to matter. And somehow, I do not think that's something that you can do in this game.
Yeah, nope, not going to be happening. And so in the end, it will be Chons starting off our series 1-0. Which is excellent map awareness at all times on this team. They're totally taking over the objective fights in the enemy central area, just giving Capybaba's not even a single inch to be able to get back in this game.
Yeah, less than an inch, less than a millimeter. This is a strong game from Koby Chons. I mean, they basically held control from the beginning to the end. Their draft was extremely strong. I mean, they just went with what they were solid with, right? And comfort picks on every single one of their members. Nothing from theirs was really taken away. And with some of the stranger picks coming out from Capybabas, you know, they had to go for the Gyarados, they had to go for the Talonflame, which are things that Koby Chons, they don't really care about. Not that they can't work out, but they just didn't have to worry about it, and so it never felt like they were out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, so far, the only team to actually be able to take or defeat Koby Chons in totality. I guess for free, we're able to take some maps, but in the end, it has just been Koby Chons going through this tournament unimpeded, except for Shin and Rude, who are the only teams able to take them down.
I'm so excited to see that team play again later, who is just making a gigantic statement. But right now, there's still a chance, right? This is not over. We've seen some very dominant games. In fact, Koby Chons themselves losing the first game of the entire tournament that we got a chance to watch. I mean, I don't want to say badly, but kind of badly, to be honest. We're free. Truly shut them down. I know everybody was like, whoa, hold on a minute. What is going on? But what happened was adaptation, and we saw the huge turnaround. So when it comes to any of these teams that have already fought this far to qualify, you know that they've got good adaptation. And I'm never going to say any set is over until it's...
Definitely not. Yeah, Capybabas have genuine chances to be coming back in this event right now. Their backs are against the wall. One more game, and you could be eliminated. 2 more games, and you're moving on in this tournament. Now, when it comes to draft, I feel like we will see some adaptations from Capybabas in this next game, because you gotta find an answer to what Koby Chons was able to do at any given moment. I feel like a lot of that's enabled by the Eldegoss. That much healing, that much damage reduction would make those pushes and these aggressive positions possible for Koby Chons at any moment. I mean, Pollen Puff plus Blastoise is a equation of doom for most enemies to have to deal with.
Yeah, and not just the Blastoise, but the entire comp that Koby Chons managed to put together is so damage resistant, to be honest. I mean, of course, Trevenant, Trevenant doesn't even need an Eldegoss to be able to stay up forever. That's just kind of what it does, and extremely amazing Trevenant play over the course of the game.
Tomato is so good at this game. It's crazy.
Joey Tomato match win, please. Although I guess you can't. Let's just let them both pick Trevenant for one match. You know, can we just break the rules of the game?
We're gonna have a 1v1. Yeah, we can break the rules. I think that's in the rules.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We're actually gonna cancel the rest of this tournament. We're just gonna decide it with that. But no, Tomato, incredible play. Also just defending the back line, which they're really don't have to worry too much about that either. I mean, we've got great defensive options from Mew. We've got great defensive options from Dragonite. So they're just chilling.
Yeah. One thing that Capybabas did that we kind of were both left scratching our heads at the beginning of the draft was that Buzzwole ban, right? Especially on the purple side, we don't see Buzzwole ban too often there on that side of the draft screen. But also, Koby Chons has not played very much Buzzwole in their tournament matches. I've enjoyed playing into it. They're very comfortable with that matchup. But still, it feels like into Blastoise, Buzzwole feels like one of the best matchups you could possibly have, especially Rapid Spin Blastoise for that natural counterplay of the superpower.
Yeah, and can I note, too, I don't think well, I didn't talk about it very much, but the Sylveon ban from Koby Chons, very interesting.
Yeah, it feels like a big call-out that we don't really know the answer for yet. Like, we don't have that history yet, but you're right. It feels like it was potentially a correct decision.
Well, every single decision they made is correct, but let's take a look at one of these players, Rom, here on Koby. I almost said, I'm with Capybabas. I did it. I knew I was going to do it on Koby Chons. I know the team name difference. They just sound too similar, but the Mew, such a strong option. And I was just talking about this, but wait, is that... Look at that damage, 132,000. This is a Pokemon that's so good at countering a lot of the dive as well, especially if you have the Unite in the great situations. We saw that used to dodge so many attempts to dive as being kind of the only vulnerable backline.
Yeah, and Mew honestly has a very high defensive stat, like way more than you would expect. But oh man, this is going to be another epic game, I guarantee. I mean, it's Aeos Cup Day 2. It feels like we're always at that moment. So let's jump into the draft phase, which is already underway. A Blastoise ban on the left-hand side, and a Buzzwole ban to follow it up. Leafeon banned by orange side. I wonder if we'll just see the Sylveon again. Yeah, just repeats on the side of Koby Chons ban, but we are going to have the Blastoise be included on Capybabas.
that's interesting. That does mean that we're going to have to see some different choices as far as what's going to be going up top, and I'm excited to see what is going to be chosen. As we, like I mentioned, we've got a very different meta overall for Japan. We could see something like maybe the Blaziken that you called out earlier could end up coming into play again.
That'd be huge. I feel like it would be. Okay, we're going to have the Mew and Eldegoss locked in. That means the Trevenant will not be taken. However, the side of Capybabas, they've already grabbed the Slowbro. So Chons is okay. They can just take that later. Espeon will be locked in. And, ooh, we could take away the Trevenant and play it into the top path. So now we're going to have to see where Tomato will go. Crustl's still available in this draft, though.
I would be so surprised if it was not Crustle. Right. I swear I was saying that as it was happening, but I mean, honestly, I'm surprised Crustle even made it this far in. And the Dragonite, once again, obviously a really good key part of that game going as well as it did. It was actually the first one level 14 in the game very early on, which is always quite scary, but we'll see if we have any other interesting picks. Oscarada finally coming out.
Okay, I like that a lot. I will say I am honestly surprised to see the Blissey at this moment in time instead of something like a Clefable. Dragonite's Hyper Beam is one of the toughest things you're going to have to deal with so far in this matchup, and Follow Me is one of the very few things in the game that can redirect the aim of a Hyper Beam, and it feels like an option that would be very, very viable, but instead we're going to go with just kind of the all-around good Blissey.
All right, so looking at the items for this Venusaur, interestingly enough, we do have the Rapid Fire Scarf and the Incense.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is going to be a Petal Drain Gigasaur.
I believe it will.
Gigasaur, that's a cool name.
Drainosaur?
Gigasaur, I like that.
A lot of fun names.
There's a lot of good names for it, and none of them were correct, but I'll just keep going. But I want to know, what do you think is going to go top path here for the side of Chons?
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we could put the Bulbasaur into the top path. You realistically could. If you do, I feel like Trevenant is going to kind of have a field day, or by that I mean have easy stacks at the beginning of the game. We do know that Nils Trevenant will be playing both the Aeos Cookie and the attack weight, so very, very dependent on getting those early game scores. But Trevenant with that increased HP pool hits like a truck. So we are going to be seeing a lot of big moments from Nils if that early game can go their direction.
Yeah, we could also see the Dragonite up top potentially. I mean, I know that that is way rarer right now than ever before, but there was certainly a time where Dragonite up top was not the most unrare thing in the world. The most rare thing in the world? I don't know. That was too many negatives.
Let's go into the most rare thing in the world. Game number 2 between Capybabas and Chons, which is beginning, but I believe we might be seeing some kind of stage thing. But we'll see at the moment. Nils and Leon running down path at the start of the game, trying to get as much experience as they can.
Yeah, we've got, once again, a disconnect. Something about Mew. Mew. I feel like a lot of Mew players have had problems, just the bad luck. You're honestly, your APM is too high, and you're destroying whatever you're playing it on, you know?
Hitting too many buttons?
Yeah, too many buttons. I certainly, honestly, I just wish I was better at Mew.
Well, and that's what you've always talked about in that Pokemon, right? Yeah. You've always brought up the fact that there's a lot of skill difference in that Mew, and why it becomes the most impactful Pokemon in the lobby is not necessarily because of the Pokemon's individual power level, but because of that player skill expression on that Pokemon. Skill expression comes in a few ways. Obviously, Mew has one of those unique effects in the game where you have basically 6 overall moves where you're allowed to have kind of any combination of them at any time, and you can switch them with a passive ability that Mew has. The cool thing about Mew's passive ability is you actually are benefited for using it more often. You get Unite move charge every single time you switch those moves and choose a new set of them. So if you are rewarded as a player for constantly swapping between these moves as frequently as you can to make sure that you are, of course, all set up for game and have some big moments there.
Yeah, it's real easy when you're playing Mew and you're not experienced to kind of just default to a certain set and just hang on and not really give yourself the opportunity to not only, of course, build a lot of Unite, but kind of let yourself get those like cooldowns going over and over. And so you waste a lot of damage, you waste a lot of time, you waste a lot of Unite charge. But that's why I say it's quite a bit of APM for one particular Pokemon, and that's why the Mew players are breaking their switches or whatever it is. But not really, not actually.
Too cracked on the sticks.
Yes, a little bit too much.
Yeah, so we are going to be seeing a whole lot of Mew in the remainder of the tournament, I imagine. We got a lot of great Mew players within our top 8 today. Obviously, we have a player on Koby Chons who is extremely talented on it. Nouns Esports has 2 incredible Mew players who are currently playing on the winner's bracket side. well, definitely we're going to see a lot of that Pokemon.
Yeah, which I'm always excited to see, right? I mean, we see so many special attackers right now that, okay, let's go 2 steps back here. One of the reasons why we were saying earlier that we see a lot of Talonflame is there are a lot of really strong special attackers that don't have the greatest escape. They don't have a lot of really good defensive options, except for maybe, some of the evolutions, which we do see quite a bit. But when people really try to hard commit to a lot of them, there is some vulnerability. And so seeing Mew, which kind of has an answer for everything, if you can be good enough to actually use all of its tools in all the right situations, adds so much flexibility, and that's a big reason now why we saw, I think, that first game go so well for Koby Chons. Was I was talking about it a little bit before, but they had the Mew as kind of the most vulnerable in the backline, but that's still not vulnerable really at all. We had the Dragonite, who is certainly tankier than a lot of the other attackers that you could be trying to dive, and so as much as I personally love Talonflame, the perfect draft from Koby Chons in game number 1 just did not give them opportunity to really use it.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look back at that game number 1 while we're still waiting on these players on stage to get all set up. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of that game number 1, which, well, let's face it, it's going to be a bit of a Koby Chons highlight reel, right? Yeah. But I do think it'll be interesting to take another look at to see what went down.
Well, what went down was Capybaras, unfortunately, in a lot of different situations, but this was a really big part of this game as well. How much pressure Koby Chons put on the top path, which is not something that we always see from a lot of these more safe teams. And Koby Chons, while we do know that Asia in general can have quite a bit of aggression, Koby Chons so far, they are a very flexible team. They're not one of those teams where it's like, yeah, they're going to push down top every single game, but they found the opportunity here and they ran with it, which obviously worked quite well.
Yeah, I completely agree. This was one of the only moments from Capybaras where they were even able to get in some scoring attempts, but after that, it was just Koby Chons walking all over Capybaras at every moment. And a lot of these decisions, I think we were questioning about their draft phase, but at least they do have some changes in this game number 2 when we get back to it. We're not going to be seeing that Gyarados, we're instead going to be seeing the Trevenant on their side, which I think is so pivotal. And they're going to be able to take that away from Koby Chons because Tomato is just truly built different on this Pokemon in particular.
Yeah, I do remember a little while back, I mean, this was actually before the Trevenant buffs, but we were talking about who we thought was kind of like, or I said something about Trevenant being like Sleeper, one of the most ridiculous Pokemon in the game, and you were like, that's not Sleeper. You're like, that's just how it is. And you kind of made fun of me for it, and I was kind of sad. But no, honestly, the pick, though, that I would like to talk about, and I'd like to get your opinion pretty soon, is like the Meowscarada pick in particular, because we got to see a few of the other teams, or sorry, not the other teams, the other casters talk about how Meowscarada could potentially be a high-impact Pokemon. So I want to know how you think it's going to do in this particular lineup.
Well, the nature of why it's being chosen, of course, is the Unite move change after that recent buff. It definitely has a big point of excellence now. We're being able to use that maneuver as much as possible. I do think that it is an alright option with that double team to bait out Hyper Beams. You can send the clone one way, the Hyper Beam will target it, and you can move to the other and simply avoid that damage. And I do think Meowscarada's just raw damage output might be enough in this scenario as well. It's going to be played by Toast again, I believe. So it will be the Talonflame player from last game will be playing Meowscarada. And honestly, it feels a little bit just like player preference to be on these speedsters, these high damage, high mobility options.
Yeah, fully understandable. I mean, it is definitely a play style, and we're seeing a lot of the star players kind of take that style, but we're going back in. Everything's been fixed. We're back here into game number 2. Again, Koby Chons up 1-0 at the moment, but you know, the good thing about Capybaras is that they are resilient.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for your patience as we are jumping into game number 2. Capybaras having their chance to tie up the series. Koby Chons having their chance to send the other team home.
Nil's extremely low right now on that Phantom, just trying to stay alive. And Tomato actually low extremely as well. So a good amount of little bit of harassment damage, I would say, early on. And these paths are pretty chill. Oh yeah, look at that. There's an invasion.
Yeah, Espeon from Aeos is actually going to be running over to the enemy central area. I love that. After both of their teams have gotten vision on the top and bottom side, they know that Dragonair only took one of the buffs, and that is the perfect green go button for Aeos to charge into the enemy central area and take away their red buff.
Ooh, and now trying to jump on this poor little Bulbasaur. It is able to get out at least for a little bit, but Nils gonna knock it back into place with that Wood Hammer, doing a great job, also stealing the Citrus Berry, continuing to zone out really far away. Love that. Went for the turnaround. Wood Hammer did not quite catch with that hitbox, tried to pull them a little bit closer, but built more than enough space for 37 points already to go into that top tier goal zone.
Yeah, and Nils already at level 6, and you have to imagine that's due on the back of course, that early damage push, but also getting those scores in. Those stacks so important for that player in particular. Aeos, though, this time punished for their aggressive positioning in the central area, a great Rock Tomb lockdown, and now it is going to be the Crussel's turn to go on a wild flank. If you're looking at the minimap, is going to be charging up on that top side behind Toast.
Actually, kind of all of Koby Chons getting an opportunity to kind of go where they want to after that 8-minute mark experience. And honestly, we're going to have another pause. Oh, unfortunate, we're going to have another pause, but...
This time on the other side. So we're trading. We're trading. Both
Yeah.
sides getting their time at the pause, but that's all right. We'll be jumping back into game very shortly. Everybody, so sorry about the delay, but as soon as we get back into it, I know we're going to be looking at an incredible matchup. And so far for Capybaba's definitely having a better outlook this time around. The Espeon getting caught by that Rock Tomb might be what's going on, but that is, but still, fantastic stuff. So far, the draft working out very well. That Meowscarada has hit level 6, and you saw how quickly they were able to delete a Bulbasaur on the enemy team just with that high damage option.
Yeah, and so that's another thing that we were talking about before, well, I should say in the draft, right? Of course, we had that little bit of a pause earlier, and we kind of didn't get back to talking about it, but the way that this comp is crafted on the side of Koby Chons is really interesting as far as who they were going to send up top, and of course, we did end up seeing that it was the Bulbasaur, which is going to give a little bit more free reign, and I think recognizing that, Capybaba's did say, okay, well, what we're going to do, I'm going to steal that red buff, we're going to go up top, we're going to be extremely aggressive. We saw Nils really far past that tier 1 goal zone, extremely far past, and so they were able to take advantage of the fact that that top path, while a few levels it'll be quite strong, very hard to push down early on, it is very vulnerable.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That is very true. But yeah, I'm excited about Nils on this Trevenant. I thought the draft decision to steal it away and play it in that top path position was really clever, and Capybaba's are getting rewarded for just that. Of course, we have the Espeon from Aeos is going to be coming back into the game. I liked that clever steal of the red buff. Very cool. I wonder how aggressive Capybaba's is going to be towards that enemy central area as the match goes on, because certainly that's Koby Chons' play style. And all right, the game is going to be beginning again. Here we go, jumping back into game number 2.
All right, now it's time to catch up on this action that's happening. More points going in up top. That goal zone already down to 22 left. So already the score lead just slightly in the favor of Capybaba's, but it's so early on for even that amount of points to be scored. So you can tell that they're doing quite a good job up there. Down and bottom, it seems like a little bit more of a stalemate.
Yeah, exactly. And all those points being pushed into the top side, I think we're after that mid-birds fight, which I believe that Koby Chons is able to win most of. So a lot of experience being awarded on their side. Capybaba's with 4 players on the bottom side, just leaving Nils alone on the top side to take that little engagement. But now we're going to have Koby Chons rotating down themselves.
Really excited to see this Meowscarada kind of get into one of its first big fights here. Let's see if we can find actually a really good target. We're going to be starting off with the Crustle. It's going to Rock Tomb a lot of members together with that extra. That's a huge deal. The Surf, though, not really connecting on too many members. Meowscarada is very low. Had to get away to not get hit by that. But wow, yeah, I thought that was the Hyper Beam for sure.
Wow, Aeos able to just throw in some special attack damage and take it out momentarily. Toast even throwing in a double team towards the Dragonite to try to distract him for a short moment. And now Capybaba's going to try to put in a bit of a score. Unite move from the Meowscarada does a ton of damage. Flower Trick enough for the Mew, and that is going to reset the cooldown on that move. Toast can drop another one, but they are going to get deleted too quickly. The Dragonite swinging back into this has too much damage. Level 9 on this Dragonite. So impactful.
Yeah, things were going okay when it wasn't there, but now it is just kind of undefeatable, and they're going to be chasing down. There's a chance for a return KO, but no, not quite able to get it. Everybody else except for the Dragonite was extremely low in that situation. And finally up top, we're going to be able to check back in and see that Venusaur has finally become Venusaur, hit its power spike, and at this point, getting any more scores in is going to be nearly impossible as long as that Venusaur manages to stick around there. One of the best goal zone defenders in the game.
Interesting to see Nils on the Trevenant go with Wood Hammer and Pain Split. So we're going with a big crowd control maneuver in Woodhammer, but into a pedal dance Venusaur. Pain Split will be constantly returning that damage while you're taking these melee engagements. I actually think it's a really clever decision for that moveset. A double team from Meowscarada sometimes can be easy to tell which one is the clone currently, but you still gotta respect it. Meowscarada can always appear as that clone anytime.
Yeah, and right now, oh my goodness, the Ridge Lucky burned down so quickly. This time, they are going to be able to get it with the Hyper Beam. The Fend Force coming out from Trevenant as well. I'm not sure that really hit too many targets, but we're going to have Koby Chons winning. It looks like the rest of this fight, they are going to be melting down. The Cycler back up again, comes back up so quickly. I feel like we saw it 20 seconds ago, but not going to be enough. A great defensive option, but not when you've got a runaway, powerful Dragonite like this, already level 11. Meowscarada is staying up to par with that, but I mean, goodness, Dragonite. I'm surprised we don't see more value from other regions.
Yeah, honestly, at this point in time, Koby Chons have stolen away the lead from Capybaba's. Capybaba's not putting a lot of priority on this bottom side objective, going on a very slow clear. The Trevenant earning experience on the top side of the map, but so is the Venusaur. Venusaur, a Pokemon that is so dependent on its level 13. Often you will see very, very slow clearing from the Venusaur to make sure they get as much experience as needed.
Yeah, and I mean, with the fact they're already level 11, I think the level 13 is inevitable. This time it's going to be the Mew. The secure on the side of Koby Chons is so good. They're going to be chasing down all the members of Capybaba's. They are just running through, collecting as a team, which they're so good at doing. The Unite coming out from the cross just to stay up after it took so much damage. They can pick up the Masquerada, pick up probably everybody else. Phantom Forest is going to do a ton of damage, hitting everybody, make you that much stronger, but it's not going to be enough to even keep up nils. So there's another tier 1 down. The lead still only slightly in the favor of Koby Chons as far as points, but their team fights are all going their way.
This combination of the Eldegoss and the Venusaur, it feels like we're in 2022 casting a game again. Like, that is just such a strong combination. We even had the slow beam land on the Venusaur, and it wasn't enough to take away that KO. Second Solaire, though, they finally find a way to knock out the Venusaur, and that is a decent amount of experience back the other direction. Double team does take a whole lot of that damage. Niels is getting in range, but they gotta find a target to Pain Split on if they want to earn back some HP, and of course redirect. Ausch is gonna go down that Hyper Beam. It's just uncontestable when trapped within that Rock Tomb, and again, Capybaba's forced to fight on their own territory as Koby Chons is so aggressive.
Ooh, this is just looking so tough. I'm actually really surprised that the point lead isn't more significant for Koby Chons with how well they've been doing, but I mean, just looking at the levels, they're super in the lead. They've won every single team fight, basically, but somehow Capybaba's have managed to stay not the worst behind in score. They've got 1 minute left to try and even things up. This Regieleki is going to be pretty scary. With how Koby Chons plays, I would not be surprised if they decided to commit to push it down with this much time left.
Huge Rock Tomb, 3 members trapped up against that wall. That is unbelievable. Tomato, I don't know, you were an artist when you're setting up these walls. He's going to lock down Capybaba's. I don't believe the Slowbro is going to be able to make it out either. And now Koby Chons have taken down 2 members. Unite moves used on this defense. Ausch is going to use the Psychic Solaire to try to hold them down for a moment. But that is a level 13 Venusaur now, and the recovery of HP from them is just too strong. Regieleki might not land, but Red Buff is also not going over to Capybaba's, and I doubt Blue Buff will either.
And Capybaba's needs to remember what happened in game 1. They gave too much space for just a few seconds into the Rayquaza spawn, and Koby Chons just burned it down. They burned it down knowing they had the Dragonite. They've got so much good secure on their team, so Capybaba's, they cannot take any extra time. As soon as a moment of weakness, or it looks like there's a little bit of hesitation, Koby Chons is not afraid to do what they need to do at the Rayquaza pit, and already they're pretty much all gathered there.
Yeah, Fabao is going to have to play this so safe, and unfortunately we got another game pause on stage. Really sorry about this, everybody. I'm sure we'll get it sorted momentarily, but well, we're going to be headed into the final stretch when we come back. It's going to be Capybaba's best chance to take a game back against Koby Chons, who currently lead this series 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, just looking back at the kind of strengths here, now, it is certainly in the favor of Koby Chons, but the fact that they weren't able to fully push in that final Regieleki means the score difference is actually not the worst in the world. They're only 3 points apart in our currently paused game. The level difference is only about maybe 1-ish across the board for some of their stronger attackers, so it's not an unwinnable situation by any means. It's considerably closer going to this final moment. Both teams are here. They're both unpausing, and they're getting ready for potentially this final fight of the set.
All right, we're back in the game as, yes, the final stretch has begun. All of those goals are doubled, and the points do matter. in a scenario like this. Tomato is going to be trying to push away those targets, but just a Meowscarada clone at the moment. All the positioning has been going over to Koby Chons right now. The entrance to the Rayquaza pit has been locked down, and the Dragonite has started to do that poke damage already. Slowbro the first to fall, and Tomato blocking off the corridor from anyone else from entering. Nils is trying to fight 1v4 on the other side. This Tomato is doing the same, fighting 1v3 on the top side. Nils has that pain split, is giving them a ton of HP recovery, so at least they're able to stay up in this team fight for a moment. Meowscarada and the Espeon have to play this so safe, but now they've given even more spacing to Koby Chons, who are able to start in that Rayquaza pit. Tomato finally falls, though, as Capybabas have a moment of hope, but Rayquaza is under half HP.
And almost every Unite on the side of Capybabas is still up. They've used the slow beam, not getting all that much effect from it. Only 2 members still up from them, and both of the Unites are now gone. This looks like they need to find some miracle here to even get in, to get close enough, and they're not going to be able to get that steal. Once again, Rayquaza secured by Dragonite, and that is going to mean a huge set of goals and nobody left up on Capybabas to even try and defend.
Feels like Koby Chons' HP bars were so frustratingly stubborn, would not go down to 0 as they feel immortal in that final fight. Eldegoss, Venusaur, so much recovery and defense, not to mention the Crustle, outlasting everything that Capybabas could throw to them. And Koby Chons, one of your representatives from Japan, the only one left in the tournament, will be moving on as they defeat Koby Chons 2-0 for Capybabas.
It happened at the end. It happened at the end. Both of the Koby teams. But yeah, the only representative, like we said, of Japan. They're going to continue moving forward. Of course, we've got to say one more congratulations to Capybabas, the biggest dark horse, the biggest surprise and upset of the entire tournament. They took down so many top teams to get here, and they've certainly made a statement as far as how they're going to be doing in the rest of this season. But like many teams have said before, the scariest team that you could possibly run to potentially is, I almost messed it up again, Koby Chons.
Yeah. Koby Chons will still be moving forward in our bracket. Absolute terrifying team. No one is going to want to have to go up against this squad because of how formidable they have become. I'm looking at the stats right now on my screen. You'll all see this in a few moments, but I Am Tomato on this Crustle was 72,000 damage on a Crustle, 96k on a Venusaur, 90,000 on a Mew, 95,000 damage on a Dragonite. Ridiculous numbers for this roster.
Yeah, we'll see that later, but the game actually just has ridiculous numbers in general. But again, the last chance, other than the selfie going on, I like that, but the last chance for Japan, once again, we are down to now, I mean, now we've seen our first 2 losers bracket matches, we're down to 6 teams, and technically we now have 6 regions and 6 teams left in this entire tournament.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, unfortunately, one of EU's teams will be going home, but I think you already said it, but an incredible tournament run from Capybabas. Just so many squads not giving them the time of day, and that felt like a mistake as now they made their way all the way to a 7th place finish, finishing at the same moment of the tournament as Alter Ego.
Yeah, and they just, like so many teams before them, were not quite able, I think, to kind of counteract this aggression that we're used to from Capybabas, where they're, oh my god, I did it again, Koby Chons! Oh no, please! We can be at least happy that they're not playing each other after this again. But, I mean, they're both great teams. Now we can see these stats that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Koby Chons, their Dragonite at 11 KOs. Just a phenomenal performance from them. Toast with 3 KOs on this Meowscarada and Ausch with the same. I felt like those 2 players were having a fantastic game. We even saw Leon with some great Bliss assistances, but even that wasn't enough damage to get them over the line of the enemy. Ausch with 88k damage on this Espeon, still a very impressive performance, but I was already mentioning the numbers, but 3 members in 90,000 damage range on the side of Koby Chons.
Look at some of the damage and healing on the side of Capybabas, though. Feibao with 170,000 damage taken and 107,000 damage healed from Leon. So there was certainly a lot of tankiness there that they needed to continue to try to keep up, which they did a good job. You know, they were in that last fight forever. Not only, you know, were they the ones, of course, who were trying to take on the other team forever, but they stayed up for quite a long time themselves.
Absolutely, and there you can see the story of the match in terms of score. Such a better game in game number 2 in terms of contention. Capybabas keeping it very, very close, but in the end, that team fight being won by Koby Chons, just too devastating for Capybabas Babas to bounce back from. Rayquaza's KO'd. You know the rest of that one. Koby Chons, your champions in that specific match.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see who they're going to be going up against. I mean, again, for anybody who hasn't been following along, they were really kind of predicted to potentially win this entire tournament. Of course, nobody could really guess anything with how wild the Pokemon Unite meta is right now, with every region being basically on par with each other. It's unbelievable. It's so cool. It's the best we've ever had. And right now, though, I mean, they're still in, right? They're still in. They still got a chance. They kind of have one team that they clearly have had an issue with in the past. They have an issue with them right now, Shin and Rode, who we may be seeing, we'll definitely be seeing them later at least once, but we'll see whether they make it up into winners or into losers.
Yeah, we'll definitely get an update for you as soon as we have those scores in for the winner side. But we do have a interview on stage with one of the members of Koby Chons, so we're going to throw it on over. Take it away.
Hello, I am here with Koby Chons winner. Let's have a little discussion about how strongly you started your day. How does it feel getting a swift 2-0 in a dominant fashion this early in the event in the top 8?
第2日が始まったばかりなんですけれども、初戦で本当に大勝利できて、すごくいい結果を出せましたけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか？
はい、今戦った相手は、オープンブラケットですごい良い成績を残していたので、警戒はしていたんですけど、勝つことができてよかったです。
So now we played against a team from the open bracket. It's a new experience, and they played very well. But we managed to just get the win, show our strength, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean it was a great win. It was a terrific win on stage to kick off your day. I have to ask, what would it mean for Koby Chons to bring home the Aeos Cup Championship to Japan?
この Aeos カップを優勝できて、日本にこのカップを持って帰ることはどのような価値、意味を持っていると思いますか？
アジアリーグでも優勝したように、日本のユナイトシーンを、すごい盛り上げられるような価値があるのではないかなと思っています。
So I'm thinking, as champions of Asia, now if we bring this cup as well back to Japan, I think we can make more excitement around the stage and maybe develop it further for all the region.
Well, listen, it's wonderful having the ACL champions here on a great run to take home the Aeos Cup as well. We've got more action underway, so let's kick it back to the booth. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Deuce. Thanks. Great to hear from Koby Chons. I have a feeling we might be hearing from them more from them later today as they make their tournament run, because with a start like that, I feel like there is a ton of momentum behind this roster.
Yes, I mean, there has been a ton of momentum behind this roster for quite a while now, even before this tournament, so I love to see that. We can take one look back at how they settled their win here. A very, very strong win for them on both games, but it was close in score in game number 2. However, game 1 was pretty much all Koby Chons.
Yeah, just a tremendous showing from Koby Chons. So good. I mean, dominating at any point on the battlefield, whether it's in the enemy central. We're pushing tier 2 here at that moment, right? And then game number 2 definitely felt a little bit stronger for Koby Babas, but Koby Chons just showcasing a mastery of specific Pokemon. It felt like game 1, the showcase was on that Trevenant, though. Tomato just making it look like a different beast.
Yeah, Tomato in general is a beast. Tomato, one of the... that should have been one of our players to watch for sure. I feel like, well, there's just too many. There's honestly just too many in this entire tournament, but the Tomato across the board, both of these games so far, really good examples of how ridiculous of a player they are on those defenders.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was that play call by Koby Babas. I honestly think it was the correct decision. You got to take an early team fight where maybe you have the positional advantage and don't let Ray be a factor, but they just fall a little short. They don't get the KOs they need, and then they, of course, aren't in position for the Rayquaza after that. Which just made it a little too challenging. But game number 2 was a better look for Koby Babas. This Meowscarada pick, I thought, had some really big impact, especially early in the game, and it felt like one of their best answers to finding a way to KO that Venusaur. Not an easy task when Eldegoss is on the case.
Yeah, overall, in general, it was just so much better for them. Yeah, that moment, again, was ridiculous. I mean, that was a perfect rock tomb. And that's them up for such a nice set of KOs here. They weren't able to push that Regieleki in, but it didn't really matter. It all came down to this final fight where it just seemed like Koby Chons was never going down, no matter what. And then, of course, using the ability that they had that Dragonite as such an important part of being able to put the pressure on by just technically not even doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. You just got that passive pressure. It's so strong. And there we go. We got Koby Chons finishing up the tournament, being happy for the photo as well. The player of the game will go over to Kokada on this Venusaur, running that Giga Drain pedal dance build, an option we don't see many players going for anymore, but I honestly think that's not for long. I think this moveset is rising in popularity again.
Yeah, we've seen it every once in a while, and every single time it's because a team is really, really smart about their draft, and it almost always wins. It almost does really well, which is because, again, it has such specific things that it can do, and you can also kind of say, oh, look, I'm choosing Venusaur. You're going to have to deal with Venusaur, and people start to deal with Venusaur, and you're like, just kidding, tricking you in draft, which I think is a really big deal right now with how our drafts go. Any of those Pokemon that can kind of shift. Trevenant, another great example. You're like, oh, this is our defender. Just kidding. That's our top path.
Yeah, those multiple role Pokemon definitely the most valued in draft mode, whether it be Blastoise, Trevenant, or whatsoever. But okay, very exciting. We have our bracket updated now that we can take a look at. So the winner's side matches were happening on the B stage. Nouns Esports fell to Fusion 2-1. So Fusion moving on and rework Respawn able to take down Shinrude 2-0. Means our winner's finals is LATAM South versus LATAM North. Unbelievable lineup. Our next two losers games in front of that, Shin and Rude versus Nemesis, Nouns Esports versus Koby Chons. Oh my word, every match is a giga banger from here on out.
Production, I'm gonna need 30 minutes to talk about this bracket. No, they will fire me. But LATAM North and LATAM South, I've been saying, I don't know, I've been a big fan of the LATAM regions for a while. Yeah. I said at the start of today, and I think even beforehand, I made some guesses that LATAM was really the region to look at. Clearly, out of all of this, LATAM North, LATAM South in winners, both sides. That is incredible to see, but all of the other matches incredible as well.
And now they're both guaranteed at least third place, which will be the best performance for a LATAM team at a LAN event in the history of competitive Pokemon Unite. Obviously, they've only had the opportunity for World Championships, but it is going to be an exciting tournament. I can't wait for any of it, but you are going to have to for just a moment. We're going to go to a very short break. More Aeos Cup on the other side.
Okay. This one, this is a super easy question for me because, it's honestly beating Talibobo and going through to day 2 in Worlds. The moment we realized that we have won and we advanced, we had this curse in our heads. We had this big thing in our heads, not making to day 2 on 2022 in London. It's something pending, it was super annoying. It was super heavy on everyone. And finally, having it off, we made it to day 2. We can compete in the top 8. We can compete in the playoffs. It was a super good feeling, and this is definitely my favorite moment in Unite Series overall, in the tournaments overall.
En la final del regional de 2023 de LAN, en la fase de winners, nosotros íbamos perdiendo como por 500, 600 puntos, y al final ellos hicieron Rayquaza, y lo que me gustó de esa parte es que nosotros no nos echamos para abajo y supimos remontar la partida y al final la ganamos. Nosotros no sabemos cómo, pero la ganamos.
Probably my first monthly win as POC champion 2K22 because we were kind of a French team, so in the French broadcast people were kind of crazy.
Oh, okay, actually, I got a perfect one for you. I got the clip, everything's there. And honestly, you're gonna love this answer. It's perfect. Okay, let me get in the story time mode. So my sickest play that I've probably ever witnessed in competitive was probably the way we ended the February qualifier for Aeos Cup. It's a very important tournament that actually qualifies you to London, and it was something that was really important to our team. We're there in the final game of the bracket reset. We played a long, grueling game, 8 games against the Fury, which was the team that beat us in the winners final. And we're there in the last game. We have like probably a scrappy team comp. I don't know how we pull it together. The game is going on to the last seconds. They take Rayquaza. It looks all over for us. Half of the team were like, it's curtains. The other half were like, okay, come on, let's keep doing something. Let's keep going. Challenged, our Sylveon runs up to the top lane to try score his 50. Asian NoCap runs down to the bot lane to try score his 50. The Crustle stops Asian NoCap's score. They get the Venusaur score off with the Rayquaza shield, and Venusaur recalls to the base, but Sylveon's already scoring. The timer is ticking down. 3, 2, 1. I see the Sylveon, he puts up the score. Venusaur jumps right above him. And you can literally see the moment he just dunks in his head like it's LeBron James and it's over. And we're like thinking, oh my God, I can't believe it. And I'm like, we're probably still lost. Like, you know, it was a good try. And of course, we don't get spoiled by the mobile perspective, but we're there, we're all waiting. And it's like, we won! And we couldn't believe it. And that's, you know, one of those moments that makes Unite magical. It's something that I'll never forget. And it was a great, like, team experience.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokemon Center, EUIC, London.
We are back with the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are here for the Aeos Cup live in London at the Excel Center.
Oh, time for me to talk. I thought you were going to go a little bit further. It's Doob Snacks here on the 1s and 2s alongside the Content Cowboy here. You can say your line.
Yeehaw, everybody.
Here we go. And on camera, we are on fire. My lettuce is all messed up. We are kicking this day off right.
Crushing it right now, as we always do. Spraggle's here. Yeehaw. Doob Snacks right there. Yeehaw as well. We are so excited for these games coming up. At the end of today, we will know which one of these teams is punched their ticket to Worlds, the first team qualified for the World Championships, and the team that will win the lion's share of the $100,000 prize pool.
And let's take a look at the day 2 bracket right now. Winners finals already set. Fusion, Rework, Respawn. But let's drop down to losers round 2, which is where this day will continue. Shin and Rude squaring off against Nemesis, followed by Nouns and Koby Chons.
I mean, all of these games are absolute banger games right now. Shin and Rude is the team that everyone said they were scared to face off against in that open bracket. And then you have Nemesis, the team that was just the absolute demons out there. 5-0, making their way into this group stage. Only taken down by one team, Team YT, yesterday. So far, Nemesis is on quite a run. Shin and Rude as well. Just an absolutely insane team.
It's going to be a great test for this Nemesis team, right? I almost feel like they've been the dream crusher of NA teams as they've had to keep working through them this entire weekend. But I can't understate in the winners finals, I just want to point out LATAM North, LATAM South, fighting for LATAM supremacy, trying to get to the grand finals as well.
Yeah, one of those two teams will make it to the grand finals with that opportunity again to secure their world spot. We're down here in the losers bracket, which means that all of these games are win or go home. One team will continue continue on in this tournament, and one team will have their hopes of winning that World Championship invite dashed today.
A couple of our players to watch in this game, of course, myself staying with my day one pick, Metallic, and I believe it was Zoinks that chose Xingdi from SAR.
Yeah, just so many great players, really. We're at the point in this tournament where there isn't a bad player, there isn't a bad team to watch at all. These are some of the best in the world right now at what really is the mini worlds. We have Xingdi, Ice, Ikura, Solo, and Zzray.
Yeah, and some of these players, specifically on Shin and Rude, from Worlds Season 1, no Lucario, coming back and roaring through here, finding themselves in London again 2 years later to try and take a trophy this time around.
Now, if they're going to be able to do it, they're going to have to take down Nemesis. Again, Nemesis, a real monstrous team out of North America. They just won the March Cup for North America, and here they are doing extremely well coming from those Swiss rounds in the open bracket. Both of these teams, actually not the invited team, they had to fight their way through to be here today.
Yeah, we're taking a look at them here. Rex, Metallic, Azadable, Yeet Fan, and trainer LGC. We got to chat yesterday with Azadable and Yeet Fan, and they are a team that believes in themselves and feel confident about their abilities in this event specifically.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching them here. We got to catch some of the games, you know, in that open bracket when we'd run back and forth between these matches, and a Nemesis game is always really impressive. They're the kind of team that runs up the scoreboard oftentimes before that Rayquaza. I feel like they're in control of a lot of their games, and I expect if we see Nemesis win this, we will see dominant starts from them in a lot of their matches.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Xingdi, the player to watch that was chosen. I'm almost positive it was Zoinks because Chef stayed with their pick of Reggie. So let's take a look at Xingdi right here. Xingdi has been awarded MVP 5 out of 7 games at EUIC. Their win-loss record on Zoroark is 3-1.
And you can see the Pokemon pool that we're showing right here. Zoroark and Blaziken. These are high-skill Pokemon. So there are a lot of Pokemon inside of Pokemon Unite that have incredible output, but you don't have to do a ton to get it out. I'm thinking of Icicle Spirit Glaceon or something like that. Then you can take a look at someone on Zoroark here. That is a mechanical beast. You really have to get familiar with this Pokemon, know how their combos work, but once you do that, you can make some amazing things happen. And now that we're here in person, on land, 0 ping, you'll see players like this go absolutely insane.
Yeah, having the level of mobility that both of those characters have really allows for skill expression as well. Every Zoroark player plays it a little differently, has different approaches to engagements or how they want to close the door on some knockouts, but no exception here in the skill differential game is trainer LGC for Nemesis.
Yeah, Trainer is just such an incredible player. We had an interview with him on stage earlier. We see Mimikyu and Glaceon right here. There are so many Pokemon that I feel like Trainer can pick up. I've seen Trainer on the Leafeon. Trainer, obviously, one of the original Greninja Kings. Their Mimikyu doing a ton of damage. Their Glaceon doing a ton of damage. And a lot of these Mimikyu players have been targeted for bans in these drafts. If a team has a crazy Mimikyu, the other team does not want to see them play it.
Yeah, specifically because Mimikyu can snowball a game, right? It's resets off that Shadow Sneak, going in KO after KO after KO. Suddenly, we've even seen a Mimikyu get taken down early in a game and still end up the highest level 3 minutes later because they're able to chain together some of those knockouts.
Well, we're going to have to see what they want to bring out here into game number 1. Shin and Rude, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team, as we start our draft phase. Mimikyu banned out right away. Buzzwole on the other side from Nemesis. And now we have Espeon and finally Leafeon. 2 evolutions getting banned out. We're not going to be seeing Mimikyu. And of course, no one wants to run into Buzzwole. Oftentimes, the second pick team is banning this.
Well, I just want to say that here we are on the big screen. And we are part of this phase now as we're taking a look. Akura locking in Blastoise first. Azadable, great tree, and they're giving Blaziken to Metallic, which is a Pokemon you and I have seen them play multiple times in a row already.
Yeah, I feel like Metallic has been absolutely crushing it on Blaziken. I'm wondering if he's the kind of player that you would start to target ban, because I don't know how deep his pool of Pokemon are, sure. And the Blaziken has just been going crazy in a lot of these games. We see Inteleon, we see Crustle, we see Blastoise. On the other side, Trevenant. I'm surprised to see Cram. I love to see Cram. I can't believe it. Let's go Yeet.
Yeah, Yeet was playing Cram in the March finals as well, and it was something that surprised us then, surprises us now, but it keeps working for them. But now we have the Comfy Zoroark combo, and how do you shut that down? They're saying it's through a Glaceon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I mean, Comfey Zoroark is just crazy. You know, it reminds us of, Worlds and watching Overlord on Zoroark and just being, saved by that Comfey over and over and over again. When you have a Pokemon that you're able to outplay your opponent so incredibly well on, and then you attach this extra shield, extra heals, a crazy Unite move that will save you from so many situations, on top of the fact that you cannot KO that Comfey until it pops off of Zoroark. It is really difficult to deal with. I haven't seen a lot of teams running Comfey lately. I know Luminosity was running it in the open bracket. Can't wait to see what Shin and Rude do with it here in game number 1.
Well, that's the thing, right? If you can catch Zoroark with this Comfey and routinely knock it out, you start getting what I like to call that BOGO deal. Buy one, get one. You're getting your knockout on Zoroark, and Comfey kind of becomes free at that point. So you have to make sure that when you're ready to go, it is collapsing on Zoroark, getting the Comfey, and really dismembering the team, because all of a sudden you find yourself 3v5, and you can really do some damage at that point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're taking a look at the 2 team captains here. Captain of Ice, Captain of Shin and Rude Ice, Captain of Nemesis, Rex.
I mean, both captains of the teams are these supports. Rex, for sure, the shot caller, as Asnable and Yeet called out yesterday, and it would be shocked if it wasn't Ice for SAR as well.
And here we go, heading into game number 1. Shin and Rude, your purple team. Nemesis, your orange team. Someone is heading home, and someone's dream of winning their spot to Worlds is still alive.
Well, moving right through is Asnable and Yeet in the bottom path, a tandem to be feared without a doubt. But Squirtle, great pressure early. Of course, they're making sure Zorua gets to Zoroark, because that's really when the game starts for them.
You can see Blastoise up here in the top path. With this Comfey, I mean, you're still able to provide a good amount of pressure with the Comfey. It attacks at range. It has a decent secure move. So heading up to path, it should do a pretty good job. I'm really interested to see this Cramorant pick, and I wonder what specifically they were looking to counter with it.
Yeah, maybe it was just, being able to dive a little bit, get in and out of some engagements. We're going to find out. It's going to have to be executed real quick, as they are stunned and secured on the side of SAR.
And here we have the top path. We're seeing Trainer run up there with a little bit of that red buff. SAR Xingdi heading into that central area, seeing if they can take something away. Obviously from the side of Nemesis. We didn't get to see it, but it's possible they were able to steal away that blue buff.
Well, it's going to be 850. Zoroark coming up, Ice jumping on to Xingdi, as well as they're eviscerating those birds, clutching them all out to the side of SAR, and that's a heck of a start.
Yeah, a great start there here for SAR, and this Pokemon is just going to be so dangerous. Zoroark, you often forget that you are essentially fighting 2 Pokemon right now. It looks like one crazy Pokemon, but no, you're essentially fighting 2 Pokemon at the same time. That's how powerful it is to have that Comfey on you. Rex getting a little bit of a stack right there, and then going down.
Yeah, K-opener to SAR, but did you see what Rex did? As soon as the Zoroark went for the engagement, they used their X-Speed to go to the side of SAR and make sure that Metallic doesn't get dove by the team by peeling back to their own goal pad. Is able to get a stack, is able to evolve, and all in all, pretty decent exchange.
Yeah, you're just going to have to take what you can get sometimes, right? What's the best possible thing you can do in this moment? Yeah, you might go down, but, the worst situation would be both of you going down right there. Easy farm right here for Shin and Rude as they take this central area, and that Zoroark's already level 8.
Yeah, that's what we like to call a problem, as they are going straight after Trainer LGC, putting a slow smoke down, can't quite make the Glaceon cough on that quite yet. They're able to make it out. Rex was pulling up for the support because they are the support, but they're going to find themselves knocked out.
Yeah, it feels like Rex is like, all right, I'm going to be the one they KO if they have to KO anyone. Moving in on Trainer right here, picking up another KO, and jeez, this is that Zoroark Comfey combo, and it is just destroying here at the start of game 1.
Moving straight through the Flux Zone, Metallic has no chance. KO streak of 3. Shin and Rude are moving.
Yeah, Shin and Rude are moving. We are now stacking up in this top path. This is almost a level 10 Zoroark right now before the 7-minute mark. This is extremely scary for Nemesis Nemesis. They are so far behind already, and as long as Shin and Rude don't make a lot of big mistakes, this is going to be really tough to come back from.
Yeah, Rex making it down just enough to top off Asenable on the tree, and a snipe shot actually going right across the beak of Cram. Can't quite get Yeet Fan knocked out, as that's another objective that's going to be free for Xingdi. They can't even contest against Xingdi standing alone.
Yeah, nothing they can really do right there. I like this play by Nemesis. If they're able to make something happen here in this bottom path, they are able to get that secure, even though the fight does not go particularly well for them. Again, they're just looking for whatever good moments they can find. Here comes that Zoroark once again, looking to make that combo happen. And they're pretty relentless. They look like they were still going to dive and try to find something here. Blastoise with a big Unite move. The overheat not able to get them taken down there. Big time snipe shot. Asenable in a lot of trouble. The Blastoise is pushing him back. That's a double KO for the Inteleon.
Wow, and the goal zone closed out. That was expertly done. Hydro Typhoon to set off that fire with the fireworks there, and Xingdi delivered on the KOs.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, a perfect game so far for Shin and Rude. I feel like everything is going their way. They're looking for a big KO, possibly on the Zoroark at some point. Nice big wood hammer right there as they continue this fight.
Overheat on top of Crustle gets a knockout. Crustle is down, Asenable's very low, and Xingdi, who else, to split the wood right there and see if they can get another follow-up somewhere else. They're on the motor, though. KO Shrika 2. Yeet Fan showed up. Yeet Fan got put down. Now all the wild experience in the middle is going to Xingdi, and they're getting gigantic.
We have a level 12 on the battlefield right now, and this is again just what you're able to do with this combination. Zoroark is already a great Pokemon, already someone who can disrupt the enemy and make some big plays, and now it's way harder to punish them. With a level lead, this is just going to be so incredibly tough for Nemesis.
Xingdi is living on Nemesis' side of the map and saying, I'm your Nemesis, let's get after it. They're going straight after Rex. Blitz resistance right into the middle. We're forcing out the glacial stage. Xingdi uses their Unite, and they're trying to pivot away. Metallic's on the chase, and a nice coverage by the Blastoise to make sure that they can't quite get there. Comfy Unite, and they're fighting in the tall weeds, but nobody's going high now. The KO numbers are Xingdi with another one, Blastoise with one. 3 players down for Nemesis, make it 4 KO streak of 2, and let's see if we can ace them real quick. They can.
Jeez, takes down the entire team right there. All the resources they used to try to get a KO on that Zoroark, they were not able to make it happen, and the entire team is wiped by Shin and Rude. The Zoroark being a huge, huge part of that. Of course, everyone helping out. There was that beautiful Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise, but right now this match is just a disaster for Nemesis. They have fallen into the quicksand, and every play they make, they seem to continue to dig themselves deeper.
Well, we've got the Cram Unite is out, and they want to secure their second baseman, Reggie. They do, but however, things look a little dire. Let's see if they can make some magic happen on this goal zone. As they're pushing forward, Rock Tomb is out, X-Scissors through, and I think Nemesis just needs to peel.
Yeah, Nemesis pulling back right here. Here comes the Zoroark once again. It is a level 14 at 4 minutes. It will be 15 by the end of this match. It might be 15 in another minute right here. Just so incredibly difficult to deal with. You know, one of the only factors into how powerful your Pokemon are is, of course, how you play with them and the level they are inside this match. This Zoroark is an absolute beast right now. I mean, I thought Buzzwole was the Ultra Beast. It might be this.
It might be that indeed. Metallic charges up on Overheat, easily stepped out of the way, does Xingdi. Forces out the Comfy Unite, maybe the last opportunity for Ice to use that, but that's a KO. Let's see if they can make it 3. Why not? No, they decide to peel as Rex gives just enough cover for the squad.
Right now, at the 3.5 minute mark, there are a couple considerations that Shin and Rude can make. Obviously, they don't want to give away a Zoroark KO if they don't have to. At the same time, if that Pokemon doesn't get KO'd until near the end of the match, its KO timer is going to be massive. So if they are going to go down, this would be the time to do it. But, you know, I don't know if they're planning going down at all. It looks like they are keeping the pressure on, as they say, picking up a triple KO, continuing to move right here. There is the Quadra. Trainer running away from this moment, denying that Penta KO. But, geez, Shin and Rude.
I mean, even the Trevenant and Cram finally get the Blastoise, but it doesn't feel like much of a prize here. They do force out the 242 glacial stage and actually are able to make it out. So this Icy Wind isn't even going to be able to hit Xingdi as they go back in for the engage. This would be a tough time to get knocked out, but certainly not the worst as Ice hops off, Xingdi gets out.
Yeah, Xingdi able to make it out. Zoroark just incredibly mobile in a lot of these situations, which is why the Comfey giving it the ability to survive some of these fights. and that mobility just makes it so difficult to punish. Moving back in here for another fight, 2 minutes 18. Here comes the Cram Unite. They're looking to get something, and no, they are not able to pick up that KO. They know how valuable it would be if they did. That's why they threw that Unite move. That's why they went for that play right there. Almost having their Ray fight right there, hoping, praying they could pick up Zoroark, because it really is one of their only shots.
Using the illusion to force out the Cram Unite, get out of the Cram Unite, and now we're setting the stage, and it's really on Nemesis to make a move.
Yeah, Nemesis is going to need to make a move. Shin and Rude doesn't have to do anything. They've already KO'd everyone on Nemesis multiple times. They're up by hundreds and hundreds of points. They don't need Rayquaza. So this is a moment where Nemesis could look to charge some Unite moves, but Shin and Rude could turn on Rayquaza if they notice that they're not going to engage. Instead, Xingdi actually moving in to try to make something happen here. Trainer pulling back to see if we can get a KO and catch that Zoroark somehow.
Yeah, but somehow the Trevenant is caught out and they are knocked down. Now all of a sudden Occur is looking for another target. They are able to trap Rex, and here comes Xingdi. They're trying to get Rex. They're going after Rex. They're putting the pressure on Rex, and Rex gets out. Now Nemesis needs to take a deep breath and saying, what can we do here?
Yeah, they have to catch Zoro somehow, but I don't think it's going to happen. Here comes the huge Unite move. Yeet Fan dashing away with that dive with Cram, trying to pull out Metallic, having to run from this fight. We actually see Inteleon possibly going down right here, but a beautiful Blastoise Hydro Pump right there pushes them back during that rapid spin. Here comes Zoroark one more time, picking up one, possibly looking for another. The overheat doesn't find its mark. 45 seconds left in this match, and Nemesis is just running out of time, running out of options. They have not been able to KO that Zoroark.
They are running out of oxygen, and in the high elevations, it's Xingdi sitting on top of the mountain. They're going for an engagement. Metallic goes down. They're chasing after Rex. If they can pick up Rex, they want Rex. Might as well push it to the limit now. They're going straight after him. Ekbob pops them up, but Xingdi is being relentless. We're trapping the Rock Tombs so they can't run back in the base. Xingdi keeps the chase on, and literally LGC is trying to do what they can. We're rubble rousing by Occur. They're still scoring points here. We've got 10 seconds left. Let's see if we can fire off another Cram Unite, Hydro Typhoon, throw everything in the kitchen sink. I mean, a tale as old as time. Beauty and the Beast, Xingdi, Zoroark, and Comfy getting it done for the team. They went down there, but who cares?
Wow, what a match from Shin and Rude. Unbelievable. I mean, they just absolutely handled Nemesis there in game number one. That was not particularly close. That was a Zarina move, because that was a stomp.
Well, I'll tell you what, Xingdi is certainly the player to watch in that game. Holy, I don't think Nemesis is going to make the mistake of giving them Zoroark again.
Now, at least if they give him Zoroark, they probably won't give him Comfey, because I think that combination right there just made it almost impossible for Nemesis to really get anything done.
21 KOs, get out of here. Come on, Xingdi allowed to legally drink an NA right now. Come on, 21 knockouts?
That's right, we got to see the stats screen back here. 21 KOs on the Zoroark. I mean, incredible stuff. Nemesis has to obviously recognize that, I mean, everything went wrong. So I don't think you're coming back with a similar strategy at all.
Fun fact, the peace sign that Ice just threw up to the camera has actually been up the entire game, because as they're playing Comfy, they just did that one-handed, hoping for that camera shot, because they didn't really have to do much, not gonna lie to you.
I actually think they played a great Comfey.
I'm not saying they didn't play a great Comfy. I'm just saying they were able to hold up the peace sign the whole time, because they're clicking one button after another and then getting to hang out for a bit. Like, yo, you're looking great, Xingdi.
I mean, the thing with Comfey is it is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game when it, you know, hypes up another insane player and insane Pokemon here. Taking a look at some of these big moments here from game number one, and it's just going to be a highlight reel of Xingdi, really.
That's true. When you get 21 knockouts, that is just what happens. I mean, come on. We are moving through. We are putting the pressure on, and the pressure was all from Xingdi.
Yeah, I mean, there really was not a moment that Nemesis found inside this game. There were a couple close calls on the Zoroark, and I think very intelligently they did everything they could. They expended all of their resources because they recognized if they were able to pick up a KO on Zoroark, they actually have a win condition inside this game. If they're not able to pick up a KO on Zoroark, they cannot win. There's just nothing they can do right here, and unfortunately for Nemesis, there was nothing.
Now, I mean, if I'm Nemesis and you're not getting rid of that Zoroark, like you said, got rid of the Comfy, or you got to have some abilities to trap it. Like, they didn't have a Crustle, they didn't have a Mime, they didn't have an Umbreon to mean look it down. And when you don't have any of those at your disposal, you get the 4-pack put on you.
Yeah, I mean, over and over and over again. Really amazing plays here, and it's just something that was enabled by that Comfey. It is the broken Pokemon and broken player enabler. You saw it there in game number 1. Nemesis, their tournament life on the line, and boy, you know, that first game is making it look kind of bleak.
Yeah, like I said, if I'm Nemesis, it's pretty easy to start where your strategy is, and it's to limit what Xingdi can do on this Zoroark. 21 knockouts, 136,000 damage, dude, what?
Yeah, it's a lot.
That is.
Also, look at that, rocking the focus band. Some players will opt to, you know, work with less of a defensive item on Zoroark. Some will double stack, you know, they'll have the Aeos cookie. They had the Comfey and they had the focus band. They just had so many ways to get away when things got bad, and that is why they were never punished. All right, we're heading here into game number 2. Again, Nemesis really gonna need to figure something out. If you're looking at our screen here, Shin and Rude is your orange team. Nemesis is your purple team right now. We're gonna go ahead and see there we have the Blaziken as the first ban for the side of Nemesis. I was wondering what Metallic was gonna play, and we're about to find out.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Let's see where Metallic's Pokemon pool goes to once the Blaziken is not an option. Ban phase going through. Did they not pick anything? Okay, certainly something's up as the ban phase is pinging back and forth here. Obviously, Shin and Rude does not want to go over the top and say, we're not banning anything.
Sure.
We don't even care.
Yeah, I mean, that would be honestly a really bold move.
Yeah.
To just say, whatever, play whatever you want. Did you see that last game? We don't need to ban anything. I think we're doing just fine right now. Obviously, we have our players needing to reset and load back into that lobby. Shin and Rude up 1 game on Nemesis. But I mean, with how that game went, you can really say they're up like 3 or 4 games. That was pretty. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty tough for Nemesis to come back from this. It would be extremely impressive because that was one of those. I mean, you can see it on their faces. That was one of those soul-crushing games.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the issue really was just, I mean, it was a draft screen differential, and then, you know, you had no way to stop Xingdi Zoroark Comfey combo once you got onto the map, and it's just tough. Like, they didn't invade, they didn't do anything to try and slow it down. And, you know, if you notice, they actually gave up a lot of just, you know, the birds in the middle, the 8-minute birds were free to Xingdi. The 850 birds were free to Xingdi in the top path. So when you give them that much experience and that much time, like, of course they're going to take over.
Yeah, I like that we get to see Dupes next, the fake draft that they're doing while they're waiting for this. They've got some Rhydon, they've got Mewtwo, we've got Zacian on the other side. It's kind of a fun looking draft. I mean, as I've said for a while, let these EX Pokemon play, all right? Let them out. Nerf them a bit. Let them out.
Let them out. But nerf them, but let them out.
Let them out.
Hey, it's nerf or nothing.
Hey.
But let them out.
You know what? It is nerf or nothing. Let them out. I want to see these EX Pokemon as our players are getting ready here for game number 2. This is such an important game for Nemesis. Obviously, they want to win this series. It's hard to bounce back from a loss like that, but we've seen great teams do it. We've seen great teams have those moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think Nemesis needs to find that on-stage energy that we saw them have, you know, yesterday when they got to be on stage. They had a pretty strong presence. They seemed to be not feeling the pressure of the moment, keeping it light, having a good energy. You know, Rex selecting Sableye in that second game yesterday, just really leaning into their favorite stuff, having a good time, living up to the opportunity. But right now they look a little deflated.
Well, yeah, it's a hard one, you know, especially when it feels like you got a lot of what you wanted in the draft, you know, and then you walk away from it with a game like that. I do feel like that was just the Comfey diff. That was just, you know, they didn't expect that they were running into sort of that, you know, speedster with the support that you can't stop. It's a very difficult composition to deal with, even in a competitive format like this, let alone if you're just playing, you know, solos, duos, trios. It's very difficult to stop this because you need so much. You could see all the resources Nemesis used to take it down, and they still couldn't.
Yeah, everything in the kitchen sink. We saw literally 3 Unite moves get fired at Xingdi, and they left with, what, a third of their HP? You know, Ice hopped off. and was able to, you know, eat some of those attacks themselves. But they were such a high level at that point that even the Comfy didn't get knocked out.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there.
Yo.
We got the finger guns coming from Shin and Rude. Oh, no. Don't you aim them towards Nemesis, you absolute monster. Oh, he knows what he's doing.
He's like, oh, I'm not supposed to do that. That's actually what they're telling him right there. It's like, okay, that was just too much. It's too much firepower. Settle it down.
He's being
Settle it
fun.
down.
Come on, buddy. Holster it, is what they said.
Holster your fingers.
Holster your fingers. All
Holster the fingers.
And he did have the grips on, you know? For his mobile device.
Well, sure. And the firearms. Literally a firearm. Get it? That's where that comes from. Has to be.
No. Here we have a look at our bracket here. Again, winners finals. Fusion, Rework, Respawn. LatAm doing great in this tournament. One of them will head to the grand finals. We are down here in the losers round 2. Everything in this losers bracket means the team that loses heads home. Shin and Rude against Nemesis right now. Shin and Rude up 1 game currently.
And right across from them, of course, I believe it's Nouns and Koby Chons that are going to be squaring off next. But we are heading into game 2. Nemesis needs to find a way here. They cannot let this Zoroark-Comfy combination get on top of the map. And if their draft is staying true to what they drummed up, right, when they locked in the Blaziken, I'd be surprised if they weren't going to go back to that selection. I just want to see where Metallic goes.
Yeah, I really want to see what Metallic decides to play right here, but there's a possibility that they actually did not ban Blaziken before, and they knew the disconnect was happening. But no, it doesn't look like it. They do stick with that first ban here of the Blaziken on the side of Nemesis.
And it's not an unreasonable selection, right? Because that was the other Pokemon that Xingdi had highlighted on there, that player card that we showed. Zoroark was certainly one of them. Blaziken was the other.
Here we go. Trevenant for the second ban, and then the final ban is going to be the Buzzwole. So we're going to see what Nemesis would like to first pick right here. I mean, they could steal away that Zoroark. They could take that Comfey. We're going to see what they want to bring out here in game number 2. And they could, yes, Trainer on the Leafeon. This is a Pokemon that's received so much priority when it comes to bans, when it comes to picks. Rarely picked because a lot of teams are banning it out. We have Blastoise on the other side. There's no way they're bringing Greedent out. I mean, I would love it, but it just seems so unlikely.
Just I was going to say, interesting pivot here, but they switched up, and Akura grabbing the Crustle again. It looked phenomenal in game 1, setting up a lot of great Xingdi engagements. We're going straight into Espeon, and we're going to see where Metallic goes. No Rex locking in Blisty. They don't want to lose that Pokemon.
Yeah, we're going to see what we want here, sort of our final picks. Hovering this low, bro. Man, if they go all defender right here, what a power move that they could be making. Looks like we're going to be locking in the Eldegoss. Xingdi right now, they're deciding once again, nope, they're going for it.
Yeah.
Zoroark Comfey again.
I almost want to grab the Umbreon here and go straight mean look and see what you can convert on them from that point. Okay, they're going Slow Beam in Metallic, pulling out Zarina. Whoa!
So we've got a couple options here, right, on the side of Nemesis. We have the Slow Beam, which will shut down the Zoroark, hopefully long enough so that they can KO it. We also have the Zarina Unite move, able to take them out of the fight for a moment. And what you're essentially doing, again, as you're fighting 2 Pokemon, you're taking 2 Pokemon out of the fight at the same time as you take them up into the air with Zarina. The combination of these 2 Unite moves might be enough to take this down, this raid boss that is Xingdi and Ice. We're gonna have to figure it out. It sounds like a refreshing drink. I'll have a Xingdi and Ice.
Yeah, Xingdi and Ice serve me up twice. Come on, getting the Zoroark Comfy again. I've never seen larger smiles on a team going into a game 2 in my life than what Shin and Rude has since they've locked in that Zoroark Comfy. They're like, oh, again? Again?
Yeah, here we go. I mean, this is pretty huge. I can't wait to see Metallic Zarina. We've not seen Zarina have amazing games here at the Aeos Cup, but if there was any time for them to have it, it would be right now. We have our players loading in currently. We can see the loading screen. Not surprising, there's a gold badge on that Zoroark. I think they've played it a few times.
Just a few. Less impressive, green badge on Ice. What are they doing?
Yeah, get your Comfey game up, buddy. Come on, you need a gold badge on that thing as we get ready here for game number 2. Shin and Rude up 1 game right now, and they're looking to move forward in this tournament. Nemesis, your purple team. Shin and Rude, your orange team. It all comes down to this for Nemesis. They have to win here.
I really am surprised I'm not seeing a little crosstown shootout action by somebody on the side of Nemesis try and slow the Zorak. Even though the Comfey is there, if you can disrupt and just cause static. And there we go. We have Rex going straight across. It's actually a little too late to do anything to distract there, but at least Ice is leashing after them and the supports are going after each other.
Yeah, we can see Ice chasing this down right here with that red buff. It's going to be very annoying for this Chansey to get out of here, but a huge health pool. They should do just fine as we actually have Trainer jumping into that central area. They are diving towards that Zorak with the Leafeon right now, seeing if they can steal something away. Here comes the Crustle. They are able to take that blue buff. Nice stuff from Trainer, but they might go down for it. Eject button is used as they're actually able to run out of here, and they do, as you talked about earlier, Doobsnacks, they found a way to counter that early Zoroark.
I'm watching the Zorak on the mini-map to see if it's been left any of the back farm to try and evolve, but now they're putting 3-player pressure on the Squirtle and Comfey. Can't quite get enough with LGC's support, but Metallic, again, stuck at this level 3, really just needs to take over and evolve into this Steenie and then keep the train rolling.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems with Zarina is this Pokemon, you know, even though it only takes to level 6 to evolve, it is really not that useful until it finally hits Zarina. Then all of a sudden the combos come out, you can make something happen. Here comes the Zoroark looking to see if they can do any damage right here. Completely different look from game number 1. Well, except maybe finding a KO on Rex.
Well, Xingdi gonna gladly take all this back farm too as they're working through Rex, dealing a ton of damage. Comfey actually pops off because they want to start A-pressing this thing, guarantee the knockout, and they do.
Yeah, they do pick up that knockout. Obviously, Rex knew that was going to happen, wanted to waste as much time as possible. We have Crustle here in the central area, having a little bit of an invasion themselves into the Nemesis central area. We're going to see what they want to do about it as they actually head down here. Trainer in a little bit of trouble, being chased down by the Zoroark. The eject button to try to get out of there. The auto attacks, barely able to make it. 1 HP in a dream.
Fine, I guess I'll flip on to Azumble, says Xingdi. A nice little surf through, but they're keeping the pressure on. Now everybody's engaging on Nemesis. They want the Xingdi knockout. Can they finally take one? No, the slow smoke creates the separation. Everybody getting lost in that sauce.
What a beautiful slow smoke right there. It just feels like they have given Xingdi so many options to get away from these crazy moments, right? Multiple members of Nemesis all converging on this player. Not even as over-leveled as they were before, but they are still able to make it out through all of Zoroark's dashes, the illusion, the focus band, the slow smoke, the Comfey shield. There's just so many options.
Xingdi waiting in pocket, goes straight for the engagement. Espeon Unite is out, takes a KO on the Wartortle. Now Xingdi's considering, well, maybe there's a little too much going on up there for me to go back in. I'm going to chill out for a second.
There really are so many moves on the side of Nemesis that are there to stop Zoroark right now. The Espeon Unite throws it up in the air, so does the Zarina. We have the slow beam. I mean, just so many things used to stop this one Pokemon, and after last game, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I get it too. I literally everything under the sun to throw at this little drink that's been serving them up all day long in between Xingdi and Ice.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. Served ice cold, but that's what Nemesis is looking to do, is get that revenge. A dish that I've heard is best served ice cold. But you know, I like it room temp.
Room temp isn't bad.
Yeah.
Room temp is not bad. Solo trying to hold down their own central. Occur coming in for the aid here, and Xingdi, oh, they missed the grass knot, which means they can't quite trap the fan. They're going forward with the Unite move. They pop them in half with it, and now they're moving through. Actually forces out Z-Ray's Mew Unite. They're looking for another target. There's 2 players down. Azabel's next one on Chocolate Block. Throw beam goes through. Boosted auto hits them as well, and Xingdi is just A-pressing through them until their combos back up, and that combo is a combo breaker, breaking that Slowbro in half.
Beautiful stuff right there. They do break this goal zone. Zarina looking to make something happen. Actually sends the Mew up into the air. Might not have been the target, but they are able to pick up the KO. Here's the Bliss assistance, so they continue the chase. They're looking for something here. Can they get Xingdi? The Comfey is broken off. Ice is in trouble. Ice goes down. They continue the chase. Now, Xingdi coming right back with the combo of their own. They're going to pull back, and they want to continue this fight. Now, the Blastoise and Crustle are here. They are moving back towards the side of Nemesis. Metallic goes down.
As Will told us yesterday, say they like to fight, and they're taking one with a big old bully on the yard. They actually eliminated Ice, but they couldn't sort out Xingdi, and then the rest of the team, Solo, Akura, and Z-Ray stepped up and were able to do some work while their, the big boss was taking a break.
It really does feel like this Zoroark right here is like, they must be streaming this game, and it is Unite the Streamer time, because this is what is happening every moment they see this Zoroark, and I do not blame them one bit. If they can shut this thing down, like you said, a little bit of BOGO action, 2-for-1 KOs right there, and honestly, they would shut down the entire team of Shin and Rude if they lose that massive carry along with the support.
Getting great support out of the other three players. Z-Ray, Solo, and Akura, I mentioned, they've been setting up Xingdi left, right, and center, and have been able to hold it down in the face of 5 players. Like, no, not getting knocked out there when the pressure is on your team is terrific. And now Xingdi can go take this basement objective by themselves and make it back in time to help catch this Regieleki if needed.
I gotta say, I love the new look here of Nemesis. They're a lot closer on the scoreboard. They're just doing so much better in this fight. There's the slow beam onto the Zoroark, and they are able to pick up a massive KO right there. Such a different game, 189-148. They're finding the KOs, they're finding their moments, and they have an answer to this Zoroark Comfey. This looks like a completely different Nemesis.
I mean, coming in with the Emerald 2-step, saying I've got 1 foot for each of you, Zoroark and Comfey, stomps them in Shades of Zarina. Metallic shows up, they get a KO for themselves as well, and now you can feel that Nemesis is starting to perk up a little bit. They're seeing a way in, they're seeing a way through. Now they just got to make sure they don't lose it right now. Bliss is on top of Metallic as they're looking to push. They're X-scissored out, Solar Beam follow up by Z-Ray, but now Solo's on the backside, they're getting low. Xingdi pulls up for the smoke. They're looking for work, and they get the Zarina quickly. Rex is trapped behind the rock tomb. Xingdi's going to go for the pursuit, but I think they just need to settle out if you're Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis just needs to pull back right there. Obviously, these were Unite moves used kind of in that last, option for Unite. This is the last gas station for 200 miles. This is the last Unite move until Rayquaza, right? That is why they're using them there in that moment. And then, of course, Leafeon can use the Unite move really whenever it wants here. As they move forward, they pick up a double KO. The Zoroark goes down again. That's a triple KO for Trainer. Nemesis has got some life in him after all.
LGC stepping up, saying, Xingdi, ever heard of LGC? I'm going to show it to you right now, giving the team a chance. They're up 226-153. I think SAR is seeing like maybe this battle plan does have a couple cracks in it. Maybe the dam is starting to leak a little bit, and Nemesis is looking to make a break.
Well, we have real counters on the side of Nemesis right here, and we did not have that in game number 1. I mean, the strategy here in game number 2 is stop this Zoroark, and they have been able to do it. Zoroark now looking for a possible goal in this bottom path. They might run into this Blissey, but even if they do, they can pick up a big KO on it. 226-205, they are able to score down there. The score line, incredibly close. Level-wise, things are pretty close, but look over here on the side of Nemesis. That's a level 14 Leafeon.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually see that Nemesis's homework is paying off there, but Rex was just sitting in the tall grass waiting for Xingdi.
Here we go. We're going to see how they want to take this fight. Obviously, if they can catch Zoroark and Comfey, get the 2-for-1 right there, they should be able to sew this matchup. Akira getting some vision for the team. We can see Nemesis starting to hit Rayquaza, also charging up that Queenly Majesty on Zarina right there, just making sure their combos are ready. We have members of SAR scoring in the top path. That's Xingdi and Ice, putting the points in. They are definitely ahead right now, and Nemesis should know it as they peel forward for this fight.
Going straight in, the Comfey Unite is out. Xingdi's looking for an opportunity, but pushing forward is LGC. Xingdi collapses on top of him. They got the Z-Ray support, forcing out the Zoroark Unite move. Plus assistance just in time. They're able to take out Z-Ray, but Xingdi goes down. They're keeping the pressure on, and now Ice is on the chopping block. Ice is absolutely gutted, and the rest of Nemesis is looking to pivot into the middle. It's just a crust on the Blastoise. Solo's gone, and now it's just Akura hanging out for the team of SAR. Rayquaza Solo taken by Metallic, and Nemesis is gonna punch it right through and serve him up hot. Revenge served cold, burgers served warm.
Here are those Hundo burgers warm. Just so you know, at home they really do have to be cooked. Do not consume raw Hundo burgers. They head into the main goal zone right here. 5:14, 291, 45 seconds left on the clock. Nemesis should have this one, but it's not completely over. They are looking for a KO on Metallic right now, and they should be able to get it, wasting as much time as possible. Only 35 seconds left, and they need to run to score right here. They are running. They're going to decide what goal zone to go to, pick up as much Aeos energy as they can. They are not out of this this game, but it is very, very difficult. And we see Rex looking for that massive back cap. If Rex is able to get this right here, I don't think there's enough scoring that could happen on the side of Shin and Rude. We're going to have to find out. Here comes the Hundo Burger, and here comes the fight.
We're spinning to win here, right in the middle of Solo. They're pushing far forward. The defense is going to stand. Koby UNITE is out there trying to get points in, but 28 is not going to make up that gap that they need. They're going to keep pressure on, and now they're just racking up the damage numbers. So it's going to be Nemesis in game 2. Let's go to a game 3, baby.
What an incredible game 2 for Nemesis. What a series. I mean, these two titans just going back and forth. We saw such an amazing game 1, right? From Shin and Rude. Like, so incredibly dominant. And Nemesis, you see what happens when these great teams draft against each other. Nemesis said, we know exactly how we're going to pick that apart. We're going to do that for you right now. They did here in game number 2. It looked really rough for Nemesis at the start of this series. And right now, I have no idea what game 3 is going to look like.
I mean, Giga Brain plays out of Nemesis. We saw it yesterday with the fake aggravated Mamoswine pick. The biggest bait of the century. They win that game. And here they set it up perfect so that SAR thought that the Zoroark Comfy going back to that well was going to be safe water to drink. But it's a trap. It's a trap. I gave him the tummy rumblies because Nemesis came through and took a big time win with all the different tools at their disposal to shut that down.
Can't believe they trapped that well and gave him the tummy rumblies. You know, it's just...
Yeah, out of your...
I can't believe
For the volume of milk you and I drink, you'd think we'd get the tummy rub
really
a little bit more of it, but we just don't.
We're taking a look at some of the big moments from that game. Now, this is going to look a lot different from the highlight reel of Zoroark from the last game, as we're just seeing Nemesis repeatedly shut down this combination. Nice fight here from Shin and Rude as they're going to continue pushing towards the Zoroark, not able to make it happen here.
I just re-watching this game back, you could see the plan come together. It was a little loose from the start, maybe saying, okay, how are we going to catch this vibe between us? But once they did, and it was just in time, last 4 minutes of the game, they were finding all the targets. They were able to dismantle the Zoroark Comfy combo, and they were able to get it done.
Yeah, they were, as we can see, pushing towards this goal zone right here. This was an attempted defense here by Shin and Rude as they're looking to put some points on the board. This Nemesis getting pretty far up right here. There's that Serena Unite move. The first Serena we've really seen pop off throughout the Aeos Cup.
As, I don't know if you knew this, Spraggles, but Metallic was my player to watch all weekend long, and every time we've seen them, they've stepped up in these late stage moments of these games, whether it's the Blaziken or now the Zarina. They're finding their targets, they're doing their job, they're executing their role, and they're winning games.
Yeah, that's right. Your player to watch, Metallic. Zoinks' player to watch, Xingdi. So this is Zoinks versus Doob Snacks right now. Let us know in the chat which team you are. Are you team Doob Snacks or are you team Zoinks here with Nemesis versus Shin and Rude? I'll tell you where I am. I'm entertained.
So am I, my friend. Both of these players have had phenomenal moments. We see the final throws of this one as they make a last-ditch effort to push, but we had Rex on the Waddle mission to go get that back cap. Hundo Burger really sealing up the deal, and now Nemesis finds themselves one game away, pushing through this tournament.
Now, here's the question. Is there any way that SAR is going to bring back the Zoroark Comfy? It feels like they've already got that, taken care of. If they start to see the team composition on the side of Nemesis look like a counter for this Pokemon, they can just simply walk away from it. Taking a look at the player of the game, we had Yeet Fan on the Espeon, 5 KOs, 62,000 damage. There's that stored power Psybeam. Stored power, so good into so many of these speedsters. It's just a nightmare for something like Dodrio to deal with. And you see it right there. They are able to dance around a Pokemon like Zoroark with that sure hit move, dealing a ton of damage.
But what's critical about that Espeon is its Psychic Solaire, lifting everyone up with that big pulse of damage. And of course, you said it, Slow Beam, Psychic Solaire, the Zarina Unite, Queen something. I'm sure it's Queen Scissor Kick to the Skies. I'm pretty sure that's the official name. All of them isolate targets, and that was specifically dialed in for Xingdi.
Yeah, and here we go, heading into game number 3. I mean, this is massive. One of these teams will continue on in the Aeos Cup. One of these teams are heading home. We can see our bands right here. We have Mimikyu, Espeon. Obviously, they do not want to deal with Yeats Espeon again. We have the Buzzwole, and we have the Leafeon here. First pick over to the Blastoise. We're going to see what they want to take on the side of Nemesis as they are taking that Blaziken, and then they are stealing away that Crustle as well.
First opportunity, Azimuth's been able to select the Crustle for their team and for themselves, to be quite honest. We'll see what direction Shin and Rude looks to go, because Akura was on that Crustle the first 2 games, looked great, and now we have to see what else they got in the well.
And we have Z-Ray on the Inteleon. This is a Pokemon we've seen them play before. Trainer taking the Zoroark for themselves. All right, let's see what Xingdi wants to bring out. Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be the Scyther, right? Into this game.
Yeah, we've seen that a ton.
We've seen a ton of Scyther from them, so this could be really interesting. But Trainer stealing it away. You silly goose over there. What are you doing?
I don't like how you covered my face. I don't ever do that to you.
Come on, what are you doing over there?
This is what we're doing here.
What are you guys doing over there?
Ice Locking and Eldegoss, a phenomenal support. We've actually seen it banned out because it's so strong in some instances. And Yeetfan going back to Cramorant. Thoughts?
Look, it didn't look good in game number 1, but nothing looked good in game number 1
also true.
for Nemesis. So you can't really say it was the cram. Like, no, it was everything. Everything went wrong for Nemesis. So we're going to have to see what game number 3 looks like. As you know, honestly, either of these teams are the kind of team that will go all the way through this losers bracket up to the grand finals. I cannot wait to see who wins. This match is so important.
For me, I'm just taking a quick look at these comps here, Spraggles, and Z-Ray with the range of this snipe shot, you know, also building up range with Mew in game 2. How is Nemesis going to be able to adjust with that? How are they going to be able to close that gap? Because Xingdi and Solo and Akura are going to be in their face. They're going to be pressuring them from up close, and Z-Ray with these snipe shots can really cause some trouble if they can't get to them.
Yeah, Z-Ray is going to be a problem, and I think the answer to that on the side of Nemesis is hopefully going to be Zoroark. I think that's what they would think. Like, Zoroark can chase down an Inteleon extremely well. You know, Inteleon, the second you get near it, it does have the ability to kind of back off with that Fell Stinger or Acrobatics if you're running, Liquidation. But you have the opportunity to eject button, you have the opportunity to dash, but Zoroark can keep right up with it. We see the audience there getting ready here for game number 3. And here it is, Shin and Rude, your purple team, Nemesis, your orange team. Game 3, everything is on the line for these 2 teams.
Let's get it. Yeetfan and Azinable taking to the bottom path as they always do. This time Cramorant looking to put some pressure. Metallic on their Blaziken, Rex in pocket. Let's get it done.
Here we have the Ice heading up to the top path right here. We're going to see them on a Pokemon that does not attach to one of their allies here, the Eldegoss, but still just such an extremely powerful support.
Yeah, Eldegoss has been phenomenal. Ice has been playing it a lot this weekend as well, as have most teams, Spraggles, because Eldegoss is just that good. Nemesis actually one of the few teams that almost always defers to this Blissey, but Xingdi with the K opener for SAR.
Yeah, really nice stuff. They pick up a couple here. They got the Scyther to path early, and look at all the experience they're going to be able to take away from Nemesis. All of it on their side of the map, stacking up. Level 6 already. Man, this is so bad for Nemesis to start this match.
Yeah, but we do have Trainer LGC on the Zoroark with terrific follower, I might add, going straight in. Woodhammer's got a little bit of a stun, ripping right through Solo is LGC, but now the pressure is on because that's just what Eldegoss does. It's there, and it's a very offensive support, Spraggles.
Yeah, you can see a nice big blaze kick right there to pull the Trevenant back, but I think more than anything, they just wanted to get away from that situation. Xingdi in the central area here, Trainer a little bit of trouble. We see the soft foil trying to keep them healthy right here. The feint combo not able to make it. The dual wing beat secures the KO.
And that's the thing with Scyther that Chef said yesterday. It's like, yes, it brawls up front, but that dual wing beat does have a decent range on it, and then you can lay that down, follow up for damage, or just cause enough damage to be able to back out yourself.
Yeah, it's got really solid damage. It has, a self-heal attached to it as well. Ever since we saw those, nice little scissor Scyther buffs, we've seen a lot more of both of these Pokemon here. And there you go, picking up another KO. They solved the Zoroark problem, but are they going to be able to solve the Scyther problem in time?
LGC just desperately trying to get leveled up to try and keep up with the Xingdi Scyther counterpart right now. But even Trevenant is looking good early stage of this game. I believe that's solo for SAR. So they're starting to stress them in a couple different directions.
Yeah, Trainer in a lot of trouble right here, having to back away from this fight. Nice big secure there on the side of Shin and Rude. They now do have Inteleon in this bottom path. Things are not going well for Nemesis. They're going to need to pick up some KOs, but we already have a level 9 on that Scyther, so that Unite move is ready to go.
Well, we had the pain split on top of Metallic. Here comes LGC. Dual Wing Beat is out, so that's on cooldown. They try to go to solo, but I believe that's a Scyther. Unite getting a quick KO on Yeet. Make it 2, and now they're pushing the face of Rex. Can they get the 3-pack? No, they're going to get a berry, try to score. Dual Wing Beat is out, but meanwhile, Z-Ray sorting out Metallic on the backside, and now Xingdi gets popped up by the Egg Bomb, but this is the SAR show, and poor Rex is just doing the best they can.
Yeah, Rex is trying everything they can, getting KO'd right there. And once again, SAR, you know, they got countered in game number 2, but this is a new look from them, and Nemesis is having such a tough time dealing with it. Hoping to get this Registeel right here to get something of value. We're going to see if they're able to get it. Obviously, Trevenant with that very intelligent pain split right there, seeing if they can steal this away. They do not. Secured there by Yeet Fan on the Cramorant. This is a Pokemon that we were wondering, you know, what is this going to be able to do here in this match? We're going to find out very, very soon. It does not yet have its Unite.
Well, Rock Tomb tried to bubble them out, but now with Cram Unite sitting right on the pad, actually ejects to readjust to try and catch the Inteleon, but now we're moving through. Okay, we're getting some space on Yeet Fan. Yeet Fan is low, picked up by Rex with a little soft-boiled action. Now Azimuth's on the run, but that's the KO that they're going to get. Ultimately, things have settled down a hair, but SAR says, don't take a breath now, we're coming for you. They're all over this goal zone, they're starting to score. On top of Akura is LGC, but it's KO Streak of 2 for who? But Xingdi, as the Trevenant's Forest curses out, and they are following up, and they are knocking them down. 3 players down for Nemesis, and now Azimuth doing the best they can. Metallic finally decides to pull up, but I think it's a little too late.
Yeah, trying to pull up and make something happen here in this bottom path. And I mean, game number 3 between these two teams, it's like, you know, someone saw game number 1 and they said, I really like that. I want to do a Hollywood remake of that. We'll cast a few different actors. We'll get rid of the Zorak. I think Scyther's maybe a better choice, but it's going to look a lot like game number 1. And that's what's happening here for Shin and Rude. They are crushing it right now. They just seem to not be able to get shut down on this Scyther. We're gonna have to see if there's anything Nemesis can do. They need a lot of experience right here, and they need to find a big KO on this Pokemon.
They need to get Yeet involved. I feel like Yeet has not been involved in game 1 or game 3 on this Cramorant. I really want them to step up and make their impact felt. Like, how many times have we been able to say, like, oh, that's Yeet taking over the game? And I feel like we haven't had much of those moments.
Yeah, Cramorant's a really interesting Pokemon because it is able to put a lot of pressure all over the map. It's got great mobility with Dive. It's very difficult to shut down in some of these engagements, right? Because it's able to maneuver itself in a really unique way. But at the same time, you often don't feel its impact as much as some other Pokemon like we saw on the Espeon last match.
Rex quickly getting repositioned. Forest Curse on the 4-minute mark, 440, and now they're pushing on top of LGC. And it's just so much pressure. When SAR engages, it's out of unit. The pain split gets the KO there. We're forcing out the Inteleon Unite just to get out of the Cram range. Snipe shots are lined up. LGC's looking for a way back in. We're going to Fell Stinger towards our target, saying, I'm not afraid of you, LGC. Pop shot from Z-Ray, hits their mark, and just enough for SAR to get out.
That was such a crazy fight right there because very few people went down from it, but there were so many moments that they could have. I mean, you just saw the level of skill between all of these players right here. Really fantastic stuff as they just had an amazing brawl there in the top path, heading down to see if they can do something about this Regirock. Obviously, when you have a Blaziken near an objective, things could go pretty well. Blastoise Unite move. They're just going to have to make sure that they are ready with this overheat. Here comes the Bliss Assistance, and yeah, they get it.
Bliss Assistance secured for Metallic. There we go. Now they're putting the pressure on. I mean, LGC is down. Metallic is trying to go out. The overheat doesn't hit their target, which means they can put the pressure on, and Z-Ray puts one right between the eyes.
Yeah, Z-Ray just continuing to push forward right here. Here comes the Zoroark looking to pick up a kill, but not able to make it happen. Inteleon is fine. The Trevenant doesn't go down. And once again, Xingdi is here pushing forward. Nice big Crustal Unite move to see if they can get a stun on it, possibly pick up a KO, but it looks like they're going to make it out.
I know that we've talked a lot about Ice and Xingdi, but again, Akura Solo and this game especially, Z-Ray, have really stepped up. They're like a 3-person destruction crew going through, leading with the Trevenant, surf spacing, and then it's just snipe shot, snipe shot, snipe shot, and it's causing so much trouble that by the time Xingdi actually showed up, all he had to do was press a couple buttons and lock up the last couple KOs.
Really nice stuff from Shin and Rude right there, just stealing away a buff, stealing away some experience right here. You know, and coming to the end, these levels mean so much in this final fight. Experience-wise, this is close. Points-wise, not so much. And if you take a look at some of the past fights, I would say it's also not that close for Nemesis. They are well aware they need a big catch on a couple members of Shin and Rude, and they would love for it to be that Scyther.
Well, credit to them for at least keeping up in this level race, right? They are behind, but not by much, which means they can close the gap. And look at that trap that was just set. Unfortunately, they can't quite poach Yeet Fan to their side of the map, but you could see exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah, they were trying to grab them right there. We have 2 minutes, 15 seconds. So that means 15 seconds until the last Rayquaza one of these teams will see in this tournament. It's all coming down to this. We're looking for the moment that they decide to start this engagement. Nice big snipe shot onto the Crustal right there. Nemesis is going to be the team that has to make a decision. Shin and Rude is way up. Nemesis is going to have to get a big catch, and all Shin and Rude needs to do is wait for Nemesis to make a play that is not optimal for them. Let one of their Pokemon get caught out in a weird way, and they're in a lot of trouble. We see Akira watching this top path goal. Rayquaza just being tapped a little bit to see if anyone bites and wants to move in. Obviously, members of Shin and Rude are very comfortable with where they are at right now. We have Zoroark attempting to score in this bottom path, and it looks like no one's going to be able to stop them, so that gets this game a little closer.
Yeah, it kind of brings it right under 100 points, something to really be aware. Oh, Rubble Rouser, we have some action going up top, forcing out the Yeet Fan Cram Unite, and the rest of the team's working on Rayquaza right now. How are they seeing that this Rayquaza is getting burned? They flip to the middle, they're going for it, it's flipped, it's taken by Nemesis! It's taken by Nemesis! And now LGC just needs to scramble and score. They need a couple points here, they're going straight for the engagement, there's 4 players down. Nemesis is going to do it! They said, take it there, Raccoon City. Nemesis is reigning supreme today, and they are getting their points in. It's just 1 player up for SAR. Nemesis getting it done, NA dreams remain hopeful.
Unbelievable stuff here from Nemesis. As you mentioned it, we see LGC turn back towards that engagement and say, if I leave them alone with that Scyther, they would break all the shields. Runs back, picks up the KO now that they have that Ray shield, and the points are raining in. 315, 565. There's 30 seconds left, but I don't know if there's enough time for them to even get all the way across the map and stop what is happening to them. Cramorant on the side of SAR right now, possibly looking for a score, but it looks like they were caught with only 20 seconds left. And Rex putting more points in right now. This secures it for Nemesis. Nemesis is moving on.
What a final fight. What a strategy. Bait the attention away. Pivot on Ray. Force out the Hydro Typhoon for no real value. They can't stop the rip, and LGC clutches up. Nemesis with the win.
What an incredible series. I mean, what amazing matches between these two teams. And you saw the level of coordination in that final moment. You know, they're on this. They have the combo from Zoroark. They have the Zoroark Unite. They have the Blaziken Overheat charged up with the Bliss Assistance attached to it for the extra damage, basically saying, I'm securing anything and everything next to Rayquaza right now, including our win condition. Huge for Nemesis. You love to see it when a team knows what they have to do to make it happen, and they go for it. I gotta tell you, these two teams are absolutely unbelievable, Doob Snacks. That was one of the best series I've seen this entire time.
Listen, I'm taking a look at that game 1, SAR making a statement. You said, how do you bounce back from this? What does this do to your mental? But we've seen it. We've seen it in NA specifically. When a team can bounce back from that violent of a situation, all of a sudden that momentum gets thrown onto your back. The wind is at your back. You are propelled forward, and they never gave up. They saw their opportunity. They had a really strong game plan. We can't face them one-on-one. We can't face them 5v5. Split the attention, rip the Ray, use all your secure tools, get the win, dude.
Incredible stuff. I would be shocked if we don't see both of these teams make their way to Worlds. One thing is for sure, Shin and Rude not going to make it happen today. We're taking a look at this moment right here from this game. You can see they decide to move on to this Rayquaza. That's what I talked about. There's that Zoroark combo as they're pushing onto it. They are distracted. We've got the Bliss assistance that's going to hit the Blaziken right now. There's the overheat and the secure there by the Zoroark. We see Trainer pulling away from this, deciding to go right back and make sure that they pick up the KO there on the Scyther.
Yeah, you know what? You look at this stat screen, and it doesn't really tell the story of this game. I'm going to be completely honest with you, Spraggles. This is one of those rare moments where you need to watch this thing from minute 10 to second 0, because this was an absolute fiesta out here. These numbers don't tell you anything about this game besides who won, and honestly, this screen doesn't either. This game was like truly strategic and like really good Pokemon Unite back and forth.
Yeah, really great stuff. I mean, we saw some incredible fights from Shin and Rude, and just an amazing decision there by Nemesis. I feel like the difference maker between some of the, good teams and some of the great teams are when the great teams know what they have to do to win. And how they just need to execute their game plan right now. To Nemesis's credit, we even saw that in game number 1. There were moments where Nemesis, look, they did everything they could. They threw everything. They threw every Unite move at the Zoroark. They weren't able to make it happen. But here, they were well aware of what they needed to do. They had to make sure that they secured Ray. And with enough members distracted from SAR, that was their moment.
I loved that final Ray fight so much. Asnable and Yeet Fan are the diversions. We rubble rouse and we cram Unite. We X scissor through. We push them back, and while the rest of the team rips and, like you say, charge up for the big time secure. We've got an interview. I should have pitched it back to you. I'm talking too much. That match was so gassed up. Let's get it on stage with an interview with Metallic. What a beast, and my player to watch.
Congratulations, Metallic. What a match. I've got to ask, how does it feel to be the last remaining chance for NA that is just running through the competition?
It feels good. I mean, I was really nervous when the game started. The end games, they were intense, really close. Shout out to that team. They're insane. Shout out to my team for, helping it out. I'm surprised we won. I'm glad we won, and now we're going to win this.
All right, you've definitely got the crowd rooting for you. I do have to say, I was nervous, not just the start of the game, but the entire game for all of you. I gotta ask, what was the comms like for your team at that last Ray fight?
Last game, I literally said, if we see them out of position for 1 second, flip it. Flip, 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 flip.
And it worked. You won that flip. You guessed correctly. All right, a little bit more in depth for the last question. Now, obviously, you had to make a comeback in this set, and you all had some really interesting draft decisions throughout the last couple of games. Of course, like Serena and stuff like that. Was there anything in particular that you felt like was really the key that you adapted to Shin and Rode again?
I think once I saw the Zoroark pop off that first game, I was like, we need to have something to shut down the Zoroark. And I know Serena ult is like one of the best shutdown ults in the game, especially against speedsters. So I was like, just give me the Serena. I'll put in work.
All right, and then you're like, oh, well, then we'll just take the Zoroark as well. That works too. All right, any last comments before we throw it back?
I'm a win.
That's all that needs to be said. They're gonna win. We'll see if it happens. Let's send it back to the casters.
Amazing stuff right there. Team Doob Snacks pulls it out today.
My player to watch.
My player to watch, says Doob Snacks. I'm a win is pretty good. I mean, from their last line.
That's what I expected of my player to watch.
I'm a win. Yeah, I think they're going to win.
He's the best.
Dude, incredible stuff
for life,
from Nemesis.
100%.
And again, you could see these two teams could have been facing off, I feel like, in the grand finals. They were that good. That series was that good.
I can't say enough. Let's take a look at the highlights, because this was just a walking highlight reel for both these teams.
Yeah, here we're looking at game number 1. If you remember game number 1, I think Nemesis would like to forget it even after winning that series. Incredible stuff right here. They were just dominant from top to bottom. There was nothing Nemesis could do about this Zoroark Comfey combination. They just did not have a counter to it at all. It ran the entire game. 21 KOs. One of the most impressive Zoroark Comfeys that I've seen in the UCS. Maybe second only to the world champs.
I mean, you're seeing it put on a clinic here. Nemesis a little bit draft differentialed, I would say, but to your point, never gave up trying to find their way in. Unfortunately, we don't have the right tools. You can't build the right product, and the right product there was to try to shut down Zoroark, and it didn't quite happen.
Yeah, never really happened for him. Now we're looking at game number 2, where things were completely different. Nemesis with a beautiful counter strategy. You know, they saw that they were going to go for the Zoroark Comfey again. Why wouldn't they? By the way, it was unstoppable, right? And Nemesis countered it perfectly throughout this match. So many great moments where they were shutting down this combination from Shin and Rude, and it really looked completely different from game one. Nemesis right back on top.
Yeah, these last 4.5 minutes, especially in this game too, really showed that Nemesis figured out how to execute their strategy with what they brought, and it was just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Now Xingdi not willing to quit here as we jump into game 3 on this Scyther, and it was a force all game.
Yeah, Scyther felt like not as powerful as that Zoroark, exactly right, and they didn't have the Comfey to help it out right there, but they were really taking over parts of this game. Nemesis had to fight and claw their way back into this, and you can see right here, this is when they, you know, make the decision that they are going to go on this objective. They're moving the Blaziken around, heading in right here. We have the Zoroark coming in, enough distracted. They are starting to rip this thing down, and their secure is amazing. There really is not much that Shin and Rude can do right here.
No, by the time they collapsed, it was just a day late, dollar short. LGC, like I said, clutching up for the team. That, again, 3 knockouts, 46k damage, 206 points. Not the story of why they're the player of the game, but they delivered.
Yeah, what an incredible match, incredible series between these two teams. I mean, this is where we are in the Aeos Cup, right? You are only going to see amazing games.
One after another after another. Again, all the credit in the world to SAR traveling this far and giving themselves a real chance representing their region incredibly well. Nemesis as well, fighting through that entire open bracket just like SAR did, making it here, making a statement for themselves, and they're the last NA team standing, and they're still looking to push this run. I'm a win.
Yeah. Incredible stuff right there. We've got some amazing games coming up for you as well. We have Nouns Esports coming up against who, Dupes, next?
Koby Chons.
What a match. We are going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. I can actually see you through your computer, so if you leave, I'll know.
So don't leave.
Yeah, don't leave.
All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
He leo kono keia, ia auko e hele mai I Hawaiʻi, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho aku no.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
Where everyone can see, I'll be walking.
that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
And here we are. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, live at EUIC in London, here at the Excel Center for this massive tournament. As we've talked about, we've got our mini worlds going on here for Pokemon Unite. All of the biggest teams from around the world making their way here, seeing who is going to secure the first spot awarded to the World Championships and the lion's share of $1,000. What? $100,000?
What?
I gotta go compete.
This
Yeah,
is
I
it.
gotta go.
You already missed the open bracket, Chief.
Yep.
You already missed it. We've got Nouns Esports that's going to be defending their home
I missed
turf.
it. They told me I missed
You
it.
missed it? Unsurprising. I think I told you you missed it before you walked out.
That might be what I heard.
Yeah, that's probably what you heard.
Yeah.
Against Koby Chons, one of the invited squads. So Nouns fought their way through the open bracket, actually made it through the winner's side, were sent down earlier today. I believe it was by Fusion. And now they're playing against Koby Chons, a team, again, from Japan, invited from Japan, that has made other EU teams look not solid.
Yeah, I mean, Koby Chons is amazing, obviously, right? This was the team I think most were worried about coming from that invited spot in Japan. We're taking a look at our bracket right here. Nouns Esports up in the winner's semis, go down 2-1 to Fusion, so a close game. Maybe the only team to give a Fusion a close game, honestly, as we're going to take a look at them against Koby Chons down here in our losers bracket. Koby Chons taking down Capybabas. That's a lot of K sounds and S. Capybabas.
Yeah, I mean...
Am I okay?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, do you smell burnt toast?
I got to go play for this $100,000. I'll be back.
Yeah, Koby Chons, Capybabas. But, I mean, that just shows Koby Chons has been running through these EU teams. But can we I know we didn't get to, you and I, speak about Capybabas too much, but what a run.
I know.
What a Cinderella story out of that team. Very impressive from bell to bell with, like, Niels and young Leon players in EU that have always been around. But here we go. We're getting ready for Nouns, Koby Chons. Nouns is not only trying trying to defend their home turf. They're trying to exact a little retribution for all the EU teams that Koby Chons has knocked out of this event.
Yeah, this is EU's last shot here in this tournament on their home turf, and I don't think there would be many teams that EU would rather see in this spot than Nouns Esports right now. Having the run that they've maybe not exactly hoped for, dropping down to losers right here, but Nouns up on the stage. Adesu loving it after some hero plays yesterday. Here is Nouns, Adesu, Toon, Utah, Bruv, and Megu.
What a team, what play we've seen out of these players yesterday and today. I mean, Bruv stepping up, Adesu with the Elder God getting the race secure and then using the Cotton Cloud Crash to get that last second score and to keep their team in the event. Now they've got a chance to do it again. Utah and Megu, the French duo, going to try and prop this up and see if they can show out on the big stage.
And obviously here we have the last invited team from Japan. This is Koby Chons, and such an incredible squad. You've talked a lot about Tomato.
Yeah, Tomato has been solid, but can we pivot to ROM a little bit? Their Mew play has been immaculate, and they're the type of team that they're picking a little bit of off-meta picks, but when they're playing them, the casters look at each other and goes, why isn't everybody playing these? They're just difference makers with these Pokemon, and it shows because they're not really impeded in the draft screen.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with them, obviously. I mean, how could you not be? They're the winners of ACL. They're so incredibly good. And we've seen them have amazing moments here. Obviously, we got the Nouns love out there in the crowd. I mean, there are so many people that would love to see Nouns win this thing. It would be incredible, but they got to go up against one of the best teams in the world right here. A team that dispatched one of the EU Titans in 4-3, beat them twice.
Beat them twice, but again, in a very clever draft differential, focusing down on 4-3's Captain Zervis, their support player, taking away all of their top picks, top options, which is unconventional compared to some of the other drafts we've seen so far.
You can see everyone getting ready for this match. Our players are loading in right now. There is Rom. We were talking a little bit about Rom. Here they are on screen right now. Look at that Mew. Look at that Inteleon. 110,000 damage on the Mew. 4-0 with Mew. 50% on Inteleon. I mean, if I got to pick one, I'm picking the one I'm perfect on.
Yeah, that's a good record at this level of event against this caliber of players, and averaging 110k damage a game is what the kids say, not bad.
Yeah, the kids are always saying how that's not bad when they average 110k damage right there, and you see why here from ROM. I mean, this is going to be quite a matchup. Obviously, Nouns is going to need to do what a lot of these EU teams have not been able to do, and that is stop Koby Chons. They're going to need to figure something out right here. Taking a look at Toon here from Nouns Esports. He was my player to watch today, so this will be fun to see him on the broadcast. We've got his Espeon, we've got his Sylveon. Average MVP 79 on Espeon versus day one of 71. Oh, that's his MVP score.
Correct.
He's getting better.
Yeah, I mean, improvement is good, especially in this tournament.
I've been coaching.
Toon Slimothy looking to make a difference here. Not a foreigner to this Aeos Cup stage. Actually won the event last year. So, you know, a little less international flair in that one, but that doesn't mean the achievement doesn't matter. And let's get into draft, sir.
Here we go. Game number one, the draft between these two amazing teams. Nouns Esports banning out the Mew right away. Not surprising. Koby Chons getting rid of that Hoopa. Nouns Esports with their second ban is going to be the Blaziken right here. Koby Chons, their final ban. Something to possibly stop Nouns here. They decide it's Leafeon, which leaves Buzzwole open. They keep leaving Buzzwole open, and it seems like they are not too concerned about it. We got the first pick over here from Nouns. Will they pick it up? I don't know, because Koby Chons have been countering it. No, they take Crustle instead.
Yeah, really saying, like, if you want Buzzwole, sure. If we can get Buzzwole and it makes sense, we'll take it later on. But locking down a premier defender like Crustle is critical.
Yeah, here we have Crustle being locked in. Kata, we saw them so much on this Blastoise day one. Eldegoss also being picked up here. Now these next lock-ins here for Nouns could be really important. We're gonna have to see what kind of roles they want to bring into this match. It looks like they are bringing out that Buzzwole. They put Mega on it. They say, look, if you're gonna give us third pick Buzzwole, we are going to take it.
Yeah, it is incredibly powerful. It just needs to be facilitated a little bit and it can really pop off. We're hovering the Inteleon. I believe that would be Rom doing that for this team. And we'll see where the other pick ends up. Are we looking at a potential Comfy carry situation?
We're gonna have to see what they want to do right here. We go, oh, tomato on the mime. I absolutely love to see it. We're gonna set up some big combinations between that Mr. Mime and that Inteleon right here. Final picks now for Nouns Esports. We want to see what Utah wants to bring out. I think he's teasing a little bit with that Greninja. I mean, I would just be tickled pink, but I doubt it. Let's see what they bring out. Adesu on the Blissey.
I'd say that's a long hover.
And there we go. There's the Urshifu. They just want to mess with us.
Yeah, just always want to mess
screwing with us.
Always messing with the casters. I honestly think if Tomato doesn't lock in Mime there, then we see a comfy combination.
You think so?
Last two picks that Nouns. And unsurprisingly, the Dragonite goes last, but the Dragonite has been literally the force of this Koby-chan's team. And I don't know if you were watching their games yesterday, their secure calls are so systematic. It's like, hey, up, and then everybody just fires their moves at the objective, and guess what? It works.
Yeah, it was so impressive. I was watching them. I was standing watching these matches with a few members. Overlord was there, you know, our world champion from North America, and he said that's what he was most impressed by, watching this team. He said if you watch them, you can hear every single player perfectly. Their comms are immaculate. There's no yelling over each other. They're going, get pussy, get pussy, get pussy, go, 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 go. Like, it's none of that. It's very calm. It's collected. They have a clear leader that sets up the secures, and it's just like you said. It's basically a 1, 2, 3, go. They all go, and then they move on. It's very
really
disciplined,
impressive.
and it's really impressive, and you've seen it throughout this tournament.
And this is a young team, Spragos. I think their average age is 17 or 18 years old, and to have that level of discipline is really unparalleled across all our teams we've seen this weekend, and it's working for them. Koby-chan's, again, dispatching quality teams, front, left, and center. We've got two players looking to get it done here. The captains are both supporters, of course, but we're moving into match now.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1. Get ready for it, everybody, as we have Nouns Esports, your purple team. Koby-chan's, your orange team. Buzzwole heading up to this top path. Mr. Mime down here in this bottom path with the Inteleon, looking to get some of those early water gun secures.
Yeah, they're actually assisting here through to get a little bit more experience onto Toon before they hit the path. Bruv working right there, and they are no strangers to a Mr. Mime, so I think they'll be able to navigate these walls fairly well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're playing Mime into one of the best Mimes out there. It must be a little intimidating, actually. And here we have Adesu in some trouble right now. You need to run away from this situation, grab some berries here as Megu is looking for a secure up in this top path. They obviously need to get that Buzzwole to hit level 5 so that it can become an absolute monster. Huh, only level 5. What a Pokemon.
Yeah, Adesu actually trying to do what we saw Rex do earlier, which is run and draw all the attention, but Koby-chan's, again, staying disciplined, staying on the objective that matters, which is keeping this Buzzwole down, and now they're putting tons of pressure, 3v1. They're looking at Megu. They're putting tons of damage on Megu. They're trying to get points, and at the same time, forcing it back to a berry, which means they've got a window. Finally, Adesu is back, but they're not level 4, so they don't have that nice soft-boiled move to give them the support, and now all the birds go to Koby-chan.
Yeah, really great stuff there from Koby-chan's. I mean, it was an excellent play. They kept them away from that entirely. As we can see down here in this bottom path, looks like things went pretty well for Nouns as they're looking to try to score right here. Toon having to pull back there on that Espeon. We've got the Dark Bear, but look at this. They're just clearing the central area before they get there. They say, oh, were you guys actually planning on taking this? We like that.
Yeah, and now look how low that they are. They get knocked out quickly. The Danger Noodle, Dragonair coming through, getting 2 in tandem with their support Eldegoss. Now they're looking to make it 3 between the tandem, and let's see if they can get Adesu, who is still a chancey, dog.
Yeah, he needs to get some experience very quickly right here. We can see up in this top path, Buzzwole is level 5, but not much more. And things are going very well with Koby-chan's. Feels like every rotation they found has been great. And that's a Dragonite. They are ready to go at 8 minutes.
That is exactly where you want to be. They've got an opportunity for more birds as well. And we're taking a look. The scoreline is close, but that's not the story here. As Kata is kind of getting collapsed on. We got a 3-player push, and they're trying to get this Urshifu into the pocket here so they can use this Wicked Blow and lock down some knockouts.
Look at those Hyper Beams. Just insane amounts of damage there on Toon. Toon having to actually head back to base. We're going to see if they decide to go top or bottom. They are going to head down towards this bottom path right here. Buzzwole only level 6 up in this top path. We've got the 9 on the Dragonite.
Yeah, but the pressure is all around these birds as that was a nice push back, a Hyper Beam secure, and that is just tic-tac-toe-like play out of Koby-chan's.
Yeah, it's just beautiful stuff, right? It's like just as you talked about, you know, easy push, ready with the Hyper Beam. 1, 2, 3, let's go. They secure.
Bruv holding it down in the face of 3. Of course, Toonslim is there for a little bit of support. The wall is put up. The Crossbow can't quite get back. The cake is still intact for now as we are on top of Registea, lining up the Hyper Beam, a go, and it's the Inteleon that takes it with Snapshot.
Beautiful stuff here from Koby Chons, and you know, this Dragonite is such a problem to deal with, but it's so hard to draft around if you don't have a Dragonite player, and a lot of teams deciding not to ban it. I'd actually be really curious what they would play if they did ban it.
Yeah, no, that's a great call. I think we might need to get a little bit more targeted here, but Mega with a little poach putting down the Eldegoss, and now Kata is trying to hold it down with this spin pump Blastoise. Dragonite crash lands like a meteor right on top and is ready to deal with this Regieleki as the rest of Nouns peel away, but they do find a great target in Rom and a nice KO.
Yeah, they pick up a KO right here, and you really take what you can get at this point for Nouns. They're a little behind right now, so picking up some of these KOs is very nice for them. They're going to get some experience here in this central area. Utah in a little bit of trouble, but they've got their support. They've got their attacker down here to help. Desu caught, but they'd rather trade that than have to trade their, their carry.
I agree completely, and that's a hallmark of a good support is understanding that your value in terms of getting knocked out is different than a lot of players on your team. So sometimes you running it down is the right thing to do.
Here we have the Buzzwole right here being hit by that Hydro Pump, able to take some of that experience, but you know, this Buzz is quite far behind, it feels like, for a Pokemon that normally steamrolls throughout this match. Similar level to its top lane counterpart right there in the Blastoise, but at the same time, it really does feel like Koby Chons does not worry about this Buzzwole. They shut them down really well.
Yeah, I think it's just because of how they take their team fights. It's a little disjointed. It doesn't allow it to be snowballing behavior when it gets into these fights. But I'm loving this frontline spin pump. Tons of damage on Megus. It ejects in. Dragonite kind of dodges, but it gets poached up, put down. Espeon Unite comes out. Now we have an Urshifu Unite. Eldegoss takes to the skies to heal up. Hydro Pump back the other way. We're spin pumping all over this team. Blitz assistance backwards, and now we're going to have to push forwards. But it's Koby Chons coming back saying, whoa, 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 slow down, Nouns, slow down.
We're going to see if Nouns decides to actually push forward right here. We've obviously got the moves back on the Buzzwole. Nice big Unite move from the Mime is going to probably stop this. I mean, you never know what Buzzwole could have done right there. That could have turned very, very bad. But we had one moment from Buzz in that fight that was huge, picking up that Dragonite. They took the highest level player on the enemy team, and they organized an incredible KO. But now we have all of Koby Chons up here at this Regieleki looking for the secure. They get it.
Yeah, we're still getting in the front line here. We finally see the Urshifu Unite come out on top of the Blastoise. Toonslim with the follow-up, and we're looking to push this Regieleki a little bit. Low is Tomato on the Mr. Mime, but Koby Chons again taking a deep breath, saying this isn't the scrap we want. Let's peel back.
Yeah, Koby Chons, they just take their advantage when they can get it, and then they peel away. They go find something else on the map to do. It feels like some teams are very concerned with how much brawling and how much fighting they get to do. And I think Koby Chons just, you know, very intelligently decides that they want to worry more about what objective they're moving to next, or they want to worry more about getting some of these wild Pokemon. They don't care to prove that they can out-brawl yet.
No, that's a great point. And again, they see their opportunities, they take them. They never really seem to be overextending, which is critical. Now Dragonite actually grabs the basement Reggie. Hydro Typhoon's going to kick up 3, but is this going to be a chase scenario? They do trap Bruv behind the wall. Can they get a KO? High spin pump will get it done with the Eldegoss right there.
3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Koby Chons up right now, and it looks like Nouns is having a hard time kind of breaking through. Obviously, Koby Chons would love to put some more points on the board. Nouns as well. We have multiple members of Koby Chons sieging this top goal zone right here. They're looking to make something happen. Here comes the Mr. Mime Unite into the Hyper Beam. We've got the Rapid Spin and the Hydro Pump. Inteleon moving forward, getting countered right there by their Urshifu. They go down, points raining to this top goal. Buzzwole trying to stop him, not able to do it. Now 61-12. A couple go down, but at the same time, they got a ton of points. Buzzwole moving around the side here, looking for a KO, not able to make it happen.
Yeah, Tomato actually saw them pop over the wall and immediately pivots, throws a Confusion Blast into the tall weeds to see if they can catch Megu moving too far forward. And that actually sends Megu reeling. They reset back to base, and Nouns is just trying to farm up their side of the map.
Yeah, Nouns is just looking for some experience right now. Obviously, they need to charge up some Unite moves as well. Buzzwole only level 11 right here, finally ticking over to 12. 11, though, that massive power spike where they'll be able to get their resets on their combo. So that could be huge the next time we see them in an engagement. Right here, this is just going to be easy pickings for the Koby Chons in the top path as they are going to take this objective. Nouns sieging this bottom goal zone right now.
Yeah, they do trap Tomato. Of course, Bruv up front taking these snipe shots, but that spin pump is so vicious. It can get straight into the back line, and now every single snipe shot rings true. 5 seconds till Ray spray.
Now, it looks like they could really put the pressure on right here. 2 members of Nouns are down. They are well aware they can't get anywhere near this. They're pushing out Mega right now, so incredibly low, having used the eject button to get away, so they're not going to be able to reposition any of their moves because of it, so they're going to lose a combo. Rayquaza getting flipped right now, or taken down here by Koby. Chons is getting incredibly low.
Hydro Typhoon comes up, and the Blissness is right into the middle. Who's going to clutch it out? I didn't even see, but it's the Dragonite. Who else would it be? Why not at this point? And now Utah's trying to do the last throws of work. Slimothy goes down, and now it's Koby Chons.
It's Koby Chons time, and that was beautiful from them. They just recognized after they picked up those 2 KOs with a snipe shot, they were controlling. It was a penta KO from the Inteleon, by the way.
Good
after they set up the game win with that snipe shot, they just continue to move through the enemy team right here. At the same time, the Rayquaza secure right in front of Nouns. There wasn't much Nouns could do about it after 2 of their members went down.
Still, of course, tons of shields on the side of Koby Chons, so they're slowly reeling back. They're sending Tomato on a mission to get a Hundo Burger in here, and they're going to be successful. So this lead is growing, and now they just have to defend. I wouldn't even bother with this tier 1, to be honest. Just move back into tier 2, fight with a little bit more shields and HP, but they're ripping Unite moves. They say we don't want any of our goal zones to go down.
Yeah, and here they go. They're going to see if they can get something done on this Dragonite right here as they move forward, trying to pick up a big combo, not able to make it happen. They do score a few points in this bottom goal. They're looking to push right now, but they're actually waiting here for a moment to decide how they're going to move in. They could possibly have a Unite move coming soon for some of their players. 30 seconds left on the clock. Big eject button into this combo right here, and that means Inteleon is going to go down as they're going to continue this push.
Yeah, they trap the Dragonite for just a moment here as Bruv tries to X-Scissor in, but again, this spin pump is just in their face. We're rubble rousing. Hyper Beam jumps onto the backside because they're all over Adesu. The push continues, but the HP pools for Nouns are getting real low. The KOs are starting to rain in, as now we're still holding on. Koby Chons will hold on, and Koby Chons will win the first game of this set.
Incredible match there from Koby Chons. Such a great move from them. As soon as they picked up those KOs, they recognized there was nothing Nouns could do. They were just going to keep the pressure on them every time they moved in and get that Rayquaza ready for a secure. This is what they do every time. If they have an advantage around an objective, they start fighting it, they start getting really aggressive. They always have that Hyper Beam. I've never seen someone with better Hyper Beam secures than we're seeing here in these games, and they're ready to go every single time. Nouns losing 2 players right there means Nouns loses the game.
That's very, very accurate and true. I'm thinking about that, Spraggles, and we talked about it kind of mid-match, and I want to revisit it a little bit. You brought it up. I think it's time to ban this Dragonite, dude.
I mean, I don't know what they're going to be able to do about it. Their strategy around it is so incredibly good, but they might have something even better waiting in the wings. We're seeing some highlights right here. This is when they made their way, into that central area of Nouns, just taking some of their experience here. We have Nouns fighting here in this top path, seeing what they can make happen. I have to tell you, Dupe Snacks, I really don't feel like I ever see Buzzwole look underwhelming, except when it plays against Koby Chons. I mean, Koby Chons just has its number.
Yeah, and I mean, we've even seen teams adjust to try and mitigate what Koby Chons does in the top path to limit Buzzwole, and it still doesn't seem to matter. Actually, this is a great moment in the game. Koby Chons is really good at staggering their Unite moves. So while other teams might throw 2 or 3 at once, Koby Chons is really good about like having a tempo to it, like boom, boom, boom. So every time you think you're out of one, you catch the next one, and they're able to chain that through to get these KOs and some good team wins.
Yeah, incredible stuff here in game number 1 from Koby Chons. It really looked like they had control over it the entire time. Perfect Hyper Beam there on the Dragonite as they clean up the rest of this fight. Again, that is a penta KO for the Inteleon, wiping out the entirety of Nouns Esports.
Yeah, and if this is their Inteleon, we can see why their Mew's so dangerous, right? I mean, their Mew is undefeated out here, but that Inteleon looked nice.
Yeah, looked incredible right here, and you can see they're wearing their ACL jerseys, obviously the champs coming over here to the Aeos Cup, looking to take this world's spot for themselves. Player of the game, your favorite, Tomato.
Tomato, I mean, involved in everything. They're Mr. Mime, the face of Brev, who we know affectionately as one of the Mime Kings in NA and EU, making it look phenomenal and helping their team to a win here. Unsurprising, because Tomato's really good.
I didn't even notice these items on them. They were stacking with choice specs. I mean, I respect the hustle. A lot of damage there on Confusion, obviously. I thought they had a buddy barrier or something with some of those moments, but I guess not.
Nope, just straight brawling with the clown.
Just brawling, man.
Just brawling.
We've got the "you can do it" sign, but I have to be honest, it looks like Rosander's a little sad with that "you can do it" sign right now. Yeah. I don't think that's the happiest "you can do it" sign I've seen. It's like,
there's only one sign I've seen that's more sad than that, and it's a Chef Gyarados drawing.
Ooh, yeah, that's a tough one.
That is a sad drawing.
That's a sad one as we see Mew banned out right away. Now it's Esports going to have the first pick here. We have Hoopa banned right after that. Final ban coming out from Nouns. I want to see what they plan on doing right here. It's going to be the Eldegoss.
Okay, so they're going to force Koby Chons onto some other support because Koby Chons has been getting a lot of Eldegoss, to be quite honest. But now the Dragonite is finally still available. Is this an opportunity? Adesu does coincidentally have a phenomenal Dragonite from World Season 1. Is it time to go into that department?
I don't really know. I mean, we've been seeing it as, like we talked about, the last pick, that gutter pick on the side of Koby Chons. That would be a really interesting strategy to throw at them. They grab Crustle first. We've seen how important that is. Kata refuses to get off this blast.
Why would they?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so amazing for them. We've got the Blissey here on the side of Koby Chons. We're going to have to see how they want to fill out this roster from Nouns. Obviously, that last game really did not go their way. It's possible that we have the Mime pick up here. I mean, if they want to counter that on the other side, but we've seen Tomato on a few different looks today that have all been incredible.
Yeah, Koby Chons
throughout this tournament, I should say.
Of course, Koby Chons quickly snagging up that Blissey, and another defender gets into the mix here. So we're going to most likely see that Trevenant in the top path. And I'm telling you, it might be time to just go all in on a Comfy Speedster and see what kind of damage you can do.
I mean, it could be really interesting. I love the fact that Koby Chons is so good, you don't pick Buzzwole into them. Like, they're so good that they counter one of the most popular things in the entire meta right now. A third defender here for the side of Nouns, obviously.
The red alert is going off at my brain, Spraggles, because you know how many times Koby Chons has eliminated a team that's played support Umbreon this weekend?
I don't know, is it?
It's all the other EU teams.
Okay.
Like, they just keep, I don't know why we keep going here, but here we are. I hope Nouns proves me wrong. I hope they do something different. I hope they get themselves a win. I hope they give us a game 3.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, Nouns tournament life on the line. There is their composition for it. We've got Toon on this Delphox. It's going to be really interesting to see how they want to play this. Look, the Delphox Crustle combinations that we had been seeing throughout this tournament were really, really impressive. So I'm interested to see what that possibly looks like here in game number 2. And of course, Koby Chons are just ready to move on from this thing, move forward in this tournament.
Like, I guess Kata on the spin pump is a reasonable mean look target. You know, I don't know if you necessarily. I don't know, dude.
Could be the drag. Look, you get a Dragonite in that mean look. It means they're just going to continue to get spun. They're pretty tanky, but they're not the tankiest Pokemon in the game. Sylveon could rip them apart. The Fire Blast could rip them apart at the same time. We're going to have to see how they want to play it. But one thing I do think is interesting about this Nouns composition is it feels like they are agreeing you know, with Koby Chons to play a slightly different game. It feels less, you know, fighting, brawl heavy, and more like we want to control the map, control you.
Yeah, well, at least the 75% win rate Noda is not on their Eldegoss for this game, giving maybe a little sign of life for Nouns Esports here.
In game number 2, Nouns Esports, your purple team. Koby Chons, your orange team. Nouns Esports has to win this or they are knocked out of this tournament, and that would be the last EU team here in EU to go down.
They, like, not every EU team can get dispatched by Koby Chons, right? Nouns has to represent well in their region. They're going to do it through a support Umbreon, so let's go.
We're going to see what they're able to make happen right here. You know, it's a pretty aggressive top path right here from Nouns as they are moving forward, trying to get some of these secures, trying to stack up on their Pokemon. Obviously, you can see Umbreon having to peel away from this and grab these berries. Kata on the Blastoise, by the way. Unbelievable.
just so mean, always impressive, always buying time, and here comes the Dragonair. Desu, tons of damage being hemorrhaged in here. K opener, unsurprisingly, Takada and Koby Chons.
I love that play there that we saw from the Sylveon there, actually just deciding to peel back. Earlier, they just said, hey, I'm going down right here. There's nothing you can do. Just peel back and get ready for the next part of this fight. I thought that was very smart because some teams would overcommit right there.
Yeah, now they're moving as 3, but again, sussed out by Kata right there. Hyper Voice right into the middle. The birds kind of split between these two teams, but I can't think that Koby Chons is too upset about how that went down.
No, not at all. Things are going pretty well for Koby Chons right here. Obviously slightly behind on the scoreboard, but they are once again heading into the central area of Noun, seeing what they can take away from them here with this Dragonair.
Yeah, moving through the Drizziles right in Dragonair's pocket. They're going to leave with another buff here, as now they're looking to pivot. They know what this thing is. And look, Toon's at half HP. Like, how much can they contend right now with this Dragonair?
Yeah, Dragonair just able to really do whatever they want right here. We do see the Delphox, Toon heading up to the central area with Bruv, seeing what of that exactly they can take away.
I mean, they moved on this Dragonair with 3 players, and it just didn't matter. Good sense of direction here. He caught in the mean look is the Dragonair. If there's an opportunity, it was there, and they didn't cash in. As now we have the Delphox getting into the mix a little bit with that Fire Blast.
No, they didn't cash in right there, Dupes next, but we did see what could possibly happen throughout that match. Anytime this Dragonite gets aggressive, anytime Dragonite needs to position itself in a particular way for an objective, they are able to counter it right there with the mean look. And as soon as we get a few of these moves online from the side of Nouns Esports, we could see some big KOs. I'm actually interested to see how this pays off for Nouns.
All right, well, they take care of Tomato, and now they're moving on this Dragonair. It is in mean look range, so if they can get it put down, it can't run out now. We're looking to fire spin it right in half, and now it's trapped in the mean look, but they didn't go for the follow-up. They went for the quick score here, I suppose, and now peeling back to make sure they get the bird. So not a value in the knockout department, but definitely in the wild farm department.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they are controlling this match a little bit more while being, again, less focused on brawling with Koby Chons. If they are able to catch them, they can get a big KO. Same thing with Inteleon, either Inteleon or Dragonite. If you can get them in that mean look, they wouldn't be too difficult to take down. This looks like it's going to be easy work here for Koby Chons. Yes, great secure.
Now Megu's working up top, but right behind them is Kata, trying to take advantage of all the hard work that Megu's putting in, but now they're going to scrap a little bit. Regieleki puts a little electric net down, but a Desu right there with the mean look, so the spin is staying in one spot, and Kata peels back, which allows him to get an objective.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Nouns Esports, and again, I feel like this mean look, we've seen some looks on it that have been pretty good. I mean, mean, you know, obviously for Koby Chons, but pretty nice for Nouns Esports as Koby Chons deciding to actually push this fight towards this top path goal.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they put it in the mean look, they started retreating, and Dragonite still came out with that Hyper Beam KO because of the range it has on it. So, you know, if you're getting the correct mean look target, you have to be there to follow up, because getting the right target with no follow-up is no value.
Yeah, you're not going to get a ton out of it, obviously, and this is going to happen more and more, hopefully, for Nouns when they're in some of these bigger fights. Now, if they're not able to make that happen, then it is just one of those picks that doesn't work at all for the squad. Picking up a nice little KO right there. Delphox going down.
Well, now Bruv is low HP, and the snipe shot is certainly there to put them in range. They're trapped in the rock tomb, but that might be where they want to be. Mean look in a right spot here, but Blissey stays in the pocket. They're looking to brawl a little bit. Inteleon runs in a circle. Please get this KO to make it worthwhile. They're on the chase. Bliss assistance just in time. Gets the knockout back on a Desu, and now running away is the Sylveon. Oh, golly. Boryutao can't cash in either. We have a Fire Blast that's just a bit shy because of the Fell Stinger.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. I can't believe both of these teams making it out really unscathed in that moment. Here we go. The Curse and the Pain Split is on the Inteleon. It's going to be tough for them to get away, and they cannot. Unite move from the Trevenant right now as they are going to push forward here. Megu looking to pick up a KO. Tomato with the wall, blocking them out.
Yeah, not overextending, not taking fights they don't need to, but great communication, saying, Tomato, put a wall down so I can get out of here, please, thank you, and they're successful. Okay, Delphox Unite on the pad. They're looking to make a push. Spin pump right on top of a Desu, but we're in the back line with Tomato using the Showtime Spear Fingers right on top of Hydro Typhoon, kicks up 2, KOs 2, and all of a sudden a Desu finds themselves in trouble with Megu. Megu's trying to pain split on top of a target, forcing out the Inteleon Unite. Tons of damage getting rained in. Tomato tries to trap them in a wall, but they're pumped back by who else but Kata. Now they're moving forward themselves, and what looked like a push on the tier 1 of Koby Chons turns into a nightmare for Nouns. Getting one back, but Koby Koby Chons retreats.
Yeah, Koby Chons pulling back right there because they're saying, you know what, we actually just did this, where they pushed onto our goal zone kill. But you know what, we'll give them one, and then we'll pull away from this right here. Really amazing stuff there from Koby Chons. Everything Nouns did, they were able to counter in that fight. As Nouns is continuing this push in the top path right here, looking for this EUIC. Obviously, they are nowhere near the bottom objective, so that was able to get secured there by Koby Chons. You can't leave Dragonite alone with anything.
No, you really can't. Okay, Delphox Unite, we're going in for it again. Tomato is the one trapped behind the Rock Tomb and the Unite move and everything under the sun. It is fire spun, but can they do anything with that player advantage that they have? They try to trap the Dragonite, but it's Inteleon still hanging out with Snipe Shot cover.
Yeah, Inteleon still got that Snipe Shot. We have Blastoise spinning around, seeing what they can get done here, pushing members of Nouns back towards this EUIC. And now we have a possible secure attempt here by Nouns.
Oh, little Egg Bomb comes through, Hyper Beam, but it's the Inteleon that secures because up, and they secure. 1, 2, 3, go. Everybody gets it. All 5 players for Nouns were there. Oh, right into the back line is Tomato. They're looking for an engagement. They get mean looked immediately. Dragonite follows up. The Forest curses out, picks up a couple players, but the goal zone's gone. Now Megu's trying to push forward. Hydro Typhoon's going to catch a few. Spin pumping on top of Utah right now. They're trying to trap. They're trapped in the Rock Tomb. Can they at least get the KO with the X-Scissor? No. They gets it with the Sylveon. 2 players down, 2 for 1 here, as again, Koby Chons decides to settle it out and move backwards.
Koby Chons just doing an incredible job right here, taking away that blue buff there in the central area of Nouns. It feels like they're just in control of this match. Koby Chons, it must be such an awkward team to play against, because it feels like they don't want to fight you. They're just kind of doing their own thing, and then every once in a while, you bother them, and they all turn around, they all start attacking you. You have to go, no, run away from Koby Chons. So you're trying to disrupt whatever it is they're doing, which is basically secure every objective inside the game, right? And then every once in a while, they decide to turn their ire towards you and win a big fight.
They are literally running the Pokemon Unite version of play action. They're just doing handoff after handoff after handoff, and finally, whoop, pull it back and go for a bomb downfield, and they're converting her. But nice trap. This is the execution they want. Quick KO on Tomato. They're sitting on pad. 5 seconds left till Ray. This might be a problem.
Yeah, this could be a big problem right now. Mime is coming back. Bruv's starting this thing with the X-Scissor. There's the fire. Bliss assistance, but they go down instead.
That's all with the Hydro Pump right in the back line, but they've got no support. Nobody followed Kata into the mix. Now Kata's forced to run away, but the chase is on. Adesu's looking to see what they can do, but they're flipping on top of Ray. The Hyper Voice is focused there. Tomato is back, and they're looking into the back line. Stun Delphox right to the Unite move for his curse. Can they get the follow-up? Adesu's looking to pivot on Kata, puts them in the mean look. Ray is getting so low, but the Dragonite's there. It gets X-Scissor, but it might have been too early. Hyper Beam's lined up. Hyper Beam secured for Koby Chons. Are you surprised? Color me not.
Not at all. Koby Chons in a perfect position right there. Nouns tried to take that opportunity without Mr. Mime for a moment so that they could win the game. They went towards Ray. They tried everything they could, but once again, Koby Chons with a beautiful secure. There's time on the clock, but it could just be more time for Koby Chons to score right here. Nouns trying to defend, but there's nothing they can do. 55 to 6-13 right here in game number 2. And it looks like this is going to be the end for Nouns and the end for EU in the Aeos Cup.
Koby Chons, the EU destroyers, eliminating teams like 4-3, like Capybabas, and now on that hit list, go ahead and scratch out the name of Nouns Esports. Koby Chons is on one.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a strong choice from Nouns, right? But one of the toughest things is you're getting Rayquaza low, and your secure opportunities, I mean, there really just is not a lot that you're going to be able to secure Rayquaza with, as opposed to a team with a Hyper Beam, with a Hydro Pump, with a Snipe Shot. You've got Sylveon Hyper Voice. You've got Fire Blast on Delphox, and maybe if that Delphox doesn't go down, they have an opportunity right there. Of course, we'll never know that. One thing we do know for sure, Koby Chons just seems to have the number for a lot of these EU teams, and in this series it's number 2. 2 games to 0.
2 games to 0. Koby Chons with a no-doubter. You know, not to go, you know, told you so type moves here, but I mean, this Dragonite has been a problem. It's at least a problem for EU teams. And at some point, you either got to take it or ban it. You have to just concede that it doesn't feel great to be banning Dragonite, but in a vacuum against Koby Chons, it might just be the right thing to do. 113k damage, dude. Like, What are we doing out here? 102 out of Kata? We're seeing these scores. I keep forgetting that they're not showing that on screen. I'm a doofus.
I know, come on. That's just what production calls you. I mean, these players right here, obviously, this is huge for Koby Chons. We still have a Japanese team here invited to this tournament, and they are still doing very well. We see Pump in the crowd giving them the standing ovation right there. I know that hurts for Pump because Pump is an EU diehard. He would love to see an EU team move forward right here. Nouns is an amazing team. They had one of their best runs of a tournament so far against some of the best players in the world, but they were not able to stop Koby Chons. Really, almost no one has been.
No, it's tough. It's tough to watch. You know, Nouns really felt.
Are you crying?
No, I'm not crying.
Oh, okay. There's a lot of water coming out of your eyes.
No, it's not even true. It's because you keep splashing me.
Oh, that's right.
Nouns really felt like this might be their weekend, right? They've been looking for this traction to keep pushing and pushing forward. They've had a difficulty in February, difficulty in March, deep run here at the Aeos Cup, and unfortunately fall victim to, I don't know, Koby Chons just have EU's number.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, they played amazing games. We saw what Nouns was trying to do there. You have to appreciate it, but when you look at what happened at the end of that match, when you look at these stats right here, you look at all these KOs, 7 KOs on the Blastoise, that's another Pokemon you might just have to take away from them. Kata's Blastoise is absolutely insane. And here's what we were looking at a moment ago. Look at that damage right there. 102,000 on the Blastoise, 113,000 on the Dragonite, and you just pointed out the Blissey.
126,000 damage healed. They were not going down where Koby Chons, Nouns Esports couldn't take them down, couldn't evaporate those pools. And as Zoink said before, really just health pools that were being stubborn, going low, but never just getting to zero.
You can take a look at our scoreboard right here. You see, you know, Koby Chons had the lead through most of the game, and then they secured a nice solid lead, 213 to 55 there. They didn't even need Rayquaza. You know, obviously Nouns initiated that fight there right around Ray, and Koby Chons was perfect right there. They were able to take down members of Nouns that had any opportunity at securing it, and then they just turn around on it, and of course, beautiful Hyper Beam. That Dragonite takes everything that's around it. You have to watch out for that Dragonite. If it's around, it's taking an objective.
Yeah, and you can tip the cap to Nouns. I mean, they found a great pick in the Inteleon early. They got Kata split off from the entire team. I think they made a reasonable call jumping into the Ray pit, but a little bit more awareness. You actually saw Bruv go for the X-Scissor on the Dragonite, but it was just a hair too early, so the Hyper Beam could still be locked in just in time to get the secure. So don't get me wrong, Nouns did everything right in that final fight to give themselves the best opportunity, but the Dragonite remains the problem. We've got an interview on stage with Noda from Koby Chons. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, you two. That's right, I am on stage with Noda from Koby Chons after an incredible game, able to take down Nouns Esports. Now, Noda, I have to ask, your team has looked incredible. One of the biggest strengths of your team has been your communication and how good you are at securing objectives. How has your team practiced that and gotten strong at that?
皆様のチームの特徴は、多分コミュニケーションとレジ系のポケモンとか、倒すのはすごくうまいと思うんですけれども、これはどうやって練習してどうやってそんなに上手になりましたか？
まずは、上下の人数配分をしっかりすることと、ラストヒットの強いキャラクターをポケモンを、ピックすることです。
So we try to choose the Pokemon that are very good at last hits. And basically just, you know, gather all around the objective just to secure it in the perfect moment, and we can just make a call and we go for it.
Yeah, the calls have looked exceptional. Another in-game question for you, Noda. Your team has shown zero fear towards Buzzwole, a Pokemon that every other region has a lot of respect for and bans a lot, but your team doesn't. What are your strategies against this Buzzwole?
他のチームはよくマッシブンというポケモンをバンしたり本当にリスペクトすると思うんですけれども、Koby Chonsはあまり気にしないらしいなんですけれども、この強いみんなリスペクトするポケモンどうやって処理するでしょうか？
序盤に、マッシブンがいる上ルートに人数を集めて相手のマッシブンが、育たないようにすることを意識しています。
So our strategy is basically during the first stages of the game, we just check where he goes. We try to gather around like more people than usual in this particular place and just suppress his development in the early stages of the game.
It makes sense. Hold it down early. You've seen a lot of success from that already. Now, of course, you're coming all the way from Japan to play in this tournament, and I'm sure you have a lot of supporters back home. Anything you want to say to all the fans of Team Koby-Chons?
日本代表として遠くからこっちに来てくれたんですけれども、多分日本でファンの皆さんがよく見ると思うんですけれども、このファンの皆さんのために一言のメッセージをお願いします。
応援してくれるファンの人たちのために頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
We will do what we can, everything we can, just to thank for the support of our fans back home. Please support us on.
Awesome. All right, keep supporting Team Koby-Chons as they move on in the Aeos Cup. I'm going to throw it back on over to the desk for the casters.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. And yeah, I mean, they talked about it. They talked about that secure. They pick a lot of strong, secure Pokemon. They make their way to the objective, and then they make the call and they go for it. And the more and more a team is able to do that, obviously, the better and better they get at it. And these guys are pros.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the highlights here. A quick moment from game one. Really, it was just the Koby-Chons show. It seemed very, very oppressive what they were doing. Their engagements were calculated. You can see just kind of the smattering here. Rom pulling up with those snipe shots and then going absolutely brazy out here.
Yeah, I mean, just really incredible stuff. Able to wipe the entire team in that final fight. And then, we're going to take a look here at game two. Obviously, a lot of huge moments as well for Koby-Chons. Nouns felt like they had some more in the tank in game number two than they did in number one. But Koby-Chons still really in control of just about every objective. It felt like they were doing everything that Koby-Chons wanted to do and nothing Nouns wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing what they were trying to do. Rock Tomb into Fire Spin, into, Hyper Voice, into Mean Look to try and trap players down. They got that trap on Kata multiple times that game and never left with a knockout, which is, one, incredibly impressive, just back and forth. But then the final fight. Nouns took it the best they could, but it just didn't happen to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, when the Inteleon's not there, you understand the idea behind going for the secure, right? That was a beautiful X-Scissor, but it still was not able to stop the Dragonite that just has that Hyper Beam ready to go perfectly for that secure. Great stuff once again from Koby-Chons. I think Nouns took a great fight. They probably took, a weighted flip in that moment where they had the best chance they were going to have, especially without Inteleon there, but they still weren't able to take down Koby-Chons.
Yeah.
And very few teams are.
Certainly no EU teams have. Koby-Chons are pressing through in this losers bracket, and they've got right ahead of them Nemesis, a team from NA that is just moving and moving and moving. But let's talk about Vitopo, absolute mutant on this Dragonite.
Yeah, I mean, what is there to say about this player? It's like they're a cornerstone of this team. Their strategy feels like it revolves around this player, but no teams have been bold enough to sort of ban this Dragonite out or do something about it. They set up perfect opportunities for secures again and again and again. Ton of damage right there, 113,000 damage, an all-rounder attacking at range, just able to put out a ton right there as well. The Hyper Beams either secure enemy KOs or they secure objectives. I mean, either way, that Dragonite is a monster to deal with. And honestly, I'm kind of shocked that we don't see a counter to it.
Yeah, I mean, 113,000 damage for a team we kept saying that are calculated in their fights and not willing to fight too much is banana lands to begin with, and it just shows the strength of that player Vitopo on that Pokemon Dragonite. Like I said, overall, it doesn't feel great to necessarily ban a Dragonite, but in a vacuum against Koby-Chons, it might just be the right thing to do. We'll see what Nemesis can do in this matchup upcoming. We're going to take a pause for the cause. You have like 2 or 3 gallons of milk to drink, so we'll be right back.
Ooh.
Milk!
2023 Pokémon World Championships.
Mm, 世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiaotong is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clisma, but it gets the knockout. Sora Erisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs Gastron survives.
It's just a sliver of HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Anthony Amuga, stats down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
It's winners finals time here at EUIC, our Aeos Cup. We are down to our final 4 teams, and it's time for a winners finals between Rework, Respawn, and Fusion in a match I'm calling the El Clasico. Wonder Chef, I'm so excited to have you joining me. I am Zoinks. We're going to be taking you through the next matchup, which is an exciting one. I'm sure you are one of the most pumped, though, Wonder Chef.
I am extremely pumped. I have loved these teams for quite a while. My notes here say that we're at EUIC, but this might be LAIC just based on the teams that we have here in the winners finals. It's EUIC, don't let them trick you. But an incredible set of teams running down to our last two teams in winners, being one from LATAM North and one from LATAM South, is a gigantic statement to the rest of the world just about how this region is as strong as you could possibly be.
Yeah, taking a look at our bracket, since both of these teams find themselves in the winners finals, a LATAM team is guaranteed both at least third place and also second or first at this point in time, which is the best that a LATAM team has ever performed on an international stage. This is unbelievably huge for the region, and I know these players and teams are so excited. I got the chance to run into Rework Respawn while watching some of the earlier matches today, and they are buzzing with excitement. So pumped to prove that their region is one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and I was just talking to our one of our translators who was telling me that these teams are really good friends. They practice together, you know, even though we have these teams separated as LATAM North, LATAM South, they're a region team, you know, in their spirit. And so we can take a look here first at Fusion, one of our first representatives who has gone nearly undefeated the entire weekend.
Yeah, and historically, right? Like, they are the faces of success in Pokemon Unite. I mean, barely missing a single tournament victory. Last year only missing one. But then, of course, we have Rework Respawn on the other side. Your Aeos Cup playing champions, the runners-up in the March Cup. But now here at EUIC, they have made it all the way to your winners finals. And they are so excited, of course, like you mentioned, to be playing up against some friends, some rivalry. Let's get into it. Game number one of your winners finals.
Only one of these teams is going to remain in winners after this, but it's got a long set ahead of them. First ban of the day is going to be Crustle for these teams, I should say, in this matchup, and Mimikyu second.
Yeah, okay, we're definitely watching LATAM now. This Pokemon is prioritized extremely highly within this region. It's why you're going to be seeing it banned. Sylveon banned as well. Buzzwole being the final ban will leave Leafeon and Blastoise available for selection in the draft screen. Two high priority picks, but Eldegoss and Hoopa also very contentious for those top selections.
Yeah, now I know that especially back when we were at single bans, before even the last buff, I guess I could say, for Leafeon, a Pokemon that is used so much in all of LATAM. So this is one that I know that both teams are absolutely going to be vying for. Like I said, Reggie in particular, I know has been a huge player of that Pokemon, so understandable why they got it first. And then, like you said, Blastoise available to the other side. They've got to take it early.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Espeon as well. Of course, a Pokemon that is extremely highly rated, but is going to give up on some of the more power pick support Pokemon. I say that as Blissey is the first support grabbed in this draft. Fusion is going to lock that in, probably to pair well with a dive target like Leafeon. Bliss Assistance gets even better when your intended target is all the way in the enemy backline because it hits so many targets on the way there. Wonder Chef, we get to cast Reggie-Zoroark.
That is very, very exciting. That is a specialty character for sure. Really excited to see that Pokemon. Also, may I note, the Slowbro, I think a great option. If you're going to give away the Leafeon, just based on how the bans go, being able to solo target out the Leafeon with a Slow Beam, very good.
And to ensure your Zoroark success as well, really protects you against this. It actually enables them to consider the Comfey as this final selection. Comfey and Zoroark, an incredible duo, and it looks like it will be locked in for Rework Respawn. Comfey Zoroark is kind of having that 2-for-1 power level, extremely valuable on Pokemon Unite, but the shutdown Unites like Mimikyu's Play With Me or Slowbro's Slow Beam, both of those make it so that the Comfey cannot do anything. You have no ability to press any of your buttons or even detach off your intended target. A 2-for-1 in power level, but also 2-for-1 value from the Slowbro.
Well, they're not going to have to deal with that because they're the ones who are going to have it, and I do like that a lot. I mean, this is a focus for sure with both of these team comps that are going to be focused a lot around having one particular powerful speedster, right? The Bliss Assistance, of course, is going to have to find a really good target, most likely, ideally going to be that Leafeon, assuming it can manage to not be stolen away.
Yeah, oh boy, here we go. Fusion versus Rework Respawn. I called it the El Clasico. I know it's the first time we've had this on broadcast, but it feels just right between these two teams. A player to watch is, of course, Reggie. I believe you called this out, right, at the start of our broadcast.
I did.
Zoroark, Scyther. We've even seen a few other speedsters from them, like in this game. We're going to be seeing the Zoroark, though. On the other side, though, the player to watch on Fusion is going to be Tempo. They are going to be playing the Trevenant, a top path role for them for the most part today. I do love their Dodrio. I really hope we get to take a look at it because Tempo's Dodrio in that top path is a very exciting option.
I love Top Path Dodrio, but here we go. Winners finals, Fusion on the left, Rework Respawn on the right, LATAM South and LATAM North. Let's see who comes out ahead in game number 1.
The winner of this goes into our grand finals, guarantees themselves first or second place, but also has that winner's side advantage as well. In a position where this grand finals is awarding more than we have ever seen in a Pokemon Unite tournament. I cannot stress how important having that winner's side advantage is. That's what's on the line in this matchup.
That's right, $100,000 in total on the line. And so we're going to see how these teams start off. We're getting some relatively free scores up here for Sherlock, who's going to run very far south, trying to maybe see if there's anything they can steal over in the center area. And they may get a chance. This is going to be a weird little low power attempt to get the last hit, but it's going to go to the, well, now Blissey. A great way to defend that Centraria EXP.
Yeah, but at the very least, Chaos has that experience share, isn't able to share that EXP at all with the rest of their team because of the urgency that Sherlock was able to enable on the enemy side. They are going to pay for it, though, as Anemo is going to strike first. I believe the K opener going over to Fusion as Leafeon, the first one to take a knockout.
Sherlock going pretty far forward there, but now they've got to deal with this initial combo. This is what we're really looking at basically this entire game. This Zoroark plus Comfey is going to be so hard to deal with. I mean, they just disengage. You know, even though they had 3v2 technically, you don't want to even try to risk it. But you can kind of force it if you are the Zoroark, who's going a little bit far forward, trying to see if there's anything they could find, decided not quite worth it right now.
Yeah, oh man, this duo just feels so iconic with any of our in-person events. NEIC and EUIC both. This duo always shows up, the Zoroark and the Comfey. A lot of their moves require expert timing and aim, which is really tough to do in some online tournaments, but this in-person environment is just a perfect enabler for these high-skill Pokemon. And wow, the most rewards are given to the viewer because I love watching Zoroark and seeing the amazing mechanical prowess that our players have.
Oh yeah, I'll always, oh, well, hold on, let's look at this right now. Speaking of Zoroark, Reggie is just playing super good defense, and that was an invincibility with the transform?
Yeah, it's going to use that passive ability of illusion. Every 30 seconds, Zoroark will have access to that, and pro player Zoroarks are able to dodge instances of damage, instances of crowd control by using that illusion to transform into a different Pokemon momentarily and avoid something like a new boosted auto or even a mean look from an Umbreon. If you're able to time it perfectly, you can ignore the stun entirely.
It's exactly what you were saying. Right now, though, Reggie diving in on 2. Tempo's going to be hard to take down here. I mean, this is a lot of sustain for these 2 targets, but this is Zoroark, and it is already level 8, so it's got that big level advantage. If we can catch out this Blissey, that could be a very juicy target. Going to quite easily take that one down, running just a little bit further to say, okay, well, at least get away from my Trevenant. We've got to get whatever we can out of this situation.
The Rework Respawn actually showing a lot of focus on the Regieleki. They're not going to have any presence on that bottom side. In fact, they've already lost a goal zone down there, which must have been to a pretty large overdunk, seeing as Fusion is sitting at 141 points already. Defending against the Regieleki will be standing the Blissey and the Trevenant, and Leafeon has just showed up, but in that moment, Anemo takes so much damage. Regirock's shield does get put onto all the members as soon as it's KO'd, but Reggie is undeterred, going to find that Leafeon in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, the Reggie shield is nice, but a Comfey is a whole lot nicer. They are going to be able to take down that tier 1. The overdunk was not super significant. You can see they're still down by 32 points, so not the worst thing in the world. Okay, they are going to slowly get a little bit more. We actually saw the slow from Coleman dunking the tier 2. That was a little bit rude, just out of nowhere. Like, oh wait, I wasn't done. I've got a little bit more for you.
There you go. I actually really love what Rework Respawn is doing with this draft strategy. They are behind on the scoreline, but they've been putting so much pressure on the top side. Despite having an evolution that you could try to power up, they understand they don't want one hyper carry in the Zoroark. They want to make sure they're also enabling this Blastoise of Sherlock, who is doing extremely well. They have level 9, they got access to the Hydro Typhoon, and now they can enable this Water Spout Rapid Spin. Not going with the pump, which we've seen got very, very common, just going all in on the damage numbers.
Yeah, anytime that you've got a really strong assassin, you really like to kind of sandwich a team, or a strong brawler. Realistically, either way, it just works together, right? If you've got a Blastoise that's really strong, a lot of times they can get kind of focused, because it does have to kind of slowly spin in. If you've got a strong assassin, sometimes you just turn around and get focused. But if you can sandwich teams, that's when the pain really begins.
Wow, and okay, we actually have the Espeon running that big damage burst move with the Psyshock instead of that sword power, where we normally see that for the consistent damage. Instead, we're going to have a more powerful secure option from the Espeon, but it will take some better aim and some better timing to execute well.
I like that a lot. The secure on the side of Fusion is extremely strong. Of course, Solar Blade, or I'm really sorry, any move that we have from Leafeon, and on top of that, Mew are both great options at getting secures. And of course, always got to say it every single time, #1 secure in the game is always going to be Egg Bomb.
Oh, of course, yeah, it's already in the game. It's locked in, so that's why we need Espeon to even compete with the unbelievable Egg Bomb secures. It will be Solar Blade as well for Leafeon. So speaking of secure options, we definitely have those in spades. Of course, Mew has a few moves that are exceptional at secure, depending on the situation. Electro Ball, my personal favorite, because it does splash damage and is a little quicker to use rather than Solar Beam.
Yeah, Solar Beam just a great threat, but right now, somebody's going to have to get a secure. The Hydro Typhoon is coming out along with the Phantom Forest, and this is going to be so much AoE damage included, especially with the spin. We're going to see Mew go down on one side, but two traded away on the side of Rework Respawn. They're still pretty healthy. The Comfey is still up, sitting on Sherlock on that Blastoise, but it's going to be the Trevenant to get the final hit on this Regieleki. 45 HP left on this goal zone. They are going to get a good opportunity to break it down if they can get this Regieleki in. A few more reinforcements coming back. Comfey finally going down, as well as Sherlock on the Blastoise. So they've just got a little bit of defense here, but it might be enough to at least stop them from really considering going for this push, especially with Zoroark coming back.
Yeah, Reggie's back in the mix. Unite move right in the face of Oblivion, but they take a full Solar Beam. That is meaning that Reggie has to retreat all the way. Illusion to try to dodge that Mew boosted auto. I do believe they got hit. You saw Slowbro from Minato desperately running to try to cut it off, but a bit of miscommunication between the two members of Rework Respawn means that you're not going to find that value. It's all right, though. No knockouts were occurring in that moment, and now it's the race to the bottom side. So far, the only member that is going to be approaching that basement Reggie is the Leafeon of Fusion, who's already doing damage to that objective. Have to imagine that is going to be an easy Fusion basement Reggie.
Yeah, and that's really important because the levels are very even. I mean, currently Fusion had one level just slightly over above Rework Respawn, but in that meantime, actually, we did manage to hit 13 first in the game for Reggie on the Zoroark. So again, levels very even, looking to try and not even close that gap, maybe widen the gap, as Reggie's actually going to back up. Realizes there's a few too many targets, as I love that Fusion. Two members coming from the bottom, two members coming from the top, just collapsing kind of defensively.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about level 13s, I am shocked that Tempo is sitting on that at Trevenant right now. An unbelievable power spike for them. They are looking huge. The damage numbers they've been able to output are massive, but more importantly, I think their Unite move has been a perfect answer to the Blastoise. Channeling it during the Hydro Typhoon was the only reason that topside fight even remotely went their direction, and this Horn Leech has been fantastic for displacement, something that any good Unite team really needs.
Yeah, and by the way, we are 10 seconds away from the final stretch here. Looking at this game, it is incredibly even. 29 points difference, which is absolutely nothing in this game at the 2-minute mark. The levels are just one away at maximum. This is as close as you can get going into this final fight. It's all going to be about the engagement, and already we're starting to get a little bit of poke, maybe playing a little game of chicken on the side of Fusion, but hey, with all the Pokemon they have there, I don't know if they know, but they could probably just burn this down at this point.
Yeah, but as soon as you burn it down, you're inviting both an Espeon and a Blastoise Unite move into the mix. That's so much crowd control to have to contend with, so they have to be extremely careful. If they are going to go for the Rayquaza, it needs to be a very open and clear option, despite having the secure tools, because you know that Rework Respawn is going to be trying to utilize those defensively. A back cap, though, is going to change the scales a little bit, and Reggie going to try to take full advantage as well. 46 points in is going to give Rework Respawn the lead again, despite the back cap from Tempo.
And Sherlock actually went in to get a back cap there to sneak the way, but the slow beam on the Leafeon, that's huge. First KO going to the side of Rework Respawn, and they're going to continue with the engagement. Multiple members chasing different members of each team different directions. So this is immediately split up, not going to be a huge AoE targets. Mew's going to be the second one to go down as everybody's reconverging down here in this lower bush, and this is a huge Phantom Forest, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It should be able to keep them up at least long enough to delay this, but they do not have the lead on the side of Fusion.
Wow, I mean, as soon as Leafeon is eliminated from that team fight, the brawl and the skirmishes just favors Rework Respawn so highly. You have the Comfey Zoroark duo that can fight on one side, and the Slowbro Blastoise that can fight on another. Comfey gonna take credit for that knock as Leafeon is down, and Reggie gonna throw even more in that goal zone. There's still 30 seconds left, and we do have Sherlock getting to work in the middle of the map as well. Blastoise able to take out the Trevenant, and with that, it looks like we are looking at Rework Respawn starting our match 1-0.
Just not enough time to come back. Great defense there in the middle as well from Sherlock. There was an attempt slightly to burn down that Ray, but I mean, what else can you try to do at that time? So a great, solid final 2 minutes for Rework Respawn to go up one game in the set.
Leafeon getting caught out in that final fight, and just Rework Respawn executing picture-perfect Pokemon Unite. A slow beam used on that Pokemon, even though Leafeon only had a sliver of HP. You easily could try to communicate to your team, get someone to knock out that Pokemon, but why run that risk? It's worth using a resource like that to confirm that knockout. Incredible start. Also, hello to everybody in the venue. Thank you so much for supporting the competitive Pokemon Unite, because these teams are so excited to be playing on this stage. Rework Respawn, a little more excited right now.
Oh yeah, but they should be. That was well earned.
Yes.
Again, a lot of times, especially in these super close matches, we do see it come down to one final Ray fight. But that's not really what it came down to. So much of what was set up was the back capping from Reggie on the Zoroark, of course, alongside the points that the Comfey brings as well. So it just set them up in a situation where it went from a nearly deadlocked tie to a situation where they were able to really push any advantage that they had. They made Fusion come to them and go into unfavorable positions for the final fight.
Yeah, it felt like the big bright spots were from Fusion, were from this Trevenant. Tempo taking these moments to really slow down the enemy. Great Horn Leech pushes. They were going Curse as well for just an extra damage option in the top path, and maybe even an extra secure option. You can even see them trying to ignore the Hydro Typhoon with the Horn Leech plus the Unite move. All of that channeling, giving them unstoppable. But in the end, I mean, yeah, Tempo having another moment here, another KO streak of 2, but it's just, again, this team came a little bit shy when it came to Rework Respawn's incredible aggression.
Incredible aggression. I mean, I do love, you can tell that that these teams, though, have played each other a lot. They definitely were not overextending, right? I think that's a big sign of two teams that have definitely fought each other a good amount of times, is that you're never going to be like, oh, if we move out here, we'll be okay. And then you're like, wait, we're not. They were really good at defending. It's like these teams know exactly what the other team can do as far as responding to their own aggression. And so nobody is going too far. Nobody's getting caught out in silly situations where it's like, sorry, I just gave up a free KO. They just know each other well. They know the pacing, and it's going to be down to the minuscule little moments.
Yeah, absolutely. You can even see that grass not landing on Umbreon, the only reason it couldn't get away. So big Comfey moments lined up in this matchup. And this felt like when the match was truly sealed up. When Reggie was able to win a few skirmish team fights with the help of their Comfey, score a little extra, and make sure that they are ensuring Rework Respawn's victory. Because what a showing from them. Now, we are going to be headed into Game 2 soon. Fusion had pick number 1 in the draft phase in Game 1. I have to imagine that's going to be happening in Game number 2. Before we get into the draft analysis, let's talk about Reggie as the player of the game. How could we award it to anybody else at this point?
Yeah, I mean, not only with, of course, the scoring with all those back caps, but with so many KOs, so much damage, and of course, that should be happening when you've got a Comfey on you. You know, if it's not happening when you've got a Comfey on you, there's something going wrong in that game. So, but knowing that you can have a player like that you can focus on is huge. And as we get into draft number 2, I really want to see what Fusion can do to try and shut down a combo like that. Are they going to steal away Comfey? Are they going to steal away Zoroark? But then there's Leafeon still potentially on board. Obviously, going to start with the bans.
Yeah, we've seen various answers to that, right? And all the way back in NEIC, we saw some banning of the Comfey in the past, and even just recently, Nemesis actually counter-picking the Zoroark to slow down Shin and Rude. So there's definitely options for Fusion. I know for a fact they have some players quite confident on the Zoroark themselves, so we could see that exchange. Now, bans are going to be extremely similar. The Crustle going to be on that list.
Yeah, this is pretty much exactly the same. I'm really curious about the Sylveon bans, which is not the first time we've said that today.
No, I know. The Sylveon, it seems like LATAM and Brazil just know something about this Pokemon that I am not totally aware of. But all right, the first change will be Fusion banning, or sorry, not banning, but selecting that Blastoise, eliminating it from Rework Respawn. Now the answer is going to be up to Sherlock, what they want to bring into the top path. They do have access to Leafeon. It feels wrong to leave it on the table, but I am curious for what their top path option is going to be.
No way you leave Leafeon. That would be wild, and it is going to happen. They're going to take the Espeon on top of the, I mean, just choosing to support that early, honestly, in general, with the Eldegoss is very surprising to me. Now, Fusion, you've got to choose it. Please don't let the Espeon go to the 4th pick. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Everybody's just giving it up to each other.
And at least you have the Slowbro. I honestly would have loved for Blissey to be omitted from that piece of the draft. Grab Slowbro and Leafeon would have felt like a very confident option, and no way does my pin. Oh. I was so excited. I was like, my Meta Rose pin, it's going to be real. But that's okay. I'll take a Meowscarada. I'll take a Meowscarada, and I will absolutely take a Snorlax. Last time you and I were the ones who were able to cast Rework Respawn, and that Snorlax I was talking about so much. You got to remember it if you want to hear Snorlax commentary. That was last time, because this time it's going to be all about the Trevenant commentary.
Well, maybe the other side will choose Snorlax. Who knows? We're going to triple defender. Maybe we'll get double on the other side. We actually could, potentially. I mean, realistically, I think there's a good chance that we could see something like that later on. I mean, we're probably going to see the Meowscarada end up going to Reggie. We're actually going to see the Zoroark on the other side, so the potential speedster switch is there. However, obviously, we didn't get the Leafeon picked. Well, hold on.
We might.
Can we just stop talking about this draft every time we say something?
Double speedster is a actual viable option. You don't see it into double defender too often. It's pretty tough to make happen, but it is locked in. We're going to have the Meowscarada and the Leafeon, Espeon, Trevenant, and Eldegoss, the entirety of the composition for Rework Respawn. Fusion bringing their own Zoroark to the match today. Blissey to partner, and we of course have Zynos locking in the Inteleon. A Nemo on this top path Blastoise looks honestly devastating into the enemy. This Blastoise, if it ever gets to the power spike, which will be difficult due to the early game pressure that Leafeon and Meowscarada can provide, because I do need to remind everyone at home, this is the first Unite tournament you're tuning into. You probably haven't seen too much Leafeon because of how frequently it's banned. You're about to see why. That Pokemon is one of the earliest and fastest clearers of the central area. It allows it to be a threat even while coming through the central at the beginning of the game into a path 30 seconds, 40 seconds into a match, which is just unbelievably powerful. That is such a strong factor that this evolution can bring to the table. And we have another Pokemon similar to that in Meowscarada on the same roster.
Yeah, I'm so interested in how this Meowscarada is going to do. I mean, knowing that it's Sherlock playing it, I'm assuming we're going to have a top path Meowscarada, but there's a lot of different ways that they could split up the center area EXP, having 2 different evolutions, and then deciding where they're going to send all their early aggression, because this team is just early aggression in a nutshell. That is just so much of what it's going to be. Obviously, they're strong late as well, which is a great draft, but we'll have to see.
I can't wait. Basically, 2 dive-centered compositions on either side. We're truly casting a LATAM match today, Wonder Chef. I am pumped to get into it. One side's got the double speedster, other side has that hammer and anvil of the Zoroark and the Inteleon. What a matchup we're about to witness.
I can't wait. And I love the fact that we now get to see such a switch of which speedsters are being used on which side. So everybody just gets to show off so many different things. But starting off, we are, of course, going to see this currently Sprigatito up on top.
Cutest Gen 9 starter, by the way.
Absolutely agree. Exactly what I chose. So,
all right, good. We are agreed, but look at this. Minato on the long-range invade, trying to keep tempo from evolving into that Zoroark and have them remain at the Zorua. With the Leafeon double invade, though, they have to abandon ship, and now you're starting to see the pressure that Leafeon can put onto a team early.
Yeah, when I was talking about early aggression, that was exactly what I was talking about. We are going to finally become Zoroark, but you are in a kind of scary position. It is higher level than this Leafeon, but if you get caught out one more hit, one more hit is not what they're going to let happen. Great dodge on the Solar Blade.
Yeah, Tempo, I believe, actually gave up their illusion after the first engagement of damage as well. So that's a lot of resources they don't have to utilize in the next team fight. Minato, though, is taking a lot of damage from the Zoroark, but with that Leafeon there for defense, they have a free retreat option. Zoroark is going to try to make it up with a basic auto from the Eldegoss. It was Gossifleur at the time, by the way. A Gossifleur auto attack is going to be sending the Zoroark back to base.
Hardest carry as usual, but everybody's going to be retracting a little bit. There's a lot of center EXP still for Respawn, so they decided maybe the invasion should end for the moment. The bottom path has been a lot more passive, of course, with these Pokemon that we have. There's not a true way, I think, to really aggress a Slowbro and Sobble lane too much, at least early in the game.
Bottom path is always defined about your ability to get last hits from range. Usually that's where you have the mages, so they're going to be kind of standing on two lines, Civil War style, trying to last hit some wild Pokemon. I did my history, I know what the Civil War was like. But now we have another war taking place in the center of the map as that first round of birds at 8 minutes is able to be emitted, and finally it feels like Tempo is able to earn themselves some experience. The Flower Trick does land on them, but it's just a little bit of damage until you do it yourself with auto attacks or otherwise. But Tempo takes a ton from that Flower Trick. This Meowscarada, as soon as it gets online, is so tricky and so powerful. Hard to lock down, and it hits just as hard.
Yeah, and that combined with everything else in this team is so scary. I feel like Trevenant is such a key part of this team for enabling a lot of this damage, and we can see it right there. The Woodhammer's great escape, though, once again. Tempo has been able to get away from so many KO situations. It's actually unbelievable so far.
Yeah. Oh, no, and Nemo goes down. I was just about to talk about the fact that the Blastoise has been avoiding getting KO'd, so they might achieve Blastoise a little bit quicker, but the aggression here, Rework, Respawn, crashing into the goal zone, a snipe shot blocked by Minato. Amazing heads-up play from the defender. They see that red line of aiming from the snipe shot. They make sure that their teammates are not getting their scores interrupted. Fantastic defender play from Rework Respawn.
And look at this, immediately transitioning from taking the Tier 1 gold zone to taking the Regieleki. Of course, that is a direct benefit to take that Tier 1 gold zone first. So they got the points, they've got the Regi, everything's looking really good for them, except right now, there's a lot of pressure coming from Fusion, realizing that they probably were not able to compete in that top path.
Right.
They've got another way they can go.
And this is a great choice from Tempo. Your Zoroark, honestly, there are few Pokemon that they can't win in a 1v1 battle against. So a split push from the Zoroark is always going to be in the benefit of Fusion. If they run into Evolution or even an Eldegoss just roaming the map, that would be free experience for them to take. So good adaptation by Fusion. They're certainly not out of this game. The early game has been all Rework Respawn, but the scoreline has been kept close, and at least their Zoroark is still doing well in levels.
Yeah, we also, there we go, the Unite coming out from Meowscarada just to try to get out of there, and it's going to do a good job of it. Not a full chase down on the Eldegoss. Eldegoss can be a little bit scary by itself, but Tempo is definitely becoming kind of the powerhouse of the game. First level 10 on board, and they are just, wow, that was, wait, where did it go? Oh, that was I got tricked by the double team, great.
Oh no, double team illusion. There's a lot of trickery going on, and Sherlock is having a tough time defending against this goal zone. I don't believe they know Reggie's there. They could jump in with a perfect lead play, Emerald two-step, but the Bliss assistance is going to take the KO. Incredible job from Kea and a Tempo to work in tandem to find that one, and now it's up to Minato to try to defend this goal zone, but they are working on borrowed time as Blastoise and Zoroark carve through him. Anemo and Tempo, what a duo, as they shatter that top-tier goal zone.
Ooh, we've got the fun fact in the bottom too. 140,000 damage almost is the max damage anything has gotten, and it was Espeon, which was earlier in this tournament. Right now, it's going to be the one defending on this Tier 1 goal zone, as right now we are seeing Sherlock chased down. Great way to evade, and I mean, really, you're right. It's going to be so tricky with those two fighting against each other. There's going to be a whole lot of dashing around, a whole lot of illusionary tactics.
Well, the tough part for Meowscarada, in fact, is with the double team, you're actually giving Zoroark another target to reset their dashes off of, right? So using double team is actually devastating sometimes, because all of a sudden, Tempo just gets free dash resets on the Zoroark and is able to chase you down to, well, essentially eternity to find that KO. So definitely Zoroark favored in that specific 1v1 matchup. We will see a lot of those immediate reactionary Unite moves from the Meowscarada, like we saw before, because you can with that Unite move cooldown being so low these days.
Yeah, and that might be pretty dangerous as well. If the Zoroark is kind of in that area, you don't really need to lock it down with the AoE from that Unite move. We are going to see, I did not realize they were kind of sneaking that down there, but the Espeon is going to be confirming that Regice, one of the last ones in the game, Regieleki, looking like it's probably going to be going to the side of Fusion. We're seeing a few members from Rework Respawn run up there to try and steal it back. They are going to get an opportunity, and it will in fact be Sherlock to take the last on the Regieleki.
Okay, so Meowscarada going to steal that Regieleki away and send it towards this Tier 2 goal zone. With their attempt to score as well, this could be massive to give Rework Respawn Respawn a lead at the moment. We're going to have Xynos dropping the Inteleon Unite move trying to defend this gold zone, but that's a couple more used in tandem for Rework Respawn. A Trevenant Unite move hits both. Of course, Espeon the first one to enable that as Rev is attempting to dunk 50. Perfect surf by Draken to stop multiple targets. They're going to slow beam that Espeon, but they are not going to stop the gold zone from shattering. Eldegoss throws in 40, and just like that, another lead change in our game 2.
Oh my goodness, this is still, I mean, even with lead changes, it's extremely close. I know. 32 points so far with 1 minute left to go until the final stretch, and the level's not very different either. Actually, I think it might be exactly even. No, just very, very like one difference between the teams. So I expect that we're going to probably end up in a similar situation to the last game, which is great. These teams are such even matchups. You love to see it in a winner's finals of one of the most difficult tournaments of all time for Pokemon Unite.
Oh wow, Sherlock's going to try to chase down Tempo. Of course, the Flower Trick landed Illusion, cleansing that bomb above their head. So we were talking about trickery. It is going to be happening quite frequently. So we're going to carve through these wild Pokemon, get to their level 13. We talked so much about how those were important power spikes. And good news for Fusion, the Blastoise is also hitting that benchmark.
Yeah, just in time. 25 seconds till the final stretch. A little bit of defense being staged up by Fusion in that top path. They're looking good now. Looks like the basement Reggie will be spawning, but you're going to have to take out so quickly.
Look at this positioning from Rework Respawn. There's 10 seconds until the objective, and Fusion is so busy knocking out wild Pokemon, they don't have an ounce of positioning. Rework Respawn has all the map intel, all the field of vision, and of course positioning around the Rayquaza. I'm not saying they're going to want to burn down Ray, but getting into the Ray Pit is just going to be a challenge in its own right from Fusion.
I've talked about this before, but Rework Respawn's map awareness and the choices they make based on that are some of the best, if not the best, that I've literally ever seen in my entire life. And they're using this positioning to make sure that they have 100% vision on every path that anybody can approach. The only person kind of sneaking by is almost that Zoroark, but they're actually going to meet up in the tall grass for the 1v1. And like you mentioned, this could be a little bit of a tough 1v1. Both Assassins, though, getting very, very low, and the snipe shot from downtown catching the quick Meowscarada is going to set this up as a quick 5v4.
What a call out. You got to shoot where they are, where they're going to be, not where they are. Incredible shot from Inteleon, and now that's the go button to start hitting into Zoroark. Already brought down a little bit low. Minato does get a double stun with that Woodhammer. Unite move only lands on the Dragon. A little bit of a low value move, but Blitz Assistance is going to grab that Blastoise. Now is Fusion's time to try to focus on this main objective. Minato trying to slow them down as much as possible. They are in the Ray Pit. Leafeon all the way on the top side. It is so incredibly low right now, and it's going to go over to the side of Fusion.
And they're going to take down nearly the rest of Rework Respawn. Only Eldegoss up to defend. Just like a repeat of last game, we are seeing some scores late in the game from the Zoroark, but it's on the different side this time, and Fusion setting themselves up in a basically unlosable scenario. Everybody on Rework Respawn currently KO'd. I think we're going to a game 3 here.
What a shot from Xynos, able to take out that Meowscarada. Of course, that little engagement, Sherlock forced to check that tall grass because they no longer had vision on the Zoroark. They had to find them. They find them, and that 1v1 forces out their Unite move. They don't have it for later, and of course, Xynos able to just eliminate that Meowscarada. And of course, after that, it was just kind of curtains, one-by-one team fights, and slowly pressuring the Ray at the same time, forcing Rework Respawn into an impossible situation and forcing themselves to be the victors. Fusion ties up our match in the winners finals 1-1.
To quote myself, maybe 45 seconds ago, I said, I am so happy that this is the winners finals for one of the most difficult tournaments that Pokemon Unite has ever seen, ever. The history of the game. And between these two teams that have had so far 2 games that were essentially deadlocked until the 2-minute mark, coming down to basically one decision from each team to tie up not only the games, the set. It's so perfect, and we're going into just this penultimate game.
And these two teams both invited rosters as well, right? They started the season so hot in the Aeos Cup play-ins. LATAM North, where Rework Respawn are hailing from, had over 130 entrants for their tournament. A huge tournament to try to even qualify for this event in the first place. Fusion obviously having an amazing tournament in their own right. The path to this winners finals was obviously difficult within this event because of how much talent we have under this one roof. But honestly, it started so long ago as well. These teams have proved themselves again and again and again. I just I don't even know if I can predict a winner at this point. What a bounce back from Fusion.
Nowhere near close to being able to predict a winner. Like I said, this might be the closest set that we've had all day. I feel like everybody's game plan was working out for them. It doesn't feel like there were any situations where any team was severely outdrafted. Yeah. It was all just about how each little thing went for every team, and it was going very, very even. Like I said, the level leads have been non-existent at the 2-minute mark. The point leads have been basically non-existent at the 2-minute mark. It has just been this dead back and forth, which is literally nobody could guess what's going to happen. I mean, this is the first big opportunity for one of these two teams to throw out something super surprise, right?
Yeah, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I just had to rewatch that snipe shot at that Meowscarada, an unbelievable moment.
That was a game winner.
I want to watch this. Oh my gosh, I was trying to see why the Espeon wasn't in position to secure. Take a wild guess. It was the Zoroark. Making sure that that Pokemon was not available. Incredible jump from Tempo, the player on your screen right now. That Zoroark, like, response pick, I mean, if you want to attribute this to sports or something like that, that's like the effect of your opponent went on a crazy run and you just dropped the three-pointer while looking him in the eyes on the other side. You can do the Zoroark, so can I. 66,000 damage, a scoreline of 206. They were getting value throughout that matchup.
Yeah, so far, both Tempo and Reggie, both of them, when they're on the Zoroark, highest score in the game, potentially highest damage in the game. I would say overall just kind of working as carries, exactly as intended. So, a big question now with Zoroark being, I don't want to say deciding factor, but on the winning team both games, is it going to be banned out? Will one team higher prio it than earlier, or will we just see it go to somebody uncontested?
Well, Chef, you won't have to wait for long as we are headed into the initial draft phase of game number 3, and for the first time, Rework Respawn will be in the first pick position of our draft.
All right, well, that gives them a lot of opportunity to do something fun with the bans. They're going to initially go for the Mimikyu, very solo targeted. On the other side, you've got to give the respect to Buzz.
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to see the Sylveon ban again, but no, we are going to be locking in that Zoroark ban. So we've seen enough from Tempo. This could be an easy Leafeon ban, but both these teams have been letting that Pokemon slide a little bit longer. Looks like Nemo is going to choose Blastoise for the squad. Now we are looking at our 4 bans. Our first pick could definitely be that Leafeon, but who knows? Last draft we saw it fall all the way to the end.
Yeah, I like the Blastoise ban. They did not want to give that to Sherlock, I think, as the first pick. But there we go. It's time to see. Please, please show us. You know, we've watched so much Pokemon Unite from every region. I did not understand yet this ban on the Sylveon, and now it's first pick, so they're staying consistent with how high they prio it.
Yeah, I mean, is it better than Crustle? Who knows? But apparently so are Slowbro and Blissey on the other side. Actually, to the credit of Blissey, that was one of the major factors of Fusion having so much success last game. Rework Respawn going to be locking in that Eldegoss, my preferred support, and looks like they're going to be backing it up with my preferred tank pick as well. The Crustle is just such a formidable Pokemon these days, which, if you are a Crustle fan of Pokemon and you are just turning into a Pokemon Unite tournament, this is new to this year. Season 3, Crustle has had a moment. I'm talking a big one. Huge spotlight. We've loved all the Crustle action, so keep it up.
All right, we're going to see the Chandelure come out, which is pretty interesting since Inteleon has not been banned nor picked already. Glaceon as well. So with how well we saw Fusion do with the Inteleon, they're like, nope, we're going to shift completely. And I'm assuming it's based kind of on what they're seeing on the other side.
That is a lot of damage that can just rip through big HP bars. Reggie is going to lock in the Decidueye. Very cool. When you have no speedster on the other side, you can feel very comfortable with that long-range damage. Double Bird!
Double Bird. Oh, I love
Triple Bird!
Triple Bird! Although kind of it's 5 if you count each head, but that's actually something Dodrio cannot do physically.
Oh, no.
Exactly what you just did. But I'm very, very excited for this. First of all, can I just note, for anybody who's been watching Reggie, assuming Reggie is mainly just a speedster player, Reggie does have an extremely strong Decidueye. I've seen it before. It is incredible. And just is able to switch on a dime. We are going to see some amazing Spirit Shackles, and we haven't even been seeing that much Decidueye this game, but that is going to be a nightmare for Chandelure.
Yeah, definitely. Glaceon obviously having that built-in protection with the Snowcloak passive, but one thing that I am going to be looking forward to in this matchup, Wonder Chef, is Dodrio versus Talonflame top path? Are you kidding me? Very, very interesting. Both of these Pokemon are going to be stacking as well with the attack weight. So squishier options needing to get to those goal zones and dunk in some points. And you're right, we could see some lane assignments change a little bit, but both of these Pokemon need attack weight stacks. They are going to be forced into the early game to find small goals.
Yeah, that is a very strange, this is a generally very strange meta. I was saying this is the first opportunity for some unexpected picks from these teams, and boy, did we get a lot of them. Again, I'm actually, despite all the weirdness, I am mostly looking at this Sylveon to see what it brings to the table that is so highly valued, that has been banned so many games, and then finally unbanned, and then first picked. So we're gonna have to see. We're at game 3, 1-1, winners finals. It's time for one of these teams to make it into our grand finals, but only one can make it.
All right, that winner's side advantage, so important. We've talked about it at length, but now we are going to see who can take it out. Glaceon going to be the initial Pokemon into the top path, allowing the Dodrio to clear some wild Pokemon in the central area first and make sure they can add an extra head to their repertoire.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Just being able to kind of say, oh, you know what, we're okay. We're going to split this up so that our power spikes hit exactly even. Really, I would say not aggressive top paths quite yet, though. We're not going to have the immediate, like, oh yeah, we're just going to have an Espeon just jump up and all of a sudden there's a bunch of KOs.
Fletchling does do a lot of damage, though. With that acrobatics, they can dive in and take some of those wild Pokemon that you just saw there. A lot of the contestable wild Pokemon going in the favor of Rework Respawn, despite having a Glaceon, that level 4 power spike on the other side. But all right, this is where Fusion can really tip the scales. A Dodrio already double buffed up, both red and blue, has found their way to the bottom side. Steven checks one of those pieces of tall grass, but they have no vision yet. They have not checked that top L bush of the Ray Pit.
Ooh, and here we go, finally going in, and it's going to be Tri-Attack off the bat. Misses the first few hits, does manage to land the enhanced auto, which is not going to be quite enough to get the full KO. Could have gone a whole lot worse, and so Rework Respawn got to be pretty happy about that, kind of accidentally dodging that Tri-Attack.
Yeah, dangerous territory. However, with tempo playing on that side, it allowed Glaceon to get a lot of the wild experience in the middle with those birds spawning in, and of course, slow down Sherlock on this Talonflame, who is still at the Fletchender spot right now.
Ooh, that's a little bit tough. We've got to see that pop off, but also on bottom, we're still looking at a Litwick, I believe. Or no, maybe it is Evolve. But we are going to see at least the first push to try to get a few points in that 14. Oh, just barely stopped. The AoE damage coming out from this Fletchender is going to be very, very nice in defending these goal zones and making it hard for really anybody to score. We're at 0-0.
And then Nemo has built this Glaceon to be so counter dive in every single way, right? You have the Snow Globe passive that we talked about before, but they have gone Icy Wind as that main build. They don't want these shards to be ignored. They're just going to go for that burst damage. So Icy Wind going to find that KO. Sherlock going to be sent back to base.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of manual blocking potential from the Crustle, I believe, so maybe they just want to make sure that it doesn't end up happening if they do need one of these back targets, because there are some very juicy, squishy birds on the other side that they are definitely going to want to burn down. But in the meantime, we're playing pretty safe. We have scored a few more points on both sides, but everybody just trying to hit some more power spikes right before we hit these first Reggies. And of course, this center EXP is going to be really nice, but again, not a full overcommit for anybody.
Man, the more this match goes on, the more I'm really falling in love with Fusion's composition. I think this Chandelure with Flamethrower, at well being a risky pick, is stuff to land on the Sylveon or even the Talonflame, but everybody else is pretty easy and a devastating attack if it does land. Of course, Flamethrower resetting its cooldown if you hit the explosion hitbox onto any Pokemon, either wild or enemy.
And we're just going for this last hit here, and it's going to be the Glaceon going to last it on that Regieleki. That is huge for Fusion. They are going to be trying to push this down. The defense is pretty strong here, especially with the fact that Reggie's going to be able to kind of back up. If they can get away unscathed, then they're not going to be able to. A full dive from Fusion. They're going to try to make sure that nobody's out of there. A ton of points on the ground as well. They can set up, some sort of overdunk. They're getting a little bit more, a bit at a time, just making sure, getting those extra stacks. And eventually this is going to go very much to them with a gigantic overdunk of, I believe, 25? Or wait, did they do wrong math wrong? No, that was 25.
Yeah, honestly, just get stacks in the Dodrio at any point you possibly can. That is going to be so important. On the other side, only 13 points scored in total. Reminder, Sherlock is running the attack weight on that Talonflame. So having no attack weight stacks on their bird of choice. I believe the Decidueye has gotten some, though, on the bottom path. Reggie is doing quite well in levels, almost at that level 9, but Tempo is at level 11 right now, shutting down so many targets. You got to see a really cool maneuver before with that jump kick, and you see it again. Why not use the Talonflame like a Goomba and just jump stomp over them? It's perfect.
Switch places with them, but this is a lot of birds trying to find a lot of other birds, and right now I'm telling you the three-headed bird is stronger than the two birds with singular heads. It is finding every target that it wants. The Hyper Voice is doing a pretty good job, barely staying up. Wow, I'm surprised that Sylveon managed to be quite so tanky, but in the meantime, we still see so much aggression from Fusion, not only on the top here that we've been watching, but down on the bottom path as well. They got a gigantic overdunk on the tier 1. They're up by 243 points, and they've got some points even in these tier 2 goal zones.
Where Fusion just don't have Rework Respawn just don't have an answer for tempo. I mean, level 12 on the Dodrio knocking on the door of level 13, and we're 5 minutes into this matchup right now. No options whatsoever to shut down this Pokemon. Finally, we have the Decidueye getting stacked up at this point, and Reggie is almost at level 10. These Spirit Shackles are threatening, but we haven't even been remotely in position to capitalize off them.
Right, I mean, you can't be super far back behind the fight if there is no super back far behind the fight. Like, you are just the target the entire time, and maybe Rework Respawn can make something different happen if they can group up and get into one big coordinated team fight, but at the moment there's so much pressure on them from Fusion that they're not even close to being able to get that situation. They are just playing defense, they are just playing from the back foot, they're playing catch-up the entire time, and Fusion's not even letting them do that.
Yeah, you get caught off trying to split push, you're gonna lose a fight to Dodrio. You try to bulk up and take a big team fight, you're gonna get free Chandelure flamethrower resets otherwise. Fusion are just really covered for every situation, and this early game lead is doing wonders to help with that. Blissey Unite move will be utilized mostly for the Blissey at that point to keep up their HP, as tempo keeps on swinging for the enemy side. Rework Respawn currently have 3 members in that very respawn as they are coming back into the map, but still, Fusion, again, never punished for these pushes onto these tier 2s.
Not only that, during that, they took the basement Reggie and then destroyed their bottom tier 2 goal zone in the middle of that fight. Okay, finally a KO, a return KO, obviously the most important target as well for the return EXP. That's going to be a first great step, but again, they are down by almost 400 points. That is one of the strongest leads that we've seen, which is so surprising with how close this set has been.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Sherlock getting that KO does put them all the way up to level 12 on this Talonflame, so a much mightier threat than previous, where they were struggling to get to double digits in the first place. So Sherlock, obviously, much more powerful in this set, is going to be taking a page out of Fusion's book and trying to chase away and steal a blue buff, if at all possible. Takes the fly damage towards the Dodrio, which will be giving up that blue buff, but really that was their only means of escape, and even that was shut down. Fusion with the great collapse.
Yeah. One was looking okay, though. Honestly, if they can find a situation, Rework Respawn can find a situation where they can maybe catch out like the Dodrio early in this final team fight, they could potentially win, but they have to basically get a full team wipe. We're 45 seconds away, and it doesn't look like they're going to be catching up on points at all. So they've got to get every member of their team, essentially, to score. And even then, if there's a counter score and every single member of their team dunks in a Hundoburger, they still lose.
400 points for Fusion, 1 goal zone remaining for Rework Respawn. They are going to still try to fight over this objective. Fusion might let this one go through. That being said, we actually got Dodrio on the backside. Tempo with a big flank triple trample through all 4 members, ignoring the Talonflame Unite move in doing so. Their Shadow sneaked on, but they're still jumping back in that fight as Fusion is being just so strong in this fight. Big Surf from Draken to try to slow down the enemy targets and land some damage. No KOs on either side, but quite the skirmish nonetheless.
Yeah, and the Red Lucky actually went in up top, but everybody's going down to focus on Rayquaza. We do have the Knock Knock, the Unite still available from the Decidueye. On the other side, the Slow Beam. We've got the Chandelure.
They're just flipping.
Yeah, you've got to at this point. It's going to come down to a last hit, and you really truly have to win this, but there's so much CC coming to the other side. 3 members down from Rework Respawn. Only 2 left. Even if the fly takes it at this point, it's going to be tough to make happen, and that's not even going to be an option, as Fusion will get the full team wipe, take Rayquaza with already a 350-point lead. It's only going to grow.
Fusion from LATAM South with a dominant win in game number 3. Game 1 and 2 were extremely close, neck and neck between these 2 squads, but something different happened in this 3rd game. In this set, Fusion come alive and absolutely lock down against Rework Respawn. With a minute left on the clock, I know technically this game is going to continue on, but a scoreline of 880-71 is just certainly unnavigatable from Rework Respawn. They will be headed down to your losers bracket. Fusion will be remaining in the grand finals.
Wow, I mean, well, technically there you can almost come back if the other team kind of just stops playing, but even at that point, it doesn't look like this is possible. The players have somewhat ended their attempts to even get the push going, and not even a single Tier 1 goal zone going down. Rework Respawn completely shut out. Maybe they can get one right before this ends, but even once again, the Talon is going to be going down. So this is for sure the end. Fusion, the only team, as we said earlier, that has repeated their wins in the monthly finals so far in this UCS season of 2024, is going to be the only team left in winners at the end of this bracket.
Unbelievable. Tempo just having what a amazing performance from them, honestly, lights out. You really waking up in that game number 2 when they grabbed that Zoroark, and then in game number 3, their Dodrio felt like all kinds of final boss, and congratulations to Fusion for being your first team to enter the grand finals of the Aeos Cup.
And a huge advantage that's going to be for them. Rework Respawn not looking super happy about that, which is fully understandable. That set was so incredibly close until that final game, where it just seemed like all of the surprise draft choices went to the favor of, their opponents, I'm going to say, obviously. They went for some too, and honestly, they looked okay, but not quite enough.
Yeah, this Dodrio, I think just too much of the X factor. The triple bird call out that I believe I got to have was too good of an option into that Decidueye, Sylveon, and everything in between. Tempo got started early and then stayed strong throughout that series. So like we mentioned, Tempo going to be moving, or Tempo Fusion going to be moving on to your grand finals. Rework Respawn will be going down to the losers bracket to await the winner of, is going to be Nemesis and of Koby Chons.
That's right. We've got 4 teams left in the bracket. Latin America South is the only team left in the winner's side. Down in losers, we've got Latin North, we've got North America, and we've got Japan. So this has been such an evenly split tournament. Every region is so close, but let me tell you right now, one of these regions is telling us that they are at the top, and we're looking at them right now.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this team perform in the grand finals. I mean, they're used to winning tournaments. Why not another one? Why not one on person? Let's take a look at the stats. Tempo with 8 KOs. Zyna's close behind though. That Chandelure early game in the bottom side was looking fantastic at 6 knockouts themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the Chandelure was a great choice. You can see it did a ton of damage. Obviously, Tempo was really the unanswerable option, but the space that they built using that Dodrio was so good for being able to allow the Chandelure to do extra damage, and it really was a gigantic force in this game.
No Espeon in this game. Instead, favoring the Sylveon on Rev felt quite lackluster in comparison to what that Pokemon was able to do in the past, especially when you have a threat that's diving you so often. Might be nice to have that Espeon Unite move. Rework Respawn definitely going to be going back to the drawing board for their match later today. Fusion, on the other hand, seemed to have a download of at least what works for them well in tournament play.
Yeah, and one thing that I think these teams need to look at in the future, and every team that's going to fight these two teams, is actually one of the most low-key important factors of this was getting the Slowbro on the side of Fusion. The fact that they were able to lock that down and make sure that their Dodrio was never going to be just, oh, you were slow beamed and now we're even, meant that they were able to control the entire pace if there was any speedsters on the other side, which is maybe a reason why we ended up seeing something like the Talonflame. It's a little bit harder to lock down with just one slow beam. We went for a little bit more range with the Decidueye, and it was just kind of what shaped the entire draft, which I think is super cool. So Slowbro, who was it? Was it Sulubu, I think, that said Slowbro was like kind of like the secretly best character? Maybe true.
That is true. All right, well, let's talk to one of the most broken players I have ever seen on stage. We have an interview with Tempo, so please take it away.
I am here with Tempo from Fusion. Big time win against a LATAM counterpart. You've just punched your ticket to the grand finals, my friend. How do you feel?
Bueno, acabas de ganar una posición en la gran final. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Bueno, emocionado por haber llegado a la gran final junto a todo mi equipo. Creo que esta es la revancha que tuvimos por el Mundial de Londres, al cual no pudimos asistir. Y nada, no puedo explicar. No, muy bien.
I'm feeling very emotional about defeating them, and it's our revenge from the last London one. And I don't know what to say. I just feel very emotional right now.
Well, we're going to try to get you to say a little bit more. In going into Game 3, what was your strategy? I mean, you brought out the Dodrio, the Glaceon looked great. What was your strategy for Game 3?
Para el juego 3, ¿cuál fue la estrategia? Traiste el campeón y el otro, pero ¿cuál fue la estrategia para el juego 3?
Priorizamos la comodidad del pick de Dodrio, ya que se nos dan un poco mejor los ágiles. Sabíamos que ellos también jugaban los ágiles, pero en lugar de mandar al Dodrio en la top, priorizamos que tenga un confort o una línea más cómoda enviándolo hacia la jungla y pues ayudándonos a ganar la partida, ¿no?
So we used the Dodrio on the top because we believed that they were gonna go on the yeah in the middle. Okay. So we used it on the top, okay. And it was our way to try and
Revisando la comodidad del pick de Dodrio.
Yeah, so that we could use their own weakness on that. Okay.
Well, let's ask one more question here. You are in the grand finals. Who would you like to see in the grand finals to crown yourself champion? Who do you want to beat in the grand finals to become Aeos Cup champion?
Bueno, están en la gran final. ¿Quién quieren jugar contra en la gran final para ser el vencedor?
Me gustaría enfrentarme al equipo de Nemesis. Es un equipo con el cual hemos estado escribiendo bastante tiempo y del cual hemos aprendido bastante, la verdad. Me gustaría topármelo.
We would like to play against Nemesis. We have been training against them, and that would be great to play against them.
Well, as an NA fan myself, I'd also like to see you play against Nemesis in the grand finals. One last thing, for all the fans watching Fusion at home, couple words for them.
Una última cosa para todos los fanáticos y los apoyadores de Fusion en casa. ¿Qué quieres decir ahí?
Muchas gracias por estar viendo la transmisión y por apoyarnos en toda la fase del torneo. Y nada, que disfruten de lo que resta de la competencia, ¿no?
Thank you so much for supporting and watching us throughout the tournament, and I hope you enjoy what is left of the tournament.
Well, we still have a great show. That's Tempo. I'm Dupe Snacks. Back to the desk. Let's get this thing going.
All right, thank you so much. Great to hear from Tempo. And after such a brilliant performance on stage as well, you can see the emotion. They're excited. They're happy. How could you not be after a showing like that?
Yeah, and it's so wild to hear how much that they train with Nemesis a lot, because that means that these three teams, everybody here except for Koby Chons, has trained together, which does make sense, right? I mean, LATAM, North America, not the furthest as far as ping. It's not as bad as, like, you know, going North America to Europe. So very interesting, and clearly, I think any team needs to be a part of that group if they want to, you know, if they're in that area.
It's a good training team.
Really good.
Yeah, I think Fusion primarily playing out of Peru for the majority of their players. So they are always trying to look for any tournament or any opponent they can have. I'm sure if you talk to a lot of the teams in this top 8 and you say, who do you practice with? Always Fusion will be coming up. Teams love scrimming Fusion, and Fusion loves getting as many scrims as they possibly can. And so far, we are seeing the results of that work, the practice paying off up until this point, because they are our first grand finalists.
Yeah, an extremely close set that ended in a dominant game. There's really no other way to put it. And Tempo, that we just got to talk to, was the big reason why that ended up happening. Of course, we can see here game 1, and then we're going to see in game 2, this was such an incredible back and forth that these teams were just so well able to match each other as far as pace and speed, but realizing at the end that it came down to a lot to their speedster play, to the supports that were kind of supporting that speedster. They made some pretty big changes, and that's really what I think pushed Fusion far ahead.
Yeah, some really sick play to K there, by the way, in that last clip on the Blissey. They actually go for the Egg Bomb, and then Zorar fakes scoring, and then attempts to actually attack and buy time for K to score. So just really good coordination between those two team members. You see the Rayquaza being knocked out in that second game. and having, of course, these chase downs of Rework, Respawn, and Fusion were tied up 1-1 in this final moment. And Rework Respawn came with a very creative, a little bit strange draft, and it felt like Fusion had that comfortable spots and definitely walked away with the win clearly.
Yeah, I think maybe there was a lot of focus being put on this Chandelure, right? We saw the Chandelure picked, and then immediately saw both of the birds, right? The
Decidueye and the Talon. Yeah.
Both of them extremely strong against Chandelure. Does not have great mobility to get away from either of their options, but that was not the problem in the end. I mean, obviously it was a problem, but kind of enabled by the rest of the problems. This was the problem right here, Tempo.
Yeah, Tempo running the attack weight, charging charm, and float stone. So the second two held items giving them extra move speed, something that Dodrio absolutely adores and has a ton naturally. But 69,853 damage on this Pokemon is so fantastic. Tri-attack, great, getting those extra boosted autos for that big damage moment. Honestly, their jump kick play was a highlight reel in itself. Being able to get extra KOs, dodging key abilities by using the jump kick into enemies or even objects around the map. Really, really sick to see. And we talked a lot about Zoroark in that Game 1 and Game 2 about that high skill expression Pokemon. You can just tell the difference between the top players and everybody else. That is definitely the same with Dodrio. Extremely strong player in Tempo, very similar to our co-caster Spraggles.
Exactly like Spraggles. But I gotta say too, I just gotta comment again on this again, that exactly what you said with the jump kick, it was good against three Pokemon. It's great against Sylveon because you get behind the Hyper Voice.
Of course.
It's great against the Talonflame because you kind of counter pass them as they're trying to dive you, which we saw many, many times. And then it's strong against the Crustle because you get the Rock Tomb and you're like, I'm getting out of here. I'm literally just jumping away.
Exactly.
And I think that was very, very smart.
It was awesome, and of course they're going to be playing later today. Our next matchup is going to be Nemesis versus Koby Chons. We're going to have that one right after this. Only 4 teams remain in our tournament, and North America and Japan are 2 of the regions. Nemesis versus Koby Chons is our upcoming match for our losers semifinals elimination game. I am Zoinks, this is Wonder Chef, and we have an absolute giga-banger of a game coming up for you.
That's right. We are now in the final stretch of this tournament. Every single match will be an elimination match. 3 teams in the losers bracket, 1 team in the grand finals. The only chance is an elimination is if there is a reset. But right now, we are going to have one of these 2 regions disappear from this tournament. Nemesis, coming from North America, also qualifying through the open bracket. The only team left from that open bracket up against Koby Chons from Japan.
And both of these teams starting today in the losers bracket, able to take down their initial opponents, and then, of course, take down whoever was able to fall towards them in the bracket from the winner's side. These teams seem unstoppable for their own reasons, kind of to each unto their own. However, Koby Chons has been unbelievable with their Dragonite play and Trevenant play, but Nemesis has had moments of their own. This is going to be really, really exciting to see. Honestly, a lot of questions into this game in the drafting phase. Is someone going to ban the Dragonite against this team?
They should. Most likely they should, and I do hope we get a chance to see that. One thing to note is that it's very interesting, right? Koby Chons, again, coming into this tournament is maybe the favorite from the majority of people, or at least tied for, and they only lost to 1 team, Shin and Rode, who lost in turn to Nemesis. So the only team to beat Koby Chons also lost to Nemesis. Do you get that sort of like, oh, we beat them, they beat you, so we can win?
The transitive property goes hard here.
Math is a big deal in Pokemon Unite.
We are going to be following it, but these are going to be the mainstay. Team Koby Chons, this is unfortunately not their player pictures, but we will be getting them up. We're getting a lot of camera shots of them momentarily because they're worth it, honestly. This squad is so good. Asia Champions League title holders right now making their way over to Europe to compete in this event, but this team also traveling quite a ways. A North America squad traveling all the way to Europe, playing in that open bracket. They have played by far the most games of Pokemon Unite of anyone left in our top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that is very much a boon to the crowd. The crowd getting extremely loud all day for Nemesis. I mean, they are just a fun team to watch. Currently one of the fan favorites, and boy, they have, like I said, certainly earned it, going undefeated in the open bracket, defeating so many well-known names today. There's just so much that they had to get here.
Yeah, this is the Koby Chons squad we've been talking about all along. I had an opportunity to interview Noda on stage a match ago and just ask them about their communication and their secures, and I asked them about that question specifically because I was watching Koby Chons play both in the group stage yesterday, and their communication is unbelievable. The calls for secures are perfect. There's no chaos, there's no confusion. It is one player calling and then shooting, and it is a wonderful job. And there we go, the initial ban. Nemesis starts it off with the Dragonite ban.
Yeah, speaking of their secures, you know, you're talking about how strong their comms are for those secures. You give them a lot less of an opportunity if you take away the Dragonite, but the Eldegoss,
I like that ban a lot.
Extremely cool.
I'm extremely a big fan of that from Nemesis, especially with Rex's playstyle, liking to play a lot of just off the beaten path supports. I imagine this will be a Blissey game, but grabbing the Umbreon early isn't a bad option either. Asnable can play this in the defender slot, Rex can play it in the support slot. We'll give them some options, but yeah, this is the one that I would recommend. Let's lock down that Blissey and see where Koby Chons goes with their draft and then respond.
Right, we've got to see how they can flex around with their support, and we've got a few different options kind of coming in.
This is big.
Okay, the immediate switch to Blastoise, that's going to certainly be a safe pick, but the Blaziken very early on.
Okay, so the Blaziken going to be locked in, taking both of Metallic's mainstay options away. Their Blastoise and Blaziken are going to be gone. I'm very curious where Metallic is going to go. We're going to save that option for later in the draft, as we're going to have the Inteleon and Crustle locked into place. Now, what is Koby Chons going to respond with? Honestly, I know we haven't gotten to see the Blaziken play very much from them in this tournament, but if you were watching Asia Champions League, you are well aware of the Blaziken dominance this team is capable of.
Clefable as the support pick, I like that a lot.
Okay.
They've already committed to having a pretty strong front line just from their first 2 picks alone.
Yeah.
So we are going to be going for a little bit more of that strategy, and I do see a lot of the time when teams go for that, they go for the Mew or some sort of ranged sniper behind just so that they don't have to be there to do damage.
It feels like the Clefable is a great deterrent to a lot of trainers' mainstay options, like either the Mimikyu or the Zoroark. A lock-in of Metallic on the Trevenant is very, very interesting. We're going to see the top path tree. We have seen Metallic play that option before. I saw them hover the Zarina for a moment, but rethinking, wanting to go to that double defender, and with Blissey having so much healing support, it feels solid, but Tomato's response is going to be on that Mr. Mime. I think we're looking at Blaziken Central area.
Yes, well, maybe. Yeah, I'd have to assume so, right? There's, again, a lot of ways that they could go about this.
Absolutely.
We could even see something like Muse in our area. Who knows? Which is, I mean, that's not rare at all. That's made it sound like it was a lot more rare. On the other side, though, I think it's a lot more clear-cut, quite obviously. I do love the fact that I'm assuming, going to see the top path, the Trevenant, though.
Yes.
That is one of the picks for it that I've been just really loving, and it just looks so good all the time.
Ooh, I'm really excited about the Cursed Bangle held item equipment on that Trevenant. Not going with the weakness policy, which we've seen quite popular on this Pokemon, or even the Resonant Guard, but going full-on damage with Attack Weight, Focus Band, and Curse Bangle. One of the only options to slow down the immense healing that Clefable has access to. If you can get that anti-heal, or as I hear you like to say, healing stoppage, it is going to be a really, really key item in this matchup.
Yeah, so do we have to assume that it's going to be Curse on the Trevenant?
I think so.
I think so.
Guess so. Against this team, against Koby Chons, it feels like you want more secure options rather than less, right? And that is going to give you another opportunity. Snipe Shot from Inteleon, or I imagine it'll be Icy Wind from the Glaceon. All will be options. But here we go. Loser semifinals, elimination match. The last team from North America, the last team from Japan. Let's get into it, Wonder Chef.
That's right. We're going to go down to 3 regions after this, but I think both these teams want to be that region that stays in, and we do get to see where everybody's going. The Torchic will be in the center area. Very good call from you.
All right, Keikata is going to be bringing the Blastoise into the top path. Looks for that secure. I believe that was given over to Rex, so Metallic will at least have Aeos Energy in pocket to get an early stack. I believe their Focus Band has already been procced, but the passive of the Trevenant has not, so at the very least they have that option, and there it is, that final Focus Band healing going to be coming through. All the resources gone for Phantom. They're going to try to make the escape, as Noda was going on the invade on the Clefairy. Quick punish from Trainer.
Yeah, 2 really heavy committals right there, both going very, very deep to try and get those scores, and they did manage them, but only one punished, the other one not. We're actually going to see, by the way, the Combustion going down to the bottom path. In fact, we were going to see both center area Pokemon go down to the bottom path, as we're going to see Sobble try to go up and get a little bit more of that center EXP on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, that's interesting. Neither Trevenant or Blastoise particularly having a strong level 5, so you really think we would see them in the top path. But Blaziken attempts to steal those wild Pokemon, but a perfect Rock Slide stun from Asnimal actually makes that a little scary. I believe a lot of the knockouts did go in the favor of Koby Chons, though, regardless of that nice Crustle play.
Yeah, now they're going to have another fight up here up top, and the Glaceon has already kind of gone back, so it's going to be really good for Koby Chons. It seems like the positioning so far from Trainer on the Glaceon is not exactly where it needed to be, and unfortunately, that means that they are going to be taking a ton of damage onto this Cold Zone. In fact, they went KO themselves. This is almost going down. We're going to see another stack here, and so far this Blaziken looks like it's going to hit its mark very soon.
And this is typical Koby Chons. As soon as you get one advantage, why stop there? They're fighting for opportunities elsewhere as well. They're looking for this red buff on the Escavalier, Mew hiding out in that tall grass to avoid getting targeted by the Glaceon, buy as much time as they possibly can, and they do. Look at all the space. That 8-minute spawn of birds goes completely in the favor of Koby Chons, because no one from Nemesis was even remotely close.
Yeah, Nemesis playing from the back foot the entire time. Again, I saw it earlier, Trainer on the Glaceon was not quite up top when the spawns happened, and then went back, and then the push happened, and they weren't quite there again. And again, it's just Koby Chons and their tempo, you know, to use the name of a player that we just saw on a different team, but their tempo is so good. They make sure that they like hit you once, and then they just keep you off balance the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. They are not missing a single opportunity to take a team fight or even a little mini skirmish or steal your wild Pokemon. There is no time wasted with this roster. Big Solar Beam going to take out 2 Swaploos at once. A nice Rock Tomb from that Crustle holds everybody in place, but the big burst damage from Nemesis is not quite there. Long range, in fact, but is not quick enough to earn themselves the knockout.
And we're getting close to the basement Reggie spawn, and this fight's already going to start. Mr. Mime getting chunked down, but able to get out of there just barely in time. However, Nemesis is going to hold the grid positioning for this Registeel. However, finally we're going to see Crustle get run over, and now this ball of doom is going to be running in around that Clefable. So hard to actually stop. This could go, could have potentially gone to a flip, but Registeel's actually going to reset as they're going to burn down Rex. Now it's up here to Metallic to try and stop the rest of this team. Somehow this Registeel's still up.
Yeah, perfect horn lead from Metallic. It will be Mew securing that one with the Electro Ball. Snipe Shot just barely missing the knockout finally. The Mew Unite move will chase down Metallic. I think they are probably going to get KO'd with this. A little bit of horn leech healing, but that will not be able to withstand the Mew boosted auto attack. Snipe Shot does land into Keikata, making this initial push a little bit more difficult. Hydro Typhoon almost forced out, with the Moonlight healing is so immense. The special attack bonuses increasing that even more.
Yeah, I mean, that is the nerfed Moonlight. I just want to remind that. But they have done such a good job of sticking around that Clefable, playing as a team. When you choose Clefable, you have to truly focus around where you're standing, and they're doing an extremely well-coordinated job of that. A lot of Pokemon that could have been KO'd, just barely escaping with very, very low HP. However, this fight is staying relatively even. It's already, I could say, looking considerably better to me than the previous game, but Koby-chan still feels ahead.
Noda going all the way in the backline, uses their Unite move, actually gets blocked, is trying to force all of Nemesis into this team fight engagement. Overheat, not going to take the Secure. It's actually Trevenant, thanks to that Bliss assistance from Rex, has the bonus damage they need to knock out their Regieleki. And now Nemesis gets on the board in terms of objectives, and they are trying to push towards this goal zone. Blaziken goes down, that's one. Blastoise has got to be the next, and they fall as well. Trainer LGC with a KO streak of 2, and North America's on the scoreboard.
In a very strong way. The levels gained in that fight as well were immense. We're still at the highest level in the game. Well, it was going to be the Blaziken, but now it looks like Glaceon is just barely caught up as I was saying that. So we are looking very, very even. The point lead going to Nemesis, and that's good because, you know, they were playing from the back foot. You need to find your balance again, and certainly they found it. Their team fight has been extremely strong. Of course, a lot of it was based around that Bliss assistance, so they've got to be careful. They're not going to have it potentially for this next objective.
Yeah, and on the other side, a very conservative team fight from Koby-chan's around that Regieleki. They actually have 4 Unite moves still available. Feels like Blaziken's kind of cheating in that regard. They kind of always have it. Snipe Shot does land onto Mew, and they're going to follow up with the Axe Scissor. That's so many Unite moves forced out immediately, and Koby-chan's is going to have to retreat. They do not have the Blissey Unite, or the Clefable Unite move. They do not have Mews. Metallic is going to try to steal away the Blaziken. Follow me, pushing those targets. Unite move. Metallic is currently trying to 1v2, but at least they buy enough space for the Inteleon to secure the Regirock. Trainers turn to now get involved in the team fight, and next goes down to Blastoise. These Unite moves are picture perfect from Nemesis. They're playing on another level, and now they're pushing towards this tier 1.
Metallic still staying up after that beautiful Horn Leech, going for a second one. The Unite coming out from the Mr. Mime is going to at least build them enough space to get away, but if that's the best you can do, that is not the best situation. They do manage to stop that tier 1 gold zone from going down. We still do see Blaziken as well, just kind of threatening, saying we're not going to let you take this for free. But at this point, Nemesis doesn't even care. They see that they're only about 12 seconds away from this Regieleki up top spawning, and both teams see that as they're going to combine basically once again up here on the top half.
Oh man, that overheat, you are normally doing so much damage, but into a Trevenant who already has really high defense at that level 12, and the Regirock bonus, Metallic is able to just absorb so much damage, and they're going to take out that Clefable. A perfect target to take out the team, but immediately, huge Trevenant Unite move hits all 4 targets. Nemesis ain't done with this fight yet, as the Trainer is going to chase down, find another KO. Mew barely going to be making it out. Definitely sending up some prayers of thanks.
Oh my goodness, and Metallic is still there, still pushing it away. We got 40 points going to bottom tier 2 from Blissey. That's going to push the lead up significantly, over 150 points. This Regieleki also is in a space where Nemesis is in full control of taking it. The tier 1 gold zone down. They could continue to push that point lead if they want to, or if they want to continue to delay it.
What a rare moment of just slow reaction time from Koby-chan's. Every single time we are seeing this team perform, it is we are getting a KO on one side, we're taking a fight on another immediately. The squad has been working together so perfectly, but Nemesis's response has been fantastic. 2 scores on the bottom side from a Blissey and a Crustle. They're sitting at 238 to Koby-chan's only at 65.
And we get to see vision just because we have Crustle down here as the bull, able to say, okay, they're all collapsing down on Regisfield. They could start to splat if they want to. They're waiting for the Blissey to come in, but we are going to see Unites come out from both teams. Regisfield still not taken down. They've lost the Clefable, and so they know that they are in a weak position, but every Unite still up for Koby Chons. Glacial Stage is gone. Phantom Force is gone for now on the side of Nemesis. They've got less resources, but they've got a lead everywhere else.
Yeah, not having that Trevenant Unite move is going to be very, very difficult to deal with that AoE healing of that Clefable. Be able to land on multiple targets, you can amplify the damage your team can do to any target marked. Not having that option is going to be very difficult for Metallic to play around.
This is a very tense situation. It goes without saying, but Koby Chons, they're taking their time. They know that they're behind by so much, but every moment that you delay is more time for Nemesis to build back their Unites.
Oh, it just feels so strange to see this team, Koby Chons, being the slow and patient ones because of how they have been forced out by Nemesis. Metallic with a great touch and go play there, do some early damage, immediately retreat, try to bait out some cooldowns. Well done from that player.
When Trainer's getting very close to building back that Unite, they've got only 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Koby Chons needs to make a move soon. They're getting the healing back up with the Clefable, but they're just taking so much poke damage from every direction, and they're all stuck together. If they get one big initiation, it's going to be huge. They're going to be initiating on Asmodee, but Asmodee not going down off the bat. We're going to take down the Blaziken very quickly. Mr. Mime running in with the Unite, but there's nobody to target in the Ray Pit quite yet, so everybody on Nemesis is still relatively healthy. Asmodee trying to get out of there. They're going for a little bit of reset. The Mew Unite just to be defensive gets them away, but they need to get closer. They've got to find an opportunity to take down this Rayquaza. Trainer getting caught a little bit by the United, gets beamed, so they're going to be the first one to go down on the side of Nemesis, 2 down on the side of Koby Chons, but they're pushing them all the way down, and with only 30 seconds left, they don't even have that much damage left. They want to burn down Rayquaza.
Metallic is going to be able to heal up with that Horn Leech, hitting the blast force. Finally, Kokata is going to chase down that Ray, and they will find Asmodee. Ethan in a dangerous spot as well. They will go down. It's Mew, Blaziken, and Clefable focusing on the Rayquaza with only 15 seconds left in the game. Rex is running back. Metallic is running towards the goal zone to try to counter score. Blaziken is going to secure. Koby Chons have 10 seconds to get some goals in play, but 50 points are going to be going into that home goal zone. Metallic will be saving this game from Nemesis. Koby Chons need to rein in more scores, but time's already up. Nemesis start the series 1-0.
What a last even 10 seconds of that game. Nemesis doing an amazing job of holding on to that lead, holding on to that position at the Ray fight, one of the longest Ray fights that we have had, and I honestly cannot say enough about Metallic. Duke Snacks was right. What an incredible player in so many situations in that game.
This kid turned 16 last month, was eligible to play in UCS finally, and it felt like we were all waiting for him. Nemesis certainly was. Enters into the battlefield and is obviously one of the main reasons this team is seeing success. I have seen nobody in this tournament so far make Koby Chons look like not Koby Chons before. Koby Chons at that 5-minute mark onward just had no responses to anything that Nemesis was doing. It felt like that was all Nemesis's territory, and that final fight, it was played so perfectly. I'm glad we get another look at it. With the double poke composition of Nemesis, it made it so difficult for Koby Chons to go into these team fights. Even having that Clefable healing, the outpoke was just so strong, and Asmodee's positioning on that Crustle was picture perfect.
Yeah, and the spacing from all of Nemesis was so good.
Yes.
When you got a team like Koby Chons, we've got a comp like them, everybody running around the Clefable, their strategy is clear, right? You're probably going to run with Mr. Mime Unite, try to get some stuns, pop in with the Hydro Typhoon, whichever order you want to do there. Everybody runs in with the Clefable, you do some Blaziken stuff, you sitting in the back, so land something huge in your team, and they all get wiped out. But they just chased them around, or I should say Nemesis really kited them around, having the superior range, never allowing that to happen. And we saw that Unite even in the final fight from the Mr. Mime, it just didn't have a target. The Mew as well had to use a Unite where there wasn't a target. It was just Nemesis with the spacing. They were just perfectly harassing without putting themselves at risk.
Oh yeah, and Metallic has been doing things like this all day, showing up late to these team fights, but always because they want to get a good flanking position. It's on Blaziken, it's on Blastoise, it's on Trevenant, whatever option they have that they can really push the enemy into disadvantageous positions and pop off in return. That Unite move was so sick. I can't believe this Mew walks away from this team fight. I really thought Trainer was going to be able to close the gap, but honestly, pushing her advantage that much, that's That's the Chad maneuvers. Let's go, Metallic.
It is. And of course, with that Unite, the better you are, the more people you hit, the stronger you become. But we can look again at this final fight. These last 40 seconds, you can see here, they're just not able to catch the key members that they need to from Nemesis. And even though this was close, obviously they did win the fight in the end. It was about delaying that as long as possible, where if they were 5 seconds earlier, they win this game.
Absolutely, yeah. If all of Koby Chons is able to score, Metallic's not able to respond in kind with their own, it's a completely different result. Player of the game is, of course, going to go towards Metallic. We've been talking about him enough that it has to be this player. Curse Bangle, Attack Weight, and Focus Band. A really, really interesting build and a great answer to that Clefable healing.
Yeah, I mean, we've been literally talking to Metallic as well. A lot of confidence in the team, a lot of confidence in his own skills, for sure. Been the interview target every single time that team has won, I believe. No, actually, maybe we got one other person, but many of the times at minimum, and certainly proving it without a doubt. And can I just say the Horn Leeches from Metallic were some of the best I've ever seen, used for mobility, used for, you know, getting into a position out of the flank position to pull people into them, to get away wild EXP, everything.
Resetting the cooldown on them too. Honestly, one of the best parts about being at these events in person is that me, Zoinks, has the opportunity to ask players how they do the cool things they do, and then I basically get free coaching. So I'm really happy to be here, and I hope everybody in attendance is excited as well. Leafeon Band going to be immediate from the side of Koby Chons, who did choose that first pick position, and we're running it back with the Dragonite Band.
Oh, but the respect band from the side of Koby Chons, they said no, more Metallic, get this tree out of his hands.
And Blaziken Band on the side of Nemesis, which is really interesting. Now the option for Blastoise will be available for either team, and honestly, it feels like a race to Blastoise, and there it is. First pick is going to go to Koby Chons. Now what's Metallic gonna play?
That is a great question, especially with Blaziken gone. I mean, there's got to be some other options.
Serena again? Like, that is
Serena would be silly. It'd be silly.
I mean, we'll see where these teams want to go with their opportunities, but we will have the Blissey and Crustle locked in on place for Nemesis.
Buzzwole. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Buzzwole. Wait, this is Koby Chons. That is certainly a potential right there. Oh, I wonder what top path. We're just sitting here like, well, maybe the most popular top path in the game. Maybe.
There's no way they pick Buzzwole now, right? Now that we forgot that Pokemon existed. All right, Eldegoss and Mew will be locked in for Koby Chons. Again, just very, very strong Pokemon. And there it is. It is the Zarina. Metallic really believing in this pick. Of course, you have that Blissey combo, which has been so powerful in the past. Final two selections for Koby Chons. Glaceon's a great option. Take that away from Trainer. It's been happening all day. The final selection is Mamoswine. Not a mispick, folks. That is intentionally chosen. Japan loves this Pokemon, and I think all of you are about to as well.
Well, it does have a 100% win rate on this broadcast over the past 2 days.
From Nemesis.
Out of 1. Yes, true. They're like, holy, am I still? But, this is big. So Mimikyu just keeps getting denied over and over and over, and we never actually get a chance to see it picked, but we know that it's such an impactful, potentially, Pokemon for so many teams.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. Trainer LGC in particular has been, I would say, one of the first players in North America to really pick it up, but definitely one of the most prolific Mimikyu players in North America. Really enjoys this Pokemon. Tends to go with the Shadow Claw style of play rather than the Play Rough. Both options definitely having their viability, but when you have two defenders and a great support in Eldegoss on the other side, I feel like just that generic team fighting move is a little stronger rather than the more assassin sweep style of build.
Yeah, well, especially just as well with the rest of the comp. It's going to be an interesting overall comp where they've got a whole lot of damage coming from melee. Of course, they've got the Espeon as well, but they are going to be really focusing a lot on trying to get into the fighting range against the other team.
Yeah, when we have seen in the past from the Espeon in Yeet fans' hands, it has looked phenomenal. It is a really good option. We normally go for that big burst damage, but they've been playing so much Inteleon in this tournament and having so much success with it. It does feel strange to see that option kind of lost in this, but at this point in the tournament, in this point in the metagame, Espeon is just kind of a must pick, and so we're going to have it locked in from Nemesis. Here we go. Nemesis leading the series 1-0. Koby Chons trailing behind. Let's get into game 2.
Last chance for Japan. They've got to make this game and the next game work. Now, seeing where everything's being sent, it's all pretty standard. Of course, Mamoswine is never going to be standard, but seeing it down on bottom, not a surprise.
Yeah, Kikata going to try to put on some early pressure into Metallic. Both these Pokemon not having the strongest of early games, but the slowing effect that Squirtle has with a lot of its moves and boosted auto attacks is going to be detrimental for Metallic's poor Bone Suite to have to deal with.
Yeah, and of course, just being a double-ranged path against a double melee path is going to make everything more difficult in your entire life.
Yeah,
so
one team's A button is real strong.
Yes. And B button as well, you know, when you're trying to get those last hits on those experiences, which is a very, very big deal because you do not want to get kept on either of those Pokemon up top from Nemesis.
Yeah, exactly. Asmo landing in, and some more key rock slides in 2016. Fan going to easily clear up that shot with the, I believe it's Growl still, that Espeon has access to. But Espeon having great secure tools even in that EV form. They're Swift, out of all the evolutions, the best option for last hitting wild Pokemon.
And speaking of last hitting, it's time for the fight for the Altaria. They go down very, very quickly, and we are going to see the first attempt for this Mimikyu to go in, getting the first KO on the War Turtle, very valuable target, but might get traded out itself. No, even going to go for the greedy score on top of everything else and be able to make it out intact.
Wow, okay, and is going to dodge away. Metallic does get one stack. Great heads-up play by the Eldegoss to go steal that extra Aeos energy, make sure that Metallic is not able to get any more free stacks. I mean, these top players aren't letting anything by the wayside at this point. We're top 4 of one of the biggest tournaments that UNITE has ever seen, and currently Koby Chons is headed in for an invade. Crustle and Mimikyu trying to defend against it in their own central area. A eject button across the wall as Tomato is playing Ice Fang Mamoswine, and the Mew gets the KO Electro Ball with enough damage.
This is so exciting for me. I'm not going to say I was a one-trick Ice Fang Mamo for an entire season, but I certainly was.
Okay.
And I think it's so strong, honestly, if you can land it. The problem is, of course, just getting into that position, but you can see right there, Rex nearly going down, has to run away, take both Citrus Berries, and in the meantime, that allows so much space for a huge amount of points to go into that top tier 1 from Koby Chons.
Okay, so Koby Chons trade a lot of scores on the top side for giving up the experience in the middle of the map. But that is going to be Nemesis taking all of that. So you always got to weigh the positive and negatives of any push, especially against top teams like this. They're not going to let you get away with anything for free. So a score lead is there. However, Yeet Fan on that Espeon able to take a lot of that experience for their side and getting very close to level 8, which is huge for any evolutions. They'll have access to their Unite.
I will say, Koby Chons, they're not being as aggressive as they usually are. They're just not getting that opportunity. They did manage to push, of course, that one time into the center area, but not quite.
It's triple axle Grassy Glide, by the way. I haven't seen this in a minute as well. It feels like a bit of a throwback tournament at this point in time. Ice Fang, Mamoswine, Grassy Glide, and triple axle of Serena. So Metallic going for a more brawly team fight option, and not with the slowing effect of dropkick we normally see. Wants to pull those enemies off the pad, and of course enable the brawling effect of Mimikyu a bit more. If you can pull the enemies towards Mimikyu, have that Shadow Claw lineup, you're more likely to get the Shadow Sneak resets, and of course, then on and then on.
I mean, that makes sense. That's exactly what Metallic was doing with that Horn Leech in the last game so well. I don't know if this Blitz is going to be able to get out of there. It kind of looked like it took a wrong turn at one point right there.
They were running with their teammate, and then all of a sudden they dashed across the wall, and they're like, I can't do that.
I can't follow you. Wait a minute. But their teammate is going to go up and get a lot of points in with that Regieleki that was really not defended against at all. There was an opportunity, but this is going to keep the points close.
And Metallic is going to take away that red buff, and that blue buff they are boasting about right now actually comes from the enemy central area as well. That's when they were able to dash it through the wall. They will go down. Piloswine going to take that KO away. I Am Tomato knocking on the door of level 9. Piloswine, one of the toughest parts about this Mamoswine line is how long they take to evolve and get access to their Unite move, and even at that point, it's not the most impactful Unite move in the game, so a huge risk by taking one of these Pokemon. Big engage by 2016 Fan, not much to follow up with as the Shadow Sneak goes wide. Trainer can't jump into the fray, and therefore everybody on Nemesis has just got to retreat.
Yeah, this is a really scary situation. This is exactly what Koby Chons hunts for every single game. They're seeing one moment where they can get a pick. They did manage to get that pick, and now look at them. They're rotating immediately towards another target, fully coordinated, and just getting every single KO that they can along the way. Rex just barely staying up. Just like you said, Mamoswine needs to turn to Mamoswine, and it finally does manage to do that just about the 5-minute and 20-second mark, so it's going to be a lot scarier now.
Yeah, great poke by Koby Chons Mew, by the way. Oh no, Mimikyu going down, caught out by an Ice Fang, so great coverage coverage by Tomato. Solar Beams have been on point for this Mew. Metallic trying to shut that down on the backside. They are taking so much damage. They're going to Unite move that Mew immediately. I don't know if they have the damage to follow up to actually earn themselves the KO. They're going to get Mamoswine at some point, but the response from Blastoise is perfect. Keikata sending everybody up into the air, and again, it is sending Nemesis running. Trainer finally returning to this team fight, but they're only at level 10. They do grab the Glaceon. Shadow Claw hits all 4 targets. Unite move, locking down that Mew, but again, they're able to make it away. 2016 Fan going to follow up with that stored power and make sure that that KO is confirmed. Now, Team Nemesis finally has their best chance of that Regirock. They got to go quick, though.
A good rotation. They will be getting the Regirock. Very nice. And now they've got an opportunity to push, turn this offense around. We're going to be able to block at least a few of them with that Rock Tomb. But we're going to see actually the engagement from Tomato. Huge Unite right there. It seems like we just used that like 30 seconds ago. That was instant again. But it's not quite enough, as we're going to see actually the Crustle and now the Blissey fall. So no more tankiness on the side of Nemesis, really. They've got to back up. They've got a very, very low little Espeon right there that he's just going to give that up. You got it.
Yeah, Nemesis, they're going to give up the goal zone and technically the point lead as well. 203 for Team Koby Chons currently. Only 202 for Nemesis. Having to give up that goal zone is really tough, but with only 3 members, you would just be delaying the inevitable, and of course, you would not have rotated in time for this Regieleki, where Metallic currently is. We have Trainer in the enemy central area trying to steal as much experience as they possibly can on the Mimikyu, and so far they've been good for the red buff. That Solar Beam hitting is unfortunate, mostly because it's going to lose the Mimikyu. Its Disguise passive going to take that damage and have to run away. Going to take a little bit of time to earn that back.
Being able to take that Regieleki is pretty big right here. Every little bit of advantage that you can take in this kind of tie situation is huge.
He got Mew with the Shadow Sneak at a max range. They're not going to follow up with it, and poor Rex is picked up by that Ice Fang again. It feels like they are jumping in front of this Mamoswine to make sure their teammates can make it away, but every time they do, it's just too much damage for the rest of the team. A small score from Nemesis is going to break that goal zone as Nazinable throws in just a few points. 215 now for Nemesis, 203 for Team Koby Chons.
It's going to make them a little bit less safe, but Tier 1 is not what Koby Chons is going to be hunting for. They like this Tier 2 quite a bit. The Glacier stage is going to come out a little bit late, but of course it is an evolution, so it should be fine. However, there's a lot of experience that's being hunted down from Koby Chons in Nemesis' central area, and they're going to fight for it, and we're going to see immediately Rex go down as the first. That was weird looking with Mew jumping over with the Unite. I couldn't even see what happened. Hydro Typhoon's going to catch a few, but Mew as well hitting its I'm sorry, not Mew, Mimikyu hitting its target.
Yeah, great counter onto the Blastoise. It's a whole lot of damage for Team Koby Chons, and they're going to be winning that team fight. They, of course, can rotate towards this basement Reggie. A lot of them are a little weak, though. I don't know if they want to put all their resources into it. They will be able to defeat it. It'll be Reg Ice. Reg Ice normally an objective that a lot of teams want to ignore because the HP recovery isn't as impactful. But with Pokemon like Mamoswine and Blastoise and those huge HP pools, it actually could be extremely relevant for Team Koby Chons to have that extra resource in our final fight.
Right, Mew as well, you know, being able to regen while you're united is going to be a really big deal if it does come down to that. But here we go, the final stretch, very even as far as score and levels. This is going to come down to a fight. Emilia Cicada being caught out by the rest of the team in immediate 4v5. No, doesn't go down. The Unite, we're coming in from I Am a Tomato in the back line. Azabel extremely low, has to get out of there. Rex is going to be able to bring them back up. The Ballistic Assistance was used.
That was the perfect target to go onto because you knew they did not have the Hydro Typhoon, but the Mamoswine and the Eldegoss both uniting to give that teammate coverage. Perfect team play from Koby Chons as they're able to strike again as Rex goes down. KO streak of 3 from this Glaceon as they are carving their way through all of Team Nemesis. Ethan has just got to run, but at this point they have no HP to work with any longer. Rayquaza in that same boat as Azabel goes down. That is all 5 members down for Nemesis as Koby Chons takes the Rayquaza with no one in range to secure it out of their hands. And they are going to be charging to these gold zones. All 5 members up, all 5 members with Ray Shield. Koby Chons going to be tying up this series.
Wow, and of course, too, without even a pause. Interesting timing for a pause, but I mean, there is a minute left in the game. Nothing is for certain. However, an amazing final team fight there from the side of Koby Chons. I mean, I made a read that was completely wrong early on where I saw immediately the engage onto the Blastoise, and I was like, they're done. There's nobody around them, but coming in from behind, Unite from the Mamoswine was able to keep
over the Ray wall to get there as well. Yeah, unbelievable. I believe the Mamoswine is running the buddy barrier as well, so just giving that extra support for their team is getting that extra shielding towards the Blastoise. A Pokemon who, again, did not have their Unite move at that moment, which if they get caught out in a moment like that, it could be devastating. But yeah, we're just getting a quick technical thing sorted out on stage, but with Koby Chons in a position like this, I think we can all understand where this game is headed.
Yes, almost without a doubt. But yeah, I mean, that was gigantic. And also, you pointed out so perfectly before that fight, the Reggie buff may have made the difference there with how low that Blastoise got and how it was able to run away and then still be effective in that fight, right? It had to come back. And obviously, it's not like a ton of healing that the regen gives you, but just that little bit helps a ton in combination with other things, like the buddy barrier, for example, from the Mamoswine. And it just keeps your entire team up when you need it to happen. So hopefully, we do manage to get this unpaused soon, but I'd have to expect we're probably going to a 1-1 score.
Yeah, of course we'll get it sorted out as soon as possible. Let's get in both teams just a little bit extra time to think about what we're going to be doing in the future of this game. Mamoswine is some wild stuff for sure. Very exciting to see. So far, it's been poor Rex having to take the brunt of that jumping in front of the Ice Fangs consistently so that their team can make it away. But it has been tricky for the Mimikyu to get an engage into a Pokemon team that has Mamoswine on it with that Ice Fang. You want to appear with that Shadow Sneak and start doing damage, but as soon as you appear, that Mamoswine is grabbing you and buying so much time for their squad. And then, of course, everybody's just turning and firing every ability they have at you.
Yeah, Ice Fang, truly an extremely powerful ability. The bigger issues with Mamoswine, of course, are, like you said earlier, you've got to evolve it, you've got to get it to its maximum strength, and then once you get your Unite, it's not the scariest Unite in the world, by kind of a long shot. So that's the rest of the package. But the fact that we actually get to see it pop off and use the Ice Fang, I think is great, because that move is so scary. It does a lot of damage by itself. It throws people back into your team. When you've got a coordinated team like Koby Chons, you know there's 0% chance that they are not immediately taking advantage of that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Gosh, yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens in Game 3, where we're most likely going to. Technically, there is a minute left on the clock, but with all 5 members of Koby Chons having Ray Shields available for their scoring attempt, things are looking a little bleak for Nemesis.
Yeah, and we do see, on our own side, there's 4 members that still have 50 Aeos energy in their pocket, so 4 Hundo Burgers almost undoubtedly raining down on to Nemesis. So we're probably going to see it, but who knows? You know, we actually see a few members back up from Nemesis at the moment, which again, of course, y'all can't see at the screen, but there's 4 members of Nemesis that are up. We've got a few more minutes before we can get right back into this one. Yeah. But, with 4 members up, do we have any Unites up? No, nothing from Nemesis, and honestly, the Hydro Typhoon is still up.
Mimikyu Unite, but yeah. The Hydro Typhoon and the Play With Me still available in-game. But yeah, folks, this tournament has been so fantastic to watch. We now have 4 regions left within our tournament. Reminder, whoever is able to win this series will be moving on to play against Rework Respawn, who has been phenomenal all event, only getting stopped by Fusion recently, who have been playing an absolutely unbelievable tournament, but you gotta just think about what's in front of you at any given moment. That's what these teams are gonna have to do, as of course the competition throughout the entire event has been fierce, and we know that Nemesis is the most aware of that. They have had to play through the open bracket, the only open bracket team remaining in our tournament, and are now poised to try to make it into a top 3 position. Koby Chons, though, in that exact same spot.
Yeah, they're about to be in the exact same spot. Most likely, it looks like we're getting back into this game. Let's watch the closing final minute as we do see a few members defending from Nemesis on that bottom side, but that's going to be a Hundo Burger going in the center goal zone from Tomato, and then that bottom tier 2 as well being destroyed.
Yeah, Mew's shield did get broken, and Glacia not within scoring contention. Mew does have that Shadow Sneak channeling around it still, I thought, but now we're going to have Trainer trying to chase down down this Mew and earn themselves a KO. I mean, Nemesis could make a push, but they only have 40 seconds to do so. Efen does find a KO into the Mamoswine, and Mew is gone. So only 3 members of Koby Chons remaining to defend against the push from Nemesis, who have 30 seconds left to do so.
Yeah, Metallic's pretty low, though. It's a little unfortunate. If any of these Unites can come up soon, that would be big. Every Unite for every member is available here from Koby Chons. They've got the Hydro Typhoon undoubtedly coming out very soon, just trying to push them back as far as they possibly can. They are going to be initiating. The Glacial Stage is going to come from behind the goal zone. They're using everything they can. The Hydro Typhoon catching everybody. Psychic Solaire is going to try to counter that, but they don't just need the CC. They need the damage, and they're not going to be able to get in the points. So we are going to game number 3.
Yeah, Nemesis having maybe a moment, but you were right. The Unite move is just a bit too much to overcome. A lot of strength there in that final push. So Nemesis will be having this match tied up, or Koby Chons rather, will be tying up this series 1-1. And wow, what an exciting one it's been. The Dragonite bans again and again trying to slow down this team, but now Koby Chons adapting to that and finding a new look.
Yeah, with Mamoswine of all things. I love how many out of left field picks we've had over the course of even just these final 3 matches that we're going to, well, final 4 matches that we're going to have. This is another one, though, that I think we really have to look at again from the side of Nemesis. Now, the Serena, we do know it worked pretty well before when it was trying to target down the Zoroark, but I feel like it maybe did not get the mileage that it really wanted to in this game.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, it felt like it had impact. It felt like it looked good, but yeah, maybe something like a Buzzwole would have been a bit more impactful. It's really, really tough to tell. I felt like the Mimikyu from Trainer, as excellent as it was kind of becoming a liability against this Mew a few times. So strong, getting shut down time and time again. Honestly, if we're going to look back at anything from game 1 that I'd like to see again from Nemesis, was this Eldegoss ban. Or sorry, they went away that Blaziken rather, but taking away this Eldegoss by any means necessary, I think would be a good look, because they did that in game number 1, took away the Dragonite and the Eldegoss. I really like that drafting strategy, and now Nemesis will be returning to that first pick again.
Yeah, and Koby Chons has been so solidly playing this comp in so many of their games that's so dependent around just being tanky, being really hard to deal with. We've seen a lot of very aggressive teams that just kind of try to play speedsters, but this is an aggressive team that just wants to never get KO'd themselves, and they do a great job of it, especially because of that Eldegoss.
Of course, yeah, this Eldegoss has been so powerful. I mean, we even watched in that final team fight them bailing out that Blastoise, who was caught out in these big moments, but yeah, again, just a great response from the supports, makes that team fight okay, and Koby Chons makes it even better than that as they bounce back and win that second game.
Oh yeah, more than a bounce back. I'd say that was a really funny moment looking. Anytime that somebody gets thrown over and they have an effect around them, it always looks really funny, but so many Unites were used right there. And honestly, I feel like a lot of the Unite usage going kind of into that moment was really big and kind of led to Nemesis's downfall. You can see they didn't have everything when they needed it here at this fight. They assumed, I think, that there was going to be a little bit more of a fight early on, and yeah, that re-engage was just so good from Koby Chons.
Yeah, again, it felt like Trainer's Mimikyu just didn't really have an impact in any of these fights because of great target fire from Koby Chons, but even with the Espeon Unite move to try to cover Trainer and get them out of that fight, it still wasn't even enough, and again, the Mimikyu just felt like it came up short.
Well, I mean, one more chance. We can take a look at Tomato, an amazing player that honestly I think was a key reason why that last fight went so well. Just zooming in from somewhere off screen through the Ray pit saying, "You're not going to hurt my friends," and of course on Mamoswine.
Of course, and running that eject button too, we've already seen the value of that getting around walls, of course, but when you're running Ice Fang as a very low range grab style of move, one of the best ways to get around that is either Earthquaking towards your target or using that eject button to extend your motion and grab the Ice Fang all in one fluid shot.
Yeah, that was a great strategy, but now it's time to see what strategies are going to be adjusted. 1 win per team. Again, this is losers semis. One of these teams makes it into the top 3. One of them goes home. Both of the last representatives of their own respective regions.
And we're going to keep up with the Dragonite ban for Nemesis, a response of that Leafeon. Do not want to play against Trainer's Leafeon. And there we go. With that first pick spot, we're going with our same first pick strategy of banning away both Dragonite and Eldegoss.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You let that Eldegoss go through, it was not looking good, but a trainer not being loved by Koby Chons right now. Let's see what this first actual pick is. Are we going to go for this Blissey?
Wow, okay.
Yeah, really saying, okay, let's see what you can do with your supports. And last time they went for Clefable,
yeah,
didn't quite work out.
Yeah, they were definitely confident playing into that Clefable. I think Nemesis is okay with that again. Koby Chons now going to grab that Blastoise first. That makes sense. Don't give Metallic that option. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Metallic actually prioritize in the draft here. You grab Espeon for sure, but give Metallic one of their best options because before we saved it for a little bit later, it got a little sketchy. You could grab Blaziken here, but they are going to grab the Trevenant.
I'm surprised that they didn't do something to Trevenant as far as, well, look, these two great defenders just to be picked very early on. I feel like this comp is looking great for Nemesis already, but Koby Chons having the opportunity to get something a little bit more surprising, and they're going to go for the Comfey Zoroark themselves.
Wow. And now Metallic isn't going to have that option to go with that single target, that Serena that was so good at individually taking down that Zoroark. However, the Mimikyu is still available. Another Pokemon we talked about is a perfect matchup into Zoroark Comfey, but Slowbro can counter that Unite move. So we're going to have the Play With Me grab both of those two Pokemon, and then Slow Beam grab the Play With Me Mimikyu. There is going to be a lot of mind games between these four players.
Yeah, so, oh my goodness, this is a lot to think about. This is exactly what you want to see in the final game of a set. All of the adaptation. I feel like Yeet fan, honestly pretty happy as far as that last pick. We don't need to talk about that much, but this Mimikyu, it's got to find the right target. That's going to be huge. But again, also, Mew was putting in a lot of work against the Mimikyu, and them choosing that as their first choice is, I think, a very, very smart move.
Yeah, a Mimikyu versus a Zoroark. It's two enemy central area Pokemon. It's going to be really, really interesting, but we are live here at Aeos Cup, so folks, I want to hear from you. Are you excited for our losers semifinals? Nemesis versus Koby Chons.
The last remaining teams, one from North America and one from Japan. The last remaining teams of their own regions. I cannot wait to see which of those regions will make it into the top three, but only one can. Going down to a game three, as close as we want this to be, and it's gonna come down to a lot of comfort picks, but a very smart draft from both sides.
Nemesis versus Koby Chons. We have Asdubble versus I Am Tomato. We have North America versus Japan. It all comes down to one more game of Pokemon Unite. Who can make it into the top three of our Aeos Cup?
And you really want that top three with what's on the line, but let's see where everybody is going. We are going to see the Mimikyu go to the center. Everything basically pretty as expected. The Comfey is going to be holding onto that center a little bit just to make sure there's no sort of invasion or mean things, especially come out from potentially Rex could have run in there, but instead they're just going to be focusing safely on the top path.
Of course, Yakikata actually going with a very quick clear to try to be there in contest for the contestable ball toy. Going to come up just a little bit short as now Metallic and Rex are chasing down their own safe ones. Never feels safe in the hands of Koby Chons. We're always trying to steal away that experience. Do not find that one, and now Metallic has already hit level 4, one shy of that Trevenant evolution.
And that's going to be one of the first power spikes that we probably are going to see in this game. We've got already, I mean, I guess the evolution, if we could potentially see that right there, and that's exactly what we're going to see. So now the bottom path is a lot less welcoming for Koby Chons. A great way to defend. I mean, the Zoroark, if it can dive on that Espeon, is going to be great, but the other way could go exactly like that, actually, with Espeon doing so much damage.
Yeah, full early Espeon combo is going to be able to take out that Mew, as Zoroark is actually pivoted to that top path, understanding that Metallic is not hit level 5, isn't really a viable threat yet, and wants to try to make sure that they can push that advantage in the top side. Metallic going to run all the way back. Has not grabbed any citrus berries yet. It's going to grab that second one while utilizing that X speed. Zoroark will dunk in that 23, and one thing that Metallic was trying to stop well on this goal zone, as Trainer is certainly taking their time clearing wild Pokemon, waiting on the attack on this top tier.
Comfey jumping back onto Zoroark, though, as they head down into that center area, trying to steal the Excelgor, but they see now 2 Pokemon trying to defend the center area. In fact, 3 Pokemon. They immediately collapse onto this Zoroark. Its mobility is going to make it very, very hard to stop, and actually Vortoril kind of running in as well as the Slowbro. So a whole lot of the members of Koby Chons playing that usual style they're used to doing, running into the enemy center area, saying, this is actually our center area. We're going to take it.
Yeah, we actually have Nemesis responding in kind. Metallic taking this time to stack their attack weight as frequently as they could on the top side. Blissey will go down. I think Rex was trying to get a score to earn themselves that Blissey evolution because they are still at that level 3 Chansey. Heatfan gets yet another KO on the opposing Mew. This Espeon definitely paying for itself in dividends. Tomato takes so much damage, the Shadow Sneak plus the Espeon, but the Scald on the Slowbro, a great response to that Mimikyu. Reducing the attack damage of any target it hits with that Scald is devastating for Mimikyu to have to deal with once they get in the mix.
Yeah, some solid choices for Scald in this, and also just the ability to kind of poke a little bit more into a lot of these frontliners that Nemesis is going to have. Just even damage alone is something. 20 seconds away from the first Regis spawning, and it looks like we're going to have a lot of members of both teams up top here for the EUIC, and we're going to start off immediately. Grassknot, by the way, on the Comfey. Trainer just barely getting out of there. I think they realize there's a little bit too much defense. Is actually we're going to start see the rotation down bottom.
Yeah, Zoroark not hitting level 9 by the first set of objectives, even with that Comfey duo. So a lot of resources used, but not hitting that big benchmark. As will just try to eject button to safety, and they will make it out for a moment. Their focus band proccing as well, trying to get as much HP recovery as possible. And now with that, they're going to have full positioning. Metallic distracts a few of the enemy team as Asmol tries to play for space, and then will be a free Regice to the side of Nemesis.
It's probably good that they didn't fully commit with the Zoroark, because Mimikyu did hit 9 pretty early within that fight, and they might have just been immediately melted, which again is going to be a big part of this game in every single big team fight that we have. EUIC though going to the side of Koby Chons, and they're scoring in before that actually happens and goes and breaks, so just making sure that they get that one more tiny little score. They are going to be prioritizing the scoring on Koby Chons' side as Nemesis now has the level.
Yeah, Metallic just going to let that hit the goal zone so they can instead knock out the Ndidis that spawn on their side of the map as soon as that outer tier goal zone emits, and they're not giving up a huge overdunk. I don't think they're too worse for wear. Long-range Shadow Sneak through all those tall grass. I really like that rollout from Trainer, but not going to find a single target as of yet. They do have eyes on Tomato. Rock Tomb locking them in place, but with Trainer having to rotate back to defend their own central area, I don't know if we'll see that option. It's going to be a big 1v2 for Trainer LGC here, locked in the grass knot. Huge Shadow Sneak. They land it. They're going to engage. Slow Smoke, and we slow them down long enough for a deterrent.
Ooh, another deterrent, though, is a beam that is going to connect on multiple of you, but they're going to be chasing it down. Metallic getting all the way through. They're going to avoid a lot of the CC they're trying to pull in, but the UNITE going in on the Zoroark, and it is going to get KO'd even with the Comfey UNITE to counter that. The strategy working extremely effectively. 3 members down now from Koby Chons as they push down this tier 1. Blastoise is doing its best job to try and defend, but it will fall in turn, and Nemesis's game plan is going perfectly.
Perfectly long-range Shadow Sneak. Now they try to get some scores in. They will get the Crustle 30 points at least. There are a few Pokemon that are going to be knocked out. They're trading points for experience at this point in time. We'll have to see if Metallic can mad dash towards that bottom tier goal zone to defend it long enough as Yeetfen is trying to score on the top side to stack up their special attack specs on their Espeon.
Oh, and pulling the Zoroark in. It's becoming a target double with the reset. That's going to be a great way to get that pick. A strong start to this defense. Also with the Regis spawning right now, this is not just a push for KOs, but for positioning on the next objective. Although Tomato with a Comfey on is going to be nearly un-KOable. They don't care about that, though. The only KO they want is Regirock. Beautiful play once again. I was talking about the Horn Leeches from Metallic, and he just keeps proving it.
Oh, it's so good. Now Nemesis has a choice. Do you push that tier 2? Do you play for mid? Or do you try to contest the EUIC? That final option is going to be really tough with the Zoroark and Comfey already working through that main objective. And of course, Metallic wants to just get that experience on the top side. That's a little more free. EUIC knocked out. Nemesis playing it a little safer and a little closer to the chest.
Yeah, we do see Metallic just sitting up there, probably going to defend against this. There is a lot of free EXP for them as well. They know they have the lead. They also know that they have the score leads. The EUIC is not going to be the worst thing in the world, but of course, every bit of space earned by Koby Chons always goes towards them invading into the center area. They're trying to get as much as they can. The jump in from Blissey onto every member of the enemy team, and they're immediately getting targeted, but we're going to jump in with, the Mimikyu UNITE once again. However, it's not going to be able to fully commit to getting a KO. Blastoise getting extremely low, trying to get out of there. Mew's going to pop the UNITE to try and save them. Going to do it very effectively, taking down Trainer.
Yeah, just a half committal from Nemesis, right? Metallic's still playing on the top side, and we, of course, had Yeetfen playing on the bottom side with this Espeon, so not fully committing to that fight. Instead, trying to favor their goal zone defense instead, being okay with giving up those KOs. Problem is, now it's just up to Yeetfen to buy some time. Egg Bomb will slow down the score and keep this goal zone at 5. A very, very important defensible landmark for Nemesis to play around. Slowbro going to break it, though, with a small overdunk. Or not an overdunk, a really small score.
yeah. It's, well, kind of an overdunk. Yeah, we also saw nearly that Zoroark get like one comboed by the Trevenant, which is pretty huge. I mean, the damage from the Pokemon can be pretty ridiculous.
Of course, yeah.
But we're 45 seconds away from the final stretch. Points are very, very close on both teams. Levels are very, very close on both teams, as expected from these teams. Chons was behind by a lot, but they're really starting to make it happen. And look up top, Metallic going for a score. Will they be able to stop it with a beam? They will from the Mew.
Yeah, Mew gonna take that full long shot and stop the score from the Trevenant. I think they're gonna keep trying, knowing they're gonna have the full member as Nemesis is actually playing towards that top side. Regice will be cleared out by Chons. A little bonus experience going over for them, but Nemesis extending their score lead. That has been paramount in our metagame these days. Zoroark and Koby actually playing towards the bottom side. I don't think Nemesis has any eyes on them. You see Asdabble and Rex rotating around the central area, desperately looking for that crazy damage duo that Chons has access to. Trainer actually waiting on pad to defend against this whenever the Zoroark Koby wants to rotate. I love this play around a score lead.
That's so rare to wait on pad, so incredibly rare, but they know that the target that they're going for probably will not have any defense against that. So they're just sitting there, they're waiting. They can jump back into the center, but it looks like they may not be going for that back half. They're going to be moving up with the Zoroark.
Yeah, they're going to push that side. As soon as they get vision on Zoroark and Koby, Trainer knows that their job is to find and isolate that duo. They shadow sneak onto them. They chase them. The Koby Unite, or the Mimikyu Unite right on top of them. The Slowbeam to respond to pull them off. Hydro Typhoon is going to eject one into a few targets, but Nemesis is still standing healthy. Chons on the retreat at the moment. Mew Unite move to try to give them a little bit of invisibility, and now Nemesis is just going to be trying to slowly back up and bide their time, allow Rex to heal up the entire squad.
This is actually great for Nemesis. They used a lot of unites, big unites for engagement on Chons' side, so Nemesis just has to continue to hold on to this lead. Looks like Trainer went back, is going to try to come back in, waiting again, defending on the pad, exactly what they were doing before. This mobility is huge, especially using Shadow Sneak. They can counter-engage if they find the right target, but Zoroark's going to be the one that's moving in, and Blissey Rex is going to be going down, the first member of this fight. An Asdabble looking like they could be the second if they don't manage to get out of there, and this is a 5v3. Rayquaza not super unhealthy yet, though.
Trainer just missing the KO on the Zoroark, who will be charging all the way to the gold zone. They are going to be able to score, and now Nemesis is getting a little desperate. They're going to be focusing on this Rayquaza. They want to take it down. Kekata does not have the Unite move on the Blastoise. Zoroark going to be pulling back towards the Rayquaza, as the score did go in for Chons. They currently have the lead. Koby secures the Rayquaza. Chons earns the Ray Shield, and now they have a chance to charge towards their own goal zones. Zoroark with a full Ray Shield will be unstoppable, as their dunk will go in. Nemesis will not be able to catch up. Chons is going to secure this game number 3.
By the skin of their teeth, unbelievable final moments, as close of a set as you could ask for. What an incredible defense, but finally Chons found their picks in the final moments, one at a time. Nemesis, they held on for so long, but it just wasn't quite enough.
The comb face secure in the face of an Espeon and a Mimikyu. That is unbelievable that Chons is able to pull that off. What a showing, and with that, North America will be going out of our tournament at 4th place, having an incredible performance. Nemesis having just one of the best tournament runs we have ever seen from that squad. But Chons, even with a draft that really made them uncomfortable, pushed them into new spots, just still seem unbeatable.
Their clutch was the key factor there. I mean, honestly, I feel like the draft was genius from Nemesis. The play was genius from Nemesis, but it just came down to, there were so many times they had to play correctly. They had to play correctly. They had to play correctly. They made one mistake, one pick. Rex got hooked off first, I believe, in that situation. And then, as usual, from Chons, it was a cascading victory where it's like all it takes is an inch and they take a mile.
Yeah, they played around that score lead really well. Never went for backcaps of their own, which I think maybe, I don't know, at this point in the time, it's really tough to go back. We'll have to take a look at the replays, but in the end, it will be Chons, your team of victors, moving on to play in our losers finals against Rework Respawn.
You can see some of the stats from this final game, and I mean, obviously the score at the top is the main important one, but you can see that a lot of these fights were overall won by Nemesis. I mean, looking at the damage in just a moment, but all in the end, it was a big deal to win that final team fight. Obviously, these teams very, very happy. Koby Chons as well has had to fight a very difficult path, especially through today.
Yeah, definitely. They've had so many opponents that have been so difficult. Nemesis, obviously, one of those in the list now. Yeah, there's the damage numbers that we were looking at earlier. Of course, the Zorak at 67,000 damage, Mew at 88,000 damage. A consistent high performer in terms of numbers, but overall lobby leader is 2016 fan on that Espeon.
Yeah, that was a lot of the damage. I feel like maybe there could have been a little bit more damage overall from the other side, but it wasn't really that much of a fighting game. The priorities led to different directions, I should say, for Nemesis, and honestly, it was working out. It just came down to the final choices, and those final choices were great for Koby Chons. So yeah. I'm sad that we don't get to see more Nemesis. I think their draft has been amazing, their energy has been amazing, their choices have been amazing, but not quite enough to make it into that top 3.
Yeah, but as they exit the tournament, we gotta recognize that the only open bracket team to make it anywhere remotely close to this point in the tournament, coming over from North America, March Cup Finals, top 4 Aeos Cup overall. This is a team that we are all gonna have to be well aware of with the World Championships coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year. But Koby Chons, the victors today, as they move into top 3 territory, they're going to have to play Rework Respawn in the future. But we have another interview with Noda on stage, so we're going to send it over there to you, Spraggles.
All right, I am here on the Aeos Cup stage. Hey, everybody. I'm here with Noda from Koby Chons. Congratulations, that was such an incredible game. My first question for you is, how did your team deal with the Dragonite ban, that targeted ban towards your team?
相手のチームが野田さんのチームを対策するためになんか好きなポケモンのカイリをバンしたんですけれども、これはどうやって対応しましたか？
他にビトッポ選手の得意なバシャーモやグレイシアを出して、勝とうとしました。
Well, we basically just chose a different Pokemon that this particular player is skilled with, like Blaziken, for example, and well, we still just win it.
Amazing. What do you think about the team you are going up against next, Rework Respawn? Do you have any specific plans for a team like this?
次の試合はリーウォーク・リースポンっていうチームと対戦するんですけれども、このチームに対してなんか特別な戦術がありますか、対策がありますか？
正直ないです。
Well, if I have to be honest with you, we don't really have any specific plan for them.
I absolutely respect that answer. That's a true answer, an answer I would give. Congratulations, you guys are doing incredible. Good luck to you throughout the rest of this tournament. All right, we'll send it back to you in the booth. Bye. Goodbye.
Koby Chons, yet another incredible performance in our Aeos Cup tournament, invited to this event, and they've been showing why. What an incredible performance all day long today and yesterday. We're going to continue to get to see this team.
Yeah, I love all of these teams. I mean, not even today, but yesterday, we've had so many amazing teams, and I'm so glad that our top 3 are going to be the top 3 that they are. Such clashing play styles. Certainly, we're going to see a lot of aggression. But of course, just looking back at this set, this has got to be one of my favorites. This was an incredibly close set, a great back and forth. I love seeing teams so smart that their draft strategies define how the set goes, and that's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah, this final fight was really so back and forth between these teams at these 2-minute marks throughout the series. Honestly, so many of these Rayquaza fights very, very pivotal in these moments, as they tend to be. This was the start of Koby Chons really gaining momentum again, though. This Mimikyu was tough for them to deal with, but it felt like they really had some good answers in this game number 1.
Oh yeah, the Mimikyu.
Or 2.
Well, and again, 3 as well. You can kind of say the same thing. The Mimikyu, it did put in a lot of work. The damage itself and the KOs maybe weren't super huge, but also kind of having that slow beam effect of its Unite. did manage to be a key part of why they were winning a lot of their fights. Just, of course, not quite the entire game. So I do love the Mimikyu. I feel like we haven't still seen it pop off quite yet.
Yeah.
But it does show exactly why it's effective.
Yeah, we definitely saw how Trader was playing around the aspects of it that make it strong. The Unite move, of course, a good matchup into anything with that Comfey combination. And we saw some great moments there. Unfortunately, not the game win. Koby Chons on the other side, proving that Mew is still best in class and willing to play around the Zoroark Comfey, something we see a lot from APAC and North America, or even LATAM, and bringing it, of course, to the forefront even in our Japanese metagame.
Yeah, now these metagames, it's so cool how much we've seen them all run into each other from different regions. But now it's going to be Japan versus LATAM metagames. And, you know, LATAM North, LATAM South, not super different as far as things go. Of course, a lot of those teams do end up playing together. But Japan obviously going to be quite different. And Vitopo will be the player of this game. Of course, using that Zoroark speed to zip around and get so many points.
Yeah, a player that in the Asia Champions League, a lot of people became wise to with how strong of performances they had in a high-profile event like that. Well, they're following it up with great performances in yet another one as well. 67,000 damage in total, playing that Shadow Claw Feint build of the Zoroark. Very skill dependent, a lot of resets you need to hit, a lot of abilities you need to time perfectly.
That's right, and now, of course, we're down to 3 teams left. It's gonna be LATAM North, LATAM South, and Japan. We're gonna go down to 2 after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna have the losers finals right after this.
Let us give you an experience.
At the Pokémon Center, EUIC, London.
Cup has almost come to an end. Live here in London at EUIC, teams from all over the world have come to compete and win that spot, that secured spot to Worlds. And now here we are in the losers finals, just 2 short matches before we know your Aeos Cup champions.
Yeah, Koby Chons up against it with Rework Respawn. What a showdown by Nemesis, though. I'm going to tip the cap to them. Finally, my player to watch. Metallic is out of the event, and I have to give them a shout for making me look so smart all weekend long. The only team to ban Dragonite, and also the only team today to take Koby Chons to 3 games. So
yeah.
what do you know?
Let's take a look at it right here, Dupe Snack. So we are in our losers finals, like we said. Nemesis went up against Koby Chons. They went to 3, but Koby Chons able to take them down. Koby Chons taking down Nouns Esports. Koby Chons taking down Capybabas, and now they're going up against Rework Respawn, who was just in our winners finals. They had been undefeated until they ran into Fusion. So we're gonna have to see, is Rework Respawn able to create something here where they can head back up to the grand finals and get the rematch that they're looking for, or will it be LATAM versus Japan in our grands?
Well, we know that Koby Chons would like to dispatch of all the Western regions and crown themselves champion, like they did, of course, the ACL Championship, and take one of the coveted Western region invites home with them, of course, and well, again, take it to Easy Street all the way to Honolulu. However, these LATAM teams have looked so good.
Yeah, both of them undefeated up until the winners finals, right? So they've been doing an incredible job, but any team that is this deep in this competition, a few things go right, a few things go wrong either way, and you could be seeing a different squad. As we saw in that game 3, I mean, incredible stuff from both of those teams. Koby Chons able to make some amazing plays to be here right now. Are they able to take down Rework Respawn? Because so far, really, no one's been able to touch these LATAM teams. It's going to be really interesting to see the clash of these 2 metas right here.
Yeah, we almost have like the chaotic, in-your-face approach of the LATAM squads. Again, even more so aggressive, it seems, than the NA and EU teams when it comes to brawling. And Koby Chons just kind of cold calculated, has their game plan over and over and over again. And somehow, like I kind of said, it's like the play action of Pokemon Unite strategy. Run, play, fake the run, and then they're in your face, going deep downfield and taking big-time KOs and wins.
It feels like Koby Chons does not want to fight their opponents. They have all these other things that they are doing on the map, and then their opponents just show up to kind of annoy them. They have to get rid of them really quick, and then back to what they are trying to do, which is win their game of Pokemon Unite, their style of Pokemon Unite.
Well, let's give the folks at home a little bit of an inside look of Koby Chons and their comms at the end of that last set. Let's tune right in. This might be the most chaos infused.
Wow, I mean, they were pretty hyped.
Yeah, they're pretty excited. I heard a lot of nice at the end, and that's what I would have been saying too. Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Honestly, it was a pretty nice moment. Comfey with the secure right there. Huge moment for Koby Chons. They're running into Rework Respawn right here. We're going to see if they're able to take any games off of them. Koby Chons seems to figure out their opponents, and even when they're, drafted against, they have a strategy that works out well for them. I love, I asked them on stage, what did you think about this Dragonite ban? They said, yeah, we just ended up picking something else. They're pretty chill about it. Yeah, we just picked a different Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, if it's there, sure.
Yeah.
If it's not, whatever. There's other Pokemon in the game. Let's go there. Mimikyu banned, Leafeon banned, so my sound feels a little targeted here.
Yeah, a little bit. And there we have the Dragonite ban. I think this was the smartest thing I've seen from Nemesis throughout this tournament, who's had an amazing run so far. Banning away that Dragonite, I think, is extremely important. We have Zorix, 2 speedsters on the side of Koby Chons. They must know that Rework Respawn loves to get aggressive aggressive, as you mentioned before, with these Pokemon. We're gonna have to see what they want to bring out here. Their first pick over to the side of Rework, and they are grabbing that Blastoise. We've seen so much Blastoise from Koby-chans on Kata. I wonder what other Pokemon they want to play.
I mean, they have other in their arsenal, and Blaziken is actually one of those. You and I haven't actually watched Kata's Blaziken yet, but we have seen plenty of that Blastoise, and Rework Respawn maybe using some lessons learned from the weekend on all the games they've watched and saying, okay, Kata is also a Dragonite's a problem, Kata is also a problem. Let's take that Blastoise.
I'll tell you, that Mew from Koby-chans is absolutely brutal. That Pokemon is just incredible. We have the Buzzwole pickup on the side of Rework Respawn. Again, Koby-chans feels like the Buzzwole Crypto. They don't even worry about it at all. They are the one team that is not only not phased, I think they're probably stoked to see it. They're just like, man, I can't believe people keep picking this thing.
I almost feel like it's a rake that Koby-chans has left out for these NA, EU, and LATAM teams, and they just keep walking in it over and over and over again. They're like, Buzzwole's great, right? Just getting a rip shot to the face here. The rest of the way, though, is Espeon. It's been just a solid pick in general all weekend long. No surprises there.
Yeah, we're going to see the final pick here from Rework Respawn. See if it looks like they are going to be grabbing their supporter. There's the Eldegoss, and now our final pick for Koby-chans. We saw a few different looks when they did not have the Dragonite. That Glaceon was so mean in Game 2 versus Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, not only Koby-chan's Glaceon, Nemesis' Glaceon, and pretty much any time Glaceon's been on the map, it's had a huge impact without a doubt. Tomato back on Trevenant, and it looks like Kata is going Venusaur, so maybe going that Giga Drain Pedal Dance, which is actually something we saw day one, I believe, Spraggles, when they were up against 4-Free.
Yeah, we saw that a really interesting strategy where they just weren't able to take this Pokemon down. You know, you get the Giga Drain so that you can recover a lot of HP. You have the damage reduction during that, a focus band to just keep this Pokemon healthy. We're gonna have to see if what Rework Respawn brings out here, the aggression of the Dodrio, the combos of the Buzzwole, if that is exactly what they need to beat Koby-chans, or if Koby-chans kind of has this meta figured out.
Well, they certainly have this tournament figured out so far. They've been cruising right on through, finding themselves in the losers finals. But Reggie, actually a player to watch, selected by Chef. Zorik is undefeated at EUIC. Scissor, Scyther in this case, 100% also at EUIC.
I'll say that, yeah, that's both 100% when you look at it like that.
Good win rate.
That's pretty high.
It might be the highest.
I'll check with production.
Stats
hey guys,
team,
talking
stats
just
team?
a production right here. 100%, highest number, or do numbers get bigger? Get back to me here. All right, we're heading into our game. Game number 1 between Rework Respawn and Koby-chans. Rework Respawn, your purple team. Koby-chans, your orange team. These are the losers finals.
We're getting after it. Minato and Rev going into this bottom path for Rework Respawn. Unsurprisingly, Buzzwole in the top with that Gossifleur in their pocket. Let's see what a Buzzwole can do in the face of Koby-chans here in the losers finals.
Yeah, here we go. Just a lot of aggression here in this bottom path, seeing how much they can secure. Looks like that does go over to the side of Rework Respawn. Tomato peeling back right here. Sherlock looking for something, and you can see the Blissey just causing a ton of trouble for him right here, making sure that these wild Pokemon walk and they have to deal with them right now.
They have almost a plan for everything, right? Chansey going straight towards that central area, giving tons of time for the Glaceon to get online. Of course, a lot of faith that they have in Kata up top, leaving that Bulbasaur all by themselves against a Gossifleur and a Buzzwole as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they want to do with this Buzzwole. I mean, the biggest thing for me is, can any team use Buzzwole well against Koby-chans? Or is it just a fool's errand? You just keep picking Buzzwole and you keep losing against this squad with it. It was interesting when I saw the Japanese qualifiers and I saw the statistics, and I noticed that the Buzzwoles that were picked there were losing. They had very few picks on them. They had a 30% win rate on Buzzwole. I was really confused after watching Koby-chans for the past 2 days. Not that confused. Feels like they just have this thing figured out. It's a strategy they're not even really too worried about. They're like, yeah, I guess it picks things up. Get them out of here.
Well, I mean, the last time Buzzwole has looked good against Koby-chans was 4-Free Game 1 when they got that first pick, Buzzwole, and it looked phenomenal. If you recall, that was a big win by 4-Free, and that was kind of the beginning of the beginning of the end for the Buzzwole train here at EUIC when it comes to playing against Koby-chans, and it hasn't really looked good since.
No, it really hasn't. It has not been able to do too much in these games. Dodrio is going to be an interesting pick right here. I actually really like it into Pokemon like Glaceon on Venusaur. I think it's extremely powerful. Mew, even, it does pretty well against because it forces out Unite moves or it forces out dashes from this Pokemon. So we're going to have to see if Dodrio is going to be a big factor in this match as well. We talked a lot about the aggression, you know, coming out from Rework Respawn. And then we've talked a lot about sort of the level of calm. I mean, you wouldn't know this from the class comms, but the level of calm, focus, and just attention to the objectives and what's important on the map from Koby Chons. It's really a clash of two styles. We're going to take a look right now at this video, and you can see Doobsnacks and I popping into frame. You know what? We can give you a little behind the scenes right here on this. Oh, wait. This is the Japanese cast that is also watching this. Oh, they like the hop.
Who doesn't like the hop? Are they going to do the hop?
Let's see. Rowlet first.
Rowlet first.
Let's go. Let's go.
And you know what? What happened right there is how ours ended. When we dropped back down and still ended up in frame, a lot of people would say, hey, Snacks, Sprinkles, did you calculate that? We did.
That was incredible. I love to see that. That's a little bit of what's happening out on the stage here, you know? They see a meta somewhere else, they absolutely crush it. We pop up into frame, they're like, we could pop up into frame even better than you, and they do.
Every single one more expertly executed than what we even could have managed to pull off.
And we also foolishly didn't tell the cameraman we were going to pop down in that shot. So
neither of us told each other that, but we did do it.
Well, in the moment, it felt like, of course, we're going to pop down.
It's a no-doubter.
I didn't know you were popping down.
We call that a no-doubter in the biz.
In the biz, we do call those no-doubters. Everyone hates that we call those no-doubters. I can tell you that for sure.
But we're going to keep laying it in. You can't stop us. Just like the volume of milk we drink. Call back to yesterday.
Huge callback to yesterday. And we're taking a look at the stage right here. This camera's having a lot of fun. It looks like
we call that the Chaos Cam.
It's the Chaos Cam. It gets a little shaky. We get to see the audience from it a little bit. You can see our players just waiting to load into this game right here. Obviously, if you have a player disconnect or if there's a problem with their device, you want to make sure you pause the match right away so that we have the best match possible for these players. We're taking a look at our two captains right here, Sherlock and Noda. Captain of Rework Respawn. Sherlock is the defender. Main Pokemon is that Blastoise. Their Blastoise, 100%.
100% win rate is a good win rate. Do we confirm from production that it is the highest win rate you can have?
They said they couldn't figure it out.
Couldn't figure it out. Stats team, get on it. Please give us that support that we so desperately need. Speaking of supporters, Noda plays supporter, 80% win rate Eldegoss. Fun fact, last time they showed us this metric for Noda, it was at 75%. Picked up another Fat Dubsky with the Eldegoss while they're at it.
You know, that's a good way to do it. Notice what they're putting on broadcast. Just say, all right, I'll start doing more of those.
You got to pump those numbers up.
Get that number a little bit higher, especially if you're one of those, you know, we show them 50% and they say, hey, let me pick it next game. You know, let's bump this thing up to 60.
We need to get the stats team to pay attention to me a little bit more. And also, why would they throw the 50% metric up there? I'm surely better on one of the other Pokemon than that.
Yeah.
I mean, not me, like not Snacks. Old Snacks is dog water on most of the Pokemon in the game. But, you know, these are pro players here.
These are some of the best of the best. We might be looking at two of the best teams in the world. I mean, this mini worlds that we have here at the Aeos Cup, you are seeing a little preview of what it's going to be like in Honolulu. You're seeing a little preview of how good these teams are, and you're just seeing how much competition there is in every different region as we are back inside game number one. Blissey steals that away. You have to wonder without the pause, was that going to happen? Was it fate? You never know.
We will. Well, what we do know is they evolved and left with that buff, and that's a win. That's a win for Koby Chons, sending that Chansey on a mission, coming out and on top, and of course the Bulbasaur able to stick it to them in the top path while they're out here. It's still level 4, but it doesn't matter. No knockouts coming.
Yeah, we're going to see what kind of Dodrio we have. The way it was moving in that fight, by the way, correct number of hats, let's go. The way it was moving in that fight, I really feel like that was a drill peck maneuver. It was trying to pull a Pokemon or a lot of that, a lot of the wild Pokemon towards their side. Yes, it is. Drill peck moving on in here, seeing if it can get some damage. The Electro Ball finds the KO. Mew, by the way, really mean oftentimes into this Dodrio. And look at this, 4 members of Koby Chons just diving on this top goal zone.
Yeah, you mentioned how good Dodrio can be into Mew forcing out certain things, but when your team is on the offensive, Mew sign sealed delivers that Electro Ball right into the back of the three heads of a Dodrio, turning it to a crisp, and we just saw it in action right there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Mew is it doesn't like getting dived on, but of course, at the same time, it is able to get out there. It is using the drill peck to try to get something right there. But yeah, Mew's got the boosted, follows Dodrio. Mew's got that Electro Ball, follows Dodrio. Tough thing for the bird to deal with.
They already had the coaching loaded up, switches over to the Glaceon, so the chase couldn't even happen either. I'm telling you, Rom's Mew has been a work of art this weekend.
Yeah, it's just incredible. And it's interesting seeing a lot of these top teams on the Icy Wind Glaceon, right? We saw it from Nemesis. We're now seeing it from Koby Chons. A lot of teams also running Icicle Spear when you see that Glaceon, but this is sort of the higher skill build, higher burst, better secure, and you know Koby Chons loves their secure.
Without a doubt, especially if they're going to be going Giga Drain Pedal Dance into this Venusaur, you want a way to be able to secure those objectives. There's no way they're entering a map without one. As they're pressing forward here, nice Egg Bomb catches 3, no real follow-up because Koby Chons is composed.
Yeah, Koby Chons is calm, cool, collected, nice big superpower. We get to the drill peck right here, but there's nothing that can happen to that Trevenant. They're going to continue pushing on this goal zone, and all these fights have just been so good from Koby Chons. We talked about rework being aggressive, but Koby Chons is just pedal to the floor right now, and they are not stopping.
I mean, it's such surgical kind of approach to how they're doing these engagements. They're not just throwing haymakers, they're hitting pressure points and making your knees buckle out from under you as they're still putting the pressure on here all over this Buzzwole again, finally picking up a slam. Can't quite get the KO, has to eject over the wall, and meanwhile, we got a Regieleki flying in their face.
Yeah, easy Regieleki here for Koby Chons. The question is, do they want to push with it? Do they want to do something in this bottom goal zone? It looks like they're going to decide to push right here. They have a Unite move on Mew. They're getting pretty aggressive. 4 members of Rework up here to try to fight this back.
Yeah, all 5 players are showing up. Rework Respawn shows that it's going to be 5, and they're showing up with all their players as well. Espeon is looking to go in. We got a wall, we got Electro Ball, we got a KO, we got some action. Out. Nice, Espeon Unite catches a bunch of players. This is an opportunity for Rework Respawn to find some targets. Mew uses their Unite. Can they convert onto anyone? No, still 1 player down on Rework Respawn. They find 2 the other way, though, as the Espeon takes out Blissey.
All right, great goal zone defense. That got very scary for Rework Respawn there for a moment. Koby Chons not able to take advantage of that level lead right there, and actually giving a little bit up to the side of Rework Respawn. But, you know, when you've got the advantage inside of a game of Pokemon Unite, you need to make sure you use it to extend your lead, and that's what Koby Chons is trying to do with a play like that. This Venusaur also already being a problem with this Pedal Dance Giga Drain build.
Yeah, and they've been leaning into it hard to build that front line and really create the engagements that they want when they decide to take them. And oftentimes you'll see kind of a pseudo engagement, just peel back, you know, play it a little slow. And then other times, like you said, pedal to the metal. Let's show Latte what aggression really is.
And you can see right here, another easy objective there for Koby Chons. They're able to take these with no members of Rework Respawn or even close to do something about it. Unite move coming in from the Buzzwole. We're gonna see if they can do anything right there. Pushed by the Horn Leech and shut down.
That was such a sick Horn Leech by Tomato. As soon as the Buzzwole lands from their Unite move, which the Blissey stepped in front of and caught most of, quick little Horn Leech and push them off, get a quick KO. That top goal zone being at 1 sets Rework Respawn up for a nice overcap later, but it's 182-114.
Yeah, obviously the way Dodrio scores right there, that is not going to be ideal, breaking that top goal zone, right? I mean, just such a small score, but they don't care at this point. They just need some positional advantage on the map. Dodrio in the central area right now of Koby Chons. As Koby Chons is setting up another objective right here, just getting ready to see if they can take it. We're getting a buff here for the Dodrio, but it looks like they're losing a Regieleki.
They lost the Regieleki, and now they're going to see if they want to push it in. And it looks like a nice little surf back. Gets Tomato pulled the other way, but it doesn't matter. The support is there. They're getting knockouts. Now Eldegoss sitting on pad. Here comes Rev. Let's see if they can do something with it. Verdant Anger pops up, and now they have the Espeon Unite, and Unite comes out as well. Horn Leech to get everybody off the pad. The engagement continues. 2 players have Rework Respawn, and we're going Forest Curse on top of the pad. Hydro type follow-up, and a nice pushback the other way. Bliss sits on top of Kata. Kata is looking to push, and we're looking to go for it, but finally the tide has been stemmed, if you will, in terms of Rework Respawn trying to defend this thing, and that goal zone is gone. 301 to 178.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. I mean, goal zone already gone there in this top path. Obviously, Koby Chons is getting super aggressive right here. Apparently, their new objective focus is just win this game and absolutely dominate Rework Respawn in their central area. They've been there the entire time.
Yeah, I actually missed when the Regieleki was taken, but we might have a game-winning scenario, and that means when the Regieleki shows up before 2 minutes, if you can send it, because they cleared the first and second goal zones, it goes all the way towards main base, which opens up a different avenue for winning for the team besides just Red.
My goodness, this Glaceon, by the way, level 14 right now. I mean, this is going to be absolutely brutal. We'll see if there's anything Rework Respawn can do about this. They would love to get this Regirock down here, obviously, and have those defenses for this fight. Really nice for their bulkier characters, and also really nice for that Venusaur. Just give it some more defenses so it's able to survive even longer with that Petal Dance build.
Yeah, if it could tick up to level 13, what a prize that would be in these final few moments for Koby Chons. Still up on the scoreboard, and you can already see Kata working through Wild Farm so they can hit that point.
And here we go, the Woodhammer, they're looking to get Reggie right here. What a beautiful combination. And they take the bottom objective. They are in total control here in game number 1. I mean, Rework Respawn's gonna need a big time catch.
Whether it's Kata's Hydro Pump, whether it's Tomato's Horn Leech, at the end of that push, there is always a massive beam coming your way. Hyper or Solar, doesn't matter, you're taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, and here we go. They are not able to get that Regieleki. Really nice job to let that leash so that there's no way they were able to secure that and set up another win condition. Basically, the Zapdos coming back onto the map with that Regieleki walking in towards that center goal zone. Again, Rework Respawn is behind just about on every metric right here, and they're going to need to make a decision. You can see Tomato looking for enemy Pokemon right here, getting surfed out and pushed back a little bit. Mew zoning them out as well with that Electro Ball. Everyone just kind of dancing. You sort of know where everyone is, but everyone's a little worried about how they are going to take this fight. However, Koby Chons, they're pretty cool. They don't need this at all.
They don't. Even with the back cap action from the Dodrio, not a concern. But Tomato taking a ton of damage. Half HP actually gets punched up by Sherlock. Now we have Kata getting the Petal Dance going to see if they can catch anybody with it.
Here we go, Tomato walking down, just getting more vision for the squad. They're tapping Rayquaza, but I think Rework Respawn knows they're not really going for it. Looking for another catch right there onto the Trevenant, just like really the last Pokemon that you want to hit with your combo. If there was any way, you'd want one of these squishier Pokemon possibly, but they are not able to get close to them. Incredible zoning, beautiful solar beams right here. They're tapping Rayquaza once again as Dodrio is continuing to score right here. Nice big Horn Leech, Woodhammer, there's the Eldegoss Unite.
Forcing that out is perfect. Petal Dance, Giga Drain, Hydro Typhoon right to the middle. We Giga Drain on top of the Blastoise, catches the corner of the ball. Solar Beam does in fact miss. They're trying to find Dodrio. Bliss Assistance to make sure the Glaceon doesn't go down. They're charging their Icy Wind. Can they actually find a target? Oh, the Cold Front's coming through. There's 2 players down, make it 3 for Rework Respawn. Koby Chons looking to pivot, and they're pivoting on top of this Rayquaza. The Buzzwole's not going to be able to make it in. The Dodrio's going to be late, and it's going to be taken by who else? Koby Chons in a calculated fashion, and they're going to score to do a little math and get that number 301 way up.
Here we go. The Hundo Burgers are raining in for Koby Chons as they are winning game number 1 right here. And I'll have to say, I don't think there was a moment they were losing game number 1. Beautiful plays from this team from start to finish. You know, I know they say that Buzzwole throws enemy Pokemon around, but I think it might throw your games if you're playing Koby Chons.
It's so difficult to deal with this team. I mean, they're not giving you any avenue to enter. Tomato was playing so far forward. How many times did they get them below 1/3 HP? And if they, not only did they not back up, they kept zoning, but also they were getting healed by the Blissey over and over and over again. And they didn't even bother themselves with Reggie back capping. They had their eyes and understood exactly what was going on. They picked off 3 in a heartbeat, and then it was just Reggie and Sherlock left, and that tandem could not get it done in the face of 5.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Koby Chons. A team that got knocked down to our losers bracket. It's kind of shocking to think that someone was actually able to do something about this squad, because when you see them in these games, it feels like they have everyone's number. We're going to take a look at some of these big moments right here. There's that Electro Ball onto the Dodrio as they continue pushing this fight. Another KO for the Mew. That's a double KO as they are now pushing this top goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, they were stressing the map in very unique ways. You know, there was a 5-person rotation to make that push happen. In the early parts of the game, they were showing up with 4 players way earlier than Rework Respawn anticipated, able to get tons of value there. And now Rework Respawn actually has a pretty good defense of this goal zone spray. Goes off the back of that Psychic Solaire, that Espeon Unite. But it still didn't happen to be enough because Koby Chons roared right back later onto that T2.
Yeah, here they go fighting here at this Tier 1 goal zone. Buzz will come in and try to make something happen, but multiple members of Koby Chons just dispatch them immediately. You called out the great play with the Horn Leech right there. Dodrio actually felt like it was doing some pretty good work inside this game, but it never showed up to the final fight.
No, I mean, maybe they're thinking there's a little bit more Aeos energy on the side of Koby Chons' map that they could kind of cheeky score and bring this thing to closer parity, but that was not the case. And now we have a Hydro Typhoon, a nice little push, but this is a great fight out of Koby Chons to try and get this Regieleki to hit and close out that goal zone.
And here we go. I mean, look at that combination right there.
That was sick.
Beautifully set. It's just like so perfect, so pretty. Here was the fight. Obviously, they zone this Dodrio out. The Mew goes to chase it right there. All of them are around. It's the Glaceon, the cold front coming through, picking up all of these KOs. Buzzwole is zoned out from this, and it's an easy secure for Koby Chons. Basically, every objective they took this game, including Rayquaza, they were all alone. They set themselves up perfectly, and then they're like, all right, go.
Well, they managed to do enough damage to Sherlock there to actually, you saw Sherlock peel to the bottom path, and they're actually trying to reset most likely. Go back to base, get some HP. But Vitopo on this Glaceon, not willing to relent, and it actually got a great KO streak in the final throws of that one to seal the game.
I mean, look at this, 190 scored, sure. 14 knockouts. That was more than every member of the other team combined. To be fair, they only had 2 total. But 14 knockouts here from this Glaceon. I feel like every Glaceon we've seen has been so impactful, and you've actually talked about this. We don't see it enough. It is still so good.
I'm so dumb. You said, you've said this before, and you said it, and then I said, oh yeah, I agree. Like, I hope I agree with the thing I said.
You've said this before. Well, it sounds like that's right.
Well, it sounds pretty good.
Honestly, good idea. Wish I'd thought of it.
I'm such a loser, man.
No, you're a king. Here we are in game number 2. Rework Respawn, your purple team. Koby Chons, your orange team. First ban is going to be the Leafeon here, and it looks like we must have a bit of an issue there because oftentimes one of the teams would ban. The first pick team would ban. Yeah, I really think they would.
In a high-level competitive setting like this, you typically do have the teams use all their bans. Only rarely, I'll say almost never, even in a more relaxed situation, do people elect to not use their bans.
Yeah, it's strategically insanely valuable. So it would be really wild for them to not use their bans.
I'm going to go on a limb and say it would be Banana Lands.
It might be Banana Lands. We're going to have to wait for the stats department to figure it out. They're still crunching the numbers to see if 100% is the highest, which I honestly don't think it is at this point, or they would have come back right away and said something.
You know, my mind said it is the highest win percentage, but the fact that we are still, like you said, crunching the numbers, everybody has their calculators out. A lot of TI-83s got pulled out instantly when we asked that question. We can see them from where we're at, and they are all just sweating over the notes right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got guys and gals back there running back and forth with reams of paper in their hands. Someone's glasses are kind of falling off. Someone like undid their tie pretty aggressively as they're trying to crunch this. And I understand it because I can't figure it out here in the booth.
NASA mission control is what we're seeing right now to calculate this number. Just a lot of sweat. Too much sweat, to be honest.
And it's not that hot in here, but they are dripping sweat back there.
That's just what we demand out of our stats and production team. So if you ever are interested in joining it, heads up.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be willing to work in this kind of grueling environment. They're passing out again. They're working too hard. I don't know if we're ever going to get it. It's going to be tough.
Somebody just dropped to their knees screaming. These are great mics. They only catch our voices, but trust me, they are screaming in the venue right now.
I would consider the scream blood curdling. It curdled my blood. It was a scary sound, but I understand it's because they're under so much pressure.
Full circle, you know what else is curdling? The milk that we've been drinking all day long that we keep under this desk.
Hey-o! Do you like the milk bit? Let us know in the Twitch chat if this has been one of the worst bits we've ever done.
It's pretty awful. It is terrible. And I'm the one that keeps bringing it up. So shout out to me.
No, I think it's a solid bit. It's all it's all we've got.
At this point, yeah.
We've got Milkbird's gasoline. Look, we don't have enough, okay? And that's on us. We should have brought more bits. We got sleight of hand magic that doesn't work. We got popping into frame, not telling the cameraman about it. You know what? We got a few solid ones, okay?
We did get, you know, with all the L's we've been racking up, it was nice that we did get a couple W's.
Yeah, a couple big W's here as our players are still waiting to load back into this game. Again, if a device disconnects or there are any issues, we have to make sure that everyone gets the Pokemon they want to play, is able to play that inside the match, especially when these games are so incredibly important. Here we are in the losers finals. The winner of this has an opportunity to head up to Grands, they have an opportunity to dispatch Fusion, and they have an opportunity to secure their spot for the World Championships. We talk a lot about that, and we talked a little bit about the prize pool, but you know, it is also a $100,000 prize pool that they are playing for.
That I would like to have.
Yes, that is money I would like to have. I feel like every time I walk off broadcast, I just look at somebody here in production, I go, $100,000, not too bad.
The money is literally in a wheelbarrow behind stage.
Yes.
It's
don't tell them where it is.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Come on.
That is a security risk.
Jeez.
Which is also just my nickname backstage, the walking security risk, because I am just unplugging stuff.
Yeah.
In my defense, we both do that.
I think when you are at a production as big as this, you'll notice a lot of extra cords. I like to tidy that up.
Just great cable management out of the Smack Sprinkles combo here. He's actually the cable cowboy when he's backstage.
When I'm here and I'm not on mic, cable cowboy. When I'm on mic, content
cowboy.
Yeah,
it's great. And security risk off camera.
On camera, the
discount being Spraggles on camera.
And here we are. Teams are loading back in right now, getting ready for this game. I think you expect me not to transition away from it, but I'm gonna.
Somebody has to.
Somebody has to carry us away.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let me ask you a question.
I want to hear.
Rework Respawn had difficulty kind of breaking through what Koby-Chons has really established multiple times throughout this tournament so far. How does Rework Respawn pivot here in this game to give themselves a little bit better chance?
I wonder if Rework Respawn needs to, well, first off, drop the Buzzwole. I just feel like for what you may have the best Buzzwole in the world, we have a lot of teams that have insane Buzzwoles, but at this point, this team just has that figured out. They've solved that puzzle. There's no need to bring it around anymore. Drop that and possibly go for something that has a little more dive. You could pick up something like Blastoise instead, so something not necessarily with dive, but you could take that away possibly from Koby-Chons, use that in the top path instead of Buzzwole. You also could sort of start to play a similar game to them where you are looking to take objectives and get aggressive around those wild Pokemon, get aggressive around some of those, you know, Reggies and Rayquaza. At the same time, though, it felt like last match, Koby-Chon said, yeah, not only do we take objectives, but we take bodies. We pick up KOs the entire time. I don't know. This is a hard team to beat, Dubsnax. You can see why they've gotten so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I actually liked the Nemesis approach. I believe it was game one where it was Dragonite, then Eldegoss banned. I thought that was pretty solid, and then you try to build your draft from there. And I do think taking Blastoise out of Kata's hands is also kind of crucial. So I think that's where I would go with the first couple moves here. But they disagree. Dragonite, Mimikyu off the table, Leafeon, Zoroark as well, and Sherlock is going to load up perhaps a first pick. And they are, Rev actually jumping on the Mew, and that's a great way to isolate Rom.
Well, I mean, look, this Mew is just so unbelievably powerful. Right. Even if your Mew isn't as good, and I'm sure every player thinks they have the best one, but even if your Mew isn't as good, the opportunity to take that away from this unbelievable Mew player, yeah, that could be the way to go. We see Mewtwo X being hovered. I'm sure they'd like it right now. They said that game was tough.
Yeah, that was.
Let me get the EX Pokemon out here.
While they're locking in their selections here, Kata and Blissey unsurprisingly locked in. We've seen that multiple times out of Koby-Chons. We still have Roms and Teleon in the mix. So, like, that is still a Pokemon that we literally watched them get a Penta with earlier today, and that almost seems like a no-doubter as that Inteleon was fired up real quick.
I had to cock my head to the side there for just a second because I saw this Garchomp pop up that I did not expect. So we've got a Garchomp from Sherlock. I feel like I've seen this player on this before. or possibly seen this from this team, but I got to be honest, I'm surprised to see it. Is this a comfort pick? Do they think this is a counter pick? We're going to find out here very soon. We've got the Inteleon locked in, which has been very, very good. And you know what? I like Chandelure could be interesting. We'll see if they want to bring out possibly a different range special attacker, but there is a lot of value there.
Yeah, just a quick little hover here. I actually didn't mind the potential Snorlax just in general as we move through this tournament. I mean, Heavy Slam Yawn is a great way to isolate some players, but how are you going to get to them? That's the question. Minato going with this Clefable to round out as their supporter here, and that's a Glaceon, and the Topo's Glaceon looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's just so scary. It's going to play at, similar range to the Chandelure, similar range to the Mew, and it's also kind of got an easier time to hit most of its moves. All these Pokemon have some good options to poke at their opponents, but Icy Wind Glaceon specifically, it's just if they're in this massive targeting range, you can fire it off at them. And it will hit. I mean, it's very similar to Icicle Spear in that regard. Like, if you're able to lock on, you can hit them. But the range on Icy Wind is absurd. So it's going to play at extreme range. So is Candle. So is the Mew. We're going to have to see what they want to do here. And I mean, this is just like a story of range here on the other side. We also have the Inteleon.
Yeah, I mean, what gaps everything else's range is, of course, Inteleon's Snipe Shot. So, these Pokemon are never truly out of danger when they are far away, because it's one Fell Stinger and a Snipe Shot, and that is a lot of map covered instantly.
I gotta say, I do like Garchomp into things like Inteleon. Inteleon has a lot of mobility, right? Especially with that eject button, Fell Stinger, we just talked about this. But Garchomp, if it can get its Dragon Claw combo, the Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo, eject button, boom, grab Inteleon, you could set up a huge moment for a team. You instantly grab that Inteleon, you Unite move, Inteleon has to find something to back to, but they can't Fell Stinger far enough away, and you're able to pick up a quick instant KO. We'll see if Garchomp is the answer here in game number 2. Rework, respawn your purple team. Koby Chons your orange team, as Koby Chons is looking to head to the grand finals. Rework, respawn needs this game to stay in this tournament.
Well, Sherlock is picking up this Garchomp, and Garchomp, despite needing a Stage 2 evolution, is pretty good early in the game, much like Blastoise. They scrap pretty well. You can actually see all the damage he was able to put onto that Squirtle this early was the Gibble, and now they're just securing. Nice. Cat is just slowing these players down by themselves as the Blissey's literally stacking behind him.
Blastoise is just so incredible right here. Look at that. Unbelievable. And yeah, Blissey's just got, free range on all of this experience right here, the ability to stack. We have Clefable moving down here, possibly looking to get a secure. Obviously, they have a chance, and they do. Beautiful disarming poison to a basic.
Well, if it's getting it done. I mean, we've seen these support players go across the map on each other and been incredibly successful on these invasions. Chansey game 1, of course, Clefable, now Clefairy, now Clefable game 2. And you know what? Give the support the props. They're doing what they can out here.
Here we go. We've got the Flamethrower on that Chandelure, which is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't really think there's a bad look on Chandelure. I think all the moves are really, really solid. Flamethrower obviously gives you a little better burst, a little better secure. So we're going to have to see what they're able to do with that here in this second game.
Well, we're taking a look here, and at least Rework Respawn on the left-hand side is paying attention, right? Because the first place that Koby Chons has gone after having a top lane presence has been into the central area, and they actually pivot back with 2 players to make sure that they can secure all their stuff.
Here they are up in this top path as we have a couple members here of Rework Respawn, possibly just the one waiting here for this objective in the center. We have Inteleon, still not Inteleon yet. Looking forward, just getting hit by this Surf, and no one's really ready for this fight at all.
Yeah, we're decent spacing there out of Minato, I believe, on the Slowbro. As honestly, Koby Chons is playing to their side of the map, but Slowbro is able to get a knockout here on the Clefable.
Speaking of Slowbro, I feel like the start of this match is a little slow, bro. I mean, they are moving in the central area a little bit with the supports, but everyone's playing this very cautiously. Here we have Minato in a little bit of trouble right here. The Flamethrower pushes right the other way. Nice big Flamethrower right there, and it scares them off of that fight.
And just hanging out here is the tree Tomato with just a wood hammer secure, and literally just hiding out in the bushes, making sure that they get an opportunity where they can. I was kind of saying this off camera here when you or I were watching Koby Chons Chons earlier, they just set traps all over the map. So whenever you think you're safe and you can do a little bit of light work, there's always one there to cause some havoc.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they are very much aware of what their objective is. They need to get a lot of this experience so that they can get powerful right here, and then they need to get their objectives getting very, very low. Regieleki almost going down here. Dragon Claw combo, nice secure there from the Chandelure.
I must say, I do like follow me on Clefable here. Obviously not going gravity, but going follow me, and that's enough. It should be enough to cause some static on any Pokemon that's playing front. You can close the gap fairly quickly on a Glaceon and have them focus fire on you so you get a chance to actually knock it out.
It looks like we just kind of traded objectives right here, right? So they took the Regirock in the bottom path, we got the Regieleki there in the top path. Score-wise, that worked out great for Rework Respawn. And you've seen more and more teams prioritizing this top path objective so they can get that early score lead, take away opportunities for their opponents to move around the map easily and have vision. It seems to be a very powerful strategy right here, especially, you know, I think against a team like Koby Chons, where it doesn't seem like they always want to be team fighting. It could be really powerful to just try to run up that score lead.
Yeah, and I think that's because Koby Chons specifically, Unite Holics, have forced these other regions to start playing to the top path because they do so heavily that it can't really go ignored, because if you ignore them, it's playing right into their hands.
Yeah. Here we go. Nice big catch right there into the flamethrower. Obviously, you get those crazy fast resets. You're able to get catches like that. They keep hitting them right there. If you're able to hit right at the end of that flamethrower, the cooldown is just incredibly low on this move, so you can continue to zone your enemies out. Nice big surf, grabs the intel, so close right there.
Very, very close. And again, because of this Chandelure, of course, it has decent range, but what I'm looking at is, can it hit a key imprison at a key moment? Because that's a great way to shut down and absolutely sputter the engine of Koby Chons.
Here we go. We got the objective in the top path now. 20 seconds. Garchomp is up there waiting for it. We possibly have Blastoise moving towards it, as we have members of Koby Chons moving around the map. 3 that could possibly start moving top, and even a 4th here if this Inteleon decides to walk. And it looks like they do. They want to take this objective. They don't want this to push towards their tier 2, and they could want to put some points on the board because Koby Chons is behind. Last game it felt like they were in control the whole time. This game it feels like they're a little aimless.
Well, Minato able to come up and draw all the attention away from this Regieleki so the rest of Koby Chons can take it, forcing out actually the Chandelure Unite as well, but Minato still stands. Now, excuse me, Tomato, I keep saying Minato. Tomato still stands. Nice Garchomp Unite right on top of the team. They're going for the engagement. Bliss Resistance just in time to pick up the Glaceon. Glaceon's looking for an next target. Nice Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo. They're getting tons of damage in, but it's not enough. They get knocked out. Eject button, Hydro Typhoon catches, and now they get 2 in a row. And Kata still stands themselves. They eat a soft-boiled egg. Nom, 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 nom. Time for some breakfast. Regieleki hits in the meantime, and now they're dunking in a ton of points.
Beautiful stuff there from Koby Chons. Some bad math, but I guess they did not care in that moment. They wanted to break that goal zone, but what a fight. They just absolutely dominated that. You saw the play from Garchomp. It went for the Dragon Claw combo. It got it right into its Unite move. Boom. Bliss Assistance to save this Glaceon. Now this Glaceon, biggest thing on the map, level 12 right now. They're looking for more KOs. Glaceon picks that one up as well.
I mean, poor Minato working on the birds, didn't know that Tomato was sitting in that bottom left bush. They get Hornleech right into 3 players at Koby Chons. That's a quick KO, and you'll take that any day of the week. Regirock's getting low. Regirock's secure by who else but Koby Chons. These objectives must have Koby Chons stamped on them because they are the owners.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. I just feel like Koby Chons feels a little unbeatable in some of these moments. We're going to have to see if Rework Respawn can really do something about it. They do get a KO right there on Trevenant. Lowest level opponent, but still a KO is a KO. They need some of those as they head up to the top path here. Regieleki now spawning in 30 seconds. This is a good Regieleki because if you're able to get it, it walks to your opponent's tier 2 pretty late, which is annoying to deal with right around Rayquaza.
Yeah, one thing that isn't the advantage of Koby Chons is the level, but the score lead is in the hands of Rework Respawn. So they can play this in a way where, you know, they don't necessarily have to take this Regieleki, but showing up to it's probably a good idea, or looks like they might go downstairs to push this score lead in a different way.
Yeah, they could be moving towards this tier 2 right now. It looks like Blissey has noticed that and is possibly sitting on that jump path. However, they're going to be able to take this Regieleki in the top path. They did go to the bottom path to score. They were able to get 14 points in as multiple members now of Koby Chons are rushing towards it. One nice thing here for Rework Respawn, still way ahead on score after that play, 266 to 83, and Garchomp just absolutely rips this Regieleki to shreds. Rework Respawn in control of this match score-wise, so it's going to be Koby Chons who need to make a play at Rayquaza, and normally they don't. Normally they're ready to go.
Oh, Kata actually gets hit with the Imprison, forces them out of the bush, so now Rayquaza hits the map, and all of Koby Chons is kind of reeling.
Yeah, they're just waiting for their moment right here. They need to pick time to go in because they are quite a bit behind. I don't think they're going to be able to get it through any of these back caps unless they can KO multiple members of Rework Respawn. We have the Garchomp with some aggressive positioning up in that top L bush ahead of the Rayquaza. And no, they're not even positioning in the L bush. They're actually running to that tier 2 to score. We're going to see what Koby Chons wants to do with this information as they are now coming back, running towards this fight.
We're going for a little bit of backdoor action from this Garchomp. Maybe they can get over the wall with the Dragon Rush and pick a key target here. But I know that Koby Chons knows they don't have vision on the Garchomp yet.
Yeah, they don't know where this Garchomp is, and it's made it all the way back around. Like, look at its positioning right here. We're gonna see what they want to do is Blastoise starts moving in, and here comes Garchomp.
They forced out the Unite move from the Clefable, and now they're moving up. Garchomp's right behind him. Dragon Rush picks up 2. They're going for this engagement. Blitz Systems right on top of Glaceon. The Glacial stage is out. Kata doesn't really hit much with the Hydro Typhoon, but it finds 2 markers there from Rework Respawn. Now Rev is on the backside shooting Solar Beams, the best of their ability, and Garchomp's rolling up top. They need to close this gap, and Teleon Unite is out. Rayquaza is getting low, and Sherlock is looking for their opportunity. Dragon Rush, and they do. It's a little early, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the ROM show out here. The CD-ROM cooldown Ron getting it done. Koby Chons secures. Now they just got to go get burger time.
They need to score right here. We have a shield on Inteleon. We have a shield on the Trevenant. Points go in for the Inteleon right here. Trevenant can now walk towards this tier 2 as points are raining in their main base. 50-43. You know, it's really hard to stop them because they're all KO'd. 266, 581. As the points keep going in, Rework Respawn knows that this is over. They are not heading to the grand finals. Koby Chons will head to the grand finals to face off against Fusion.
Fusion, Koby Chons. 2 regions fighting for this world's invite. 2 regions traveling across the globe to get to here in London. 2 regions remain. 1 champion to be crowned.
What an incredible match right there. Koby Chons, I mean, I feel like when they are playing their game, they just look unbeatable. I have to be honest. I'm not surprised that they are one of the best teams in the world. They are just so dominant in these games. And somebody do something about this Glaceon. Man, it's scary.
It's so good. But Topo's Glaceon has had back-to-back insane performances here. You know, we're taking a look at Koby Chons. You know, they had a little bit of a chaotic final comms there, and that is the most energized in a moment. Usually it's cool, calm, collected, and it doesn't matter if that's like their pop of flavor, their pop of energy. They're getting it done on the big stage today.
Yeah, amazing stuff. I mean, they have just had such an incredible run throughout this tournament, and they dispatch one of the, you know, unbeatable teams, Rework Respawn, in some really impressive games. I gotta say, I mean, they might have set up a real powerful misdirection there. You just play Dragonite all day, and everyone's like, fine, we're banning it. And they're like, yeah, we got Glaceon. That was the real plan.
Yeah, now we get real characters.
Yeah.
Golly.
I can't believe they're banning Dragonite against me.
I mean, this Rework Respawn, what an amazing run. Like, they were in the winners finals. They earned their spot there. They dropped down to the losers finals here. Obviously, Koby Chons has been rolling, right? They've been playing a lot. They're warmed up. They're feeling the flow. And they're able to get a quick 2-0 here, but there is miles of work ahead of Koby Chons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to need to head up to these grand finals, win a best-of-5 bracket reset against an unbeaten team. Let's take a look at some of the stats right here. I talked about this Glaceon. Most KOs in the match, 9 KOs. Unfortunately, you know, on the side of Rework Respawn right here, that Garchomp never able to secure a KO. So we saw what they were looking for. They had a few opportunities for it, but they just weren't able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Rev grabbing on Mew, leading Rework Respawn in KOs there. Just on the other side, Rom was like, okay, Rev, Rom, both Mew players, but I'll take Inteleon this go around, no worries, and they secure the Ray with it.
Yeah, I mean, their Inteleon's play has been incredible. There are so many scary looks, so many scary Pokemon on the side of Koby Chons. Tomato on Trevenant, unbelievable. Kata on Blastoise is really, really scary, and it feels like they get it every single game.
And the fact that Tomato's defender pool is so deep, I mean, we saw them select Mamoswine. Like, that is never going to be banned.
No.
You can get that so late in draft if that's the direction one you go. And it was super impactful in their match against Nemesis. So, I mean, Koby-chan is using a lot of these underutilized characters and having huge impacts, which is kind of negating the whole draft phase almost.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting some targeted bans, which I think is really smart when you have a team like this, but clearly their Pokemon pool is pretty deep. So that's pretty amazing.
Well, we have Noda for an interview, so let's get on stage with Noda and talk to the Koby-chan's player.
Well, congratulations, Noda. You qualified for Grand Finals. I've got to ask, how much did your team prepare for the Latin American teams?
決勝戦まで進んでおめでとうございます。今、2回目、南アメリカのチームと対戦するんですけれども、南アメリカのチームをどうやって準備しましたか？何か準備しましたか？
対策とかする時間はなくて、もう準備はしたいので、もう自分たちの得意な形で勝負しました。
So we didn't prepare in any specific way for the Latin American teams. We just basically trying to play our game, what we can do, what we know we are capable of, and just to win the game.
All right, very simple. How does it feel to bring the Japanese representation all the way to the Grand Finals here?
日本代表としてその決勝戦まで進むのはどのような気持ちでしょうか？そのレベルまで。
とても嬉しい気持ちです。ここまで来たからにはもう必ず優勝トロフィーを日本に持って帰りたいと思います。
We're very, very happy about going this far as a Japanese representative, and now we want to bring it home.
All right, well then my last question, how confident are you in Grand Finals?
決勝戦のこと自信がありますか？
あります。
Of course.
All right, that's great to hear. Well, you've got one more match. Congratulations. I'm going to send it back to the desk because we are near the end.
Wow. Here we are. It's almost Grand Finals time at the Aeos Cup. One of these two teams will be the first team qualified for Worlds. Let's take a look at some of these moments from these incredible losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, Dodrio, unique pick, something that Rework Respawn loves to play, but this Mew, Rom's Mew, is just a shutdown machine. Quick Electro Ball and a nice Tier 1 Gold Zone siege here.
Yeah, just really amazing stuff. Really from Koby-chan's top to bottom, I felt like they had Rework Respawn's number, and it doesn't sound like they prepared for LatAm too much. It just sounds like they are playing the kind of game of Pokemon Unite they want to. They had the Buzzwole there, but it didn't seem to be a factor at all.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of mentioned it. When your Pokemon pool is so deep and you're able to really rise up the power level of some of these underutilized Pokemon, the draft screen is almost negated. You're getting people to ban stuff like Dragonite, and you're like, okay, who really cares? And then you just grab a bunch of other stuff, and you're able to destroy the other squads anyways.
Here we are in game number 2. You saw some beautiful moments there. Mew coming in, trying to pick up a KO, but look at this. Kata is just unbelievable on this Blastoise.
I think we're going to see a big rise on ladder of Spin Pump. That's without a doubt.
Yes.
Because Kata has been playing it all day, has put up huge numbers, and has looked terrific.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't give you the crazy speed that you get from the other build, but it gives you a lot of control and a ton of burst, and it also gives you a much better move when you are not inside that spin. And we can see the Garchomp actually chasing that Inteleon up there. They weren't able to get it. The Inteleon able to get the big secure, and that gave Koby-chan's the win.
I mean, that was a terrific attempt by the Garchomp. I believe that was Sherlock to jump in there, but who else but Vitopo on this Glaceon? I mean, 14 knockouts last time, 9 knockouts this time, 58k damage, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Just amazing from Koby-chan's as they are on an unbelievable run right now to our Grand Finals. Once they get there, which is coming up in just a moment, they are going to need to win a bunch. They have to
a ton of games.
a ton of games.
It's like so many games.
It's like, it could be like 1,000 games. I don't know how many, but
Production,
it's a best of 5, and they have to win that twice. They have to win it, reset that bracket, and do it again against the undefeated Fusion.
Like, Fusion is the only team from the Cup regions, we'll say, that has won the Aeos Cup qualifier, has won their March Cup, and now sits in the grand finals to square off against Koby Chons. We're going to take a quick break. We're definitely not going to drink a bunch of milk. We'll be right back for the grand finals.
Grand finals time, baby!
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road. I'll be a legend.
Here we are. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, live in London at the Excel Center. This is the Aeos Cup, the grand finals. Everything comes comes down to this match between Fusion and Koby Chons. What an incredible day of Pokemon Unite it has been. What an incredible weekend through our open Swiss bracket, our group stages with our invited teams. This has just been unbelievable. $100,000 prize pool is on the line, and again, that coveted spot. The first team to auto-qualify for Worlds will be given in a few short moments. Doob Snacks, are you ready?
I am shaking like a leaf, my friend. It's taken a while to get here. A lot of hours yesterday, a lot of hours today. Let's take a look at this day 2 bracket. Of course, the grand finals. Fusion, Koby Chons, Fusion winning and winning and winning to get there.
Yeah, Fusion just doing great. They lost a game to Downs Esports. They lost a game to Rework Respawn, so they're not invincible. But you know what? Koby Chons has lost games as well. They're down through our losers bracket. They lost one to Nemesis right here. Looked insane against Rework Respawn, and now they are back up on the big stage for one more epic battle between Fusion and Koby Chons. Can they take it out? Can they take it down? Can the invited team, the ACL champions, make it happen? Or is Fusion the current best team in the world? We're gonna find out very soon.
Well, Fusion, like I said, one in February, one in March. A win here would definitely solidify them. I don't know how you argue as the best team, certainly in the West, without a doubt. Koby Chons had a bit of a rough time in the last Asia tournament they played in. Come here, didn't make top 4 there, and they're on a tear. And you just heard the confidence out of Noda up there. Of course we feel good. Yeah. Of course, are you watching us play? That's
yes.
Pretty much how he said, like, you watching us play?
What
bro?
Chef, do you not get it? We're winning right now. We're crushing it.
You saw that. You saw the game, right? And here's the question I have for you, Spraggles. Fusion, another LATAM team, of course they looked solid against Rework Respawn, and there is some regional play style that goes into this equation. Do you think Koby Chons has it figured out, or can Fusion maybe throw them a curveball and take this thing?
Well, that's the real question, right? The real question is, which style is going to win this? Because it feels like we are seeing a clash of styles. And there are some moments that Koby Chons looks not as good as others, and then there are some where truly they look unbeatable into this more team fight aggressive Western meta. So we're gonna have to see what happens here. Fusion is undefeated so far. Right. You have to consider them the favorite. But with the momentum from Koby Chons, it feels like they should be the ones here coming through the winner's side. We've just been seeing them win time after time after time.
Fusion has, like you said, kind of 2-1, 2-1 to get here to the grand finals. Koby Chons pretty much today has only lost to Nemesis, that one game where Nemesis put together a very clever strategy and draft, and maybe that curveball that I was talking about, Spraggles, they threw one that was a little down and out, they took a big hack and whiffed, and now Nemesis found themselves in a game 3. Does Fusion pivot into that manner and throw them that curveball? I'm curious, because when we watch Rework Respawn and Fusion go at it, like they were going at it.
Yes.
They were at each other's throats, and we know that Koby Chons doesn't really do that dance.
No, they don't. They don't like to fight like that. And when a team doesn't like to fight like that, it clearly is throwing a lot of these teams off, right? Then there are other times where I want to say game 1 from that last series between Rework and Koby Chons, where it felt like, oh no, they were fighting. They were fighting the whole time. They were insanely aggressive. Clearly they have a lot of looks, they have a lot of strategies, and they have a deep pool of Pokemon because these targeted bans have not stopped them.
Yeah, we see here on our screen, we have Zainu's the captain of, holy smokes, Fusion. On the Chandelure, a pretty high win rate there, 66%, and Nada doing the interviews here as the captain as well, supporter player. Eldegoss is their go-to, and their win rate is solid.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff right here. You don't see too many team captains that are attackers. You know, you'll notice that you see a lot of them as defenders, a lot of them that are supporters, often shot calling in some of the matches right here. But we've got the attacker captain from Fusion, Latin America South versus Japan. Which region will get that first and only spot so far to Worlds?
Koby Chons, like I said, they have a lot in front of them. And one of the great things about a Grand Finals Best of 5 with the Grand Bracket Reset is it is a lot of time for Fusion to figure this out. You're getting like a live data download from Koby-Chons. You can only do so much watching, but when you're in the game, you're understanding how they're applying this style, the moves that they make. You might pick up on some repetitions, some things they do, some tendencies, and then you can build that into your approach, into your communications, and you can use the time afforded to you as the winner's side team to figure that out and get yourself a win.
We have our draft phase coming up right now for our first grand finals game between Fusion and Koby-Chons. Obviously, we see that Dragonite going right away. I don't disagree with it. I get rid of it as well. We have the Leafeon banned out from Koby-Chons, something they don't want to deal with. Love this choice, Blastoise. I mean, take it away from Kata. It's so unbelievably mean. I'm sure they've got other Pokemon. I know they have something else that they want to throw out there, but man, that Blastoise is just so tough to deal with. First pick over to Fusion.
Fusion needs to take a deep breath here and think about this. They're going quickly to a Blissey, which of course means that our captain, Nada, is going to be able to go either to Hoopa or to Eldegoss whenever they want in this draft at this point.
Yeah, there's no risk essentially of that Pokemon being taken away. And we see Mew as a possible first pick opportunity. I think that's great. Eldy grabbed right away, however. They're saying, no, we want to make sure that we get that here. And they are picking up the Mew. They also may be taking a moment here to hide some of their later picks. They don't want to let them know exactly where this strategy is going.
That's a great call. Also, you know, Blissey does play pseudo-tank, right? It can't play an off-tank type role, so there's a world where they could have gone, okay, we'll take Eldegoss too.
Here we go. So now the question is this Buzzwole going to be a problem? Because for Koby-Chons, I feel like I see that pick and I smile.
Yeah, it's like, they know we put the rake out here, right?
Yeah, I guess, and every team just keeps stepping on it. But we saw For Free having an insane Buzzwole match against them. So we'll see if that can be recreated here by Fusion, as we have Kata on that Venusaur. We've seen that before. Tomato on the Trevenant. Very, very scary.
Well, it almost seems every time a Buzzwole is picked, the snap next pick by Kata is that Venusaur, if they haven't already selected Blastoise, which I'm sure Tomato can play a sick Blastoise anyway, so if you got that, you can pivot that to Defender and give Kata Venusaur anyways. But now we're going Delphox Glaceon. I love Anemo's Glaceon. We saw it against Rework Respawn. It's been incredibly solid in tandem with Tempo. Those two players work very well together, forcing the Scizor Scyther out the other side.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they exactly want to play this, right? I mean, if it is Scyther, it has some incredible dive, the ability to chase down Glaceon and Delphox for sure. If it is Scizor, which, I mean, I would probably doubt, if it is Scizor, we'll be able to see it try to brawl here with some of these Pokemon. So we're going to see what they want to bring out in this match. Moving it over to Kata right now.
Very interesting. Does that mean we're taking it to the top path, maybe going with a Venusaur like into the middle area? A lot of questions that are going to be asked here, because this is, quite honestly, a pretty fresh look out of Koby-Chons, given everything considered.
I would say after seeing that, it is very possible this actually does become a Scizor inside this game. Look, you could still play Scyther up there. You can play a Speedster in the top path. However, there is a possibility that we do see a Scizor in this match. You don't see a defensive item on this Pokemon, so it still leads me to believe that we're probably seeing a Scyther, but I would be really interested to see Scizor here in the grand finals. Our two teams loading in right now for game number 1.
Dude, I am so excited. Not only because we are in grand finals of the Aeos Cup, that's absolutely insane. Look at these drafts. We were just getting some nice fresh looks out of Koby-Chons, some great looks out of Fusion, and we're about to go to war, son.
That's right. Here we go, everybody. For the thousands of you watching at home and everybody here live, these are the grand finals of the Aeos Cup. Fusion versus Koby-Chons. Fusion, your purple team. Koby-Chons, your orange team. Let's get this thing started. $100,000 and a slot to Worlds on the line.
And that is a Scyther right now. Of course, moving through, we'll see where its movesets go. And they immediately go in a brawl. They say, we'll meet Fusion head to head right here in the top path. Gossifleur peeling back a little bit, but pushing forward is Tempo.
Yeah, look at that. They're just going to keep pushing forward here, push them away from some of of their experience, make sure that they can't get aggressive, make sure that they cannot get a stack, getting aggressive positioning themselves to see if they're able to steal this away, and they are not, as they actually get pushed away from that. Here comes the Glaceon, Icy Wind, able to pick up the KO.
Anemo making a quick rotation here, but here's the Venusaur with the support that's double buffed. Can they put enough pressure back the other way? Ivysaur not as strong in the early game as that Glaceon, be able to spike at level 4. They did what they could, and now advancing forward, throwing a little bomb down, but moving back.
Well, the thing I like about this Sludge Bomb right here is oftentimes when you see people playing this beam, they're playing Giga Drain because they're worried about being dove on, but there isn't that much dive on the side of Fusion. However, just as I say that, the Caster Curse, they get dove on and KO.
This doesn't even look like the Koby Chons we've been watching, to be honest. This Glaceon is taking over. Anemo, I said I loved that pick out of them, and it's looking good early, 59-0, but really what's going on is the action.
Man, look at this here. That's a stack, that's a stack, that's a stack over and over and over again in the top path. Buzzwole getting crazy powerful already. And look at this Blissey, absolutely criminal behavior from Fusion.
Hitting the moonwalk out of there, smooth criminal. Kayad getting it done. These supports have been running across the map doing great. And what an easy KO for Anemo there.
Wow, I mean, Fusion looks insane right here at the start of this match. You have to wonder if that momentum from Koby Chons was gonna, pull through to this game. Well, so far, Fusion is looking fresh and ready to go as they are dominating every single fight that we have seen so far. 78-0. Level-wise, it's insane. They have a level 8 and 2 level 7s. I mean, this is just brutal so far for Koby Chons.
Yeah, this is a problem. Koby Chons need to settle out. They always do, right? That's how they play, calculated. But now you need to do some quick math, figure out how you can balance these levels out because you are behind. 4 players up, and they're kind of kept at bay by 2 as the rest of Fusion rotates.
Yeah, obviously at any moment right here, they're just able to get a big combo there from the Buzzwole. Moving on in, seeing if Scyther can do anything. I don't know if we've seen, yeah, it looks like it is going to be that dual wing beat Scyther, so they are not moving over to Scissor. Massive wood hammers there, but they are going to possibly have to back off right here. Another catch with the level lead so intense. Even if they catch them with a few moves, they're just able to delete them here. Here comes the Buzzwole. Let's go. Not able to take down Tomato, but they do get the focus man.
Yeah, forcing out the glacial stage. We're going to put some pressure on. Tomato is so low. They do pick up a berry, but we're going straight for scores here. We're lobbing pollen puffs at a distance, but it doesn't matter. That gold zone's gone. We're fire spinning on Tomato. Fire Blast goes wide. Ray Finkel, but we're pushing on, and the Icicle Spears, Icicle Wind rings true.
Yeah, incredible stuff there for this Glaceon. It's just been absolutely dominating this match as they peel back towards this top objective. They are going to now get this Reggie Alecki. They are being aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Where do I know that from?
I don't know. I think you just made it up. Credit to you, my friend. Draken pivoting back. I mean, they have been almost non-existent in these fights, which is even more impressive, Spraggles. They've been doing this 4v5 the whole game, and just tons of work being able to put on. Now they're putting 2-player pressure while rotating and showing up downstairs, forcing Rom to come up and give support, and then Reggie Alecki hits. I mean, Fusion is all over him. They're smothering him down.
Wow.
And that's a very nice secure.
What is happening here? I mean, this is just such an incredible match from Fusion. Koby Chons can't get anything going. They're countered every time they move into fight. We're seeing if they can pick up a KO right now, using the Delphox Unite move to say, hey, if you are coming in here, you're also going to go down. Mew Unite to try to pick up a possible KO into the eject button, into the surf. Doesn't really matter. Able to pick up nothing, as now they're in trouble. Very, very low HP, and it looks like Fusion is going to back off in this moment. Give them a little mercy for a second. 215-0.
Yikes, my friend. Holy. Fusion is all over the map. Buzzwole is doing work. And it really, honestly, in my mind, was facilitated by the quick hit by Anemo upstairs, able to immediately leverage that attack, and Buzzwole getting KOs and able to score early and stack early, getting ahead. And that's what's important with Buzzwole, getting ahead.
Now, obviously, on the side of Koby Chons, they have 2 delete buttons. They have the Scyther Unite, and they have the Venusaur Unite. And if they're able to find a couple big moments right here, they can get right back in this game, but they are going to need some big catches. The Fire Spin, just so incredibly annoying, able to be put out all the time, disrupt the enemy team, and we're going to have to see if they are able to make one of these big catches right here. If they can hit a few with this Venusaur Unite move, they can be right back in this thing.
Delphox Fire Blast trying to bridge the gap. Anemo immediately goes in and kind of gets eviscerated obliterated here by the Scizor. Delphox Unite is out, fanciful fireworks, but just like that picture on your phone, nobody's looking at him because we're fighting to the side. Vertinanger comes out, doesn't hit anything. Punched up, punched down his tomato. We're trying to split some wood out here, but no lumberjacks in sight as we keep pushing on. Buzzwole Unite is forced out, does pick up the Scyther, but we're pressing on. Now poached again is tomato, but for some reason never goes down. The most stubborn life bar you've ever seen for his curse, and definitely need a lumberjack now because we're horn leeching through and we're on top of the Delphox. Mew from Unite back the other way. They're trying to collapse on top of this Trevenant. They get it done.
Yeah, incredible stuff right there. Koby Chons, I just said, I mean, if they can get a couple big catches, they can get right back in this thing. Score-wise, they're not there yet, but fight-wise, that looked incredible. Signs of life from Koby Chons in a match that was looking very, very dreadful.
Yeah, and honestly, Koby Chons kind of went across and then started playing back to their pad and were able to be pretty successful in that exchange. Ended up catching the Glaceon, great catch from them. Anemo does go down, and now pushing forward is Draken. They're trying to get in the face of the support core here as Registeel is getting low. Solar Beam is a little early, and this is going to get an opportunity for Mew, and Rom clutches it out. Yes, Tomato goes down, but that is a heck of an exchange.
Yeah, great exchange right there. Solar Beam was early, but not the Solar Beam, you know? The one Solar Beam, but not the other solar. They got a few of those Solar Beams, that's all I'm saying.
Well, the sun covers a lot of real estate, my friend, and so does Rom as they're ejecting forward. Bliss Unite just to stay up as they are both peeling back. Tempo makes it back to pad. Electro Ball catches them, and Key is able to be kept standing. Moving back through, we're Vertinanger on top of the goal zone, and now we're a huge Solar Beam as well. We're spaced out. The Glaceon's on the backside. It has opportunity to go to work if it can get a little bit forward. Pulling back his Draken, and they're the ire of everybody's fire as Tomato gets on top of the Delphox, and now finally Koby Chons might be having to pull back here. Tomato kind of running it down so the rest of the team can get on out.
Fusion finally able to find some daylight in that fight as they just got beat up by Koby Chons over and over and over again. Great fight from Koby Chons into a great secure in that bottom path, and now you can see they are back in this game. Score-wise, they're in trouble. Fight-wise, they're doing amazing. Level-wise as well, looking very solid. You know, that entire time that Fusion was fighting, they were not taking the opportunity to farm up on the map, so they're not extremely high-leveled heading into this Rayquaza for as dominant as they were throughout this match. 10 seconds right now until the first Rayquaza of our Aeos Cup Grand Finals. In a match where Koby Chons looked absolutely dominated, now it is much closer. However, they're going to need to make a big play because score-wise, they are quite behind. Look at that. They're saying, hey, if we're checking bushes here, we're doing it with 2 beams. Both 2 barrels at you at once, my friend. Rayquaza getting chipped right here, and they are just seeing if they can find where members of Fusion are hiding. Fusion, on the other hand, don't really need to do too much. Look at the coordination of those solar beams, man.
Yeah, just calling out, hey, bottom right L, let's go for it. Let's check all the bushes we can. They're going to find a couple there as they're just settling out and they're getting in position.
Yeah, just getting ready for this. But again, Fusion does not need it. They are well aware that Koby Chons do. They are starting Rayquaza right now. They're going to need to make a decision here at some point.
They're trying to get on top of Draken. That Solar Beam does catch a few. The Fire Spin is out, the eject button as well. We chip up Tomato. This might be our target that we're going in on. Let's see if there's a follow-up. Fire Spin to catch some targets in the back. Vertinanger is out. Double Beam back through Force Curse as well. Draken picks up the Bliss Assistance. Surely not the target they want, but they do get caught on the slow beam. Kata is down. Is there another opportunity for Fusion to push forward? They're up huge on the scoreboard, so they're not going to give it to Koby Chons. Not just yet, but Glaceon getting caught is huge.
Yeah, Glaceon getting caught is huge. It's going to have a very big timer. We're going to have Scyther back before that Glaceon, and right now we're just going to need to see what Fusion wants to do right here about the aggression onto this Rayquaza. It's getting low, and they've got 2 beams right now as they're looking for the secure.
They're trying to eye up the secure. They're going for it. There's 2 players down. They're trying to line it up. Delphox on the backside eats an Electro Ball. Eldegoss in the middle. Solar Beam is through. They need to queue up another one. Can they go through? Coaching back, and now it's just the Venusaur and the Eldegoss sitting there. Can they get this done? Delphox, I knew there. Solar Beam comes through, and it's taken. The Japanese team brings the double barrel Shogun, and they lock that down as they scramble to score.
Now they have to score here. They're still quite a bit behind. Perfect score in this bottom path, bringing them then within just a few points.
Hungover might go in
to the top. Trevenant's going. Are they able to make it happen? 100 in the bottom path, 86 in the top. Venusaur scoring bottom. Bliss scored 40. Oh my God.
What is this? What is this?
I can't count that.
Look at this. With prayer hands, throw it up to the hands. Fusion ekes it out. Are you kidding? With the back cap burger by Draken.
Incredible stuff. did slam Unibet pretty hard here.
Yo, come on.
What an insane game.
Grand finals, baby. Aeos Cup.
That's right. Oh, man. I mean, those moments, you just see the points raining in there from both of these teams. Final score, 453. 351. Koby Chons obviously very disappointed right there. But, you know, part of the reason that ended out like that was not just because they were able to break some shields, stop some scoring. It was because of how much time Fusion was able to waste. You know, even once Koby Chons was able to get their shields, they didn't have a ton of time. And because of that, they couldn't really formulate any type of defense. They couldn't set up a, you know, a really well-protected score with some of their shields. We're going to take a look at some of those big moments and what, you know, an amazing game one.
I've been right about two things this weekend, Metallic and Glaceon, because this Glaceon out of Anemo, and when Koby Chons picks it up with Vitopo, it's just disgusting, and I think that needs to start to move up on the priority list.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been amazing right here. We had some big moments here, some big fights. I gotta say, Tomatoes Trevenant is absolutely insane. You see teams wasting all of their resources on it because he does such a good job of protecting his allies and positioning himself. There really is nothing else that they can do except put all of their damage onto this Trevenant that never seems to go down.
Yeah, it's really extending Tomato is extending incredibly well with the Trevenant when it has its passive up, which is critical for Trevenant's sustainability. And you never really see them make the same pushes when that passive is down versus when it's active.
Yeah, and here was, you know, past the beginning of this match, or obviously the beginning of this match was the Fusion show. It was the Harlem Globetrotters, and Koby Chons were the generals that they play against and just absolutely dominate them. But Koby Chons stuck with it. They kept fighting. They found their moments, and they got this game very, very close before Rayquaza. And you could see this fight actually not going too bad for them. They do pick up the Scyther, which was really nice, but these double beams just doing insane amounts of work. We have a moment where Glaceon gets caught by Mew, happens right there with the eject button solar beam, and now it was time to go for Rayquaza. We had, I think it was an auto attack from Slowbro, ends up being the thing that KOs Mew around this situation. So Mew chasing around this Delphox. We have the solar beam hit right there. We have the wood hammer. Delphox trying to get away. Mew is on absolutely nothing. Yeah, there's that basic attack. And here we go. Looking for the secure on Rayquaza. Really early fire blast from the side of Fusion right there. And they are not able to get it, but they are able to stop them and counter score.
Yeah, I mean, great heads-up play by Draken to go ahead and peel, because, I mean, they were in that fight the entire time, but the moment it went down, Draken getting credit for it here, 164 points, and I think that 100 per points they put in is probably the most important. 87k damage taken because they were getting shelled on by this Koby Chons squad.
Yeah, they were in there, they were fighting, they had a few amazing slow beams. You can see they run the eject button. A lot of slow bros running the eject button. The reason for that being they can close the distance on an enemy Pokemon that they want to slow beam very, very quickly. They can get back to their allies if they need to make sure that they grab that speedster, like we kind of saw there, that Scyther jumping on into their back line. Really great stuff. Not surprised that they are the player of the game. And actually, Buzzwole wins against Koby Chons, finally.
Let's go. I mean, the Anemo jumping up top again with the Glaceon. Whoa, did my mic just cut out?
No, you might have stepped on it, but I can hear you just fine.
Well, perfect. Well, you're next to me, brother.
All right.
But Anemo with the top side pressure with the Glaceon early to actually allow Tempo to get points in, get stacked up, and get ahead early is the difference between every other Buzzwole we've seen against Koby Chons and that one in this particular game.
You know, one huge difference maker, and I wonder what's going to happen because of it, they did not have that Blastoise. We've seen Kata on Blastoise all day. It's been incredible. And finally, Koby Chons bans a Buzzwole. They don't want to deal with it. Blastoise taking the ban right there. Now we got our first pick over to Koby Chons. I feel like they've deferred to second pick a few times, but maybe they've also just been forced to by some of their game wins right here.
Yeah, sure.
First pick, possibly going over to the Blissey.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad selection. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't go with the Eldegoss in this particular scenario, but it gives Fusion a wide array of choices here. And now that Hoopa's been unlocked and made available, it doesn't seem like anybody's interested.
You know, they had a Zoroark ban last game on Koby Chons. I wonder if that's going to make a return, but you know what? They want that Glaceon right away.
Yeah,
they recognize how powerful that was. And then Draken, player of the game, with that slow beam, they just had so many moments. They want to bring that back. Mew on the side of Koby Chons there. Mew is unbelievable. maybe seeing a Crustle. Tomato on the Crustle.
We haven't seen that in a minute, but we're going to see it right now. I believe Zinus as well for Fusion has a pretty great Mew. So taking that early is just making sure that Rom has one of their power picks in their hands, because Rom with the ability on this Mew is unparalleled.
Here we go. Venusaur possibly being locked in on the side of Fusion. We're going to have to see what they want to play. Tempo not selecting a Pokemon yet either here as the clock is ticking down.
Pick phase at 5. Eldegoss is a solid choice for the team. KO going to be happy about that.
Extreme range on the side of Fusion so far. And you know, they don't have a ton of dive yet on the side of Koby Chons. Let's see if they decide to change that right here as we're heading to finish out this draft. We've got Scyther being hovered once again for the side of Koby Chons.
And we're still motoring through. We're going to see what we select here. Scissor definitely being hovered, and doesn't seem like there's any interest in changing. So we're going to let the pick phase ticker go down, and that's what's going to be locked in. Espeon and Scissor/Scyther.
All right, and here we have our final selection for Fusion. Let's see what they want to bring here into game number 2. Mimikyu is a possibility right here. We're going to see if they want to use this. Mimikyu hasn't seemed amazing today throughout this tournament, and they say, yeah, I know, I'm bringing in the Talonflame with the goal getter.
Well, they were about to lock it in, and then they heard you.
They heard me.
And then like, oh, wait, it's not great, it's not great.
Go Talonflame.
But of course, nice little switch up here. Does it? Wow. Okay, so Anemo, I was going to say, I didn't see that they hadn't switched yet. I was going to say, wow, Anemo giving up the Glaceon seems like a bit of a surprise, but of course not. Anemo on the Glaceon. Kea going to be picking up this Eldegoss.
Tempo, by the way, they've got that Talonflame with the Charging Charm and the Float Stone, plus Talonflame's passive when it's high HP. This is going to be the fastest thing you've ever seen on Aeos Island. The question is it going to be able to catch these Pokemon from Koby Chons like Mew? Espeon, however, does not play well into Talon. Talon eats Espeon's lunch, which is a mean thing to do.
It is very mean. You shouldn't eat other people's lunch unless you've asked first and you've been given permission.
Feels like we're just talking about Zoinks a lot. He's not here to defend himself.
Notable lunch thief Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say it, but we had to. It's about time. It's grand finals time. You're never going to get more eyes on the show than the grand finals time. So Zoinks eats people's lunches. And you know what? When you confront him about it, he acts like he didn't. But he's still eating it when you're talking to him.
And that's where we are. Kick us off.
Here we go, everybody. Game number 2 of your grand finals. Koby Chons, your purple team. Fusion, your orange team. We're in our first best of 5. Fusion doesn't want to see a second one, already up 1 game.
Well, what a statement it would make to 3-0 Koby Chons after all of their work that they put in to get to this point now. I am so excited about this Talonflame because we don't get to see it too often, but when we do, it tends to be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's going to be in a little bit of trouble right here, having to back away from this fight. The stored power doing a ton of damage. Espeon already level 4, so it is really able to chase down Talon in a big way. We're going to see if Talon actually even wants to try to make it back here. With the Glaceon, they decide to move in, and they're actually able to make it home back to their goal zone, and now it is the Espeon that needs to run away.
Yeah, I mean, Anemo giving tons of cover so that Tempo could quickly get back to pad, get some HP, some shields, and most importantly, some berries, and now they can start scrapping again.
Yeah, Talonflame, it's going to take them a little while to get online, obviously. They need their level 7 so that they can get their, huge move. We're going to see what kind of Talonflame we would like out of the side of Fusion. I would guess with both of those move speed items, it's going to be Fly, but at the same time, if I say that, it means it won't happen.
Still 3 players sitting up top for Koby Chons here, and they immediately eviscerate those birds. Anemo is there, throws one Icy Wind in, but the weather's a little too warm here, and they're willing to back off for just a moment.
Oh.
Ooh, good follow-up engagement, and that's the K opener, I believe, into the hands of Fusion. Tempo trying to make it out. The Scyther's still there as they are just swinging away. Dual Wing Beat falls just a hair shy, and Mew gets the Gossifleur down.
Yeah, they get the Gossifleur, and they're going to continue this push right now. Dual Wing Beat, they're jumping in. Looks like they might have missed that Dual Wing Beat, so they didn't have their extra dash, and now they are pulling away here into the central area of Fusion. Glaceon, not amazing early in this match. You can see same thing with Delphox. They have a few Pokemon that take a little while to get online compared to things like the Espeon on the other side of Koby Chons that can chase down a little easier early.
I'm just taking a quick look here. Did you see how well Koby Chons moved into the central and then peeled back, causing static, sending players reeling in different directions, and now that we're able to leverage that, pivot upstairs, leave Tomato down in the bottom, and get some points in and break a goal zone this early, my friend.
Well, look at that aggression right there, and they're continuing it. They're keeping the chase on. Here comes the boosted. Here comes the surf. They are looking for this KO on Glaceon. Pollen Puff barely saves him, and Mew goes down to the Eldegoss.
What a legendary play by Kia to get in the mix with that Pollen Puff and keep Anemo standing, who is literally on 1 HP. Great support play.
Great support play, and like you were saying before, I'm loving the rotations, the aggressiveness here from Koby Chons. Giving up that tier 1 goal zone early, though, it does give a lot of experience over to the side of Fusion. We're going to have to see if they are able to use that to get a huge advantage here in this game. Biggest level on the map, Tempo on the Talonflame, also Scyther on the other side of the map here. So Talon, that top path Pokemon, is doing really well, already level 8.
Oh, nice catch by Tomato with the Rock Tomb, immediately goes in. Blissey gets the knockout. Now let's see if they can get more opportunities here. Very well placed. Now they're standing in front of these Icy Winds. Nice X-Scissor on Anemo to cause separation. That's going to allow them to take the basement Reggie, and now they can push. Anemo has to reel back. The rest of the team's on top of him. Scyther Unite is out. We have to force out the Glacial stage. Dual Wing Beat falls short, so we can't re-engage. The Fire Spin is there, chasing away the team. The Fly. Tempo lands. Tempo crash lands and burns because they don't hit a single target. Draken is low. Draken is down. Draken is staying in the pocket, and no way Draken makes it out.
Now they're trying to score on this bottom path. The Fire Spin and Fire Blast coming in. Eldegoss is back. Glaceon in some trouble, having to peel away from this goal. And look, once again, insanely aggressive on the side of Koby Chons. Now they've broken top and bottom goal.
The catch on Zainus by Tomato was absolutely disgusting. Rock Tomb down, X-Scissor straight in, Blissey follow-up knockout. I mean, so good.
Now we can see Talonflame using that Unite move, moving on in, looking for a possible KO right here, but not getting much done. Jumping back and missing with their Fly in that moment. The Bliss Assistance keeps the Espeon up, and they go down.
Yeah, I mean, they went for the big flame sweep, and it literally put them straight into the pocket of the Scyther that was willing to cut it down.
Koby Chons right now playing so fast, so aggressive against Fusion. A team known for being aggressive, and Koby Chons saying, yeah, we can play your game as well. However, points raining into this bottom goal zone. At the same time, we have Koby Chons pushing onto this tier 2. It looks like they picked up a KO on Eldegoss, and it looks like they are raining points in to that top tier 2 goal zone already.
Something that I love about Tomato's Rock Tomb play is when their Rock Tomb doesn't hit the target they want or doesn't land where they exactly want it to, they dissolve it immediately so they can keep pushing forward and cause pressure. They're not just letting it stay there to see what kind of work they can do around it. If it's not perfect, it's coming down and we're trying again. And because of that, they were able to pick up another KO on Zainus.
And here we go. Koby Chons right back in this tournament, you know, with game 1 that really looked like it was unfortunate for Koby. I mean, it was a real bad look for Koby Chons. Game 2 is looking completely different right here. This is the most aggressive we've seen Koby Chon all day, and they are just taking every objective, pushing every single fight, securing Regirock, and finding tons of opportunities to take down Fusion. Beautiful combination.
Tomato, Rock Tomb, couldn't close the gap. Eject button, X-Scissor gets the KO themselves as the defender player on a prime target Anemo.
And here we go. They're having to defend their own central area right here. The Unite move is coming out looking for something on Mew, but Mew has an easy Unite move to stop him. Talonflame goes up to the Espeon Unite right there, and it goes down. Glaceon looking for a KO. Crustle unites right back. Here comes the Scyther to clean this up. Picks up one. Looking for the Espeon or the Delphox, but no, it's the Fire Blast to the face that takes it down. But still 4 members of Koby Chons in the central area of Fusion.
How is Tomato still standing? I mean, I am all about this player. Tomato is so good. Taking it to the skies, crash landing. We're going for a flame sweep and straight into a wall, as is tradition. Now the rest of Koby Chons is going to try and make it out. Tempo looking for a fly target. They're going to land in the tall trees and settle down for a second.
Yeah, no, we have an unfortunate objective for Fusion right now. It's that top Reggie Alecki. I think if anything, they might want to push this really aggressively, make sure that this isn't walking to their goal zone later in the match. Even if they don't get it, they just get to deal with this earlier than Rayquaza. They haven't been doing too well this match. I don't know if they're even worried about securing it, but luckily for them, they also do. Here's the slow beam on the Scyther, and they pick up a KO.
That's nice. Okay, Tempo chasing down the Mew here, but Mew has so many escape tools. was caught in the fire spin. Fire Blast goes wide. They don't get the KO, but Tempo's there for the follow-up. We're going for it. Delphox Unite right on top of the pad. We're going to get Tomato. Tomato's the only one still kind of hanging out in the mix on the backside. They're going to see if we can do some work. Kata looking for an opportunity. Anemo, 1 HP yet again. The Kata wants that KO. They finally get it, but that goal zone's gone, and that Regieleki keeps marching.
Yeah, the Regieleki still moving right there, so obviously Koby-Chons did not want that to walk. There was 22 in that goal zone, so it gave him an opportunity for a huge overcap, but at the same time, they could break with that. They could break before Regieleki walked in and possibly have it move towards the tier 2. If nothing else, it gives them an opportunity to farm on this map. 265, 167, within 100 points, so Fusion can peel off at any moment with full pockets, and they can get this game caught up. Not only caught up, but they're slightly ahead right now. This is a good position for Fusion to be in, but you would rather be Koby-Chons, obviously. With a nice score lead right here, they know that Fusion is going to need to make the play. However, they have a Talonflame. Extremely aggressive, can score very easily in some of these back goal zones and get away if they get, you know, quote-unquote caught by something. They see Talon scoring right now, and it looks like they can push forward for a fight. They're able to grab Draken, but I don't know if they actually want to engage on this or they just want to let them move back. They don't know that there's only 2 points separating these teams.
This is razor thin. Talonflame actually going straight to go score again to stretch the lead a little bit. Another +8 there. And they definitely know where the Talonflame is, this Koby-Chons. And now Fusion is hanging out. They know they've got the lead and they're going to put some pressure on, but they're completely zoned out.
Yeah, they're completely zoned out right here. And we can see that they are starting Ray a little bit. Talonflame takes to the sky just to run away from this situation. They knew if they crashed back down that they would go down. Mew with the Unite move, looking to see if they can pick anything up right here. The Solar Beam hits its mark, but no, the Eldegoss Unite keeps them safe.
Delphox Unite is out, but we're moving forward. Espeon is down, and we're looking to pivot here right in the middle. Nobody's caught in the Rock Tomb. Flame Sweep actually hits a target right into the middle. Rayquaza's down, but Koby-Chons took it. It's Tomato, the freaking legend. Are you kidding me? Not a fruit, not a vegetable, but a Crustle getting it done.
And now we can see members of Fusion dashing to score right here. Members of Fusion also trying to stop this massive shield. 40 seconds left. They need to break this shield here on Tomato. They are up 275. I don't know if Koby-Chons knows how incredibly close this is, and I don't think they have another shield available. So they will lose this match if they don't figure out a way to make a score happen. Crustle does go down. 333 for Fusion as they are ahead in the final 15 seconds. Multiple members of Koby-Chons are now running towards this tier 2 goal zone.
There are no shields. This might be the second game in a row where Koby-Chons has taken Ray, but Fusion has found a way.
When there's a Ray, there's not a way. When there's Fusion. Huge win for Fusion here in game number 2.
What a game, what a game. Tomato clutching up in the first one. Ram in the first game clutching up, taking Ray. And now we're taking a look, and it's like, well, if we take Ray and we still can't win, what options do we have left? Fusion is looking insane, and now 1 game away, Spraggles, from being the champions.
That's right. We know we talked about Fusion being undefeated. Well, you're seeing why right here as they take Koby-Chons 2 games in a row. Had any other team done this in our bracket earlier, they would have eliminated them in these best of 3 games. Obviously, we are here in a best of 5 for our grand finals. And Fusion right now must feel really good. They have multiple games to give. They could lose 2 in a row and still take 1 and beat this team. That means they can get extremely aggressive in some of these games. They can play some strategies that maybe Koby-Chons would not expect. Let's take a look at some of these moments from our last match.
Yeah, I mean, this was just that hero Eldegoss support play to make sure Anemo doesn't go down on Fusion. Amazing play here by Tomato and a sick convergence by Koby-Chons to pivot onto this other team. They're able to take this Regirock here and keep on going, and really thought for me that this was going to be a turning point for Koby-Chons.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, Koby-Chons had so many amazing moments right here, but they just were not able to get it done right in the end. Huge Bliss assistance with the save when that fly missed. That was such a wonderful play.
Yeah, Zainu's there. We get a quick knockout by Tempo, kind of their target. As we had this scrap in the middle, you were calling it. I mean, a lot of Unite moves here used right at the 4-minute mark, kind of if you use it, you lose it till Ray type situation. But really, Koby Chons able to stay in the Central and do great work.
Yeah, do great work. They did eat that Fire Blast, but besides that, they were just all over that Central area. Koby Chons just so dominant throughout most of this match right here. Little slow beam at the 3-minute mark, picks up a KO. Talonflame looking to get something right there, looking to chase down Mew. Such a hard Pokemon to KO. And somehow, even with the Fire Spin, it doesn't go down. Talon needs to re-engage.
Well, now, just another doorstep, but this is a great move by Fusion. They actually close out this goal zone, and the Regieleki keeps marching forward. So it was a quick overdump, just 1 point, but that was important because it built undue pressure on a Koby Chons.
Yeah, and here we go. We see a lot of this fight happen. Glaceon using the Unite move right there. Talonflame moving in to see what they can make happen. Obviously, everyone on Fusion looking to KO everyone on Koby Chons. Koby Chons looking to do what they do best, take objectives. But even after they took it, not enough of them were up. They couldn't keep their shields. They do get KO'd, and Fusion takes another win off this, all-star Japanese team.
Koby Chons has looked almost untouchable up until this point. Fusion has found a way, not taking Ray, but taking bodies and playing their own style of game, really getting clever with their scores near the end. What can Koby Chons do to bounce back here?
I mean, that's the real question, right? Because it looks like they've been not exposed in their draft. They still have a lot of great picks, but they are being target banned, and it is working by Fusion. They said, all right, we don't want to deal with the Buzzwole. You've actually got a great one, Fusion. This is the one we're worried about. Didn't matter. They were still able to pick up a win inside this game. I know there are other Pokemon. There are other things that Koby Chons could be playing right now. We're going to have to see if they are able to bring them out. Draken, player of the game once again.
Well, taking a look here at Draken, another, as you mentioned, MVP, Slowbro back-to-back, and it's been solid. I obviously am a personal fan of this Pokemon, the Surf build specifically, and it was just putting in work all game.
Yeah, it really was. And you can see Koby Chons, they have to figure out what they're going to do right here. Obviously, if you're Fusion, you're feeling good. There's a weight that has been lifted off your shoulders. The fire is still there. You want to end this right now. You want to prove to everyone that you are the best team at the Aeos Cup, possibly the best team in the world. Latin America South versus Japan here. Japan, the invited team from ACL, just this phenomenal group, able to climb all the way through this bracket. But will they take down the reigning monthly winners from Latin America South? We will find out here in game number 3 as our draft is under the way. Dragonite banned. I am shocked and appalled.
I mean, Dragonite right into Blastoise, really cutting off those two Pokemon, unsurprisingly. Leafeon, Delphox the other way. That Delphox Fire Spin was causing problems.
They just don't want to keep dealing with this Pokemon. They're like, you know what? That was annoying. That was annoying. Let's get rid of that. That was pretty annoying. First pick over to the side of Fusion. We're going to see what they want to bring out here in what could be their final game, taking away that Blissey. The Bliss assistance from Koby Chons has been insane. They have had so many opportunities to save their Pokemon. They are so good with that supporter, so I understand wanting to steal it away.
Yeah, that does leave Nada available to take their Eldegoss here, and they snatch it up right away. And of course, Glaceon. Phenomenal pick. Difference maker in every single game we've seen it. Not this match, all day Glaceon has been an impact player.
Let's take a look at this. We possibly have Buzzwole coming back. I mean, hey, if you're Fusion, why not? I know Koby Chons is pretty good against Buzzwole, but not your Buzzwole, they say, as we have Slowbro also being locked in. I mean, we've just seen how dominant they are in this Pokemon. Obviously, you would want to bring that back. The slow beams they hit are the exact ones you would like. You know, they're not hitting the slow beam on the tank or the Blissey on the other side. They are getting those high-value targets that they are able to KO.
Quickly locked in is Kata on the Venusaur, but game 1, they switched it to go to the beam build, and I really think Kata should have stuck with the Giga Drain Pedal Dance, and now Zynews is going to get Inteleon, one of their pocket picks. We got Nemo locking in Zoroark, and they are bringing the smoke.
I mean, here's the thing. Zoroark, it sees some really tasty targets on the side of Koby Chons. I don't know what they want to bring out to try to stop it here. I'm sure Tomato can play just about anything. You could yawn Snorlax this thing. Of course, you could bring out the tree, which has been so amazing against this, and I'm not surprised to see that locked in from Tomato.
Right.
Tomato is one of the best defender players, truly, I think I've ever seen. This person is incredible.
Yeah, they are so sick, and this tree is no exception. They did phenomenal work on the Crustle. Obviously didn't get the game win there, but it wasn't a lack of effort out of the defender player Tomato, that's for sure. Let's pivot back to Fusion's draft because it is lean and mean.
Yeah, Fusion has a great squad right here. We're going to have to see if Tempo is really able to set that tempo inside the game and pick up a lot of those KOs super early. If they can, and they can get that early lead with Zoroark, they're in an amazing spot.
I really like how Kata is sticking on this Venusaur and is going to most likely go that Giga Drain Pedal Dance build, which we've seen a bit. Wow, that is a full crowd out there. A lot of people tuning in.
It's a packed house here at the Aeos Cup Grand Finals. Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Can we get a crowd yeehaw? I probably shouldn't ask that. Can we get a Spriggles yeehaw?
You're not allowed to say no. No.
And I get nothing.
I'm saving it.
Zoinks, can I get a yeehaw? He's eating my lunch, can't talk.
He did say yeehaw backstage.
Somebody's looking out for me.
You owe me money for that.
Somebody's looking out for me. Fusion, literally one game away, and I can't understate the exclamation point it puts.
That's right. One game away. This is game number 3 between Fusion and Koby Chons. Could be our final game of the Aeos Cup. If Fusion wins right here, they are your Aeos Cup champions. They are heading to Worlds. They are winning the lion's share of $100,000 and a 4th thing that I haven't thought of yet.
High fives and hugs from yours truly. Spriggles.
Pretty good. Here we go. Up in our top path, Venusaur trying to do some work right here. Buzzwole not getting too aggressive, as we can see the Chansey actually heading towards the central area here, maybe deciding that they wanted to make sure that they weren't invaded. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with the Zorua in there, it's a very tragic in the early stages of the game. He really only activates until it does hit Zoroark, so guarantee it's level 5. By just hanging out for a moment, make sure everything is hunky-dory.
Yeah, Buzzwole sniffing around, possibly looking for a secure or possibly looking for a stack. Not able to make it happen. Glaceon makes his way up to the top path. Tomato in some trouble. Ooh. You can barely see that HP bar, but Tomato knows it's there.
Yeah, I mean, just enough. What are you worried about? Huh? The Tomato's feeling fine. Tempo is a Zoroark. Tempo spinning in the bush. Tempo looking for an opportunity, but the Icy Wind Glaceon is here. Vitopo looking to do some damage. Immediately on a burst, they engage on the body. Straight into the backline is Tempo. Can't quite close the door on Kata.
Unfortunately, Buzzwole not able to move in on that fight. They were level 5, but they weren't able to jump in right away to get that massive superpower and start off a huge KO. Kata getting extremely low there in that moment as Glaceon is now walking down. Mew getting aggressive right now, trying to take down this Zork. Wow, running away from this Blissey. Can Inteleon do something about this? The eject button, no, they're just outside of it, and they do not pick up the KO.
Tomato as a tree steps up and gives just a little bit more shade of support onto them, so they can get out. But going upstairs, we see a Nemo who's picked up the Buzzwole this time, is looking to punch and scrap in the face of this Eldegoss and Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur's still level 4. That's going to be a problem, but the K opener goes to the Goss.
Yeah, I mean, Eldegoss just so incredibly difficult to deal with. I mean, at every stage of the game, but especially early when you're in path with it and it's just hitting you with all of these auto attacks. Glaceon now moving up to this top path. They really like this on the side of Koby Chons. You know, take an area where you have an advantage and let's put another Pokemon up there and see what we can do. A Nemo bringing him back towards this goal zone. Tomato peeling back out. Here comes the Zoroark.
Nice eject button by Tomato to get out, and it looks like Koby Chons is going to settle it out for just a moment because there's a lot of players on Fusion ready to sit on that pad and take some bodies.
That's right. We can see them waiting up here in this top path for this fight. Nice big Icy Wind and Freeze Dry right there. They're not able to do enough damage to take the Buzzwole down. They do push it back though. Tempo just watching, waiting, seeing when it is time to move in, using that Shadow Claw to break the passive there of Glaceon.
Tomato picked up, put down right into the hands of that Zoroark, and Tempo, keep the tempo up, getting a KO.
And now we have the Inteleon moving up to the top path right here. As we talked about throughout this tournament, more and more teams prioritizing this top path, prioritizing scoring, prioritizing getting that early lead. We know Koby Chons loves it.
Yeah, and Nemo tried to go in for a snatch on Noda, the captain and Eldegoss player for Koby Chons. Couldn't quite get them, but it did give enough space and time for this Regieleki to be taken by Fusion, and they're sitting on this goal zone. They're going straight after Tomato. Good engagement, nice little illusion switch back to make sure that their Regieleki hits.
And here we go, just taking this opportunity to stack up for this Buzzwole. So incredibly important. They are able to take this objective in this bottom path. They're going to continue this push right here with the Electro Ball, chasing it down with the Icy Wind. That's a slow bro. Pretty hard to take down here, but it's going to try to defend this bottom goal zone as it eats another boosted attack. Electro Ball looking to get some of this wild Pokemon experience as a huge snipe shot comes in for this Glaceon. We can see the chase by the Inteleon, and they get him with the snipe shot, the quick draw.
I mean, that looks so sick. Now the Mew Unite is forced out because of the pressure that Zainuz is putting on with this Inteleon. They're actually using their Unite move. They want this Mew in a bad way. Rom, tons of pressure, but here comes Kata and Tomato. They're right on top of Draken. Gonna give Zainus the opportunity to get out. Nice fell stinger to get the gap, but Petadrain Giggle Dance sorts it out. Giggle Dance?
I think you said Petadrain Giggle Dance, which is pretty great.
I'm so happy for myself.
And we thought we only had the milk bit.
Jesus.
We got the Giggle Dance, baby, here in the grand finals.
Mew sorts out a KO, and now they're sitting on top of this goal zone, seeing what they can do. Nice long-range Bliss Assistance on top of Tempo to make sure they don't go down. Egg Bomb picks up a couple Glacial Stages there. Can we get some icy wins on some key targets? Right into the back line, forcing out the Zoro Unite, but they're knocked out before they get one back the other way. Now Tomato's sitting there. Of course, Nemo is very low. Hornly straight onto the Inteleon Zainus. That gap is closed, and Kata, look at their HP. It's still at 80% as we got pot shot solar beams from the Mew in the long range, and Venusaur is treating us like Jurassic Park, saying this is my home and we're sitting on this goal pad.
Amazing stuff here from Koby Chons. You know, I feel like there were a couple weird misplays there from Fusion in that fight. The Bliss Assistance just seemed really awkwardly timed. Maybe they thought they were moving in, but didn't realize that their moves were on cooldown in that moment, because it felt like they wasted a lot of the surprise there. They didn't get to any of the bowling that you get with that massive Bliss Assistance. And then at the same time, they once again spent so many resources KOing that Trevenant. You know, it's exciting when you finally take it down, but it takes a village. And the whole while, Koby Chons was KOing members of Fusion.
Yeah, because they had to do it like through the pedal dance. Yeah, Venusaur was just, Kata was just there all the time and hitting multiple targets with the Giga Drain, which is why their HP was staying so high.
Yeah, and here we go. Registeel getting pretty low right here. It doesn't look like the Slowbro is going to make it in time. They are not secured right there. However, on the other side of the map, we have Fusion securing this top objective. Buzzwole waiting right here just to see if anyone wants to walk by and fight. And they're like, all right, they're not here. I'm eject buttoning in. Let's make this happen. Big time moves here as Eldegoss is forced to use their Unite move. Buzzwole Unite the other way. Regieleki is extremely close. Venusaur Unite takes down the Buzzwole and they peel away.
That was a great Verdant Anger to just secure a knockout so they could deal with this Regieleki before it hits their goal zone. There's nothing more than Fusion, or excuse me, than Fusion would like to do than close out that goal zone early.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a huge point lead. They still have a lead right here as they are up in this top path. 5 members now of Koby Chons converge on this goal zone. Here comes the Zoroark. Is there anything they can do about it? They eat a Solar Beam right away. Another Bliss Assistance. This one a little bit better for the Zoroark. Not quite. It goes down right away. The Snipe Shot net able to pick up a KO, and they are able to break this goal zone. Now Koby Chons ahead.
The only fortunate part of that Bliss Assistance is that the Zoroark was knocked out before the Blissey actually got there, so they retained their Unite move. That's important, because that thing takes a minute to get charged up, and mostly Blissey has to just do it on pure time.
Yeah, and here we go. Zoroark looking for a KO right here down in this bottom path. They're at least looking to put some pressure on Tomato, but here comes every member of Koby Chons besides the Glaceon. Hornleech moving forward. The Electro Balls, they're just pushing them out of this fight. The Wood Hammer's coming down as they're continuing this push. The big time Boosted gets the KO. Solar Beam on Designus. What was that?
Well,
that was a Bliss Assistance, all right. I don't know. We got some slippery fingers. All right, I'm going to move on from it. But
yeah,
you know what? I'll tell you what. I don't know if you can tell by my reaction. I didn't like that.
Can somebody get Kea some of those tactical finger grips, please?
Yes, tactical finger grips to the stage. You know what? Bring some backstage, too. Yeah. As we get ready for this Regieleki in the top path. Multiple members of Koby Chons ready to go here, and we have only one from Fusion.
I was worried about Koby Chons maybe not stepping up to the challenge here, down 2-0 in the grand finals, but they are looking pretty saucy. 50 points separate these two teams, 8 seconds till Rayquaza, and that Regieleki's flying in the face of Fusion.
Yeah, and here we have a really interesting opportunity for Koby Chons right here. I don't know how they want to play this, but they know that they're going to have to deal with this Regieleki. They are starting Rayquaza, but they are not insanely aggressive on it. Of course, they are looking for some KOs right here as Regieleki walks in this top path. Tomato's HP very low. Huge Solar Beam catches 2 right into a boosted right here. Slowbro's still doing okay as Rayquaza is at about a quarter down.
Well, they poach up Tomato, and they're caught on the backside of nowhere. That's one player down, and Tomato going down that early is not bad. Icy Wind on top of Draken, not the target they want. Rayquaza's getting eviscerated very quickly. Solar Beam comes through, and it's taken by Koby Chons. Now, can they actually win a game when they take the Ray? That's the big question for me, Spraggles. They're looking to take all the bodies on Fusion, saying we're making this a no-doubter. Just the Inteleon remains standing.
Just the Inteleon. It looks like they're going to be able to score here in this bottom path. No, they actually have Zoroark popped out, so Mew is going going to have to be the one to score right here. 145 to 315. It's still not outside of the realm of possibilities for Fusion to win this thing, but they're going to need to make quite a comeback right here and make sure that every shield is broken on the side of Koby Chons. I'm not sure if their Glaceon still has a shield down there. No, it doesn't look like it as they went back to base. They know they are up, but here comes Fusion.
Oh no, if they get these 2 KOs, they can actually push. There's 50 seconds. That is so much time left. The rest of Koby Chons has to go back and play some D, but there's a tier 1 goal zone standing, Spraggles. We're scrambling to score. The Eldegoss is there first. They're going to put a Pollen Puff down. They're going to check the bushes. The rest of the team is showing up. Mew is also pulling up. I believe they still got a shield standing here. We're going to surf through and look at all of this going in. 3:15, 2:33, 30 seconds.
Eldegoss running towards this main goal zone right here, looking for a huge score. They know there's not a single member of Fusion there.
No.
Koby Chons trying to defend. 34! They're able to score, and then they break the bottom goal with a 90. 357 to 415.
They keep putting the pressure on. They're looking for more targets. They want more points, no doubt, or nobody's moving across. But the Eldegoss is there. The Eldegoss has crossed the map, but they know they have to score. They're peeling back. There's 5 seconds left. How much do they have in pocket? They need to make a 40-point gap, I believe, right here. +4 ain't gonna do it. Not today, son. Fusion's getting it done. Time's up.
Did Fusion get it done? I thought Koby Chons got it done.
I'm so lost. I'm so lost. I thought Fusion got it done.
No, it's Koby
Backside. That's why they take the score away with the last 10 seconds.
Yeah.
What an absolute moment.
They had that moment from the Eldegoss. They got so incredibly close. You had me question myself right there. I was like, oh, geez, is that what just happened?
That's what I thought happened.
You could see how insanely close that was. You could see how these players weren't 100% sure which way it was going either. 357, 419. Koby Chons back in this thing. It almost happened, even though they got Ray. Once again, they almost lost. They almost got 3 Rays in a row and lost.
That was insane. When the Eldegoss cross map, I guess I didn't see the first score they put in that mattered, obviously, as I was watching was on screen, but what an absolute showdown.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible match between these two teams. As we saw, you know, at the start of the match here, things were looking pretty good, I think, for the Zoroark in moments, but overall, I don't feel like it was that impactful. I think Koby Chons actually answered it really well.
I agree. Koby Chons finding a lot of good moments here. That was especially one. The Zoroark engaging, using their Unite moves, not getting a single meanwhile KO or worthwhile KO, as Koby Chons is able to stay there and Kata standing tall on this path.
Yeah, they just continue fighting right here. And even if you take the Blastoise, they have, you know, a real force in that Petal Dance Venusaur. It's really hard to KO. And they have multiple members of Koby Chons that are really difficult to take down. Obviously, Tomato. And now you're adding, you know, sort of this Venusaur that's playing more as a, you know, a tanky HP recovery all-rounder in these moments.
It looked good all game. It really, really did. Just eviscerating health pools, you know, self-sustaining and able to make a difference. Tomato getting plucked here, I thought for sure was Fusion's opportunity without a doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, they were pushed out really well, and then they're realizing, oh, they're actually taking this Rayquaza right here, and honestly, no one secures better in this tournament than Koby Chons. So if it's low, it's going to go their way.
If it's low, it's going to go. Koby Chons finally able to get some points and take this lead, but I want to see this Noda back cap that I so violently missed.
Yeah, let's see what we can find here, everybody. Let's see where Dupes next missed it. We can see them walking slowly. If you take a look at your mini-map right here, 1, 2, 3,
blistering
4,
speed, Spraggles, out of
5,
an Eldegoss, unparalleled
6,
and never seen
7.
before.
I'm just counting how long you could have noticed. 8, 10, I think 15 straight seconds.
Yeah, well, you know what? I was watching what was on the screen, so shame on me. Shame on me.
No, you did great.
Oh, it's too late. I already said shame on me.
Yeah, you did great, but yeah, shame on you. Incredible stuff right here. Rom, player of the game. Their Mew has just been insane throughout this tournament. They had some big moments inside of that game. You know, the most impressive thing about Koby Chons, I mean, obviously they're adapting really well to metas that they don't play against often, right? But I think the most impressive thing about them is their coordination and their ability to secure objectives really feels like it's second to none. I don't see teams that we get to watch as often in NA, EU play in that style. It feels like we are really heavy on the team fighting and not as heavy on the objective secure. They turn towards those objectives and their coordination is flawless.
It really, really is. And just the damage output that Ram is also bringing with that Mew is in and of itself impressive. You know, averaging over 100,000 damage on a Mew, like that is unheard of in this high level of a tournament, but Ram keeps getting it done with that pick.
We can see the bans are still the same here from the side of Fusion. We've got the Dragonite, we've got the Blastoise. They're not going anywhere. First pick is that Blissey. Koby Chons wants to get possibly Mew and Glaceon. These Pokemon have been power Pokemon for really any team that has them, but especially on the side of Koby Chons with that Mew.
Yeah.
That is just crazy, crazy good. I love that they're giving respect to that Delphox, by the way. They're saying, this is so annoying. I don't want to deal with
just
that again.
On pure just frustration levels, they're going to ban that out. What I personally love is another first pick Glaceon out of this Koby Chons team.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to take here. Tempo, hovering just about nothing here. Draken on the Crustle. And they have decided that they want to bring this Buzzwole back. Honestly, I don't think the issue that last match was the Buzzwole. I think their Zoroark really just didn't get the job done. I think Buzz has been actually doing really well for them. They have moments where they fight Koby Chons really well with it. They do well in Path. So I don't think this is as rough a pick as other teams picking it into Koby Chons so far.
You know what? It just dawned on me. The reason they switched Venusaur off of Kata last time is because Fusion selected Delphox. And that's why they pivoted into a Beam, because Delphox's Unite move pretty much shuts down everything Venusaur's trying to do in the front line. So that was a great pivot by Fusion and a clever move by Koby Chons as well. But we're seeing this Mimikyu come back. Again, hasn't been particularly excellent all day long. Hasn't been a big statement playmaker that we expect out of it.
Yeah, you know, I gotta say, Mimikyu, one of my favorite Pokemon to play. I was hoping it would be more viable competitively, and I've heard some teams are destroying with Mimikyu. In this tournament, it feels like every time it's picked, it's running into a lot of stuff that it doesn't play well into, which starts to get me to think that maybe it doesn't play too well into a lot of stuff competitively. We're gonna have to see what some of these top teams do, however, with this Mimikyu. I mean, this is Fusion. This is the team that hasn't lost on their way here to the grand finals, only dropping a game or two here or there. And they've dropped one to Koby Chons. If they can win one, they'll tie this thing up, but they still need to win another, reset the bracket, and do it all again.
Yeah, that's the thing. Fusion is one game away. Koby Chons is a reverse sweep, a bracket reset, and then at least another 3 games away. So they have a marathon ahead of them. Fusion has one 10-minute sprint. Can they get it done?
We're going to have to find out here in this next game. We've got the Chandelure coming out. Chandelure, you know, if they've got that curse item, which they do on this Pokemon, they're actually able to do a lot to this Venusaur, a lot to this Trevenant, and this Eldegoss, which would be great. Shot of the crowd right there, the packed crowd for the Aeos Cup Grand Finals.
You got to get gassed up. I mean, this could be a Grand Finals deciding match for this LATAM squad. Fusion not going to give it up too easy, though. We know that for sure.
No, absolutely not. We see Koby Chons right here, just getting in the zone, getting ready for this match. Fusion feeling pretty good, and why shouldn't they be? They're up 2 games. They're playing great in their Grand Finals right here. Just one more game, and they're able to take this thing home as we head here into game number 4 between Fusion and Koby Chons. Fusion, your purple team. Koby Chons, your orange team. One more game and Fusion becomes the Aeos Cup champions.
Zainu's moving downstairs, and they're going to have to make an impact early, but in the face of them is Ram's Mew, which can deal so much damage to these squishier early Pokemon.
Yeah, and here we go, just getting aggressive up here in this top path. We see the Blissey heading down to help with some of those, some of that wild Pokemon in that central area. The Candle putting in a lot of work right here. You know, it's hard to stack into Candle, but Tomato makes that happen. Tomato just seems to make everything happen.
Yeah, their passive is there, their passive is procced, and now they're still just staying up front, just causing trouble because the Mew is there, Ram is there. Why worry?
Yeah, and here we go. Moving up, we obviously had a score here from this Buzzwole. They're getting pretty aggressive on Kata right now. Maybe able to grab a Fell Stinger, but no, here comes the Glaceon looking for the KO. Kia in some trouble right here as Tempo hiding in this tall grass.
Yeah, they really wanted them to pursue Kia so Tempo could jump on top of the Glaceon unsuspectingly, not taking the bait, intelligently hanging out on their side.
We can see Mimikyu just getting ready for this fight right here. Are they going to decide to jump in? And what kind of move do they have? They are a Shadow Claw Mimikyu.
Well, they're moving forward here. We're taking a look. I mean, all of these birds easily dealt with between these two teams. And really, nobody's willing to engage in this particular moment. Normally, we see a follow-up scrap there by a team that thinks they got the most experience.
Here we can see Mew running towards the central area right here, just pushing away this Mimikyu as 3 members of Koby Chons are near this top path. And now they're actually deciding not to go to this goal zone. They're heading into the central area of Fusion.
Great call out by the team, quickly grabbing a red buff. 2 of them sit on their side, and they're going straight for the blue. And now they're going to pivot. They didn't quite get it, but it doesn't matter. Look at the abandonment that they caused by Fusion in the bottom path.
Yeah, that was really great stuff from Koby Chons right there. And they make a lot of those plays that are really impressive, where the team just rotates all together to take a big objective or take something away from their opponents like they just did. Heading to the central area right here, we see the Chandelure. It's got the flamethrower, so it's got the fast damage and it's got the crazy amount of secure, not as much, you know, damage over time that you would get out of the overheat build.
Well, Anemo going and putting pressure straight on Kata, as Kata is just trying to innocently farm that ball toy behind them, but Anemo in a lot of trouble, and they get knocked out by the Ivysaur. That is huge for Kata to getting them 1 step closer to Venu. 4 players in the top path. Tomatoes looking to cut off any follow-up by somebody on the team, and they actually buckle on top of the Lampin. Did you see that? The Mew and Tomato was peeling down because they saw the pressure going on up top, and they catch them. Now Anemo's back into the mix. They're going to try to stop these scores, but too much is going in too fast because the whole Koby Chons team is there, and that's a big solar beam.
Yeah, and here we go. You know, 5 members of Koby Chon all working together, Pokemon uniting, if you will, to get some big KOs early in this game. And as I often say, it's called Pokemon Unite. It's not called Pokemon. Everyone kind of goes somewhere and do whatever they want. We'll meet up at some point. No, they're all together, and they're taking big wins.
And that's why it's called Solo Queue. Here we go. Nice Rock Tomb there, trying to isolate some players from Koby Chons to kind of keep them from pushing onto the pad. And it works for a moment. We're going to pivot upstairs. 3 players looking it down, but but Tomato hanging out to see what they can do with this Reggie.
Yeah, we're going to see what they want to do right here. Puzzle saying, all right, you're going to hang out. You'll actually help us take care of this one, buddy.
Yeah, turning Trevin into a baseball bat to smash through that Reggie Alecki. And now we're looking for the Crustle. Easily dispatched are they. Now, there goes the Chandelure, and there goes another wet goal zone.
Yeah, and here we go. More points going in right here. They actually decide to keep these goal zones up right here. Peel back to get some more experience. Mimikyu, however, in the central area of Koby Chons, a level 9 now. They have a Unite move. So does the Venusaur on the side of Koby Chons.
Yeah, that's great Unite move for them to have, and a sick engagement tool. That's the thing about Mimikyu. Even if it jumps on top of Venusaur, it has a lot of tools it can use now that normally, you know, a Beam Venusaur wouldn't.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what this Venusaur is going to be able to do here in this match. We're going to have to see if this is going to kind of be the first Mimikyu that's going to be impressive on stream here today. Tomato up here in this top path, moving things around with that big wood hammer, and they are just taking away that central area from Fusion. They do it time and time again.
They're trying to crack the Fusion code, and they're looking pretty good here in Game 4. All over this Crustle, right over the wall is the Koby Chons as they are trying to get away, not willing to give up any knockouts.
Yeah, now they're peeling down here to this bottom path, just looking for some of this experience right here. I mean, these guys hang out. They kick it tough. They are together all the time, this crew.
Well, you're pretty facilitated by the fact that Kata can always be by themselves. Like, they always can sustain by themselves because of the build that they're playing right now. And now, just moving through, going to grab some experience. Look at Draken trying to be clever right here. Going to try and get this thing with a Rock Tomb. Can't quite seal it up. The X-Scissors is going to knock them into the wall, and the support is there to try and close out this incredibly tough green Pokemon. Kata still standing. Glacial stage is out, and now all of a sudden, it's Koby Chons that's converging, and all of a sudden, Fusion's in a lot of trouble. We're scrambling away. The Mimikyu Kia are trying to get out, and Draken is sacrificing their body for the team.
Yeah, I mean, call an ambulance, but not for me. They set up a trap, and it didn't work at all. I really do think, you know, when they jump in on this Venusaur, it's going to be extremely difficult for Mimikyu to take it down. Venusaur kind of wants it to be right next to it.
Oh, without a doubt. And the fact that they collapsed, weren't able to get the KO, and actually lost a member back the other way, that is a failed execution.
Yeah, we did get a nice objective here in the bottom path for Fusion. However, once again, Koby Chons moving as a unit right here, picking up a KO, possibly on Kia as they push towards this top goal zone. Reggie almost walking in. Here comes the Venusaur Unite move.
Burden Anger right on top when Boosted Auto comes through. KO Shrikatu for Rom. They use their Unite, but they're trying to get in the back line. Zynus fires off their Unite, but can't find anybody in the dark as the Regieleki hits, and now more points are going in. That goal zone is gone, my friend, and so is going to Nemo here as they are split between 4 players. The living room is trying to be built, but nobody's looking to sit down right now and catch some boob tube as they're forcing on a Nemo, and they get the KO, no problems.
Nice big KO right there. Venusaur possibly in some trouble right here, but they haven't been before. Finally goes down with multiple members fighting it right here. Eldegoss in some trouble as well. Here comes the Rock Tomb. Here comes just about everything, and they go down. You know, it actually works pretty well when they actually Pokemon Unite too.
Yeah, well, you know, that's why it's called Pokemon Unite. But of course, that was really just all the rage they wish they could point at Mew, at Glaceon, at Trevenant, at Venusaur, and they just unleashed it on poor Nada and his Eldegoss.
Here we go. We see the nice little Shadow Sneak right there into the Shadow Claw. Something that Tomato's going to have to worry about a little bit is that Shadow Claw that we saw right there into a Unite move onto the Glaceon. They want to continue this fight. Glaceon unites the other way to run back from this fight. Draken now in trouble of going down very, very low. Here comes Venusaur. Here comes the Solar Beam. Somehow this Pokemon's not going down, and they pick it up and put him down, and Mew gets KO.
That was a great catch by a Nemo there. Maybe Rom losing sight a little bit and playing a little bit more aggressive or a little less calculated, as we've been saying, as the rest of Koby Chan's squad immediately gets snatched up and put down. Good job.
Now, Fusion has something very scary in front of them, and no, it's not just that Venusaur. It's the fact that if this Regieleki walks, it could walk into their main goal zone. This is an important fight for them, and they have some weird positioning at it. Tomato catches Woodhammer twice as this Venusaur is continuing to push right here. Tempo getting the Bliss assistance. This could be looking like the Ray fight already.
Yeah, but Venusaur sitting in the pocket, and they're all over Tempo, unleashing the Verdant Anger themselves, getting the spacing they want. Regieleki's low. It's not quite secured yet.
Whoa!
Taken by the Rock Tomb. All right, so you take away one of these win conditions here, but there's 3 players down, and there's 3 seconds until Rayquaza. All of this Fusion team is pivoting to the middle. The Mew catches the big Buzzwole Unite, forces it out the other way. But look at the action up front by Tomato. They're trying to make some magic happen for the team, buy some time for the team. We're still unleashing everything we can, and finally the Mimikyu is sitting on top of the tree. The surf is through, but the rest of Koby Chons is back. Tomato has bought enough time for the squad, and they're pulling up for the smoke. Diamonds look to be forever here as the Glaceon goes for the engagement. Tomato still stands. Finally goes down to the Mimikyu. But again, Koby Chons is here, and they're going for it. The Mew gets Mimikyu, 2 players down for Fusion, and they're on the hunt.
What an insane moment here. Fusion had such a huge opportunity. They spent the entire time trying to KO a Trevenant that is coming back right now. Rayquaza now just at about half. Buzzwole ready. Candle coming into position right here. Crustle at absolutely nothing as they turn onto Rayquaza. Can they out-secure Koby Chons? Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They take it, and they're pushing forward. Shields going down on the Chandelure as Buzzwole's trying to make something happen, and Blissy's making a mad dash to that tier 2 goal zone.
Fusion took that, and they are looking to score. They are looking to be your Aeos Cup champions. They are in the lead 320 to 296, but with 50 seconds left on the clock, we know a lot of stuff can happen. Koby Chons got no quit in them, but we still have a shield on Zynus. It's gone. Okay, Koby Chons is squaring up for a great pushback. Let's see if they can get it done.
With Mew down, Glaceon down, now coming on respawn, Koby Chons has to do something right now, and they are running out of options. They are making their way towards this tier 2 goal zone of Fusion the entire time. Buzzwole will be on their tail, looking to stop them, looking to waste time, and they are wasting it. Only 20 seconds left on the clock as Blissey scores another 56 points with only 15 seconds left, and the goal so far away, it looks like there is nothing that Koby Chons can do. They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your Aeos Cup Champions.
What a game, what a show, what a win. First 2 games don't even care about Ray. They still racking up them dubs. Great fight by Tomato, but the pressure was back on. Fusion shows up. Fusion gets them a taste of their own medicine. Fusion takes the Ray. Fusion wins.
Incredible stuff here at the Aeos Cup as Fusion, the undefeated squad, only dropping a single game here or there in their series. Drops 1 to Koby Chons, but wins in commanding fashion. Winning in February, winning in March, and winning when it counted most here at the Aeos Cup.
absolutely insane matchup between these two teams. Hard fought, well earned by Fusion. My #1 team in the world, without a doubt now, going in Pokemon Unite.
Incredible stuff here. You can see the sportsmanship between these two squads. Koby Chons, what an absolute group of warriors. I mean, they're so incredibly good, so incredibly difficult to beat. It took Fusion, the undefeated squad from LATAM South, to do it.
I'm at a loss. It was such a great match. Such a great match between two phenomenal teams. Koby Chons, all the way from Japan, showing out, representing their region as anybody. You couldn't have asked anything better from them. And Fusion keeps their dominant train going.
Fusion at the center stage to hoist the Aeos Cup.
Well played. Well played. Great team.
Not only did they get it done in their region, months and months in a row, not only did they qualify, they fought through the best teams the world had to throw at them to become the first team qualified for Worlds in Honolulu.
Another accomplishment on the list for Fusion. Aeos Cup qualifiers, check. March Cup, check. Aeos Cup, check. Worlds, to be determined, but they're looking to put a check.
Yeah, you can see all the teams, all the viewers, everyone here live gets to celebrate your champs.
Back on the front stage, we're going to do a team interview. Everybody else.
Oh, well, there you go. They're going to do a team interview.
They're going to do a team interview. Zoink's directing some traffic right here.
Well done. Well
for
done.
the champions.
So Buzzwell is pretty good.
I think so. What a run. What a run Koby Chons had. What a run Fusion had. It really feels like they proved it here today. We're going to throw this thing over to the big stage with our champs. Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you so much to our casters. One more huge round of applause for your champions, Fusion! All right, I got some questions for the team. You are the best performing team that Latin America has ever seen. How good does it feel to be the first in-person event champions for Latin America?
Son el equipo de el mejor equipo de Latinoamérica que este torneo ya ha visto. ¿Cómo se sienten siendo los vencedores también representando Latinoamérica?
Es un sueño, la verdad, poder cumplir todo esto. No sé, me siento muy alegre, en serio, por haber logrado esto. ¡Vamos, Fusion!
It's a dream come true, really. I just feel so happy to have won. Let's go Fusion.
All right, I think we're going to have a lot of Let's Go Fusion chants coming up soon because you are now confirmed for the World Championships in Honolulu later this year. How good does it feel to know you're going to be playing there, and how excited are you to compete against more Worlds competition?
Están ahora confirmados para estar en el torneo mundial en Honolulu más tarde este año. ¿Cómo se sienten que van a competir ahora con más equipos de todo el mundo?
Yo siento la verdad que estamos muy emocionados, creo que mi equipo tiene todo lo necesario, ya lo he demostrado. Somos unas personas que nos adaptamos muy rápido, incluso en este torneo nos hemos adaptado a muchas cosas, veíamos partidas y tratábamos de copiarlas y nos salía, y les jugábamos lo mismo a otro equipo y demostrábamos que teníamos mejor capacidad que llevarlo como ellos, y hay más equipos, queremos enfrentarlos a todos y demostrarle el nivel de Sudamérica y ganar también el Mundial.
We are very excited. We have proven in this tournament that we can adapt and that we can win over really strong teams. So we are really excited to take part in the World Championships as well.
I'm glad you brought up strong teams because you had to face so many incredible teams of Pokemon Unite players and regions. So I gotta ask, who was the toughest competition you had to play against on this stage?
Es muy bueno que has hablado de que enfrentaron muchos equipos fuertes, porque ¿cómo se sienten ustedes después de ter enfrentado tantos equipos tan buenos? ¿Cómo se sienten de haber ganado el torneo?
La verdad es que me alegra mucho haber podido enfrentar a cada uno de los mejores de la región, porque siento que es algo que queríamos demostrar desde hace mucho tiempo, que también en Latinoamérica hay mucho nivel para demostrar y es algo que le debemos a toda la gente y acá lo hemos demostrado.
We're very happy to have played against the champions of each region, because we've been wanting to show the world that Latin America is also great, and we have showed that.
Oh yeah, I think they did, right? Latin America showing up. Incredible work. Now, you've had 2 days of incredibly tough competition. Every single one of you has had amazing moments. But I gotta ask, who wins the Team MVP award?
Bueno, tuvieron 2 días de muchas competiciones, de muchos juegos, y cada uno de ustedes han sido increíbles, pero tengo que preguntar, ¿cuál jugador del equipo gana el título de MVP, del mejor jugador del equipo?
Para mí el mejor jugador y el MVP ha sido Nemo. Es un gran líder como jungla, ha sido un soporte emocional para el equipo muchas veces. Y nada, siempre nos guía hacia la victoria.
For us, I believe Animo is the MVP, because he has been such massive support for us, and he has been really the strongest team member in that sense, and has helped us to get here massively.
Awesome. I love that support. One last question for the team. You have so many supporters here in person at the event and at home. Anything you want to say to your supporters who have been cheering for you so diligently for these 2 days?
Tienen tantos apoyadores, fanáticos, aquí en persona y viendo ustedes a través del broadcast. ¿Cuál mensaje tienen ustedes ahora para todos los apoyadores y fanáticos de ustedes?
Le mandaría un saludo a todas las personas, especialmente en nuestra región, que nos están mirando desde muy temprano, a partir de las 3 de la mañana. Y un saludo también a todos los que estamos acá, que nos están apoyando. Nos están apoyando desde acá. Y un saludo también a toda la comunidad de LATAM.
So we want to say a massive thank you and hi to the supporters from our region that have been watching since 3 a.m. local time. Also to everyone here, all of you guys supporting us at this moment, as well as the whole of Latin America. Thank you for your support.
All right, wonderful. Team Fusion getting lots of love from around the world. But let's give it up one more time for your Aeos Cup champions and your first representatives at the World Championships later this year. What a tournament from this team. All right, and now we are going to be going over to our lounge to close out the show. So take it away, crew.
Hello, everybody. We are back here in the Analyst Lounge to draw some Gyarados. Wait, no, we are not. We're back here to talk about the Aeos Cup. What an insane few days that we have had, gentlemen. I mean, incredible stuff. Fusion going undefeated right into those grand finals. Going up against Koby Chons, who looked like the team that could really stop anyone, but they were able to make it happen. What a run.
I mean, pure magic from bell to bell. I mean, Chef, you've been on the LATAM train for a long time. How does it feel to just be vindicated and right? Because they crushed it.
It's going to take at least one W this weekend. You know, there's a whole lot else. But no, honestly, I think it's become quite clear that every region is really, really strong right now. I mean, even looking at Nemesis going up in the 4th place match, it felt like they were an inch away from being the ones that could have been up there in grand finals. So I'm just more excited than ever, basically, for any of those rematches.
Oh,
I want to point out, we have a live cam down here of Zoinks making his way to the stage. I wish he didn't know he was on camera right now. You know what? Maybe he doesn't.
I don't think he normally walks. This is how he walks.
He loves it. Oh boy, he's really making a show of it. He's really having a good time getting his way.
He's also taking his time.
Yeah, honestly, there's a faster route, it feels like, to make it on over here. Zoinks doesn't seem to care. He really is swerving.
Purely lost. This is what the kids call lost in the sauce, without a doubt.
I have to say I respect the hustle from Zoinks because they told us run, get to the analyst area. He's going the wrong way at this point. Like, let's make it on over here. I can't wait to talk to you all a little bit about this series. Incredible stuff as we see our champions here up on stage with the big Pikachu.
Zoinks still somehow not here, so let's take a look at Fusion. What a run. I still can't get over those first 2 games, Spraggles, where, I mean, we'll see it here in the highlights, but of course, not taking Ray, but finding a way.
Yeah, they just did, such an incredible job right here. This goes to show to everyone, even if you get Rayquaza, it doesn't mean you're always going to win this game, especially if you're as good as Fusion is. Here we are just watching some of these grand finals. We are joined by Zoinks. Hello, sir. Very fun walk to the
Thank you so much. I can't believe that was a silent walk. I was saying a lot of fun stuff, did not know I was not mic'd up. Hopefully we have that audio because that was one of my best stand-up routines of all time.
It'll be lost forever.
Unfortunately, lost in time, but there are people around you who must have known that you were doing some really great bits. So
I didn't realize it was like a pro wrestling-esque walk to stage. I definitely should have played it up even more than I already did.
I honestly think it was more of a walk to stage. you had a lot of fun with it, which I appreciate. You committed to it, and I think you did great.
A reminder, camera people are walking backwards. You want me to make them sprint? I don't think that's the correct call. Anyways, what an incredible grand finals we all got to witness. Fusion finally having the answer.
Yeah, Fusion just looked amazing right here. We can see the picture-in-picture of them up on the big stage with the Pikachu. That was huge. Honestly, it felt like as Koby Chons was going up, I was just saying this a moment ago, Zoinks, it felt like as they were climbing through that losers bracket that they had an answer for every single team out there. And unfortunately for them, and fortunately for Fusion, Fusion is just that good.
Yeah, I was actually really shocked in game number 3 when Koby Chons was able to bounce back. It felt like their draft, they were getting a little desperate. Banning away Telfox is definitely just a reactionary ban, but I mean, this was the game that Koby Chons was able to win in that moment, but still, it felt like Fusion grabbed momentum early, but whether in draft phase or in game. They just really didn't give Koby Chons room to move at all.
Yeah, and here was that moment where, it looked like things could be actually over for Koby Chons as Fusion's continuing to score, but Koby Chons making that sneaky score in the main base to keep them in this tournament. 2-1 now. This is your final game highlights that you're looking at.
Yeah, Koby Chons a lot of solid moments here in this 3rd game, really bringing it to the wire. And again, another commanding Ray fight that we'll see here in a moment, but what great work by Fusion to maintain composure.
I was wondering what made that EUIC walk right there. Was it Chandeler's Unite move? Did it blind it and then it went?
It couldn't see any. It couldn't see any of its enemies.
Exactly.
So if it can't see its enemies,
it just walks in,
attack them. That is absolutely what happens. That is hilarious.
Because I was confused. I was like, he's close enough to actually stop that from walking, but I don't know if he blinded it. And EUIC's like, hey, nobody's around. I'm going, baby.
Okay, I know you all popped off on cast for that Rock Tomb secure. Low key felt like one of the most pivotal moments of game number 4 when Fusion was able to really take the reins and bring this game back.
Yeah, I mean, and look at this here. They spent so much time. I was really worried for them during this fight here. First off, you can never KO Tomato. It takes 50 years. It took them forever, and multiple members of Koby Chons were able to come back.
Can we finally say that Buzzwole is ridiculous? It was kind of like a 50-50 over this weekend.
Buzzwole back, potentially. Yeah, it feels like it. And take a look at this team. Oh my gosh, they were popping off on stage. I had the opportunity to be backstage and just immediately hugging each other. So excited. I mean, proud of their accomplishments. The best performing Latin America team of all time now.
Yeah, and you are going to see them at the World Championships because of that. We're going to take a look at our final bracket here in a second, kind of break down everything that has happened here over this entire weekend. We had our open bracket with so many top teams competing. We had our invited teams, 2 teams from Japan, who made an absolute run here in this tournament. We had a team, Nemesis, coming from that open bracket, making it all the way up. Let's take a look at our day 2 bracket here. Chef, do you want to break some of this down?
I will. I mean, Nouns, of course, being such a huge, I don't want to say upset, but an amazing team to make it up there into the winner's side, going up against Fusion was the way we started off, and then Rework Respawn and Shinra Day as well. I mean, I love the fact that we had so many of the teams from the open bracket pulling off big upsets against these big other teams and then making it into our top 8.
Yeah, it was just such a great couple days of Pokemon Unite. These live events are absolutely electric, unbelievable. One of my favorite things is always running back and forth between the stages, and here we had so many games going at once. You just run in and people are coming up to you and they're like, GT won one, but they're on a tie right now, so they don't know if they're moving forward. Like, it is such an incredible experience to be here live. We're gonna take a look at our roadmap right now to see where we are going. We're in London right now. What's next, Doobstacks?
Well, next is back on our home turf, Jesus.
You know what? What's next, Zoinks?
New Orleans, North America on home turf. I can't wait. It's going to be an epic event.
Yeah, and then after that, of course, Worlds in Honolulu. The dates are TBA. There's more information about Worlds coming tomorrow at Championship Sunday. I don't know if they're giving out dates, okay? They didn't tell me anything, but, I mean, I'd be watching it. That's all I'm saying. I would be watching it.
Definitely tune in.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching from a plane, but I'm going to be very excited.
A lot of planes do get the Pokemon Unite Twitch account.
yeah, only that, you know.
Only that.
Yeah.
Make sure you tune in. We have our next tournament actually coming up very, very soon. On April 20th, we have our tournaments for each of our regions. And look, we've learned so much from this, so I think you're going to see massive changes with a lot of these teams.
And registration is actually open right now for that April Cup. The qualifiers will be happening literally next weekend. So if you like what you saw in this tournament, it looked like a lot of fun. You still have time to form up a team and compete in the online qualifier event for the finals happening in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can tell you, anybody can win this thing. You see teams get put together. You know, the world champs here, we're playing with some players that are kind of coming from solo queue and some of these ranked games. They're just getting better and better and better, and you can see that they're competing with world-class players. So if you have a team, first of all, it's a ton of fun, but you could become a world champion.
Well, I mean, for our day, for Pokemon Unite specifically, does end, but EUIC's not over. You got TCG, VG, and Go crowning their grand champions tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. UTC. Championship Sunday. One day we'll get the invite.
Oh, it's not real. It's just on the screen, guys.
What?
Don't worry. It's not real. Whoa. No, it's not real.
Well, for us, it's not real.
That is for us, it's not real.
For us, it's not real. One day, they let us in the lounge once, twice, actually. Surprised you're here, not going to lie.
I'm surprised we're all here.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get a championship Sunday.
We might get a championship Sunday one day, but for sure you are going to want to watch the rest of these games. There's so many amazing moments coming from all of these big titles. Guys, I think it's time we should talk a little bit about our final thoughts for this event. I would love to hear a little closing word from everybody. Zoinks, what do you think about this Aeos Cup? It's been wild.
This has been one of my favorite events that we have ever had in Pokemon Unite. Probably taken the cake for my favorite event. Just so many incredible teams. The most stacked open bracket we've ever seen. Open bracket teams making a run in the tournament. Obviously, Nemesis making it the farthest, but what a goalpost set for the best in the world right now, with Fusion being able to take down Koby Chons when no other team could find the answer. And also, happy birthday to my lovely wife, Natalie. I hope you're having a great day today.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Natalie.
Happy birthday, Natalie.
Hope you're having a wonderful day. We'll get a few more final thoughts here in a second. Make sure that you are following Pokemon Unite at Pokemon Unite on X. Is it X now, or is it back to Twitter? Pokemon Unite on YouTube. Pokemon Unite on Instagram. # Unite Esports. Doobsnacks, I want to hear your final thoughts from this amazing event.
What an amazing grand finals. If Zoinks' next power rankings doesn't have Fusion at the top, I don't know what we're doing anymore at this point. A team that has been dominant in LATAM in their region and then showing on the world stage that they can still get it done. Big kudos to Koby Chons giving us a clinic on how the draft phases should work. And I will also shout out my wife and daughter. I love you. And what an amazing weekend. Top tier tournament from bell to bell.
Incredible. And Wonder Chef, some final thoughts, my friend.
I mean, I think it's so exciting that we're this kind of far into competitive Unite, and we're just getting new things, right? We get the new band system. We got our first ever in-person open bracket, which turned out amazingly, obviously. We have the first time that we get to see teams from all of our regions in a mid-season kind of event in person, which turned out to be also amazing. So everything is just turning up and up. We got our first time we got our secondary stream. Shout outs to Unite Battle Hub, everybody out there for putting on that broadcast. So we're just getting more and more as time goes on, and I love the fact that it's just continuously going up, and I feel like everybody should just continue to be more and more excited for Unite after what we've seen. That certainly is the case for me.
Would you like to share your final thoughts too, Jake?
Absolutely. I'm going to give a few final thoughts as well, I think. I'm going to start with day one. So, okay, you know what? I'll actually just do some final thoughts. This is amazing. I am so blessed and honored that I get to be a part of bringing you these games. These live events are the best thing going in Pokemon Unite. They are amazing. I love getting to meet so many people, to see so many amazing teams play at the highest level possible. I want to thank you all, of course, for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for being a part of it, because you are the reason that this gets to happen. This has been the Aeos Cup, live from London, here at the Excel Center, where Fusion was able to take that massive victory and become the first team qualified for Worlds. A final yeehaw to you and yours. Goodbye, everybody. Love you.
state, but equally wants to start taking those 2 prize knockouts, so could target down the Iron Hands, but